Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, 6 years. 6 years. It's finally here. Uchiha Hikaru, remember to be on time for tonight's clan meeting. This is the most important gathering the Uchiha clan has held in generations. It's a matter of our survival. Got it. 8 o'clock, right. Then I'll head to the Naka shrine for the meeting. After delivering the message, Uchiha Inahiro turned and left, continuing on to notify the others eligible to attend. Only special jonin and above were allowed to participate in the Uchiha clan meetings. Whenever there were major decisions to be made, the clan would gather to discuss and decide the direction of their future. After closing the reddish-brown wooden door, Uchiha Hikaru returned to the yard and watched the two goldfish swim lazily in the stone pond, safe, unaware of the dangers and political schemes of the outside world. Time had passed, and Hikaru's parents had both died during the Third Great Ninja War. At just 5 years old, Hikaru had been left alone. 11 years had gone by since then. Now, the only thing that kept Hikaru company was the ancient tree in the yard. It was already September, and the weather had begun to cool. The evening breeze rustled the treetops, and under the golden glow of the sunset, the leaves looked even more withered and yellow. This sturdy old tree had been in Hikaru's life as far back as he could remember. Hikaru walked over to the tan lounge chair, lay back beneath the tree, and closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the clan meeting while reminiscing. He remembered clearly, the day he was born into this world, he opened his eyes and saw his own tiny hands. That was when he knew he had been reincarnated. The man and woman in front of him were his parents in this new life. On the night before the Uchiha clan's extermination, the host successfully transmigrated into the body of Uchiha Hikaru, a clan member participating in the meeting. System initializing. Timeline error at #end. Activation failed. Retrying after timeline stabilization. The system had completely disappointed the newly transmigrated Hikaru. What kind of broken-down system was this? Over the years, Hikaru had relied on his past life's experience and the impressive ninja genetics he inherited from his parents. Now, at 16, Uchiha Hikaru had awakened the fully matured three-tomo Sharingan and become a well-rounded jonin in every category. He had even learned to rein in his personality and blend in well with the clan. In his previous life, he had lived alone until the age of 70. Why? Well, though he had been handsome in his youth, his blunt and unyielding personality made him impossible in relationships. Whenever a couple argued, his partner could never win the verbal battles, and he never saw the point in backing down. No woman could stand that. As a result, although he'd had 9 relationships thanks to his looks, they all ended the same way. His girlfriends dumped him one after another because he was too blunt. After retiring, he lived comfortably on his pension. Then, with the rise of the internet, the 60-something-year-old Hikaru entered the online world and became a host. His unique style of speaking became popular with the younger generation. He genuinely believed he'd live out the rest of his life as a streamer on a niche platform. But in 2025, an unexpected cold ended those plans. His dream of becoming the first centenarian streamer was cut short. He died at 70. As the sunset disappeared over the horizon and the full moon began its slow rise, Hikaru opened his eyes. It was almost time. He returned inside and changed into a brand new, custom-made combat uniform and strapped on his ninja sword. Standing in front of the mirror, he looked over his gear. The outfit was made of dark blue, waterproof cloth with slightly flared sleeves to conceal ninja tools. The red and white Uchiha fan symbol stood proudly on his back. The fabric was crafted using special chakra-resistant silk from an insect-type summon species. At his waist, pinned to a white cloth sash, was a custom-forged ninja sword made by a blacksmith from the Hitaki family. The sword, shaped, had a 30 cm black-wrapped handle engraved with the Uchiha fan emblem. The 90 cm blade was forged from pure chakra metal, jet black, with virtually no chakra conduction loss. Even the scabbard was special, crafted from medicinal wood harvested by the Nara clan, which prevented the blade from oxidizing. Nara Shikaku had once complained, "Rich people have the weirdest ideas." Sure, it was possible to maintain the sword through conventional means, but Hikaru didn't want to waste time on such chores. All of this, uniform, sword, and supplementary tools, had cost Hikaru nearly all his savings. But he didn't regret a single ryo. After all, the best steel belongs on the sharpest blade. A proper appearance inspires respect. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, with a lean, muscular physique and the sharp, striking looks typical of the Uchiha, Hikaru's long, spiky hair framed his confident, stoic expression. This wasn't just handsome. This was dangerously handsome. Hikaru had made so many preparations for one reason. Tonight, the system would finally activate. 16 years. 16 years of bottling up his true personality, walking on eggshells, afraid of offending the wrong person and becoming a target. He'd been chased by countless female classmates at the academy. And sure, he'd enjoyed the attention, experiencing a kind of joy he never had in his past life, but still, it was agonizing having to hide his real self. But once the system activated tonight, his strength would skyrocket. And then, finally, he could drop the mask he'd worn for 16 years. He could be the bright, straightforward person he truly was. He dashed across the rooftops toward the Naka shrine. The shrine's buildings had long lost their luster, just like the Uchiha clan itself, pushed to the edge of the village after the Ninetales attack, forced into survival mode under constant suspicion. Lifting a floorboard inside the shrine, Hikaru entered the secret underground hall where clan meetings were held. The walls were lined with candles, their flickering light casting long, shifting shadows. The clan members, already gathered, sat cross-legged in silence, waiting for the others. No one spoke. In the dim, orange candlelight, the silence was suffocating, like the shadows themselves were watching. Hikaru descended the stairs and began walking toward his seat in the center of the hall. Uchiha Madara. Why are you here? An elder shot to his feet, Uchiha Elder No. 1, eyes wide with fear and disbelief. The men he once betrayed had left a scar too deep to forget. Just the sight of that figure, that silhouette, was enough to trigger his trauma. Who? Where? The younger clan members were confused. After all, the name Uchiha Madara was taboo, only the oldest veterans and a few high-ranking ninjas still remembered the truth of that era. Hikaru blinked, startled, and turned around in confusion. Then Elder No. 1 saw his face and realized his mistake. The resemblance from behind, body build, hair, even the uniform, was uncanny. The only difference was the sword at his waist. Madara had once carried the ancestral Uchiha war fan, now lost to history. Hikaru. Why are you dressed like that? Uchiha Elder No. 1 pointed a shaking hand at him. Is there something wrong with what I'm wearing? Hikaru responded with a calm, pleasant expression. The younger clan members below exchanged glances. Honestly, that outfit was cool as hell. If anything, they wanted one just like it. Elder No. 1 clearly had a unique sense of aesthetics. Faced with Hikaru's innocent question, Elder No. 1 choked. He couldn't exactly admit he'd just been scared out of his wits. Humph. Never mind. It's nothing. He turned away in frustration, unwilling to look at Hikaru again. Hikaru took his seat without another word. The time is correct. The location is correct. The event is correct. Defense system activated. Successfully broken target's mental defenses. Target's talents available for acquisition. Please select whether to copy. Sitting cross-legged on his futon, Hikaru's lips curved into a faint, kind smile. Uchiha Elder No. 1, huh? He thought to himself. Let's see what kind of talent you've been hiding all this time. Chapter 2, Clan Meeting, Angry Rebuke to Uchiha Setsuna, Elder No. 1. The candlelight flickered gently. Aside from the small stir caused by Uchiha Hikaru's arrival, the atmosphere of the clan meeting remained deathly still. The other clan members entered one by one and sat in silence, waiting for the final person to arrive. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps echoed up the stairs, growing louder with each step. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward and took his place at the head of the room. Two futons beside him remained empty, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursue had yet to arrive. Time was up. Fugaku had already waited longer than he should have, hoping they might arrive to help defuse the situation. But he could no longer stall the meeting on their account. With no other choice, Fugaku began. The time has come. Let's begin the clan meeting. The moment he spoke, several elders from both sides raised their voices. Fugaku, the time has come, but where are your two prodigies, Itachi and Shursue, who joined the ANBU? Everyone else is here except for them. Look at the state of the clan. Living under constant surveillance from the ANBU and the Foundation. As clan head, can't you even control your own sons? Is this what we get for letting Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursue join the ANBU? For bowing to that old monkey Hiruzen Sarutobi and compromising with the Hokage? Is this the result of trying to get close to power? I'm afraid those two have already become the Hokage's lapdogs. They're probably spying on the clan right now, feeding intel to Danzo and Hiruzen. Uchiha Elder No. 1 grew more and more agitated. He slammed his hands on the table and stood up, pointing a trembling finger at Fugaku. The pro-war elder seated on the left side of the hall all wore matching expressions of fury. At the last clan meeting, thanks to Fugaku's support, the peace-favoring faction had gained momentum and influence. They had acted triumphant, as if they alone held the key to the clan's future. But now, ANBU surveillance had become suffocating. The villagers' suspicion and hostility were growing. The clan's once proud reputation had been dragged through the mud. And they had only Fugaku and his peace-loving cowards to blame. Fugaku remained calm, even as the fire in the room intensified. He knew the tension between the clan and the village had reached a boiling point. But he also knew they didn't have the strength to act recklessly. Not only the village leadership, but even other clans had started to distance themselves from the Uchiha. The villagers, once wary, now fled at the mere sight of them, filing complaint after complaint to the Hokage behind their backs. The Uchiha police force had been inundated with bureaucratic attacks and resistance from every corner. Under my leadership, you say we've chosen the wrong path. Do you or Hawks have a better one? Fugaku's voice cut through the air like a blade. Do you truly believe the clan can launch a coup with our current strength? How well did the last one go? During the war with the Land of the Water, half of our elite forces were lost. How many more did we sacrifice during the Second and Third Ninja Wars? What do we have to stage a coup with? There are over 1,000 registered shinobi in the Sarutobi clan alone. How many Uchiha do we have left? Are you planning to send the entire clan to die? Fugaku's cold logic left Uchiha Elder No. 1 momentarily speechless. The elder sat down again, his face flushed with anger, though he said nothing further. But bowing down to Hiruzen and becoming his servant is unacceptable. Elder No. 1 spat. Where is the pride of the Uchiha? Have you all forgotten the honor of being one of the two strongest clans in the shinobi world? From the sidelines, Uchiha No. 1 stepped forward, addressing the crowd in a raised voice. He's right. The pride of the Uchiha cannot be forgotten. The Senju are gone. We are the last great clan, we will rise to the top. If a coup is out of the question, then we'll abandon the village. Let them fend for themselves. We don't need Konoha. His speech stirred the crowd. Anger boiled beneath the surface. Whispers turned into chants. Hateful glares passed from one clan member to the next. And then. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Are you trying to make me laugh to death and then steal my gear while I'm down? Uchiha Hikaru's voice rang out loud and clear, his mocking laughter slicing through the tension like a kunai through silk. The room fell dead silent. Uchiha Elder No. 1 shot to his feet, red-faced and trembling. You dare mock the pride of the Uchiha? I admit, you've got some talent, but the way you're behaving now brings shame to our entire clan. Don't think that just because your parents are dead, we have to tolerate your reckless mouth. Are you even worthy of our ancestors? Worthy of the fan on your back? As his voice rose, the eyes around Hikaru turned crimson. The Sharingan awakened in several clan members, some evolving from 2 tomo to 3, their rage sharpening their chakra. Hikaru stood slowly, eyes opening to reveal his fully matured 3 tomo Sharingan. The tomo spun so fast they nearly formed a ring. I ask you, what is pride? Hikaru said, voice calm but cold. Is it pride to use the achievements of the dead as a crutch for your own weakness? You live comfortable lives. And even though you're monitored, the worst you feel is inconvenienced. If it bothers you so much, fight back. But no, you just scream about pride. How many of you have actually done anything to earn that pride? A coup. Treason. Fine, let's say we go through with it. What happens to the sick, the wounded, the elderly, the children? You think Danzo and Hiruzen will spare them once we're gone? Aren't we supposed to be the clan of love? And yet here you are, obsessed with rebellion, obsessed with revenge. Have you forgotten why the Sharingan awakens? Use your damn heads. Just a few angry words are enough to strip away your reason, your calm, your judgment. Are you even shinobi anymore? Are you worthy of calling yourselves Uchiha? The pro-war elders fell silent. Their heads hung low in shame. Only Uchiha Elder No. 1 continued to glare at Hikaru, fury boiling behind his eyes, still bitter over mistaking him earlier for Uchiha Madara. The humiliation burned deeper now. You damn brat, how dare you shame me in front of everyone? Meanwhile, Fugaku watched silently. For the first time, he saw a glimpse of something beyond just raw talent in Hikaru. In addition to Itachi and Shisui, there was another prodigy in the clan's younger generation, one he had overlooked. The rest of the clan sat quietly. Some clenched their fists in shame. Others shed silent tears. A few even struck their thighs in frustration, regretting their earlier foolishness. Uchiha Kara's defense has been broken. Uchiha Koda's defense has been broken. A total of 39 defenses have been broken. Chakra increased by 10%. Hikaru smirked to himself. So that's how it works. Copying talents I already possess results in only minor gains. Still, the feeling was unmistakable. Familiar. This was the rush he remembered. 16 years, 16 long years since he'd felt this thrill. It was the same feeling that had once driven him, at the age of 60, to jump into the online world and become a content creator, dreaming of becoming the oldest viral host on the web. and though that dream had ended abruptly, now, it was all coming back. But Hikaru wasn't some twisted sadist. In his previous life, when he broke someone's defense, mentally or emotionally, he always tried to offer a solution, a new perspective. As the saying went, no reconstruction without deconstruction. You had to break the old ideas to build something better. He wasn't some reckless provocateur. No, Hikaru saw himself as a guide, the first real challenge in the lives of people who had coasted by too easily. Now that only a handful of the pro-war members had cracked, he was ready to push them harder. It was time to raise the stakes and drop something explosive. But before he could, the 8th elder of the peace faction stepped forward to speak. Chapter 3, Peace Advocates, do you think you don't need to be criticized? Elder number 1, Uchiha Hikaru already said everything I wanted to say. Given the current strength of our clan, a coup is nothing but a joke. Hasn't the last battle in the Valley of the Dead taught you anything? I didn't expect you to not only ignore the lesson but become even more reckless. Do you want our Uchiha clan to perish in this generation? Uchiha Yashiro sipped his tea and made a mocking remark. Setsuna, elder number 1, slammed his teacup to the floor. His hands trembled with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at Yashiro. The clansmen seated below dared not speak. Everyone knew those words had come from Uchiha Hikaru, and while they were harsh, they struck at the truth. No one could deny it. And now the 8th elder had stepped in, echoing Hikaru's message, stealing his momentum. Hikaru had never aligned himself with any internal faction. Uchiha Hikaru stood, intending to continue teaching people like elder number 1 a lesson. But he hadn't expected the so-called peace faction elders to be so shameless, spouting those words as if he were some puppet mouthpiece for their camp. Who was Uchiha Hikaru? He wasn't someone who would let that slide. Everything I wanted to say. Just because you're an elder, you think you can twist the facts to suit your agenda. If you have something to say it yourself. If you can't even form those words on your own, then don't act so pleased with yourself. Do you even understand what you've done? And you still have the gall to call yourself a peace advocate. You sent Itachi and Shursui to the ANBU, hoping Hiruzen would throw us a few scraps so the clan and the village could reconcile. So tell me, has the situation improved? Is this your great strategy? You gave away 2 of our brightest, sent them off to serve as dogs for the village, hoping to win favor. And now they've been brainwashed, filled with nothing but the will of fire. All they care about is the village, and they've forgotten their clan entirely. 8th elder, you didn't take bribes from Danzo, did you? Since when did the Uchiha rely on others' charity to survive? We've always forged ahead through our own power. Strength is the foundation of the Uchiha, not crawling on our knees like dogs. Where is your pride? The 8th elder's face twisted with fury. His blood surged, and he pointed at Hikaru and shouted. At least we're trying to keep our people alive. The Uchiha today are not the same Uchiha from the past. Ever since Madara left the village and the clan, not a single Mangekyō Sharingan has awakened in decades. Yes, Tobirama suppressed our clan when he held power, but it wasn't this bad. Now Hiruzen's in charge, and that snake Danzo lurks in the shadows. Our clan is in a dangerous place. What else can we do besides lower our heads? Who here wants to watch more of our people die? You talk big, but do you have a way to lead this clan to salvation? The 8th elder's words stirred murmurs among the peace faction members. Everyone knew the truth, the Sharingan awakens and evolves through powerful emotional surges, grief, hatred, fear of death. The peace faction had suffered too much loss. They couldn't bear to see that happen again. That's why they opposed war. Even if they had to give up pride and honor, they would do so just to keep their loved ones alive. Uchiha Hikaru understood their reasoning, it was the curse of the Sharingan. The very power that made the clan strong also pulled their emotions to extremes, into either rage or despair. But Hikaru was different. He had lived another life before this one. He had experienced love, hate, betrayal, and loss. With nearly 90 years across 2 lifetimes, he had learned to control his emotions, to remain calm and think clearly. He was a new kind of Uchiha. One who could separate emotion from judgment. One who wouldn't let the Sharingan devour him. So he picked up where the 8th elder left off. I can only say this, your peace ideals are far too naive. Why do you believe that bowing to the village will magically end the conflict? Do you still think the current Hokage is Tobirama Senju? Look at the Senju clan, they're the perfect example. Hashirama thought that disbanding the clan and becoming civilians would solve the divide between clans and the village. What happened? In the Second Great Ninja War, every Senju died on the battlefield, except Tsunade. And if her grandfather hadn't been the daimyo and a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you think she'd still be alive now? If we want our clan to survive, we can't afford to just drift along. Without power, your ideals are worthless. Survival without dignity only drags us deeper into ruin. The room fell into silence again. Yes, the current Hokage wasn't Tobirama, but his student, Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Hiruzen had Tobirama's strength of will and clarity, the clan wouldn't be in this mess. They wouldn't be targeted. They wouldn't be driven to this point. And Danzo, he was always lurking, waiting to strike from the shadows. The clansmen were beginning to realize the truth. Whether they launched a coup or continued to obey Hiruzen, the Uchiha were on a path to destruction. The only difference was how fast that end would come. Uchiha Daichi's mental barrier is shattered. Uchiha Nanto's mental barrier is shattered. A total of 32 have broken through. Sharingan pupil power has increased by 10%. The system reported the results of this confrontation. A solid gain. It was always harder to improve the Sharingan than it was to boost chakra. Fugaku tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, deep in thought. He had known this outcome from the start. That's why he'd been trying to balance the war and peace factions, trying to keep the clan stable. That's why he led the neutral faction himself. Just then, a voice from the peace faction rang out from below the stage. Uchiha Hikaru, according to what you've said, does this mean that the Uchiha clan is doomed no matter what? The word sent a ripple of murmurs through the room. Yeah, so there's no way out after all. Looks like we're going to end up just like the Senju. Damn it. I'd rather die in battle than die like a dog. Hikaru looked at them with thinly veiled contempt. These people changed their stance faster than flipping pages in a book. Their faces turned faster than his ex-girlfriends in his previous life. Was this really the Uchiha clan? Just then, Fugaku slammed his hand down on the table. Enough. The purpose of this clan meeting is to find a way to survive, to find hope for a clan. What good is all this defeatist talk? The Uchiha are not reckless fools, and we are not cowards. I believe we will find a way. Fugaku's words lit a spark in the clan's eyes again. Yes. As long as their clan head stood strong, they still had a chance. They just needed to follow his lead and believe. But Uchiha Hikaru could only sigh inwardly. It was over. This troublemaker was feeding them another round of his poison-laced optimism. Chapter 4, Neutrals and clan leaders can't escape either. Then, Chief Fugaku, do you have any better ideas? Uchiha Hikaru had already anticipated Fugaku's next words from the previous clan meeting. At this moment, if Fugaku dared to voice his usual evasive thoughts, it would only deepen the crisis. He had to cut him off before he could lead the clan astray again. Fugaku was just about to articulate his thoughts, stabilize the situation, and call for unity among the clan members to find a solution. But Hikaru interrupted him. Ahem, didn't I just say that this is exactly the reason we're having this clan meeting? My own ideas alone aren't enough. We need everyone to come together. I've already proven, through my past decisions, that my ideas alone have failed. That's why every clansman needs to speak up. At this point, Fugaku's tone was clearly wavering. Hikaru decided to treat everyone equally. Since all others had been criticized, how could he show favoritism? But Fugaku, as the head of the clan, deserved a little extra attention, just enough to match his position. Patriarch Fugaku, you finally admit your decision was wrong, right? Then why didn't you realize it earlier? We lost 2 geniuses for nothing. Just look at Itachi and Shisui now, do they still care about the clan? The war and peace factions in the family have already gone too far. And you, why did you have to add a so-called neutral faction on top of that? Did that resolve anything? Now both sides are scrambling to pull the neutrals to their side. Whoever manages to win over the neutral faction will control the family's direction. So much for listening to everyone's voices, aren't you just favoring a specific few? As clan leader, not only did you fail to stop the factionalism, you deepened the divide even more. 2 factions weren't enough chaos. Will you only be satisfied when 3 are tearing each other apart? Hikaru's words hit Fugaku like a hammer, each blow exposing his failures. Looking back now, even Fugaku had to admit to himself, he had made one mistake after another. Not only had he failed to ease tensions in the clan, but he had made them worse. He had truly failed as a leader. Fugaku understood his faults, but the clansmen gathered didn't think that deeply. To them, the clan head, the man they had always looked to for guidance, was now being insulted by a mere jonin. Hikaru. How dare you speak to the clan head that way? The patriarch has worked tirelessly for us. If it weren't for him, the Uchiha might have been wiped out long ago. The so-called neutral members, previously silent, now erupted even more fiercely than the war and peace factions had earlier. Some even stood up, pointed at Hikaru, and hurled curses at him. If you're so bold, fight me. What's with all this nonsense, you little punk? Worse still, some were already standing, clearly preparing to challenge Hikaru on the spot. Hikaru turned his head and saw Uchiha No. 1, the deputy head of the Konoha police force. The man had always been obsessed with climbing the ranks, dreaming of becoming the deputy clan leader. His ambitions were practically written on his forehead. Now, he quickly began forming hand seals, intending to cast a genjutsu to humiliate Hikaru. But Hikaru's Sharingan spun into motion, instantly casting his own genjutsu and locking down his opponent. Genjutsu, Binding Illusion. Uchiha No. 1 suddenly froze mid-hand seal. His eyes went blank, glazed over and lifeless. The crowd gasped. No one expected that Hikaru's Sharingan had already reached this level. Instant genjutsu casting, something only Fugaku himself had ever displayed within the clan. After witnessing Hikaru's strength firsthand, the crowd quieted. In the Uchiha clan, strength was the only law. The weak had no voice. Fugaku stared at Hikaru's blood-red eyes, silently assessing his power. If he himself hadn't awakened the Mangekyō, he might not even be a match for Hikaru now. The young man's strength had even surpassed Itachi and Shisui. All these years of hiding his power, what terrifying patience. Thank goodness he had never assigned Hikaru to the ANBU. If he had, there might have been a third traitor in the Uchiha clan. If Hikaru had known Fugaku's thoughts at that moment, he would have sneered. I'm not some short-sighted fool like Itachi or Shisui. Join the ANBU. I don't make a habit of crawling in the shadows, playing lapdog for others. Hikaru lifted the genjutsu on Uchiha No. 1. After all, if breaking one more person's spirit could earn him another reward, he couldn't let the men off easy. There are 3 conditions for being a true clan leader. First, strength. You must be the strongest in the clan, strong enough to earn everyone's respect. Second, vision. You need insight beyond the average shinobi, to guide the clan through prosperity and hardship. If everyone had that, we wouldn't need a leader in the first place. Third, unity. A clan head should unite the family, not divide it further. Bring the clan together, stand as one. That's the duty of a clan leader. Patriarch Fugaku, tell me, aside from the first condition, have you fulfilled the other 2? Have you made the right choices for the family? Have you united us? No. You've done none of those things. Uchiha Fugaku's resolve has been broken. Replication complete. Mangekyō Sharingan awakened. In that instant, Fugaku's mental fortitude, his very will, shattered under Hikaru's verbal assault. Hikaru's pupils spun violently. The 3 tomo merged into a brand new pattern. 3 bold, black lines extended from the center of his eye toward the edge, linked by black circles in a perfect triangle. That's the Mangekyō Sharingan. Ha ha ha. He's the hope of the Uchiha clan. What? Hikaru actually awakened the Mangekyō. No wonder he cast the genjutsu instantly and controlled No. 1. He's even younger than Uchiha Madara was when he awakened. Hikaru had no intention of hiding his Mangekyō. As long as the system remained his secret weapon, it didn't matter who saw it. In the face of absolute power, everything else was meaningless. And now was the time to show his strength. How else could he win the trust of the clan and lead them forward? Fugaku, having recovered from the mental blow, now looked at Hikaru with a complicated expression, shock, disbelief, and even hope. His own Mangekyō alone had never been enough to challenge Konoha's higher-ups. But now Hikaru had awakened his as well, and this wasn't just strength added to strength. Together, their presence would be a force Konoha couldn't ignore. If the village attempted to suppress or isolate the Uchiha again, both sides would suffer. And when that happened, the other great nations, wind, lightning, water, and earth, would be all too eager to strike. Fugaku knew Sarutobi Hiruzen would think twice before letting that happen. Chapter 5, The Unified Clan, Shisui's Corpse. The atmosphere in the Uchiha clan meeting shifted dramatically with the revelation of Uchiha Hikaru's Mangekyō Sharingan. Everyone was ecstatic, everyone except Uchiha Hikaru himself, who remained composed and calm. Fugaku looked at Hikaru and said something no one had expected. Hikaru, you were right. I failed as the clan leader. Since you've awakened the Mangekyō, I'll step down and leave the position of clan leader to you. I believe that under your leadership, the Uchiha will rise again and reclaim our former glory. His tone carried a trace of self-mockery, but also unmistakable relief. Ever since the Nine-Tails attack, tensions between the clan and the village had left him overwhelmed. Yet there was never a better candidate within the clan to succeed him. He had considered grooming Itachi for the role, waiting for him to gain more experience before handing over the mantle. But he never imagined. Itachi had been completely brainwashed by Hiruzen's will of fire. Once Fugaku realized this, his anxiety about the clan's future only grew. Thankfully, Hikaru's words today had opened his eyes, and Hikaru had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. At first, the clan elders and members were stunned by Fugaku's declaration. But the moment he mentioned Hikaru's Mangekyō, their support was unanimous. That's right. Hikaru has awakened the Mangekyō. With him leading us, we'll surely restore the Uchiha's honor. Only the strongest is worthy to lead the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's time is over. The future belongs to Uchiha Hikaru. Their attitudes flipped completely the moment they learned of Hikaru's eyes. Hikaru slowly sat down, resting his chin in his hand, his expression unreadable. Don't get it twisted. I don't want to be the clan leader. Everyone was stunned by Hikaru's refusal. Uchiha number 1, emotionally shaken. Uchiha number 2, emotionally shaken. Total of 104 members emotionally shaken. Sharingan pupil power increased by 20%. The system's broadcast echoed in his mind. Everything that could be harvested had been harvested. Hikaru's lips curled up ever so slightly. Why? Are you going to abandon the clan like Uchiha Madara once did? Setsuna's voice cut through the silence, revealing how deeply Hikaru's words had shaken him. Not just Setsuna, even the other elders and Fugaku were unnerved, fearing that Hikaru might follow in Madara's footsteps. Still seated calmly on his cushion, Hikaru had no interest in pushing them further. But the old fool Setsuna had to stir things up again. Elder Setsuna, I call you elder out of respect for your age. But if you provoke me again, I'll bury you myself. Cold sweat instantly soaked Uchiha Setsuna's back, but his silence brought a wave of relief to the room. At least it seemed Hikaru wasn't going to walk Madara's path. Hikaru turned to Fugaku. Can you all stop overthinking? None of you are exactly genius strategists, so don't act like it. I don't want to be clan leader because I hate trouble. More importantly, I don't want Sarutobi and Danzo to know I've awakened the Mangekyō. But I'll accept the role of deputy clan head. I won't repeat myself. From now on, gather all police force members and every ninja ranked Chunin and above at the clan training ground the day after tomorrow. With those words, everyone finally relaxed. In times like these, the appearance of a powerful genius with a clear view of the bigger picture gave them hope of standing up against Hiruzen and Danzo. The remainder of the meeting dealt with internal clan affairs, and Uchiha Hikaru was officially appointed deputy head of the police force. Uchiha number 3 was livid, but didn't dare say a word. Hikaru possessed the Mangekyō, after all. And so, the clan meeting concluded, with only Uchiha number 3 left nursing a grudge, while the rest left satisfied. Hikaru, why did you bring me here? After the meeting, Hikaru led Fugaku to a secluded waterfall more than 10 miles west of the Naka Shrine. Having moved to the edge of the village recently, Hikaru was already familiar with the surrounding area. This was the only waterfall within clan territory. Hikaru looked toward the deep pool beneath it. Shirsue's body should be here. This is where he died. What? Shirsue died here. Fugaku's immediate reaction was disbelief. He knew Shirsue's strength well. During the Third Great Ninja War, even as a teenager, Shirsue had held back an elite ambush unit from Kiridakura on his own. But if Hikaru said so, it must be true. Was it one of his Mangekyō abilities? Fugaku stopped asking. The Mangekyō's abilities were unique to each user, no one would share theirs lightly. What he didn't know was that Hikaru wasn't relying on any eye technique at all. He knew this because he was a transmigrator, and his Mangekyō had only recently awakened. The two dove into the pool, searching the depths. Eventually, they found Shirsue's body at the bottom. Damn it. Who did this? So this was why Shirsue hadn't attended the clan meeting, he had been assassinated. Fugaku stared at Shirsue's hollow eye sockets. His Sharingan had been gouged out. His mind raced to Itachi. Could Itachi be involved in this too? Seeing Fugaku once again spiraling into paranoia, Hikaru interrupted. There are 2 sets of footprints nearby. Shirsue and Itachi were here not long ago. Did Itachi kill Shirsue? Itachi had always viewed Shirsue as an older brother, one of his few close friends. Fugaku couldn't believe his own son would do something so cruel. Before he could spiral further, Hikaru shut him down again. No. Shirsue clearly jumped into the river on his own. Looks like he committed suicide to help Itachi awaken the Mangekyō. Fugaku's face twisted in embarrassment. Once again, he'd let his imagination run wild. But still, why would Shirsue take his own life? And where did his eyes go? Forget it, Hikaru said, brushing it off. Knowing Shirsue, he probably had some kind of backup plan. Just play along with me tomorrow. Play along. Fugaku looked bewildered. Why lie? And to whom? Hikaru was already losing patience. Who else? Your good little son. If you don't act to pull him back from the edge, he's going to go off and do something that'll shake the heavens. With that, Hikaru stopped talking. If Fugaku could understand, good. If not, well, no wonder people called him a blockhead in Hikaru's past life. Honestly, at this point, he wasn't just a blockhead. He was practically a walking chakra bomb. After storing Shirsue's body inside a sealing scroll, Hikaru returned home. He sat cross-legged on his bed and began meditating. Within his inner world, a massive, dark Susanoo stood tall. It wore armor, a battle skirt, and had a long, curved sword strapped to its waist. Its mask was regal and cold, covering the upper half of its face. As Hikaru synced with his Susanoo, he also became aware of his unique Mangekyō abilities, word spirit and mystic armament, along with his natal weapon, the spiritual blade. Word spirit, spoken words carry the weight of power. Effects depend on chakra and pupil power expenditure. Grants persuasive force and natural leadership. Basically talk no jutsu at max level. Mystic armament, can manifest any kind of weapon and its effects. Weapon strength depends on pupil power consumption. After analyzing his abilities, Hikaru realized the two techniques worked best in tandem. Used together, they minimized chakra loss and maximized effectiveness. Moreover, the passive effects of word spirit could be combined with his defense-breaking system to further manipulate others emotionally, forcing breakthroughs with greater ease. For now, he had to conserve power. Until he obtained the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, excessive use of his eye techniques was risky. Still, Obito came to mind. With Hashirama's cells, replenishing pupil power wouldn't be a problem for him. It was a tempting path, but one for another day. Chapter 6, Uchiha Itachi. Master Deputy Clan Leader, we just found Shirsue's suicide note in his home. Uchiha Inahori and the others have gone straight to the clan leader's house to confront Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Hikaru took the suicide note handed to him by Uchiha Inahori. I can no longer endure these endless missions. If this continues, the Uchiha will perish sooner or later. I can no longer betray the shinobi path I hold in my heart. As he read Shirsue's final words, Uchiha Hikaru felt a wave of regret. They had gone on a few missions together, not close friends, but there was still mutual respect. At least Shirsue had always kept his clan in mind. Unlike Itachi, who handed over all the clan's secrets to Konoha's top brass in the name of the village. They had to use the time after Shirsue's death to shift the current situation. He hoped Fugaku and the others hadn't forgotten the warning he gave them last night. He pocketed the suicide note. Let's go to Fugaku's house. We need to find Itachi immediately. Yes. Shirsue committed suicide last night at the Naka River. Where were you? I already told you, I was on an ANBU mission. You better be, Uchiha No. 4 scoffed. He turned away, flanked by two others, preparing to leave. Itachi raised his head and stared at the three Uchiha standing at his door. Just say it. You think I killed him, don't you? Uchiha No. 4 turned back, his Sharingan spinning with 3 tomo. That's right, brat. If you've betrayed this clan, don't expect forgiveness from any of us. Shirsue's dying words echoed in Itachi's mind. The accusations from Uchiha No. 4 and the others only fueled the fire inside him. With a swift motion, Itachi launched forward and sent all three crashing to the ground. Boom. Bang. Bang. He looked down coldly at them, eyes smoldering. A clan that does nothing but talk. You think you're so righteous? You have no idea what I'm truly capable of. That's why you're lying in the dirt. He was about to strike again when Fugaku appeared at the edge of the street, rushing over. Stop. Itachi, what the hell are you? Whoosh, bang. A kunai flew from Itachi's hand, embedding itself into the mural nearby. The wall cracked, and the painted Uchiha fan shattered into fragments. I've lost all hope in this arrogant, suffocating clan. Hey. Itachi, you're the clan leader's son, how can you say something like that? Uchiha Hikaru dropped down from the rooftop, landing opposite Itachi. Others followed close behind, helping the three downed Uchiha to their feet. Fugaku stood aside, silent. I don't know what Hikaru plans to do next. After last night's clan meeting, it's clear he doesn't even bother telling me how to play along with his schemes. I just hope Itachi doesn't get dragged down. I silently prayed for my son. Uchiha Hikaru, this isn't your place to interfere. Itachi knew of Hikaru, known as a prodigy within the clan, second only to himself and Shirsue. Hikaru had also awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan at a young age. But Itachi hadn't attended the clan meeting the night before. He didn't yet know that Hikaru had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, and had been appointed as the deputy clan leader. Hikaru smiled and shook his head, looking calmly at the defiant figure before him. I'm the deputy clan leader now. Think I qualify to interfere? Itachi frowned and looked to his father for confirmation. When Fugaku nodded solemnly, Itachi had no rebuttal. Hikaru was right. He had the authority. Seeing Itachi fall silent, Hikaru paused, pretending to ponder something. Itachi. Come to the Naka River tonight. You and Fugaku both. With that, Hikaru turned and left with the others. Itachi watched them go, then turned to Fugaku. Father, why did Hikaru suddenly become deputy clan leader? Fugaku told him everything, how the clan meeting had gone, Hikaru's proposal, and the resulting decision. Watching the shock on Itachi's face, he wasn't sure if anything else needed to be said. But considering Hikaru's plan, he thought, "Forgive me, son. There are some things I can only tell you tonight. I didn't mean to keep them from you." Maybe it was Hikaru's influence, or maybe something else, but Fugaku's thoughts had begun to shift, just slightly. What the future held, he couldn't say. Later that night, under the crescent moon, Hikaru arrived early at the Naka River cliff. He sat quietly, watching the waterfall, thinking through his plan. After all, Itachi was still a devoted son in the original timeline. In Hikaru's eyes, Itachi had lived a tragically miserable life. A boy who loved sweets, but carried the weight of the world. He'd seen war as a child. Forced to grow up too fast. Misunderstandings with his father only deepened, shutting Itachi off from the world. Only when he met Shisui did he open up again, his idealism, his Hokage-like vision. They hoped to change the village and the clan together. But after Shisui jumped to his death before Itachi's eyes, his emotional foundation shattered. The clash with Fugaku and his idealism pushed him closer to the third Hokage and Danzo. After awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, Itachi became increasingly unstable. And in that warped mental state, the third Hokage and Danzo took advantage, convincing him to annihilate his own clan, sparing only his younger brother, Sasuke. But now, right now, Itachi hadn't yet reported anything to Hiruzen or Danzo. He could still be saved. If Hikaru could break through Itachi's mental walls tonight, he could seize that blade, and wield it for the clan. 2 chakra signatures approached swiftly through the forest. Hikaru didn't look back as they arrived. "Sit." Itachi and Fugaku sat down on either side of him. The roaring waterfall stirred something in Itachi, memories of Shisui's suicide. Fugaku had been mulling over Hikaru's words at the clan meeting ever since. If the family truly had no future, then perhaps Hikaru really did have a path forward. If peace between the clan and the village was possible, Fugaku would gladly sheath his blade. "What method do you intend to use, Hikaru, to save the Uchiha from this dead end?" Itachi spoke first, wanting to understand. Hikaru furrowed his brows and turned to him. "Itachi, before we get to that, you need to recognize your own mistakes." "My mistakes?" Itachi looked confused and turned to his father. Fugaku kept his gaze on the waterfall, silently reminding himself to follow Hikaru's lead. This was their best hope. He had to trust Hikaru. Hikaru rubbed his forehead, sighing internally. "I shouldn't have expected too much from Fugaku. Looks like I have to handle this myself. Let me ask you a few questions, Itachi. Why did the Uchiha and Senju form Konoha? What's your surname? Who raised you? What were Shisui's last words to you?" The questions came rapid fire. Itachi thought most of them were pointless, aside from the first, but he pushed down his doubts and answered. "The Uchiha and Senju founded Konoha for peace. My surname is Uchiha. I was raised by my parents. Shisui told me, to protect the village and then the name of the Uchiha clan." Hikaru shook his head repeatedly. Still, at least Itachi remembered who raised him. That was something. And with Hikaru's skill in persuasion, there was a real chance he could pull Itachi back from the edge, undo Danzo and Hiruzen's brainwashing. Fugaku, too, only now realized what Shisui's sacrifice had meant. He had thought it was to ease tensions between the village and the clan, but instead, the conflict had only deepened. "Itachi, you're wrong. The Uchiha and Senju didn't form Konoha for peace. They formed it to protect their own people. And you misinterpreted Shisui's final message. Protect the village and the name of the Uchiha clan. That's the real meaning." Chapter 7, Itachi's determination. He had joined the village to protect his clan. Uchiha Hikaru's words had awakened something in Itachi. They made sense, he knew his family's history well enough. But as he listened to Shisui's words again in his mind, Hikaru paused deliberately. He realized there was a deeper meaning that he had initially missed. Was Shisui trying to say they should protect both the village and the clan? Yet he had misinterpreted it all this time, as if he needed to protect the village first and only then consider the Uchiha name. This realization filled Itachi with dread. If he had continued thinking that way, he would have turned against his own kin today. And what of the future? Itachi dared not think any further. Hikaru could see Itachi was on the verge of emotional collapse. He gave Fugaku a look, signaling him not to interrupt, let him continue. Fugaku, standing silently by, furrowed his brows in confusion. What is Hikaru trying to say? Does he want me to reinforce his point? Itachi, Fugaku began, Shisui never missed a single clan meeting in the past. But you're often absent, always out on missions. The clan never shunned Shisui, but they've distanced themselves from you. Fugaku's words struck like thunder. Hikaru's eyes widened. Well, damn. Uchiha Fugaku, you thick-browed, big-eyed fox, you've got some bite in you after all. Now you're just enjoying giving your son a hard time, aren't you? If he's really your son, you're going all in on tough love. And just like that, Itachi's emotional dam began to break. He thought back to it all, how he'd let Shisui die without stopping him. Every time the clan stirred, he ran to inform the third Hokage and Danzo. He spied on his own clan for them. If not for Hikaru's intervention, he might have wiped out the entire Uchiha and walked the road of no return. Itachi, Hikaru said, his voice calm but cutting, think about everything you've done. Your family asked you to infiltrate the ANBU, for their sake. But instead, you served Danzo and Hiruzen. That was disloyal. You let Shisui take his own life in front of you. You watched your friend stray down the wrong path. That was unjust. You fought against your own people. That was unkind. You rejected your father's expectations, even went against him, all while blindly following Hiruzen and Danzo. That was unfilial. Disloyal. Unjust. Unkind. Unfilial. 4 strikes against him. Uchiha Itachi breaks down emotionally and unlocks the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The system's voice echoed in Hikaru's mind. He smirked inwardly. He'd expected to copy just the Mangekyō abilities. Instead, he got the eternal Mangekyō. Which meant, when Sasuke awakened his Mangekyō in the future, just a little push could unlock the Rinnegan. Hikaru had no siblings, and had always assumed he'd need to collaborate with someone like Orochimaru to get the Rinnegan, but now the system had just handed him the key. He was already imagining the possibilities. But nearby, Uchiha Itachi was no longer the same. His eyes were bloodshot, the Mangekyō patterns had formed, and blood tears traced down his cheeks. He dropped to his knees, fists slamming into the ground, hatred and regret surging through him. He hated his naive, arrogant self. He hated that he'd been brainwashed by Hiruzen's words when he was only 7. He hated that he had disappointed his father. He hated that he couldn't save Shisui. He hated everything. Fugaku stepped forward. Seeing his son broken like this pierced his heart. He never wanted Itachi to fall so far. But acting alongside Hikaru was clearly effective. Now, it was time to lift Itachi up. Itachi, he said firmly, you're my son. Get up. The past can't be undone, but the future is still yours. Have you forgotten Shisui's final words? Have you forgotten what the clan expects from you? Do you want Sasuke to see you like this? Itachi rose to his feet. He wiped away the blood and tears. His eyes, once clouded, were now filled with determination. You're right, father, he said. I won't let down the clan. I won't let down Shisui. I won't let you down. I won't let Sasuke down. The will of fire. The Uchiha threat theory. All the lies Danzo and Hiruzen had drilled into him, shattered. The Itachi standing here now was a far cry from the one who had sat across from them earlier that afternoon. Thanks to the efforts of Hikaru and Fugaku, he had been reborn. Itachi turned toward Hikaru, who still sat calmly on the edge of the cliff. His voice was solemn, but filled with hope. Hikaru, how exactly do you plan to save the Uchiha? He was composed now, but concern filled his voice. Not just Itachi, Fugaku was watching Hikaru just as intently. This whole performance, wasn't it just to get him to reveal his plan? Hikaru finally stood and began to explain. It was the plan he had worked out while standing at the waterfall. The moon had risen high into the night sky and begun its descent by the time he finished. Fugaku and Itachi sat in stunned silence, eyes wide. They looked at Hikaru as if they couldn't quite believe what they'd heard. It was ridiculous. Outrageous. Yet every detail was airtight. If carried out as planned, it would work. Without question. But it was the kind of plan only someone like Hikaru could imagine. Neither of them could have come up with this even if they spent years trying. Itachi turned the idea over in his mind. Not only could it save the clan, it could make the Uchiha loved and respected throughout the village. It could even. At that moment, his eyes grew cold. Danzo. Hiruzen. Those two. Hikaru saw the shift in his expression and clapped a hand on his shoulder. Danzo must die. Hiruzen, he's not the worst. Let him live. Hearing this, Itachi nodded in agreement. Fugaku stood quietly, thinking back over the night's events. Uchiha Hikaru was frighteningly clever. He'd saved the clan. He'd changed Itachi's heart. Something Fugaku had been trying to do for years, Hikaru had done it in a single night. Thankfully, Hikaru is one of us. As long as he stands with the Uchiha, the clan has hope. If anyone dares to harm him, they'll have to go through me first. Fugaku's resolve was set. And Itachi felt the same. Father and son, without saying a word, had reached the same conclusion. Hikaru watched them, his thoughts turning back to a night he remembered from another life, the massacre that never should have happened. I was born into the Uchiha clan. This time, I will lead it to glory. He thought of his parents, who had raised him with care. Of the aunties and uncles selling sesame buns. Of the old men who ran the ninja tool shop, now retired. 16 years of clan life, it wasn't like the anime at all. The Uchiha were proud, yes, but if you treated them with sincerity, you would find warmth and love in return. He glanced at Fugaku and Itachi, now standing side by side. Smiling to himself, Uchiha Hikaru turned and quietly walked away. Chapter 8, Reform the Police Department. On the outskirts of Konoha, at the Uchiha clan's training ground. As the sun rose higher into the sky, Uchiha clan members in green flak jackets arrived at the training ground one after another, gathering in small groups of 2 or 3. I heard Uchiha Hikaru was appointed as the deputy clan leader. Did you hear about that? Hikaru? I remember he awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan 2 years ago and even completed an S-rank mission solo. I heard all the police force ninjas were informed yesterday. We were told to gather here this morning. What's going on? In the shade of a tree beside the training ground, Uchiha Hikaru reclined comfortably on a folding chair, eyes half closed beneath the canopy of leaves. Once the crowd was complete and the time felt right, he vanished in a blur, reappearing at the center of the gathering with a flash of the body flicker technique. Separate by gender, then line up in rows of 10, left to right, in order of height. Stand straight and look sharp. The sudden command stunned the group for a moment, but they quickly fell into motion. As members of the Uchiha, their discipline and response time far surpassed that of ordinary shinobi. Hikaru glanced down at the stopwatch in his hand. 10 seconds. The shinobi stood in formation. Uchiha Inahori, step out and come to me. I want to see how you line up. Uchiha Inahori's chest tightened at hearing his name. For a moment, he thought something had gone wrong. But as Hikaru continued, he relaxed, somewhat. It seemed Hikaru only wanted him to observe. He stepped forward, standing at Hikaru's side, and looked out at the more than 400 Uchiha shinobi arrayed across the training field. Sweat trickled down Inahori's forehead. He recalled that Hikaru had specifically emphasized the word elegant. And yet, this scene. Individually, the postures weren't problematic. But together, as a mass of more than 400 people. It was chaos. Arms crossed. Hands on hips. Slouched stances. Some looked like they were out for a walk, not assembled for shinobi duty. Hikaru noted the dismay on Inahori's face and his hesitation to speak. So he said directly. Tell me what you see. It's a mess. It looks terrible. Inahori blurted out. Hikaru had clearly wanted him to say it aloud. The crowd began to stir with whispers. Dissatisfaction grew. Many still hadn't accepted Hikaru's sudden promotion to deputy clan leader. It had come out of nowhere, after all. But Hikaru had no intention of wasting time convincing them with words. The 3-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly in his eyes. With a casual snap of his fingers. All 400-plus shinobi fell into his genjutsu before anyone could react. Their vision warped. Suddenly, they were observing themselves from a third-person perspective, seeing exactly how they had looked just moments earlier, awkward stances, slouching shoulders, scattered spacing, poor discipline. It was undeniable. The image zoomed out further, showing the entire group, an undisciplined, chaotic formation. After a full minute, Hikaru released the illusion. Any objections? He asked coldly. If you think you can trap over 400 shinobi in a genjutsu for even 1 minute using only a Shunshin-level technique, I'll gladly hand you my position as deputy clan leader. Silence. Not a single soul spoke. They all understood, on the battlefield, even 1 second of vulnerability could mean death. A full minute under a genjutsu. If Hikaru had wanted to kill them, they'd all be corpses. Satisfied by their subdued expressions, Hikaru nodded to himself. As expected, once they understood his strength, everything became easier. Anyone want to volunteer as a team leader? I need 40. First come, first served. The formation broke in an instant. The field erupted with movement as shinobi surged forward in a frenzy. Over 160 shinobi came charging toward Hikaru, more than a third of the group. Most were familiar faces, those who had attended the clan meeting the other night. A few were unfamiliar chunin, probably not fully aware of their own limitations. Hikaru pulled out 40 bells from his ninja pouch and held them up for all to see. I'll tie each of these bells to a kunai and throw them out across the training field. Whoever retrieves one and hands it directly to me becomes a team leader. Oh, and anything goes. Use any method you want. Just don't kill or seriously injure your comrades. With that, Hikaru formed a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 40 identical clones appeared in a burst of smoke. Each one held a kunai with a bell tied to it. In unison, they hurled the kunai in different directions across the training field and beyond. Go. With that command, the shinobi scattered like wild animals, some even fighting before they left the grounds. Hikaru returned to his chair and sat down to wait. Deputy clan leader. I'm the first team leader. Uchiha Inahori returned, proudly holding out his bell-marked kunai. Hikaru gave him a brief glance. Inahori, yes, one of the few die-hard pro-war Uchiha Hikaru remembered. A bit hot-headed, but solid. Back when Hikaru was still a chunin, Inahori had already been a jonin. He'd led Hikaru on several missions and had always charged into danger without hesitation. Even when he had tried to recruit Hikaru into the pro-war faction, he never flaunted their shared past. Keep it, Hikaru said, nodding at the kunai. Consider it a memento, your symbol as a team leader. Inahori stared at the kunai in his hand, then up at Hikaru, memories flooding back of the missions they'd completed together. Hikaru had always been focused, meticulous in every operation, and far stronger than his peers. Inahori had known back then that Hikaru would rise above the rest. But awakening the Mangekyō. He'd watched Hikaru grow stronger, step by step, and now, the younger men had left him in the dust. Yet Inahori didn't resent him, he admired him. This kind of strength brought real hope to the Uchiha. Inahori carefully tucked the kunai away. From that moment forward, he made a quiet vow to follow Hikaru faithfully, for the good of the clan, and to carry out every mission Hikaru entrusted to him. One by one, other shinobi returned with kunai in hand. Hikaru memorized every face and name. Each kunai was a badge of honor, proof of merit-based leadership. Those who failed bore expressions of regret, but the disappointment didn't last long. Soon, determination returned to their eyes. Each squad will have 10 members, Hikaru announced. Every 2 months, members are allowed to challenge a team leader, but only leaders from other squads. The new team leaders felt a sudden weight settle on their shoulders, knowing their status wouldn't be permanent unless they earned it repeatedly. At the same time, younger shinobi and those who had just lost their chance now had new goals and motivation to surpass those above them. Watching it all unfold, Hikaru felt a surge of satisfaction. This system was perfect. It would raise the clan's overall strength and give the Uchiha's aggressive nature a proper outlet, through competition and merit. A win-win for the future of the clan. Chapter 9, Uchihas must be there. A week had passed. Under Uchiha Hikaru's new system, each unit was granted 2 days of rest every week, along with a 1-month vacation every 2 months. These breaks could be used for out-of-village missions or personal training to enhance their chakra control and combat ability. The members of the police force were more than satisfied with the current workload and structure. Hikaru had already handed down the complete training regimen to each squad captain, allowing him the time to implement the next phase of his plan. Around the same time, the specialized combat uniforms and standard-issue ninja swords commissioned by Hikaru for the police force were completed and delivered from the ninja tool shop. An eagle soared above the training ground. If one could see from that height, the sight would have been astonishing. Hikaru stood at the front of the formation in a dark blue combat uniform. Beside him, Fugaku wore the same design, though his ninja gear differed. On his back was a silver-white katana that gleamed with a cold, dangerous light. Lined up before them, more than 400 police force ninjas stood in formation, each clad in the same gray-black combat uniforms. The style matched Hikaru's, though made from more affordable materials, water-resistant, but not chakra-resistant. Each ninja stood 1 meter apart from the next in a perfect grid, a black katana sheathed across each of their backs. Snap. Hikaru snapped his fingers, casting a genjutsu that allowed every member to visualize the entire formation from a third-person perspective. In the illusion, the police ninjas saw themselves standing with legs slightly apart, arms clasped behind their backs, eyes forward, posture straight. They radiated presence and discipline. From this elevated, illusory perspective, only the front row's faces were visible, rows behind were perfectly aligned, each head blocked by the one in front. Viewed from above, more than 400 ninjas stood in seamless gray-black uniforms, with the Uchiha fan crest and black swords prominent on their backs. On the leftmost column, dark blue cuffs marked a commanding unit, each adorned with the clan symbol. The effect was overwhelming, intimidation, order, and purpose concentrated into one striking image. When the genjutsu lifted, the pride and awe on everyone's faces were unmistakable. The week's grueling drills suddenly made sense. What they once thought was pointless now felt powerful. One phrase summed up their reaction. So damn cool. Indeed, this was Hikaru's first strategic play. The Uchiha clan was known for its beautiful people, sharp, striking men and elegant, powerful women. Hikaru hadn't forgotten how much appearances influenced public perception. In his past life, he remembered well, a man with biting wit and an average face was just difficult or unpleasant, but give him model-like looks, and he became a cold, mysterious god. Throughout history, whether it was street gangs, mafia syndicates, or even military regimes, uniforms and aesthetic identity played a massive role in public fascination and recruitment. Hikaru aimed to weaponize this. He would rebrand the Uchiha police force not only with power and discipline but with a clean, intimidating, and charismatic image. Uniformity, order, and undeniable presence would turn heads and earn trust. Standing beside him, Fugaku surveyed the transformation. In just 1 week, Hikaru had rebuilt the entire department's presence. Fugaku now understood, this wasn't just some surface-level effort. Hikaru's strategy was real, and it was already working. Time to show the results. Inside the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, peering into his crystal ball with lecherous intent, eyes locked on the women's bathhouse. His aged face was flushed red, nostrils flaring as his imagination ran wild. Bang bang bang. The sudden knock snapped him out of his perversion. He quickly stashed the crystal ball and sat up, forcing composure. Come in. Hokage-sama. The police department has suddenly gathered in full force at the village entrance. We don't know what they're planning. What? Hiruzen bolted upright, alarmed. Mobilize the ANBU. I'm going down there myself. Yes. They arrived quickly at Konoha's main gate, only to find Fugaku and Uchiha Hikaru leading the entire police force, standing tall. Over 400 Uchiha ninjas stood behind them, gripping their swords in their right hands, posture rigid and perfect. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Why had the Uchiha mobilized like this? Shirsue's death should have stifled any thoughts of rebellion. Besides, if they were staging a coup, it wouldn't be this overt. The Uchiha had only 400 police force members, while the village had thousands of other shinobi. And why the hell was Uchiha Hikaru standing beside Fugaku like an equal? He was just a talented jonin, nothing compared to Shirsue or Itachi. Before Hiruzen could voice any doubts, Hikaru stepped forward and addressed him directly. Hokage-sama, the police department has recently received numerous complaints from villagers about excessive force and harsh treatment during arrests. Minister Fugaku and I have taken the feedback seriously. We've disciplined our officers and implemented reforms. Today, we present the new police department. We invite you, and the villagers, to inspect our results. Hiruzen was caught off guard. Had the Uchiha turned over a new leaf? Was Shirsue's death truly the catalyst? Regardless, Hikaru's words were measured and respectful. There was no reason to object. Villagers had already begun gathering nearby out of curiosity. Since the department has accepted the villagers' concerns, that's a good thing, Hiruzen said. Proceed. Let's see what you've prepared. Hikaru nodded sharply. Let's move. Destination, Hokage building. Yes, sir. Their synchronized response echoed through the air, drawing even more villagers. Idle shinobi on rooftops paused to observe. Let's go. In perfect sync, the police force advanced. Thud. 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 Each footstep landed with deliberate force, vibrating through the ground. The unified impact stirred something primal in the crowd. The villagers were stunned into silence. The men of the police force were tall and sharp-featured. The women were strong and poised. Each gripped their katana in their right hand, held across their chest at identical angles. Hikaru and Fugaku led from the front, two commanding figures like the heads of a great dragon, guiding the mighty body behind them. On a red-tiled rooftop, Nara Shikaku stood with Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi. Shikaku stared in awe. All those uniforms were custom-made, by Hikaru, he muttered. I made a fortune off this commission. Choza and Inoichi stared, jaws slack. Hikaru's changing the Uchiha, Shikaku said gravely. Which means Konoha is about to change, too. Choza blinked, still trying to absorb it. Inoichi's eyes narrowed, he could sense something shifting, but not yet place it. Shikaku's expression darkened. Look at the villagers, he said. The fear, the disgust, it's gone. All I see now is admiration. Curiosity. Even desire. Indeed, Hikaru's strategy was working. The public perception of the Uchiha was being shattered, no more whispers of rebellion, no more children hiding behind parents in fear. The village was now in awe. Even other shinobi squads began murmuring from nearby rooftops. Look, isn't that Captain Dehiko? Front row, far left. Wait, since when was Captain Inahiko that handsome? Are you blind? He's always been handsome. But now, he's lethal. I want to marry him. That last voice came from Inuzuka Hana, just 14, part of the genin team led by Uchiha Inahiko. Her teammates, Abirame Sakamoto and Gekko Jiro, stood beside her. In her wide eyes, Inahiko was the embodiment of cool. She didn't even consider the age gap, he was 25, after all. All she saw was strength, beauty, and charisma. Her face lit up in a wild, untamed blush. Elsewhere, Mitarashi Anko and Kurenai Yuhi stood side by side, eyes fixed on Hikaru. Hey, Kurenai, damn. I haven't seen that guy in over a year. When did he turn into such a snack? Ahem, how should I know? Kurenai said quickly, eyes not leaving Hikaru. I haven't been on a mission with him in over 6 months. Their cheeks warmed together, betraying what they both already knew, they were competing for the same men. Kurenai had taken over Hikaru's class after he graduated early. At only 10, she had been promoted to Special Jonin. After Hikaru made Chunin, they'd often teamed up. She'd confided in him about Asuma's clinginess and her own frustrations. Before she realized it, she had fallen for the boy 6 years her junior. When Hikaru left for advanced duties, the pain in her heart made it clear, he wasn't just a comrade. He'd become something much more. Anko, on the other hand, had it worse. She'd fallen for him the day he enrolled. At 9 years old, she was already smitten with his cherubic, serious face. She'd tease him after class, send him extra food, and watch over him with feral protectiveness. After learning that his parents had died during the Third War, just like hers, her bond with him only deepened. Had Orochimaru not claimed her as his disciple and pulled her from the academy, Anko would have deliberately flunked 3 years just to graduate with him. And she would have done it, too. No hesitation. Chapter 10, the villagers all envy the Uchiha and want to join them. The massive formation advanced step by step toward the Hokage building. The crowd of onlookers swelled by the minute, and even the market vendors closed their stalls, afraid of obstructing the procession. At first, the villagers had felt anxious upon seeing the police department gather in full force. But now, their eyes sparkled with admiration. Some civilian shinobi even began to fantasize about joining the police department, though they quickly dismissed the idea. After all, since its founding, no one outside the Uchiha clan had ever been permitted to join. Hyuga Hayashi had pulled Hinata from the clan compound to witness the scene. As he looked at the Uchiha police force before him, a complicated mix of emotions welled up in his heart. The Hyuga and Uchiha were the two great dojutsu clans of Konoha. So why did the Uchiha possess such unity and momentum, while his own clan remained shackled, its members numb, burdened by bitterness? The main and branch families eyed each other with veiled hostility. That cursed caged bird seal. Amid the envy and shock of the onlookers, the police department continued its steady march until they reached the Hokage building. Stop. At Uchiha Hikaru's command, the entire force halted in perfect unison and smoothly sheathed their ninja swords. Adjust your appearance. Each member swept their left and right hands across their shoulders, smoothing the wrinkles from their uniforms in synchronized motion. The only sound was the soft swish of palms brushing fabric. Hikaru stepped forward to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, what do you think of the results of the police department's reforms? Hiruzen was overwhelmed, impressed to the point of envy. Why hadn't he thought of this approach himself? The Uchiha had made a powerful impression today. And more importantly, they appeared to be submitting to him. That's what Hiruzen thought. He believed the Uchiha had finally chosen obedience, a feat even his master, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had failed to accomplish. Pride swelled in Hiruzen's chest. A sense of superiority came with it. Excellent. I'm very pleased with the police department's transformation. This was truly impressive. Hikaru gave a subtle smile. As expected, the old man still hadn't caught on to the deeper plan. That meant he could proceed with the next step, unhindered. Hokage-sama, that's not all. There's still one more piece of important news. Oh. Hiruzen perked up, already curious. He had been bracing for trouble from the Uchiha today, but instead, they were bringing him nothing but good surprises. Go ahead, he said, barely concealing his eagerness. Hikaru turned and addressed the gathered villagers. Starting tomorrow, the Uchiha police department will no longer be exclusive to the Uchiha clan. Any Chunin or higher-ranked ninja who wishes to contribute to the village and maintain peace may apply to join. As long as you pass the ability test, every rank is open to you, even my position as deputy commander. I believe that with new voices joining us, the villagers will truly feel the change in the police department. There was a moment of stunned silence. And then, excitement exploded across the crowd. Civilian shinobi practically sparkled with anticipation. Even other clan shinobi were stirred. This was the police department, the only officially armed law enforcement unit within Konoha. They had the authority to detain suspects, conduct raids, and enforce justice on behalf of the Hokage. No one had expected the Uchiha to voluntarily share this power. Hiruzen was so excited he accidentally snapped his pipe in half with one hand. This move from the Uchiha dramatically reduced their threat level. If this kept up, they'd become as declawed as the modern Hyuga, docile, powerless, and obedient. Hiruzen imagined his legacy solidifying, the greatest Hokage in Konoha's history. That concludes the Uchiha's revisions to the police department, Hikaru said formally. I hope it meets with your approval, Hokage-sama. Fugaku stepped forward then. It was his job to deliver the official closing statement. After all, he was still the clan's nominal head. The public couldn't know that Uchiha Hikaru was the true leader behind all this. They had to keep that secret from opportunists like Danzo. Fugaku had often shown weakness before Hiruzen, but the third Hokage was particularly pleased today. Uchiha's performance, and Fugaku's apparent humility, made Hiruzen feel validated. He was practically glowing. Very good. I'm extremely satisfied with these reforms, Hiruzen said with a broad smile. I hope Minister Fugaku continues to serve the village well. Beaming, he turned and walked back into the Hokage building, likely planning to ride the high of the moment with another peek into the women's bathhouse via his crystal ball. The police force, led by Hikaru and Fugaku, withdrew in formation, leaving behind waves of whispers and admiration from the villagers. Some even started plotting ways to marry into the Uchiha clan, thinking it the fastest path to glory. Uchiha Itachi watched from the shadows, his expression unreadable. Hikaru's plan had worked flawlessly. In just 1 week, tensions between the Uchiha and the rest of the village had visibly eased. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen looked satisfied. But now was the time to report to Danzo. Unlike Hiruzen, Danzo harbored deep-rooted suspicion and hostility toward the Uchiha. It was essential to understand how that old viper would respond. Silently, Itachi's form melted into the shadows, disappearing down an alleyway. Inside the root headquarters, Uchiha Itachi knelt on one knee, clad in a white, cat-faced ANBU mask. Before him stood Shimura Danzo, gripping his cane tightly with both hands. His right eye was concealed beneath a fresh white bandage, his chin tilted up so he seemed to look down on the world from above. Humph. The Uchiha clan is up to something, Danzo sneered. They would never become this obedient just because Shisui died. It's a trick. You're different, Itachi. You and Shisui were the exceptions, true shinobi who cared for the village. Successors of Uchiha Kagamis will, in the coming days, continue gathering intelligence. Report to me first. Hiruzen is too old and soft. He's been deceived, blinded by their performance. Yes, Danzo-sama. With that, Itachi accepted the order and departed silently. But his thoughts swirled darkly. He now found Danzo utterly repulsive. Yes, the police department's reforms had been carefully orchestrated. But their goal had been to reduce friction between the clan and the village. To avoid bloodshed. To build trust. And yet, no matter what the Uchiha did, Danzo always saw conspiracy. Always suspected them of treason. He claimed to be Konoha's root, working in the shadows to protect it. But Itachi saw the truth now, Danzo was nothing more than a parasite feeding off the village's lifeblood. A manipulator who twisted everything to serve his own selfish ends. Later that day, Itachi returned to the Uchiha compound and reported Danzo's command to Fugaku and Hikaru. Hikaru gave a cold smile. Feed him only surface-level information, he instructed. Let him drown in it. Who knows, Hikaru added dryly, maybe it'll spark that old fire between him and Hiruzen again. Let them relive their youth, clawing at each other like the good old days. Chapter 12, The Hatred of Hyuga Hayashi. Kurenai and Anko quickly got dressed and prepared to head home. Looking at the 2 red stains on the white bed sheet, the 2 women tore the sheet in half and each took a piece. After watching them leave, Uchiha Hikaru changed the bedding and lay down again, recalling the events of the previous night. Including his past life, it had been over 50 years since he'd last had that kind of bedtime exercise. He didn't expect that after all these years, he'd actually stay up all night. What a sin. He lay on the bed to rest, replenishing his strength. The sun slowly descended in the western sky. Uchiha Hikaru sat up from the bed, prepared a simple meal, and was eating in the living room when... Boom boom boom. Another knock came at the door. He slapped his forehead in frustration. No way, again. I can barely walk right now. Opening the door, he was greeted by a pair of pale white eyes. So, it was someone from the Hyuga clan. But wait, why would the Hyuga clan be looking for me? Deputy Clan Leader Uchiha Hikaru, this is a letter from our clan head. You are invited to the Hyuga compound tonight to discuss some matters. The messenger handed him the letter and left without another word. The man's cold, expressionless face reminded Hikaru of a machine. If not for the unmistakable Byakugan, he might have mistaken him for one of Danzo's root operatives. It seemed the internal conflict between the Hyuga main family and the branch family had worsened since Hyuga Hisashi's death. Returning to the living room, Hikaru sat down, continued eating, and opened the letter from Hyuga Hayashi. Deputy Clan Leader Uchiha Hikaru. The Uchiha and Hyuga are Konoha's 2 great dojutsu clans. There are important matters to discuss tonight. Please join us for dinner. That was all it said. But Hikaru immediately understood what Hayashi was trying to convey. That evening, Uchiha Hikaru arrived at the Hyuga clan's territory dressed in a dark blue kimono with the Uchiha fan emblazoned on the back. He hadn't wanted to wear something so formal, it made him look like an old man. But when he mentioned it to Fugaku, the Uchiha clan had insisted. Hikaru was representing the Uchiha clan in an official capacity and needed to dress accordingly. He even had Uchiha Mikoto prepare one of his own formal kimono sets for Hikaru. Hikaru had tried to refuse, but with Fugaku insisting, he had no choice but to comply. A maid from Hayashi's household was already waiting at the Hyuga gates. When she saw the young man approaching in full Uchiha dress, her eyes widened slightly. At first, she didn't believe that this youthful-looking man could possibly be the Uchiha clan's deputy leader. But when he stopped before her, she realized the truth. She quickly stepped forward and bowed. Deputy clan leader Uchiha Hikaru, I am Hyuga Sayuki, maid to the clan head. Please follow me. Following behind the girl, Hikaru couldn't help but reflect on the difference between her and the emotionless messenger earlier. Unlike the cold, mechanical face of the letter-bearer, Sayuki was lively and expressive. She seemed human. He shook his head quietly. How ironic. These were Konoha's two most powerful dojutsu clans. The Uchiha were oppressed and resisted, while the Hyuga were oppressed and surrendered. The result? The Uchiha were driven toward rebellion, and the Hyuga split their own clan into main and branch families. Ridiculous. The so-called Will of Fire had long since become nothing more than a tool for Sarutobi Hiruzen to maintain control. Inside the Hyuga residence, Hyuga Hayashi sat calmly at a low table, waiting for his guest. Clan head, the deputy leader of the Uchiha clan has arrived, Sayuki said, bowing. She served tea, then respectfully withdrew. I must admit, Hikaru said, I didn't expect the Hyuga clan head to invite me so openly. Aren't you afraid of how the higher-ups in Konoha might react? Hayashi gave a bitter smile and replied with a hint of self-deprecation. The Uchiha still have the courage to resist the village leadership. But we Hyuga, we've already compromised. Hikaru was a bit taken aback by the bluntness. It had been years since Hyuga Hizashi was forced to commit suicide by the Konoha leadership. Other than that, and the incident involving the Kimogakure delegation, there hadn't been any major threats to the Hyuga in recent years. Was there more going on beneath the surface? Had Sarutobi and Danzo turned on Hayashi too? Hayashi's next words confirmed Hikaru's suspicions. Just like how Danzo orchestrated the death of your clan member, Uchiha Shursue, by making it look like a suicide last month. Ah. So that was it. Hayashi was using this meeting to share information, to draw the Hyuga and Uchiha closer together. And Hikaru realized once again, Danzo was never one to play fair. It's true, Shursue's death is a tragic loss, Hikaru replied, his expression calm, voice composed. But some things are best left unsaid, clan head. He gave Hayashi a small smile, concealing his thoughts behind diplomacy. Hayashi blinked, then nodded, understanding the message. There's no need for concern, deputy clan leader. Our clan compound is protected by a shielding barrier. The third Hokage's telescope jutsu can't see inside. Ironically, this barrier technique was only approved by the Sandaime shortly before my brother's death, supposedly to protect us. As he spoke, Hayashi's composure cracked. He slammed his fist down on the coffee table, trembling with emotion. Pain and resentment flickered in his eyes as he recalled his brother dying in his place. He hated his helplessness, the weakness of his clan, and most of all, Sarutobi Hiruzen's failure as Hokage. Looking at Hayashi now, Hikaru couldn't help but think of Shursue. Back then, he hadn't awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan, and didn't have the power to stand against the village leadership. Now, all he could do was look after his own. Accepting this invitation tonight had already been part of his long-term plans. But thanks to Danzo's latest mistake, the timetable had accelerated. Hayashi finally calmed himself and spoke again. Danzo came to our compound last night, he said, voice low and bitter. He brought root operatives with him, said he wanted to take my daughter Hinata for training. He even presented a warrant from the third Hokage to back it up. The elders and I argued, and in the end, we gave them my brother's son, Niji. Hayashi clenched his fists. I couldn't bear to let them take my daughter. I sacrificed my nephew instead. I failed Hizashi. The grief overwhelmed him. He collapsed into his seat, tears streaming down his face, his voice thick with hatred and sorrow. Hikaru studied Hayashi's broken expression in silence. Perhaps this, too, was the butterfly effect, caused by his own presence in Konoha. But it was Danzo's recklessness that was driving a wedge into the village's foundation, and that worked in Hikaru's favor. Uchiha Hikaru, Hayashi said, his voice hardening, if your clan chooses to launch a coup, I will lead my clan and stand with you. This village has rotted. Corruption and greed infest the leadership. They're forcing us into rebellion. Hikaru was momentarily stunned. My God. Hyuga Hayashi, you really mean business. Danzo, you old bastard. You've truly outdone yourself. Even someone as upright as Hayashi has been pushed this far. Chapter 13, bro, you have to calm down. The sparrow outside the window chirped on the telephone pole. What Hyuga Hayashi had just said was truly shocking. So much so that Uchiha Hikaru couldn't tell who the real Uchiha was for a moment. Hayashi was even more radical than the warhawks within the Uchiha clan, ready to lead a coup if his demands weren't met. Hikaru quickly tried to dissuade him. Hayashi, you can't go down this path. Think about your two daughters. If there's a coup, what will happen to Hinata and Hanabi? We have to approach this with caution. Hyuga Hayashi's emotional defenses were breached. Replication successful. Physical stats increased by 20%. Hikaru thought, what the hell? That's not what I meant. I was trying to calm him down, not break his emotional defenses. Is the system bugged or something? Hayashi had only been pounding on the table a moment ago, but Hikaru's words had somehow struck a nerve and cracked his composure. The man stood up, looking like he was about to smash the coffee table into splinters. Hayashi, please. Calm down. Hikaru grabbed his arm, trying to steady him. How the hell am I supposed to calm down? You're right. Hiruzen and Danzo, those two old bastards, won't spare Hinata or Hanabi. They're monsters. I won't forgive those snakes, colluding with me while plotting behind my back. It took a while before Hikaru managed to get Hayashi to sit back down. Realizing he'd lost his temper in front of Hikaru, Hayashi felt a little embarrassed. He reached for his teacup, pretending to drink to save face. So, brother Hikaru, do you have any ideas? The Uchiha clan has already begun to loosen its grip on the police force. Are you really going to compromise with the village leadership? Hikaru chuckled. His smile was bright and disarming, his demeanor open and straightforward, like he wasn't hiding a single thing. Hayashi, who really holds the power in Konoha? Hayashi blinked, then answered, the Hokage, of course. No. I mean, hypothetically, if the villagers and the major clans joined forces to replace the Hokage, what do you think our old third Hokage would do? Hayashi's eyes widened, his pupils contracting in realization. You want to force Hiruzen to step down. But then again, if the Uchiha clan opened the police department to outsiders, wouldn't that reduce their influence significantly? And if their authority was weakened, how could they hope to rally the villagers and clans to confront the current leadership? Seeing Hayashi still lost in thought, Hikaru decided not to leave him guessing. Some things were too complex, it was better to break them down simply. Hayashi, I've always liked this saying, the boat floats on water, but the same water can capsize it. We're loosening control over the police department, but not giving it away. Key positions will still be held by Uchiha. So, is it really decentralization? No. We're just providing opportunities to civilians and benefiting the village. Once the Uchiha gain the trust of the villagers, we can win over the Ino-Shikacho alliance. After that, everything falls into place. Hayashi's eyes lit up, as if a fog had suddenly lifted from his mind. It's a clever plan. But aren't you worried the Ino-Shikacho trio will catch on? If they figure it out and report you to that old fox Hiruzen, won't that be suicide? Hikaru tapped his fingers on the coffee table and shook his head. No. Ino-Shikacho won't make any unnecessary moves. Their loyalty is to the Hokage, not to Hiruzen Sarutobi specifically. Besides, Hayashi, if Danzo was bold enough to target the Hyuga clan, what makes you think he wouldn't go after Ino-Shikacho or any other clan? The rhetorical question hit Hayashi like a thunderclap. For the first time, he saw the full picture. Konoha's 4 senior leaders had crossed too many lines and made enemies of too many clans. They were little more than parasites feeding off the strength of others. They'd robbed the clans of resources, then redistributed those spoils under the banner of supporting civilian ninja, all while branding themselves as champions of the civilian ninja clans. As if civilian and ninja clan could even belong in the same sentence. Rage boiled in Hayashi's chest again. But this time, after the emotional roller coaster of the past few minutes, he managed to contain it. And the more he listened to Hikaru's ideas, the more he realized, overthrowing the current leadership might not be so difficult after all. Watching Hayashi quietly digest his proposal, Hikaru's mind wandered to the original plot of Naruto. He remembered how the anime had shown the Root Division training a batch of young ninjas, children from various major clans, all indoctrinated by Danzo. Exactly as he suspected. That old dog Danzo would definitely try to pull all the children into Root, brainwash them, and turn them into tools. After a moment, Hayashi gathered his thoughts. Although he'd agreed to cooperate with the Uchiha clan, he knew he'd have to bring some tangible gains back to the Hyuga elders to keep them quiet. Deputy Clan Head Hikaru, how much authority over the police department would the Hyuga clan be allowed to hold? Having made up his mind to form an alliance, Hayashi chose to be direct. There was no need for subtle games in front of someone like Hikaru, who could come up with such a bold strategy to undermine the third Hokage. Hayashi, don't be so formal. Just call me Brother Hikaru. The police department is headed by the chief and has 5 directors beneath him, each overseeing several squads. There are 30 squad leaders in total. How does 1 director and 6 squad leaders sound? Hayashi was stunned by the sincerity of the offer. That was 1/5 of the department's leadership, handed directly to the Hyuga clan. And this was no minor gesture. The police department was open to the entire village. Among its officers were members of powerful families like Hyuga, Inoshikacho, Aburame, and Inuzuka. Even counting Inoshikacho as a unit, that was still 4 major clans. Not to mention smaller ninja families like Shiranui, Gecko, and Ibis. Hikaru had just handed him an enormous gift. With a director and 6 squad leaders under Hyuga control, as long as the team selections weren't too lopsided, Hayashi could leverage that power brilliantly. Hayashi was floored by the offer, but Hikaru didn't think much of it. In his eyes, this wasn't generosity, it was bait. Once Hayashi accepted the gift, the Hyuga clan would be on the Uchiha ship. And there would be no getting off. This so-called power sharing was never about kindness. The open door of the police department was merely a trap. And the bait was power. Once the ninja clans and civilians, the fish, took the bait, they would never return to the still waters of the third Hokage's rule. Hayashi was pleased with the power Hikaru had offered. And Hikaru, in turn, was satisfied with the Hyuga clan's decision. Chapter 14, Obito's Test. At night, by the Naka River in the Uchiha clan's territory. Who's there? Show yourself. Uchiha Itachi spun around instantly, drawing the sword from his back as he prepared to face the intruder. A few meters ahead, the air twisted into a vortex and began to spin. From the swirling void stepped a man clad in black, wearing an orange mask with a single eye hole shaped like a swirl. His spiky hair billowed in the wind. It's you. The moment Itachi saw the masked figure, his Sharingan flared to life, revealing 3 Tomo. He instantly recognized the man. This was the same individual who had slaughtered his 2 teammates during his very first mission. He flipped backward to create distance, forming a hand seal with his right hand while drawing shuriken with his left. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Jutsu. A barrage of flaming shuriken shot toward the masked men, trailing fire as they spun through the air. Useless, the masked man muttered. His lone visible eye spun into a Mangekyō Sharingan shaped like a pinwheel. The flaming shuriken passed harmlessly through his body, striking the tree behind him and burning a hole straight through its trunk. Give up, he continued. You can't hurt me. He didn't move, but the confidence in his voice was undeniable, even through the mask. Itachi narrowed his eyes. This man had used some kind of spacetime ninjutsu, likely a unique Mangekyō ability. This was bad. At present, Itachi couldn't deduce the weakness of his eye technique. Even Amaterasu might not land a hit. What's your purpose in coming here? Itachi kept his composure. The masked man had clearly been monitoring him for some time to know he frequented this part of the Naka River. Itachi, the man said, his voice low, almost mocking, your best friend's death must have made you realize how hollow the Uchiha clan's so-called honor really is. Shursue killed himself because his own clan pushed him to the edge. Pathetic, isn't it? Let's destroy the Uchiha clan. Only that way can we protect the village, stop them before they start a rebellion. Itachi stared at him, bewildered. Was this guy insane? But then he adjusted his expression, deciding to play along for now. If he kept him talking, he might learn something useful. You may be right. But who are you? Why help me? I am the ghost of the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara. I once tried to lead our clan away from Konoha, but those cowards clung to their illusions of peace. They betrayed me. I fought Hashirama and barely survived. Now, I want revenge on the Uchiha, on that weak, pitiful clan. Itachi looked at the masked man with a hint of understanding in his gaze, as if moved by his tale. This supposed Uchiha Madara claimed betrayal by the clan, something Itachi himself was all too familiar with. The masked man seemed to believe he had successfully manipulated Itachi, that his words had struck a chord. But inside, Itachi was already laughing. Did this clown think he could pass as Madara? If the real Madara were still alive, he'd be well over 100. And someone like Madara wouldn't need to seek an alliance, he would have razed the clan to the ground already. Whoever this impostor was, he'd gone to great lengths to impersonate a legend. An Uchiha with a Mangekyō, but not from the village. Itachi would have to report this to Uchiha Hikaru later. But before that, he needed to keep this masked man occupied. Shursue's death calmed the clan, for now. It isn't the right time. I know, the masked man replied. Danzo and I have already made arrangements. When the time comes, I'll act. With that, his Mangekyō flared once more. The air twisted again, and the masked man vanished into the swirling vortex. Itachi sheathed his blade and exhaled slowly. This guy's intelligence is seriously questionable. The next afternoon, Uchiha Hikaru was buried under a mountain of paperwork in the police department office. Documents were stacked high on the desk, and Hikaru rubbed his temples in frustration. Lately, ninja had been flooding him with applications to join the department. Nearly half the village was interested. To be fair, joining the police force was a solid opportunity, especially for civilian ninja. Not only was the pay better than most missions, it also came with safety and status. Why risk your life on the front lines, splitting mission bounties with teammates, when you could wear a badge, live comfortably, and gain authority? Ever since Hikaru had announced external recruitment, he'd received waves of self-recommendation letters. Even after summoning 2 shadow clones to help, sorting through them all had taken the entire afternoon. Worse still, he couldn't delegate the strategic tasks. He didn't trust others with execution and logistics. Everything had to go through him. Sometimes he felt like he was back at his first job in his previous life, working overtime, drowning in responsibilities. And of course, the moment a shadow clone dispelled, its accumulated mental fatigue would crash into him like a wave. After dozens of hours of processing and planning, Hikaru felt like his brain had been wrung out. Thankfully, Anko and Kurenai still visited once a week, bringing midnight snacks and fruit to lift his spirits. Though lately, the two had started coming separately. It was a shame. Hikaru secretly regretted it. One snack wasn't enough, and the food somehow tasted better when they shared it together. As he reviewed another letter and reached for the approval stamp, he was already thinking about how he'd train that evening. Knock, knock, knock. The sound snapped him out of his thoughts. Come in. Itachi entered, still in full ANBU gear. Hikaru. I have new information. Already. After finishing his mission for the day, Itachi had come straight to Hikaru's office. He recounted everything that had happened the previous night, his encounter with the masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara. Hikaru couldn't help but smile. Obito was still as naive as ever. He'd probably shown up out of fear that Itachi might go off script. Unfortunately for him, he was too late. If he had appeared the night Shisui died, maybe, he could have twisted Itachi's resolve. But now Itachi had already rebuilt himself. He'd seen the truth behind Hiruzen and Danzo with his own eyes. Still, it was amusing. Itachi was learning how to lie and play a role, just like him. It was starting to feel like this father and son duo had been slowly assimilated into his way of thinking. No. Not assimilated. They were just learning from someone superior. Was that it? Was he simply too exceptional? He sighed dramatically, smirking to himself. Damn it, this overwhelming charisma of mine is just too much to handle. Chapter 15, Hikaru knows, Itachi's lurking. Uchiha Hikaru sat at his desk, deep in thought about how to use the new information. Itachi, good timing. Come help me with these documents. I'm taking a break. Itachi froze, clearly stunned. His expression turned stiff. All that could be said was, this was typical of Uchiha Hikaru. But it was just paperwork, nothing major. So, without complaint, he moved a large stack of documents to the desk beside Hikaru and began processing them. At this point, Itachi hadn't realized the trap he had walked into. He thought it was just a few documents, unaware that he'd be stuck working until evening. Hikaru leaned back in his chair, reclining fully. He figured he'd rest a bit and think things through later. When he dispelled his shadow clone, a rush of information flooded his mind, too much all at once. He drifted off to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, moonlight was streaming through the window and onto the desk. Hikaru adjusted his chair and sat up. Across from him, Itachi was still buried in paperwork. Such an honest kid. So young, yet already carrying burdens no child should have to bear. Right now, Itachi looked numb, his eyes blank and lifeless, as if the soul had been drained from him. Was this what Hikaru looked like every afternoon? The amount he endured for the sake of the clan, truly too much. Hikaru watched Itachi for a moment and felt a twinge of guilt. For a 13-year-old, this workload was brutal. But then he remembered that he'd been slacking off all afternoon, napping in peace. Itachi, hang in there. You're the clan's hope. Me. I'll just play the support role in your story. Conscience. Toss it aside. What's a conscience good for? Can you eat it? That moment of sympathy vanished as quickly as it came. He shook off the guilt. Once fully awake, he sat upright and began thinking about Obito. He was concerned that Obito might have sensed something, but at least he didn't seem to realize that Hikaru had already awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan. That gap in knowledge was something Hikaru could exploit. He could use it to take Obito by surprise. About 10 minutes passed. It was nearly time to clock out. Hikaru stood up and walked over to Itachi's desk. That's enough for today. At those words, the light returned to Itachi's eyes. Dealing with paperwork was far more exhausting than missions, but thankfully, it was finally over. Itachi stood up and stretched out his stiff limbs. Hikaru, have you figured out how to handle the masked men? Walking over to the window, Hikaru gazed at the moonlight outside and replied. He secretly joined forces with Danzo. In that case, why not take advantage of it? Itachi lowered his head, deep in thought. He wasn't sure what to make of this just yet. Hikaru continued. Hiruzen seems satisfied with the Uchiha's current conduct. But Danzo. He's never trusted us. It won't be long before he tries to move against the Uchiha clan. That's when we stir things up, create friction between the Hokage and his advisor. As for the masked man, he won't act recklessly, not yet. When the time is right, someone will naturally step forward to deal with him. You just keep lying low. Stir things up a bit when you're with Danzo. Make him believe the Uchiha are planning a coup. Itachi understood, though not completely. Hikaru was always cryptic, speaking in riddles. Still, he had never led him astray. Things would unfold properly if he followed Hikaru's lead. Having made up his mind, Itachi prepared to leave. Itachi, next time when you are free after a mission, come help with the paperwork again. After all, this position will eventually be yours anyway. He stumbled slightly as he left. Right. Next time, for sure. Leaving the Konoha police department, he made his way home. He hadn't seen Sasuke all day. Thinking of his little brother, would Sasuke help with the paperwork someday? Forget it. Better to just spend time with him now. Office work just wasn't for him. Hikaru also headed home, looking forward to a late-night snack. In the land of rain, inside Akatsuki's base, the masked men and Nagato stood within a dim underground cave. Madara, where were you yesterday? There weren't any missions that required you to leave. Just tying up a deal with Danzo in Konoha. It concerned the Uchiha clan. Nagato's expression darkened slightly. Madara, remember, I'm the leader of Akatsuki. We're still understaffed. Don't waste time on irrelevant matters. Through the swirling mask, Madara's expression was unreadable. Nagato, weakening Konoha also serves your long-term goal of collecting the tailed beasts. Don't be so impatient. The time for action hasn't come yet. The Akatsuki still needs more members. I found the whereabouts of a bounty hunter. He's at the border between the land of rain and the land of earth. Be ready to move. With that, Uchiha Madara vanished in an instant, using his space-time ninjutsu. Later, in the forests of the land of fire, Uchiha Madara reappeared among the trees. The earth beside him bulged, and a strange figure with a half-black, half-white face emerged from underground. Obito, a new deputy clan leader, has suddenly risen in the Uchiha clan. His name is Uchiha Hikaru. He seems to be interfering with our plans. But Obito didn't seem concerned. What can a loser who hasn't even awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan possibly do? I'll find a chance to kill him. Hello Obito. Long time no see. I've been meaning to ask, why do you poop? I've studied this for so long. Come on, tell me. Obito froze. When White Zetsu spoke nonsense like this, his brain full of shit, Obito snapped. He slammed a fist into the nearby tree, splitting it in two. Enough. Black Zetsu, next time make White Zetsu possess someone else. His idiocy is a liability to the plan. White Zetsu pouted. Obito. I completed the mission perfectly and brought back all the intel. But you still won't tell me why you poop. You're so selfish. Always pooping behind our backs. Even Black Zetsu, while possessing White Zetsu, couldn't endure his nonsense any longer. White Zetsu had always been strange, but this one had truly gone off the rails. In a flash, Obito appeared in front of the Zetsu duo and cleaved them in half with a swing of his blade. Only then did his rage subside. Black Zetsu liquefied into a puddle of thick black ooze. Obito, we don't have that many White Zetsu left. You keep wasting them to blow off steam. Are you really following Lord Madara's plan? I don't need a lecture. I can complete the mission without them. Return to the base and find another one. Zetsu should be ready by now. When we get back, he and I will move together. Obito turned toward Konoha, ready to eliminate the meddlesome deputy clan leader. Uchiha Hikaru. Power stones please. Chapter 16, Kakashi's Test. Kurenai slowly put on her clothes and sat up on the bed. Her limbs were still a little weak, and she used her hands to support herself. From the way she moved, it was clear that even dressing was a struggle. Her body hadn't fully recovered yet. Uchiha Hikaru pulled open a drawer and took out a chakra replenishing pill. Here. These are military ration pills from the Nara clan. They'll help restore your strength. Kurenai took the pill, examined the smooth, round surface, and placed it in her mouth, chewing it into pieces. This one tastes pretty good. Much better than the standard issue pills. With that, she turned and disappeared through the window. Uchiha Hikaru followed her and watched her silhouette fade into the night. He noticed her legs still trembling slightly and that her posture as she moved away was a little awkward. Take it slow. Some moves are still too much for her right now. Physical combat has always been Kurenai's weak point. He looked up at the full moon, clear and bright in the sky, and couldn't help but feel that peaceful nights like this were becoming rarer. Just then, from the direction Kurenai had left, Uchiha Hikaru sensed a chakra signature rapidly approaching. Kurenai again. No, she's not in any condition to move that fast. Who would come to see me in the middle of the night? Moments later, a figure with white hair appeared in front of him. Uchiha Hikaru, sorry for disturbing you at this hour. The spiky, white-haired man wore an ANBU uniform and a mask. Uchiha Hikaru instantly recognized him. What does the famous ANBU, copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi want with me so late at night? Don't tell me the third Hokage has sent you on another mission to spy on the Uchiha clan's deputy leader. Kakashi removed his mask and shook his head. Sandaime-sama didn't give me any such orders. This is my own decision. It has nothing to do with the Hokage. Hikaru's curiosity was piqued. Then why are you here? Itachi asked me about my Sharingan when we were on a mission together about 2 weeks ago. I told him, this I carries the will of my best friend. I'm fulfilling it on behalf of Obito. Uchiha Hikaru thought back to the original timeline. Was that true? Maybe it was buried somewhere in the canon. He didn't remember it clearly. Who really has time to scrutinize Naruto's backstory frame by frame? So, what are you trying to ask me? Hikaru studied Kakashi, wondering if the men had pieced something together. He'd need to find a way to draw Kakashi to his side, or else. As Itachi's ANBU captain, I'm aware of some things related to him, like what happened to Shisui recently. Shisui was always Itachi's best friend. But his suicide, and Itachi's questions. I believe Shisui's eye is now in Itachi's possession. If that's true, then his death couldn't have been just a suicide. Tell me, who attacked Shisui? A traitor targeting comrades in the village, ANBU will never tolerate that. Hikaru looked at Kakashi in silence. He hadn't expected him to figure this much out already. It might be best to leverage the moment, reveal the truth and possibly gain an ally. Are you sure you can handle the truth? He asked in a solemn tone. Kakashi nodded without hesitation. Ever since Obito and Rin had died, he'd lived with self-blame, always feeling like he had failed to protect his comrades. Now, Itachi was under his command. He refused to let the same tragedy happen again. What Kakashi didn't know was that by seeking the truth, he was about to be pulled into a massive vortex, one that stretched back to the darkest corners of his past. That night during the Uchiha clan assembly, Danzo stole Shisui's Sharingan. To protect the other eye, Shisui entrusted it to Itachi. That's the truth. Kakashi froze, staring at Hikaru, shocked by the revelation. Danzo. The Hokage's advisor. The leader of Root. He was the one who attacked Shisui. His mind went blank. If this ever came to light, it would shake Konoha to its core. Did the third know? No, Danzo must have acted in secret. Memories surged to the surface, memories of the would-release ninja A. Danzo had brainwashed that boy, wiped his memories, then ordered him to kill Kakashi and steal his Sharingan. Kakashi's fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. He hadn't expected Danzo's obsession with the Sharingan to go this far. He thought what happened with him was the end of it, but Danzo had escalated, targeting Uchiha Shisui and taking his eye by force. Then, Hikaru dropped another bombshell. Do you know the real cause of death of the White Fang of Konoha, your father, Hatake Tsukumo? Kakashi's mind felt like it had been struck by lightning. Everything went blank. My father's death. Wasn't it suicide? Could there be more to it? Hikaru's words echoed endlessly in his ears, the cause of death of Hatake Tsukumo. Memories flooded his mind. He had returned home that day to find his father kneeling on the floor, a short blade in hand, his abdomen slashed open. Blood everywhere. No matter how much Kakashi called out, his father never responded. The young Kakashi fainted on the spot, overwhelmed by grief. He had always admired his father, kind, warm, considerate. But after Tsukumo's death, he had come to despise him, influenced by the scorn of the villagers. He'd told himself, ninjas who abandon their missions are trash. It wasn't until the Third Shinobi World War, when Obito yelled at him, those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash, that Kakashi began to understand. But then Rin died, and Obito too. Since then, Kakashi lived in numbness. His Sharingan never stopped bleeding. The blood would never wash off. Now, tears slipped from Kakashi's right eye, trailing down his face and soaking his mask. Uchiha Hikaru, tell me the truth. Who killed my father? My father was not trash. He gave everything for his comrades, and he was betrayed for it. Kakashi roared, releasing years of pent-up anguish and hatred. He didn't even realize what was happening inside his own body. Under his forehead protector, the Sharingan in his left eye had changed. The three Tomo had vanished. In their place bloomed the Mangekyō Sharingan. Chapter 17, White Fang's Death. Uchiha Hikaru could see that Kakashi was already on the verge of being consumed by rage and hatred. His goal was within reach. Now it was time to start unveiling the truth, one step at a time. After the Second Great Ninja War, the name, Konoha's White Fang, spread throughout the ninja world, right alongside the title of the legendary Sannin. But while the title of Sannin was given by Hanzo of the Salamander, your father, Hatake Sakumo, earned the name, White Fang of Konoha, with his own blade, strike by strike, in the heart of the battlefield. After the war, he was awarded the Hokage half-sleeve. At that time, his status was second only to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi frowned, Uchiha Hikaru's words pulling him into deep thought. If that was true, then who had really plotted against his father? Seeing Kakashi calm down slightly, Uchiha Hikaru pressed on. A person's furious thoughts are often shaken when they cool down, because deep down, they realize those thoughts were extreme. But if the answer is something they arrive at after calm reflection, they will accept it completely. That's what Uchiha Hikaru wanted, for Kakashi to reach the conclusion on his own. Only then could he truly be pulled to Hikaru's side. It was the same tactic he had used with Hayashi Hyuga. The only difference was that Hayashi had already begun to harbor resentment toward the village leadership, saving Hikaru some effort. Who was it who forced my father to his death? Was it the Hokage? Kakashi's voice trembled with fear. The answer he was beginning to piece together was horrifying. He didn't want to believe that the old man who smiled gently and smoked his pipe was behind his father's suicide. Uchiha Hikaru waited until Kakashi voiced the question before responding. No. It wasn't the third Hokage. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was still relatively young and reluctant to give up his position, he didn't intend to drive your father to death. Didn't want to give up the Hokage position. Kakashi echoed the words, his thoughts racing. Could the Hokage half-sleeve, given to his father, have had another meaning? Was it a limitation, something to bar him from becoming Hokage? Leaning against the wall, Uchiha Hikaru gave a clear answer. Exactly. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was under 50. For a top-tier shinobi, his physical body may have been beginning to decline, but his experience in battle was richer than ever. He was still at his peak. The third Hokage had no intention of stepping down. But then came your father, the White Fang of Konoha, under 30, already a legend across the nations. The war had cost Konoha dearly in lives and morale. Could Hiruzen have held on to his position without challenge? The image Kakashi had of Sarutobi Hiruzen, gentle, wise, benevolent, began to crumble. His fists, clenched at his sides, began to tremble. But Uchiha Hikaru didn't stop. A few years after the war, your father's name continued to rise. Eventually, he became, too successful, a threat to the leadership. And the third Hokage began to panic. It was Danzo who devised the plan. He wanted to manufacture a failure. To make the White Fang of Konoha, who had never once failed a mission, taste defeat. To shatter his reputation and undermine his influence. And what came next, you know better than anyone else. Kakashi, who had been kneeling, stood slowly, body shaking, his gaze burning with fury as he stared at the floor. Yeah. I remember. But even if it was just a plan to discredit my father, Sarutobi Hiruzen still got what he wanted. Why did my father have to die? Uchiha Hikaru smiled faintly from where he leaned. It's true that Sarutobi Hiruzen got what he wanted. But Danzo didn't. Ever since Hiruzen became Hokage, Danzo had dreamed of taking the title for himself. He even attempted to assassinate Hiruzen behind the scenes. You probably know about that. It happened when your teacher, Minato Namikaze, died, and Hiruzen returned as Hokage. Kakashi nodded. He had been in the ANBU at the time and knew about the attempted assassination. But what startled him now was, how did Uchiha Hikaru know? So, do you see now who the real killer is? Uchiha Hikaru asked calmly. Kakashi looked up and stared at him. It was Danzo, but why? Why would he need to kill my father just to become Hokage? By now, Kakashi had pieced together most of the story. But there was still one part he couldn't make sense of. Why the murder? Why not just wait? Uchiha Hikaru had expected this question. Everything was falling into place. At the time, Danzo and Hiruzen were both content to wait. If Danzo had simply discredited Hatake Tsukumo and bided his time, then when Hiruzen eventually stepped down, Danzo would have been next in line. But what he didn't anticipate was that after the Third Great Ninja War, the title of Hokage went to your teacher, Minato Namikaze. And that's why, on the night of the Ninetales attack, Root didn't participate in the defense. Do you understand now? Danzo allowed your father to be framed into suicide. He refused to help your teacher Minato. He waited until he was old and desperate, then finally tried to assassinate Hiruzen. All of it, every betrayal, every manipulation, was for one goal, to become Hokage. Hatake Kakashi's mental defenses have collapsed. Lightning release chakra mastery replicated. Mangekyō Sharingan pupil power increased by 10%. The voice of the system echoed in Uchiha Hikaru's mind. A surge of satisfaction washed over him. Not only had he broken through Kakashi's emotional walls, but he'd gained mastery over lightning-style chakra and enhanced his Sharingan. As expected from the men they called, Hatake 50-50. Kakashi tore off his forehead protector and hurled it to the ground. So this is the so-called Will of Fire. My father. Minato-sensei. They died for such disgusting reasons. And I've been carrying out missions for their murderers this whole time. His voice cracked with fury and grief. The Mangekyō in Kakashi's left eye gleamed under the moonlight, fully exposed to Uchiha Hikaru's gaze. Kakashi himself hadn't even noticed. Uchiha Hikaru knew that now came the most difficult part, rebuilding the man's broken will. He had to reshape Kakashi's shattered ninja way. Kakashi, your father's death wasn't just the result of Danzo's plot. There was another reason. Kakashi's head jerked up. His voice was hoarse and unsteady. What reason? Uchiha Hikaru stepped forward, offering a hand to pull Kakashi to his feet. He gently patted the dust from Kakashi's flak jacket. One reason was the code of Bushido, loyalty. Your father came from the last generation of samurai in Konoha. He was the most powerful warrior to transition from samurai to shinobi. While his role may have changed, his heart remained loyal to Konoha, not to the Hokage. But more importantly, it was for you. Kakashi took a step back, as though struck in the chest, his eyes wide with disbelief. For me. Uchiha Hikaru nodded firmly. Yes. If Hatake Tsukumo had lived, you would have spent your entire life trapped under his shadow. The villagers who hated him would have turned that hatred onto you. He knew that. And so, he chose to die, to silence their resentment. To protect the son he loved, by taking all their wrath upon himself. Kakashi stood there, stunned. The truth was more cruel and more noble than he had ever imagined. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Send power stones. Chapter 18, The Truth of the Mangekyō, The Attack of the Masked Men. Is that so? Kakashi fell silent, standing there in deep thought, memories of his father flickering through his mind. Uchiha Hikaru picked up the forehead protector Kakashi had discarded and handed it back to him. Look at your left eye. Kakashi accepted the forehead protector, raised it under the moonlight, and used the metal surface as a mirror. This is. In his left eye, the three tomo had transformed into a swirling shuriken. Kakashi's pupils trembled in shock. That's right. I don't know why you've awakened the Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan, Hikaru said. But how could it evolve so naturally? Could it be, you awakened it before? Uchiha Hikaru posed the question deliberately, waiting for Kakashi to process what it meant. Kakashi simply shook his head. Impossible. When Obito gave me the Sharingan, it had 2 tomo. Later, after Rin died, it became 3. Pain passed over his face as the memories resurfaced. But Uchiha Hikaru didn't accept Kakashi's denial. You're mistaken, Kakashi. The Sharingan only evolves when the Uchiha experience intense emotional trauma. It's triggered by a unique chakra secreted by our brain. You're not of Uchiha blood. Your Sharingan should have remained at 2 tomo. Unless. Kakashi's voice rose with urgency. Unless what? Hikaru looked at him calmly, each word measured and deliberate. In theory. If Uchiha Obito was near you at that moment, and you both experienced overwhelming grief, then when Obito awakened his Mangekyō, the surge of his chakra could have resonated with your Sharingan. If your own emotional state aligned, your chakra might have responded. Your brain, using Obito's chakra as a catalyst, could have evolved the Sharingan to Mangekyō. But it would have drained your chakra to do so. And, if that really happened, then you must have passed out immediately afterward. Kakashi stood frozen, overwhelmed. A storm of emotions, shock, confusion, hope, churned in his heart. Obito might still be alive. But if he was, why didn't he return to Konoha? What had happened? As Kakashi struggled to process everything, Uchiha Hikaru's expression shifted. He pushed Kakashi aside and swiftly formed hand signs. Earth style wall. Clang. A massive Fuma shuriken burst out of the forest, smashing into the raised earth wall. A figure slowly emerged from the woods. A crimson Sharingan glinted beneath an orange-red, single-eyed, tiger-striped mask. As expected of the Uchiha clan's deputy leader. "You've got some strength," the masked man said mockingly. The interruption threw off Hikaru's plan, but it presented a new opportunity. With the masked man, Obito, now in front of him, Hikaru might be able to take his Hashirama cells. He already knew the truth behind the mask. This wasn't Madara, it was Obito. He had either attacked because Kakashi was getting close to discovering the truth, or because Hikaru's interference had disrupted his plans with Danzo and Itachi to massacre the Uchiha. But none of that mattered now. Though Uchiha Hikaru's strength wasn't yet on par with Madara or Hashirama in their prime, defeating Obito, at his current Kage level peak, wouldn't be difficult with his enhanced Mangekyō powers. Especially since Obito only had one Mangekyō and could only use his intangibility technique, which had a 5-minute limit. Hikaru wasn't some soft-hearted anime protagonist who dragged out fights. He believed in swift, decisive battles. He stepped forward, unsealing his left wrist. A chakra weapon materialized. On the night he awakened the Mangekyō, Hikaru had fused the spiritual weapon with the chakra blade and used his eye technique, Phantom Weapon, to allow weapon to change forms at will. He now drew it with his right hand, its blade pitch black, shimmering with cold light. "I don't know where you got the Sharingan," Hikaru said coldly, "but you dared to attack me. Bold move." In his eyes, 3 thick, black lines extended outward from the pupil, connected by circular rings, the mark of his Mangekyō Sharingan. "Let's end this quickly." "What? You actually awakened the Mangekyō," the masked man exclaimed. He immediately drew a ninja blade, and the 3 tomo in his own Sharingan spun, transforming into a Mangekyō pattern. Obito cursed internally. Damn that useless white Zetsu. The Uchiha's deputy had awakened the Mangekyō, and Zetsu hadn't found out. What had he been doing? Playing in the dirt? Though Obito had restored his eye power with Hashirama's cells, he only had a single technique. Facing someone with both Mangekyō activated, he couldn't win a drawn-out fight. Worse still, Hikaru might have already guessed he was still alive. No. He had to retreat. If other Mangekyō users joined the fray, he'd be killed here for sure. The space around Obito's right eye began to distort as he activated Kemui. "TCH, consider yourself lucky. Next time we meet, you die, Uchiha Hikaru." "Wait. Why do you have Obito's eyes? What did you do to him?" Kakashi's voice cracked with desperation. He had seen the pattern in the masked man's eye, it matched the one in his own. It was Obito's Mangekyō. That meant the enemy had Obito's eye, and possibly Obito himself. The masked man turned to Kakashi. Behind the mask, his expression flickered, but he responded coldly. "Obito. That guy is dead." Kakashi launched forward, losing all composure. Any sliver of hope was now gone. He had no answers, just rage. Blue lightning surged in his right hand. Chakra compressed into a dense, shrieking ball, Chidori. "Gra. You bastard. I'll avenge Obito." "Raikiri." Obito sneered. Pathetic. He was intangible now. The attack would pass right through him. But before Kakashi's strike landed, Uchiha Hikaru raised weapon, pointing it at the masked man. His gaze held a faint smirk. "Transform into chains and bind him." Both of his ocular powers, word spirit and weapon, activated simultaneously. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Send power stones. Chapter 19, Identity Revealed. Suddenly, the masked man felt his eye technique abruptly cut off, his intangibility ceased. The swirling vortex that distorted space vanished in an instant, and Kakashi was already charging straight toward him. It was too late to dodge the Raikiri. ZZZZT. Kakashi's right hand pierced directly through the masked man's chest. Blood burst from the wound, gushing onto the ground below. The earth beneath them was soon soaked in strange, pale white blood. The masked man kicked Kakashi away and staggered back, clutching the gaping hole in his chest. Beneath the mask, his expression twisted in agony. But his eyes weren't on Kakashi, the men who had just run him through, they were locked onto Uchiha Hikaru. This guy, he's the real threat. His Mangekyō ability actually disrupts space itself. My intangibility is useless against him. Kakashi, now standing off to the side, noticed the odd, gray-white blood pooling beneath the masked man and frowned in concern. Despite having his heart pierced, the man was still alive. No. Kakashi realized. That sensation just now, it didn't feel like I hit a human body. It was more like a plant. Even the blood looked like some kind of sap. At that moment, Uchiha Hikaru raised a hand, summoning the ninja sword, as scarlet light flickered in his eyes. Tear him apart. The masked man reacted instantly at the sight of Hikaru raising the blade. He retreated and formed hand seals with both hands. Wood style, spindle tree wall. Massive wooden trunks burst from the ground, interweaving into a defensive wall that shielded the masked men. Crack, hiss. Hikaru brought the blade down, sending out 3-meter-long, jet-black crescent slashes that ripped through the air. The gusts from the strikes blew his black hair back like a storm. The wood-style defense was shredded like paper. The slashes punched through the wall and struck the masked man's chest. His black cloak was torn to ribbons. The gray flak jacket beneath it, already punctured, was slashed clean through. His torso was gashed deeply, 3 long wounds stretched from his right shoulder across to his left ribs, exposing the pale white bone beneath. This is... Kakashi stared at the masked man's wounds. The left side of his body looked human, but the right side, it was that same gray-white plant-like material, just like the blood on the ground. A thick scar in the center of his torso resembled a stitched seam. Obito. Why is it you? Uchiha Hikaru released the hilt in his hand, dispersed into white mist, returning to the seal in his right palm. One Mangekyō Sharingan, it looks like Itachi's intel was right. A space warping technique tied to the Sharingan. You must be Uchiha Obito. The one behind the Nine-Tails attack also had a Mangekyō Sharingan. That was you, wasn't it? Hikaru stepped back to the shattered window frame and perched on it, casually revealing Obito's identity. I'm right, aren't I, Uchiha Obito? He flashed a smile, mocking, almost friendly, and stared straight at the men before him. The masked man raised his right hand and took off the mask. There was no longer any point in hiding. The mask had lost its meaning. How do you know all this? His voice was calm, detached, as though it had nothing to do with him. Obito narrowed his eyes at Hikaru, clearly displeased at being discovered so easily. To Kakashi's shock, the gashes on Obito's torso were already beginning to heal, at a speed visible to the naked eye. His identity had been exposed, his plans thrown into chaos by the Uchiha clan's deputy leader. He needed to escape quickly, Obito thought. But Hikaru's Mangekyō was still active, and Obito could still feel the spatial blockade preventing him from using his Kamui. Damn it. If only he had both eyes. With the full power of the Mangekyō, he might be able to overpower this technique and escape. His gaze drifted toward Kakashi. Kakashi, meanwhile, was frozen. Obito was still alive. But how had he ended up like this? Could it be? Had Obito really killed Minato-sensei and Kushina-sensei during the Nine-Tails attack, just as Hikaru claimed? 1,000 questions surged in Kakashi's mind, and finally burst out. Obito. If you were alive all this time, why didn't you come back to the village? Why betray everything? Why did you kill Minato-sensei and Kushina-sensei? Kakashi dashed forward, fury blazing, and slammed his blood-soaked right fist into Obito's face. Obito stumbled back, turning his head from the blow. TCH. He spat out a mouthful of blood, wiping his lips with his left hand. If you want to keep calling me by that name, go ahead. It doesn't mean anything to me anymore. Whether I'm alive or not, it's irrelevant. He sneered. And why? If you want a reason, it's because you let Rin die. You killed Rin with your own hands. So don't stand there pretending you have the right to question me. His words, and the dead look in his eyes, stabbed deep into Kakashi's heart. The memory of Rin's death surged back with brutal clarity. Kakashi stared at his blood-stained right hand, and the image before him blurred with the past. That moment, the pain, the loss, was reborn. Tears welled up and slid down his face. Yes. You're right. I killed Rin. I failed to protect my comrades. Uchiha Hikaru, watching from the side, let out a quiet sigh. No, Kakashi. You're not the same man you'll be 9 years from now. You still have room to grow. Kakashi, Rin chose to die by your hand, she used your Chidori to end her life. She did it to protect Konoha from the Three Tails. Don't blame yourself. Don't let her sacrifice be in vain. I'm sure Rin wouldn't want to see you like this in the afterlife. Kakashi wiped the tears from his cheeks with his left hand and steadied himself. He stood tall and looked Obito in the eye. Hikaru, you're right. Rin was a hero of the village. I can't betray her memory. His voice turned cold and resolute as he drew a kunai with his right hand, gripping it in reverse. I won't let you win, Obito. Even if you've abandoned everything, I'll still carry out what we once believed in. A renewed fighting spirit burned in his eyes. He dropped into a ready stance, keeping Obito within his sights. My father's will. Rin's hope. Your dream, Obito. I'll protect the village and my comrades, no matter what. His words were like steel, unbreakable. Obito stared at Kakashi and suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. Then his expression twisted into bitter rage. She decided to die at the hands of someone she loved, to protect the hidden leaf. No matter what words you say, to me, the you who could not protect Rin is an imposter. To me, Rin is someone not meant to die. So the dead Rin is also an imposter. Rin is only Rin, if she's alive. His voice rose to a furious roar, echoing in the ruined chamber. The shinobi system, the village, shinobi themselves, they created these circumstances. What caused me to despair, is this world itself. This counterfeit world. He raised both hands to the hole in his chest, clutching it tightly. Look at me. There is nothing in my heart. I don't feel pain any longer. All that remains is a single desire. To reshape this world. And destroy this cursed shinobi system. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Send power stones. Chapter 20, Obito defense is broken. Uchiha Hikaru suddenly cut off Obito's dramatic speech and started mocking him. If I remember correctly, there's a bloodline ninjutsu in the land of grass called Dragon Life Reincarnation. It can revive someone at the cost of the user's life. With your Mangekyō Sharingan's ability to manipulate perception through genjutsu, wouldn't it be easy to control someone into using it to bring Rin back? Instead of doing all this, trying to reshape the shinobi world, why not just bring Rin back and live in peace with her somewhere secluded? Could it be that you're the one who actually liked Rin? Kakashi, what do you think? You were on the same team with them, you should know, right? Now the pressure was squarely on Kakashi. He had just regained his composure, but Uchiha Hikaru's sudden question left him stunned. Kakashi lowered his head and avoided Hikaru's gaze. I'm not sure. Rin was always gentle and kind, with the same warmth as Minato-sensei. I don't know if Rin liked Obito or not. His voice wavered. He glanced at Obito. But the truth was, how could Kakashi, a jonin at 12, not have noticed Rin's feelings? Rin had always liked him. But back then, Kakashi was entirely consumed by his obsession with duty. Romance had no place in his world. Only after Obito's supposed death did he begin to recognize Rin's affection, and slowly, they grew closer. Their relationship blossomed, but it was short-lived. Rin ultimately chose to die for Konoha, and she did so by Kakashi's own hand. That grief, losing a teammate and the girl he loved, had buried Kakashi for years. Every time he looked at his right hand, all he saw was blood. And now, with Hikaru raising that painful question, Kakashi had no idea how to respond. Obito clearly didn't know about Kakashi and Rin being together after his disappearance. If he said it now, wouldn't that drive Obito over the edge? Uchiha Hikaru listened to Kakashi's evasive reply and muttered inwardly. Seriously, Kakashi. You spend all day reading smutty novels, and you expect me to believe you never realized Rin liked you. Just say something nice and crush Obito already. Hikaru sighed. He'd have to rely on his own legendary charisma to finish the job. Just as he prepared to speak, Obito beat him to it. Uchiha Hikaru. What the hell do you know about Rin? What gives you the right to judge my relationship with her? Kakashi. You used to look down on your comrades, but now you pretend to have changed. I'm not like you. I could always feel Rin's eyes on me. Even when I was late, you never believed me, but Rin did. She always smiled at me, warmly. She believed in me. She comforted me when I was down. If she didn't like me, why would she care about me like that? The one Rin loved, was me. Obito's voice cracked with emotion. He genuinely believed it. He wanted to believe it. But Kakashi looked at Obito's spiraling emotions and knew, if he stayed silent, it would be as if Rin's feelings for him had never existed. Would that make him the third party in her life? After listening, Uchiha Hikaru thought to himself, yep, there it is. Textbook delusion. The classic, she must like me, speech. Time to bring in the life mentor. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to break Obito's spirit with pure verbal warfare. Obito, I'm sorry, Kakashi said suddenly, his voice hoarse. But Rin liked me. Hikaru froze mid-motion, eyes wide. Did Kakashi just steal his line? His jaw dropped. His expression could only be described as, eyes as wide as dinner plates. What did you just say? Obito screamed, his voice cracking with disbelief. Kakashi. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Uchiha Hikaru slowly unrolled his sleeves and leaned against the wall, defeated. Of course, Hikaru didn't know what the rest of us did, that Rin and Kakashi had indeed gotten together after Obito's disappearance. That wasn't in the original canon. So all Hikaru saw was two men unknowingly quarreling over a dead woman's affections. Kakashi's face grew serious. He raised his head and met Obito's eyes. Obito. I take back what I said earlier. I'm sorry for lying to you. Obito's face lit up with a smug smirk. Ha. I didn't expect you, Kakashi, to become a liar. But it's pointless. I know Rin better than anyone. But Kakashi's expression remained solemn. No, Obito. I always knew. Rin liked me. In the past, I refused to face her feelings. I avoided them. But after the Canopy Bridge, after you changed me, I started to face the truth. You asked me to protect Rin. And I did. I tried. She and we grew closer. We were together. I'm sorry, Obito. I still couldn't save her. Shut up. Obito's chakra exploded in a violent surge, and the artificial cells in his body burst through the skin, tearing the fabric on his right shoulder. You. Kakashi, you bastard. You were a liar before, and now you're just a disgusting hypocrite. His eyes radiated fury, and the killing intent around him became suffocating. He glared at Kakashi as if looking at a stranger. His original intention had been to convince Kakashi to join him in creating the infinite Tsukuyomi. But now. This Kakashi wasn't worthy. Blinded by rage, Obito considered fleeing. He couldn't win, not with Uchiha Hikaru still blocking space-time. Kakashi remained silent, even as Obito vented. He knew Obito wouldn't listen to reason. He never had. But at least, he'd spoken the truth. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikaru leaned against the wall with arms crossed, pleased with Kakashi's performance. Well played. Now it's my turn again. He cleared his throat. So that's how it is, Kakashi. I always did think it was strange that Rin might like Obito. But now that you've explained it, it makes perfect sense. I mean, let's be real, back then, you were stronger and better looking. Obito wore those stupid goggles all the time. Hikaru turned to Obito, who was trembling with rage. Obito, even you admitted Kakashi was cooler and more talented than you. Isn't it natural for Rin to like him? As her teammate, you should have supported her choice instead of acting like some lovesick puppy. Oh, I get it now. You were afraid. You didn't dare revive Rin because you were scared she'd choose Kakashi. You couldn't handle that, could you? He tilted his head and smirked. Uchiha Obito, broken-hearted and broken-spirited. You've got that mysterious edgy rival energy going for you. Uchiha Obito's mental defense has shattered. Hashirama cell activity has increased. Pupil power plus 10%. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Send power stones. Chapter 22, Inoshikacho. Uchiha Hikaru got up from the bed and rubbed his forehead. Anko stirred slightly at his movement, pulling the white quilt closer and mumbling sleepily, "How long did you sleep?" "You go first." "I need a bit more rest." Her voice gradually faded, and soon the room was filled with her soft, steady breathing. Hikaru reached out, gently pulling the quilt up to cover her more fully. He brushed his fingers across her cheek a few times before slipping out into the living room. He picked up his clothes from the floor, scattered from the night before, and got dressed. Today, he planned to head to the Konoha Police Department to deal with some paperwork. As he passed by the window, he realized the sun was already high in the sky, hanging directly overhead. The autumn sunlight wasn't as oppressive as summer's heat. Though the wind stole warmth from the skin, the sun's rays offered a pleasant touch of warmth in return. It was nearly lunchtime. Considering the energy he had burned last night, Hikaru changed his plans. Instead of the police department, he veered off toward the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant. He entered a private room and ordered everything on the menu marked as recommended. The waiter took the menu and quietly exited. Hikaru was pleased. He poured hot tea from the clay teapot into a ceramic cup and began sipping, slowly savoring the flavor as he waited for the food. A few minutes later, freshly prepared cuts of meat arrived. The waiter laid them neatly on a tray beside the grill in the center of the table. Hikaru picked up a slice of marbled pork belly with his black chopsticks, transferring it from the smooth white plate to the silver mesh grill set above the red-hot charcoal. As the meat hit the surface, it sizzled. Waves of heat radiated upward, rendering the fat until it glistened and bubbled. The aroma filled the small room. One after another, he placed the rest of the pork belly onto the grill. Then he turned over the hourglass set beside him and waited calmly for the sand to run out. In the next room, Akimichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, and Yamanaka Inoichi were enjoying their own meal. A tower of empty grilling trays had already formed beside Choza, while Shikaku and Inoichi kept the meat rotating on the fire. Just then, the restaurant owner entered. Choza looked up, surprised. Tudu, aren't you the boss? Why are you out here serving tables yourself? And in such a hurry, too. Someone making trouble. Seeing Tudu's anxious expression, Choza felt a flicker of unease. Shikaku set down his chopsticks, placing a hand on Choza's shoulder. Easy. Ever since the police department reforms, public security has gotten better. It probably isn't troublemakers. Let him explain first. Tudu bowed his head respectfully and said, Clan leader. Uchiha Hikaru just arrived. He's in the private room next to yours. What? Uchiha Hikaru. Choza's expression tensed. What's he doing here? Is he alone? Tudu nodded. Yes. He came by himself. Ordered a lot of food. I overheard the staff talking in the back and thought I should inform you right away. Choza frowned, unsure how to respond. Inoichi spoke up. Brother Tudu, please return to your duties. We'll handle this. Tudu bowed again and left. As Shikaku had said, trouble in the store had become rare lately. Even the occasional drunk was handled swiftly by the police department, dragged off and fined, nothing more. Business was booming now compared to before. After Tudu left, Choza turned to his friends, worry in his eyes. What do you think he's doing here? Just came for barbecue. Inoichi sat cross-legged, deep in thought. He couldn't guess Hikaru's intentions. Shikaku tapped his fingers on the table, silent for a moment. Then he said, it's not coincidence. All three of us clan heads just happened to be here. Hikaru probably knew that. He's here to gauge our position. You think the Uchiha have caught wind of Root's actions? Inoichi's eyes narrowed. That incident the other day. Bang. Choza slammed his fist down. Root. Damn Root. I don't know what the third Hokage is thinking, letting them demand clan members, children, no less. It's unforgivable. Shikaku let out a sigh. There were no comforting words. His own clan had lost 2 children to Root's so-called recruitment. The Uchiha may have figured out what Root is up to, Shikaku said. Even if things seem peaceful, tensions are rising. A clash with the village leadership is coming. Choza's anger faded into resolve. Shikaku. You always know what to do. What now? Don't worry, Choza added. Whatever you decide, we're with you. Ino-Shikacho moves together. Inoichi nodded in firm agreement. They'd been through decades of war and politics together. They trusted Shikaku completely. Shikaku paused his fingers. Then he stood. Let's go. Since Uchiha Hikaru is here, we shouldn't avoid him. I won't make a decision until I speak with him. Choza and Inoichi exchanged glances, then stood up to follow. The red walls and soft orange lighting in the private room gave it a cozy warmth. Hikaru was now on his 3rd round of grilled meat. He placed the final slices onto the grate and poured another cup of tea. The fragrance of the fresh brew washed away the heaviness of the food. A voice called from outside the door. Sir, there are 3 guests who would like to see you. It was Tudu, announcing them politely. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Visitors? At this time? Could it be the Ino-Shikacho clan heads? Come in, he said. Black spiky hair, a crimson mane, and a pale yellow ponytail stepped into the room. Just as he had guessed. Uchiha Hikaru immediately started processing all the intelligence he had on the trio. I'm surprised the 3 of you would come to visit someone like me, a mere deputy clan leader, he said calmly. Shikaku chuckled and waved a hand. Please, deputy clan leader Hikaru. You're also the deputy head of the police department and the rising face of the Uchiha. That's hardly mere. Hikaru observed them closely. Choza had oil stains on his robe. All 3 smelled heavily of charcoal and roasted meat, stronger even than in Hikaru's own room. Faint traces of sake hung in the air. Clearly, they'd arrived before him. A coincidence, perhaps. Or not. The man who opened the door earlier, Tudu, was plump, but his skin was soft and uncalloused, suggesting he didn't do manual labor. Yet he had pen calluses, meaning he did bookkeeping. Definitely the owner. Hikaru's mind worked swiftly. His sudden appearance likely stirred their suspicion, especially after Root's recent action of seizing clan children, including Niji, as Hayashi had confided. Ino-Shikacho must have lost people too. The threads of information wound tighter, weaving into a clear answer. Hikaru poured 3 cups of tea and slid them across the table. Then he said something that made all 3 clan heads freeze. Shirsue's death was Danzo's doing. The Uchiha clan loosened control of the police department recently. I believe some of your clan's shinobi applied to join. Beads of sweat formed on Shikaku's brow. His relaxed expression tightened, and his fingers stopped tapping. Hikaru, just 16 years old, had set the terms of the meeting in one sentence. He had poured tea, seemingly lowering his guard, only to strike with a direct accusation. A masterstroke of political pressure. Chapter 23, Nara Shikaku's decision. The route was becoming increasingly aggressive, and the Nara clan's branch family was ready to make a move. Shikaku Nara immediately picked up on the two critical messages hidden in Uchiha Hikaru's words. It was better to just speak openly. After all, Uchiha Hikaru had already demonstrated his sincerity, and they could now avoid unnecessary formalities. I didn't expect the Nara branch family's actions to become so overt. Branch families existed in every major ninja clan. Typically, only the clan leader's direct bloodline was considered the main family, enjoying the highest quality of resources and the best treatment. However, the branch families weren't entirely without hope. If a member demonstrated sufficient strength or made a significant contribution, there was always a chance to be accepted into the main family. This system was already leagues better than the Hyuga clan's cruel traditions. Still, Danzo's latest actions had stirred discontent among many branch family members, some of whom were beginning to consider drastic, even separatist actions. If Hikaru hadn't warned him, Shikaku wouldn't have realized how serious the undercurrent of resentment had become. He wouldn't have paid close attention to the branch family's growing instability. Uchiha Hikaru spun a pair of chopsticks idly in his hand and spoke in a flat tone. Completely normal. The Hyuga clan next door. Hayashi's ready to flee with his people. The calmness in Hikaru's voice only amplified the weight of his words. Shikaku picked up his teacup and took a sip, then abruptly choked. He turned to his right toward Choza Akimichi, still mid-swallow. Puffed. Tea, leaves, and all, sprayed all over Choza. Shikaku. What the hell are you doing? Choza grabbed the tissue box, slapped it to his face, and began wiping off the tea and soggy leaves. Shikaku's eyes widened. He pinched his thigh hard. TCH, damn, that hurts. I'm not dreaming. Brother Hikaru, the Hayashi you're talking about, is that the Hayashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan. Hikaru stopped spinning the chopsticks, casually tossed them aside into the chopstick holder. They clattered against the others with a light rattle. Who else could I mean? I doubt there's another Hayashi in Konoha I'd be on speaking terms with. Brother Shikaku, Konoha is like this chopstick holder. And we're the chopsticks. Understand? When one is shaken, the rest rattle. Danzo tried to take Hinata. Hayashi refused. So he used the third Hokage's warrant to pressure him, then turned around and took Hayashi's nephew, Hyuga Niji, instead. I doubt your clans are faring much better. Choza growled in anger, slamming his palm on the table. I can't believe the Hyuga clan had to suffer that. That old bastard Danzo, he's so shameless he actually took 2 children from the Akimichi. Inoichi here lost 2 from the Yamanaka too. The same for the Nara. Hearing that, Hikaru narrowed his eyes. So Danzo hadn't stopped at just the Hyuga. He'd extended his hand into the Ino-Shikacho as well. Most likely, he began by requesting Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, the clan heirs. Then, when he met resistance, he pretended to back down and instead took 2 branch family children from each clan. Clever bastard. After all, the Ino-Shikacho were always loyal to the Hokage. Once the warrant was shown, refusing would seem disloyal. Danzo probably figured if he didn't at least get someone, he'd be at a disadvantage. Tell me, brothers, do you still think the third Hokage is fit to remain in that chair? At that, Shikaku straightened his back and replied immediately. We Ino-Shikacho don't care who wears the Hokage's hat. We support the position to protect our own clans. We've always known we'd never become Hokage ourselves. That's not our ambition. But this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo crossed the line. They struck at the foundation of the ninja clans. If they dared take 2 of our children today, what's stopping them from cutting off our entire future tomorrow? As Shikaku spoke, his face darkened. The scar on his cheek twisted with his grimace, making his expression look even more savage. Inoichi and Choza wore the same expressions, cold, ruthless. All 3, men who normally appeared relaxed and good-natured, now radiated killing intent. And that was only natural. They had all come of age during the flames of the Second Great Ninja War. They had led squads and battalions in the Third. They had even helped hold back the Ninetales during its rampage. Men forged in blood and fire. Their softness was a mask. When they took up leadership, they knew the sacrifices. For their clans, they had supported the 4th Hokage's return, even in death. Yes, they had failed their dear friend Minato, and failed to protect Naruto. But it wasn't out of malice. Between their friend's last request and their clan's survival, they chose their clans. They could not allow hundreds of their kin to suffer because of a single promise. That's why Shikamaru and Choji, despite Naruto being branded the Ninetales demon, still skipped class to play with him. Why they accepted him as a friend, when other children kept their distance. And though Ino, being a girl, couldn't always join, the sentiment was the same. They had raised their children not to believe the villagers' rumors. That was their small way of repaying Minato. "We, the Ino Shikacho, are with you and the Uchiha," Shikaka said. "The third is old. He's unfit to be Hokage any longer. Will the Uchiha put forward a new candidate? Will it be you, or Fugaku?" Hikaru laughed softly. "Come on, brother Shikaku. Don't joke. There's no way the fifth Hokage will have the surname Uchiha. As for who it'll be, keep it quiet for now. You'll find out soon enough. Oh, and one more thing. The police force will reserve 1 director position and 6 team leader slots for you Ino Shikacho. Same arrangement as Hayashi." He rose, walked to the window, and slid it open. "Help me pay the bill, would you? I've got to finish some paperwork at the police department." The windows swung open wide, wind fluttering the nearby papers. Shikaka leaned out and saw Hikaru's figure darting across rooftops, shrinking with each bound until it vanished. He'd made a serious promise, one that could help stabilize the branch families. As for the main families, the Ino, Nara, and Akimichi clans all had their own businesses and income. Those clan heads had enough responsibilities already. They likely wouldn't fight over titles in the police department. The 3 quickly came to an agreement, 2 team leaders each, and the director position would go to Shikaku's cousin, Nara Suzaku. Only the Nara had the mind for this kind of administrative work. If Choza and Inoichi tried to find someone in their own clans for the job, they'd come up short. Chapter 24, Uchiha Band is established. Skip this chapter, it's irrelevant. A few more days passed. Uchiha Hikaru brought 11 clan members with outstanding appearance and vocal ability to a flat training ground outside the compound. Leading them was Uchiha Izumi, following behind Hikaru. The remaining 5 pairs, 5 young women and 5 young men, stood in 2 neat lines. The 5 women were all between 15 and 20 years old, and the same went for the 5 men opposite them. The only exception was Izumi. Though just 13, her uniquely beautiful voice far surpassed the others in musicality and control, so Hikaru made an exception and brought her in as a vocalist. Hikaru stood at the front, his gaze sweeping across the 11 he'd selected. Each of the girls had a distinct appeal, one was petite and youthful, another graceful and refined, one had a big sister vibe, another was mature and elegant, while the last was a tomboy with short hair and confidence in her stance. The boys had just as much variety, one with a bright youthful charm, another like a dependable older brother, one with a playful younger brother look, another cool and aloof, and one more with flowing long hair and a gentle, delicate demeanor. "You're the ones I selected from among our clan's youth who best match the image I want. Your task from now on is to form a performance unit. You'll focus on dance. Uchiha Izumi and I will handle the vocals. Your job is to coordinate harmony and synchronize with the beat." At that moment, the young man standing closest to Hikaru, Uchiha No. 1, raised his hand and spoke up. "Deputy Clan Head, is this really something useful for us? Isn't this the kind of thing done by civilian in the Land of Fire?" His tone was skeptical, though not disrespectful. Like many others in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha No. 1 valued tradition and dignity. Dancing publicly felt humiliating, unbecoming of a shinobi. Hikaru let out a quiet sigh, rubbing his temples. It wasn't really Uchiha No. 1's fault. In his rush to find people with musical talent, Hikaru hadn't properly explained what kind of dancing he meant. They were shinobi, trained in taijutsu, coordination, and rhythm, so simple choreography should be easy. But when most people heard dance, the first thing they imagined were geishas performing for nobles. Hikaru crouched down, pulled a small scroll from his waist pouch, and unsealed it with a quick swipe. A compact black speaker popped out and landed softly on the grass. "I'll show you. This is the kind of dancing I want you to learn. I'll demonstrate the men's choreography now. I'll show the girls theirs later." He pressed the power button on the half-meter-high speaker. A bass-heavy pop beat began pulsing through the air. The others watched in confusion as Hikaru stepped forward. Then, he moved. Without hesitation, Hikaru caught the rhythm and launched into fluid, precise choreography, singing in sync with the beat. Note, Song, Trap by Henry Lau. You can find it in Japanese, Korean, English, or Chinese versions. Search it on video platforms. Like a cat in a cage. It's like the isolation of iron downright arrow upright arrow, there's no escape upright arrow. At first, the boys and girls just stared blankly. It felt strange watching their clan's deputy leader suddenly break into dance and song. But the longer Hikaru danced, his sharp movements, his confidence, his smooth vocals, the more hypnotic it became. Some of the girls began blushing. Their gazes were locked onto Hikaru's every move, eyes wide in admiration. Even the boys were caught off guard by how stylish and commanding he looked. One of them, Uchiha No. 1, activated his Sharingan mid-dance and began copying Hikaru's movements. He got the steps down pretty well, but his singing voice cracked badly. Uchiha number 1. If you want to dance, fine, but shut the hell up, snapped a girl across from him, Uchiha number 2. Uchiha number 2 was 18, petite and slim with long black twin tails. Her cheeks were slightly chubby, giving her a youthful look, but her features were fine and symmetrical. Got it, sis, he mumbled, wisely choosing to dance in silence. The other boys followed suit, activating their Sharingan and copying Hikaru's dance. Seeing this, Hikaru smirked and gestured. You 5, line up behind me and keep up. The boys' faces lit up, thrilled to be involved. They quickly got into formation and danced behind Hikaru. At first, they didn't see what was so impressive about it. But as they watched his moves more closely, their pride as Uchihas kicked in. This is cool. This is badass. As Uchihas, how can we not master this kind of thing? Hikaru's words echoed in their heads, if you don't act cool, are you even an Uchiha? Their earlier doubts faded. The deputy clan head had made up his mind, all they had to do was follow. After nearly 4 minutes, Hikaru struck the final pose, the others mimicking him as the music faded out. He turned to them with a calm smile. So. Still feel like you're training to be gaseous? All 5 shook their heads like drumsticks. No, sir. Not even close. Uchiha number 1 was practically bouncing in place. Deputy clan head, when do we get to use this kind of dance? Hikaru gave him a light bop on the head. Calm down. At least you're on board now. But it's not your turn yet, you guys aren't ready to perform. Your vocals aren't strong enough. The boys' enthusiasm dimmed slightly, but they nodded in understanding. Suddenly, something soft and warm latched onto Hikaru's arm. Deputy clan head, what about us? Are you going to show us girls what to do too? He turned his head to see Uchiha number 2 clinging to him, giving him the full, puppy eyes and pout, routine. He sighed. She was right. He had promised to show the girls their version afterward. Yes, deputy clan head, what about ours, said another. Even Uchiha Izumi was blushing slightly, cheering along. Surrounded by pleading eyes and pretty faces, Hikaru experienced a rare feeling, helplessness. He quickly formed hand seals and transformed into the appearance of Uchiha number 2. Alright, Sharingan on, follow my moves. Stand behind me. Uchiha number 2 watched the transformation in amazement. Hey. Why'd you copy me? You should have picked someone with longer legs like Uchiha number 3. Uchiha number 3 walked over, long-legged and elegant, and pinched Uchiha number 2's cheeks. #2, John, what are you saying? And nothing. I was just praising how beautiful you are, number 3 nay. Uchiha number 3 released her and walked beside her with a smirk. Hikaru shook his head and chuckled, scrolling through his playlist. Then, he pressed play on the next track. Chapter 25, Uchiha Izumi. After Uchiha Hikaru used the transformation jutsu, he led the girls in dancing to Pure Land of Bliss. Uchiha number 1 and the others stared with their eyes wide, practically drooling. However, Uchiha number 2 shot them a fierce glare, and they instantly sobered up. As for the vocals, they were naturally sung by Uchiha Hikaru using chakra to manipulate his vocal cords with a false voice. Once Uchiha number 2, Uchiha number 3, and the others had calmed down, Hikaru gathered them together. Next, you'll practice harmonizing with my shadow clones. He formed a hand seal and created 4 shadow clones, who began instructing the male and female teams on both sides. Then he walked over to Uchiha Izumi. Izumi, come here. I'll teach you the song we're going to perform. Izumi smiled and quickly followed Uchiha Hikaru to the other side. When Hikaru felt they were far enough from the others, he stopped and took out a scroll of lyrics from his ninja pouch. Here, take this. It's the song we're going to learn. Get familiar with the lyrics first. I'll teach you line by line. There was no other way. Even though musical instruments and music theory existed in the shinobi world, they were generally only pursued by geishas or civilians. Teaching these 11 Uchiha how to properly read music would probably take a year or more before seeing real progress. It was better to teach them by imitation. While music theory wasn't something ninjas could pick up easily, singing was not difficult for shinobi who were adept at transformation jutsu and false voice techniques. Even if singing well was a challenge, harmonizing wasn't. He believed they could manage that much. Only Izumi would have a harder time. After all, she was the other lead vocalist and had to meet a higher standard in a short amount of time. Fortunately, Izumi was highly talented in this area. During the earlier auditions, the lines she sang with Uchiha Hikaru were not only beautiful, but her pitch was also always perfect. She took the lyrics and began reading. The title at the top caught her eye. Answer. What answer? Bonk. Ah, ow. What was that for? Izumi yelped in pain. Hikaru had flicked her forehead with his finger. The song is called Answer. What, does it remind you of academy days? Izumi's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. She lightly punched Hikaru's chest with her small fist before turning away, seemingly annoyed. Her long black hair moved as she turned. It should have been a graceful moment, but unfortunately, the wind blew at the wrong time. Whap. Her hair slapped right into Hikaru's forehead. Ah. What was that sound? Did my hair hit something? Izumi turned back toward Hikaru, puzzled. She saw his right cheek was slightly red. Hikaru, that's weird. Why is only one side of your face red? Hikaru's lips twitched. He grabbed the back of Izumi's shirt with one hand and lifted her slightly so their eyes were level. Then he leaned in, their gazes locking. Hikaru narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Izumi, did you feel your hair hit something just now? Look at my cheek. Guess what it was. Izumi blushed as their faces drew closer. How did the deputy clan leader get even more handsome up close? No, no, no. What are you thinking, Izumi? You can't think like that. Not about the deputy clan leader. Could it be? I hit your face. With my hair. She spoke shyly, and her timid expression made Hikaru chuckle. He slowly raised his left hand and touched her forehead with 2 fingers. This is your reward. Bonk. Ah. That hurt. Izumi clutched her forehead where he'd flicked her again. Hikaru. You'll never get a wife if you keep doing this. She yelled in a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Hikaru let her go, dropping her lightly to the ground. You don't need to worry about that. Get ready to learn the song. Izumi stood up and patted the dust off her clothes. Humph, fine. About 2 minutes later. Hikaru, I've finished reading. We can start now. All right, listen closely. I'll teach you line by line. Hikaru created another shadow clone, this one transformed to look exactly like Izumi. Izumi blinked in confusion at the clone standing beside her. Why do you have to look like me? The clone answered, since I'm teaching you to sing, it'll be easier to match your voice and intonation if I look and sound like you. Izumi tilted her head thoughtfully. That actually made sense. Okay. Let's begin. Hikaru stood off to the side as the clone began. I have a simple question. What question? Izumi immediately interrupted. Hikaru and his clone both gave her a seriously kind of stare. Haha, just joking. Keep going, keep going. The clone paused, then lowered the hand it had already raised toward her forehead. I have a simple question, what is love? The full autumn moon slowly rose as the last rays of sunlight faded from the sky. After a full day of training, Hikaru finally released his shadow clones. The memories from all 5 clones flooded into his mind. It was a sensory overload. The moment they returned, the sheer volume of ridiculousness he witnessed made his blood pressure skyrocket. It was like they'd all made some sort of pact to drive him insane. Uchiha Izumi kept pulling weird stunts, and the boys under Uchiha No. 1 were practically tone deaf. The girls from Uchiha No. 2 and Uchiha No. 3's groups had good voices, but they kept goofing around with the clones and slowing down progress. Hikaru took deep, calming breaths. He had to stay composed. These 11 were already the best the Uchiha clan had to offer in this department. Replacing them would only lower the quality, and he had no time to train new ones from scratch. He exhaled slowly. It was time to stop playing nice. He couldn't afford delays anymore. If he wanted fast results, he had to transform into a devil instructor. The plan was already forming in his mind. If he couldn't whip them into shape within 3 days, he might as well slam his head into a block of tofu and call it a day. With that grim vow, Uchiha Hikaru steeled himself for the next round of brutal training. Chapter 26, Cracks, the entrustment of the previous Hokage. Hey, do you guys know what the police department is doing? Why are they building such a big stage? Seriously, man. You haven't heard? The police department posted a notice 3 days ago. Yeah, they're holding a celebration to showcase the success of the police department's reform. I heard from my cousin's wife's brother's sister-in-law, she's with the 49th unit of the police department, that after the event, a Kimichi's barbecue will be open for everyone to eat and drink for free tonight. The Uchiha police department is footing the bill. Are you sure your sister-in-law's info is reliable? Of course. Like I said, she's already part of the 49th unit. This is solid gossip. The 3 villagers stood not far from the entrance to the Uchiha police department. Dozens of people bustled about, putting up decorations and reinforcing the stage in front of the building. They weren't the only curious onlookers. Groups of villagers had gathered in 2s and 3s to see what today's Uchiha celebration was all about. Hokage Building, Office. Hiruzen. How could you approve something like this? Letting the Uchiha hold a public event. Do you understand how dangerous they are? Danzo stormed into the Hokage's office, slamming his cane against the floor, its sharp clack echoing in the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't look up. He calmly lifted his pipe, took a slow puff, and blew out a stream of smoke. Danzo, you're overthinking it. The Uchiha event was approved by me. They've reported everything in advance, and ANBU is already monitoring it. There's no danger. Danzo scowled, his jaw clenched. Damn it. That night, if only I hadn't hesitated. I should have become Hokage. But of course, he didn't say that aloud. He could only curse silently in his mind. What's the point of a celebration by the police department, anyway? It's a waste of village resources. We barely have enough funding for Roots operations. Since when did Konoha become this rich? Hiruzen's brows began to furrow. He removed the pipe from his mouth. The Uchiha are paying for everything themselves. I've reviewed the finances personally. And don't talk to me about Roots funding. Do you think I don't know you've been targeting major clans again? You kidnapped children for Root and forged my seal to do it. He slammed the pipe down onto the desk. I'll overlook a lot, but not this. Return Hyuga Niji. His father, Hisashi, already gave his life for this village. How dare you abduct his son? Danzo sneered, unrepentant. It's too late, Hiruzen. I've already placed the tongue-cursing seal on them. They'll never leave Root. Ever. He stood abruptly, shoving his chair aside with a crash. Hiruzen rose too, pointing a shaking hand at Danzo. You treat children like tools. You've gone too far this time. I'm ordering you, return them. To Danzo, Hiruzen's outrage was empty noise. The tongue-cursing seal was absolute. Once applied, the victim could never reveal Root's secrets, not unless either caster or victim died. Danzo's tone grew icy. What do you want, then? Should I kill myself just to break the seal? I am the root of the village. Where there is light, there must be shadow. Where there are trees, there must be roots. You can't survive without me, Hiruzen. He believed Hiruzen couldn't act. After decades of codependence, he knew Hiruzen's weakness, his indecision. And he was right. Hiruzen sighed. He had allowed Danzo to grow too bold, too twisted. He had failed to stop him years ago. Now it was too late. Then forget it, but Roots funding is being halved starting next year. What? You're cutting Roots' budget. On what grounds? To clean up the mess you made. That money will go to compensating the families you violated. Danzo went silent, then tapped his cane harshly on the ground again. Don't forget the second Hokage's will. I do all this for the village. The Uchiha are inherently unstable, a clan of inherited evil. Hiruzen sat back down and looked toward the clouds outside his window, silent for a moment. Then, from deep within memory, the voices of his mentors returned. Monkey, the Uchiha are dangerous by nature. But their love is deeper than anyone else's. If you can learn to balance that, then you're worthy of being Hokage. Those were Tobirama Senju's final private words to him, an entrustment from the second Hokage to the third. Hiruzen's eyes opened slowly. They were no longer sharp or youthful, but they gleamed with clarity. This was the will of fire burning in an old man's heart. Danzo. The Uchiha have always been part of this village. Yes, we've had to take precautions in the past, but now they show signs of true integration. I won't let you sabotage that. You must remember, I am the Hokage. Danzo's face twisted. He could hardly suppress the storm of resentment boiling inside him. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. He turned sharply and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Hiruzen remained still for a long time, then slowly swiveled his chair to face the window. From here, he could see the stage rising in front of the police department. A small smile formed on his weathered lips. The past resurfaced. Monkey, try not to end up a gambling addict like me, ha ha ha. Your hand seals are still slow. Your chakra is too wild. Go climb that tree 10 more times. Monkey, keep training with Tobirama. You're the future of Konoha. Monkey, from now on, you're the Hokage. Protect the next generation, that's the Kage's true duty. Let's go. Tobirama, forgive me. Madara, too. I want to believe in the future of this village. Monkey, I mishandled the Uchiha. The tensions haven't exploded yet, but it's only a matter of time. That's why I took Uchiha Kagami as my student. I hoped he'd be a bridge between our world and theirs. I entrust this hope to you, third Hokage. His eyes opened again, faded gray, clouded with age, but something bright still flickered inside. He whispered into the sky. Shodai-sama. Tobirama-sensei. Have I finally fulfilled your wish? Can I still be called a ninja with the will of fire? A single tear slid down his wrinkled cheek, falling silently onto the paper-strewn desk of the Hokage of Konoha. Chapter 27, Police Department Celebration. The daylight gradually dimmed, and the sun slipped unnoticed beneath the western skyline until it vanished completely. The moon rose, casting its pale silver light over the stage in front of the Uchiha Police Department. The stage measured over 20 meters long, about 10 meters wide, and stood 1 meter above the ground. It had been constructed using Earth-style ninjutsu, but for visual appeal, a layer of polished, light brown wooden planks was laid across its surface. The entire structure was veiled behind a red curtain. Although the villagers gathered below couldn't see what was happening behind it, the memory of the last parade organized by the police department was still fresh in their minds. It had left a strong impression. That past display was precisely why the crowd buzzed with anticipation tonight, eager to witness what new spectacle the Uchiha Police Department had prepared. Behind the curtain, about a dozen members of the force were rushing to place the final decorations. These helpers came from various clans, Hyuga, Inoshikacho, as well as civilian families. Of course, a few Uchiha were included. Uchiha No. 1 was supervising the final touches. Satisfied with the progress, Uchiha No. 1 approached Uchiha Hikaru. Deputy Chief, the stage and lighting have been arranged exactly as per your diagram. We're ready to begin whenever you give the word. The excitement on Uchiha No. 1's face was hard to conceal. His heart swelled with pride. This was the first ever celebration hosted by the Uchiha Police Department, and he hadn't expected to be the one organizing it. Knowing that this event could boost the clan's image across Konoha gave him all the motivation he needed. Uchiha Hikaru, adjusting a red tie around his neck with clumsy fingers, was dressed in a black suit. He shifted uncomfortably in the formal attire, then turned to Uchiha No. 1. Got it. Good work. From here on, Fugaku and I will take over. You can go. Fugaku appeared just then, wearing a striking red suit. His hair was slicked back stylishly. Hikaru, I have to admit, you younger folks have a much better sense of fashion. The two of them stood together in stark contrast to the rest of the officers backstage, as if they had stepped out of an entirely different world. Well then, clan head, it's your time to shine. Go. Uchiha Hikaru turned and walked off the stage, leading the others with him. Fugaku was left alone behind the curtain. I wonder what Mikoto will think of this. He sighed, slightly amused at how Hikaru had clearly thrown him to the wolves. Reaching into his sleeve, Fugaku pulled out a kunai and cut the rope holding the curtain in place. The red curtain split dramatically down the middle, sliding to both sides. From the far end of the stage, Uchiha No. 2 hurled several shuriken upward with precision, bursting balloons suspended above Fugaku's head. Pop. The balloons exploded all at once, and the villagers below looked up in awe. Colorful confetti began to drift down like snowflakes under the moonlight. Fugaku stepped forward into the center of the stage, his posture unconsciously straightening with pride. His bright red suit and the bursts of fireworks created a dazzling scene, eliciting cheers from the crowd. For the average villager in Konoha, this was something they had never experienced. Even during a Hokage inauguration, all that happened was the donning of a hat and a short speech. Fugaku's entrance tonight shattered every expectation of what a shinobi event should look like. He was cool, confident, and dressed in a way no one had ever seen before. At first, the crowd didn't even know how to react. Then came the cheers. Thunderous applause. Glow sticks waved above heads. Among the front row, Uchiha Mikoto stood holding little Sasuke's hand. The boy pointed at the stage, his eyes wide with innocent surprise. Look, Mom. Dad's wearing weird clothes and his hair's all different, but he looks way better than when he's always frowning. Mikoto looked at her husband, her cheeks coloring slightly. Yeah, your father is a bit more handsome tonight than usual. Fugaku, catching a glimpse of Mikoto's expression in the crowd, felt a flash of satisfaction. He silently thanked Uchiha Hikaru. That guy sure knows how to stage a show. Everyone. Welcome to tonight's police department celebration. Fugaku raised a hand and waved to the sea of villagers. Woohoo. The response was deafening. Fugaku couldn't make out the individual shouts, but he saw arms raised, glowing sticks waving, people smiling. Teacher. You're so cool. A youthful, enthusiastic voice rang out above the rest. Fugaku blinked. Beside the stage, one of the instructors, Captain Inahiko, heard it too. Smack. He slapped his forehead. That girl, Hana. She has no sense of timing. What an embarrassment. And look, even Jiro and Sakamoto are joining in. Sure enough, the ones causing the fuss were Inuzuka Hana, Abirame Sakamoto, and Gekko Jiro. As students of Captain Inahiko, they had guessed their instructor would participate in the celebration. He was one of the few Uchiha elite jonin, after all. Hana had dragged the others along with her glowing enthusiasm. All three now stood there, waving glow sticks with all their might. "Hana," muttered Jiro, "the star tonight is Uchiha Fugaku. You're the only one yelling for our teacher." Okay, Hana replied, puffing her cheeks. "I just wanted Inahiko-sensei to know we're here." Under the glow of stage lights and moonlight, her cheeks, painted red for the celebration, seemed to glow even more brightly. Whether it was excitement, embarrassment, or something else, no one could tell. But her outburst was only a brief aside. Fugaku had finished his greetings. Now it was time to present the reforms of the police department. "Everyone, the department's restructuring is complete. The police force is now divided into 5 branches, each with 6 squads. Each squad has 10 shinobi. And now, the question I know you're all wondering, how many civilian ninjas are included in this new structure?" He paused for emphasis. "Currently, 50 civilian shinobi have officially joined the police force." A moment of silence followed, then a sharp voice rose from the crowd. "What kind of reform is that? There are 300 slots, and only 50 were filled by civilian ninjas. What kind of joke is this?" Others quickly jumped in. "Yeah, you Uchiha think we're stupid. 1/5 of the force doesn't count as inclusion. See? This is what the Uchiha always do. All talk about change, but they just want more power for themselves." The shouts picked up. A few instigators stirred the tension. Soon, murmurs turned into full-blown grumbling. But then, quiet. The voice was deep, hoarse, and carried an undeniable weight. The crowd turned instinctively. "That's the Hokage's assistant. You're just in time. You have to stand up for us civilians." Chapter 28, Danzo's Trouble. "Stand back, make way for Master Danzo." Several masked root operatives shoved the villagers aside, clearing a path through the crowd. "Master Danzo, the way is clear." Danzo gave a slight nod to the root shinobi, his expression unreadable but clearly pleased. Several figures followed closely behind him. With his cane in hand, Danzo made his way to the front of the stage and looked up at Uchiha Fugaku standing atop it. "Minister Fugaku," Danzo called out, his voice steady and loud, "look at the crowd gathered here. So many villagers have voiced their objections to your so-called reform of the police department. Don't you think, as the department's minister, you owe them an explanation?" Fugaku's fists clenched at Danzo's words, his fury barely restrained. The old schemer had clearly orchestrated this, manipulating the crowd for political gain. Fugaku wanted nothing more than to leap from the stage and beat the men so severely he'd spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. But he held back. "Assistant Hokage," Fugaku said coolly, voice even and controlled, "we haven't even finished discussing the police department reforms. Why the rush? Surely a man of your stature can afford to wait a little longer." Danzo's cane slammed down against the ground, a sharp crack punctuating the tension. Yet his face remained calm. "Very well. Let's hear what the head of the police department has to say. Let's see if your words can satisfy the villagers." But inside, Danzo wasn't the least bit concerned. He had already planted several operatives among the gathered villagers. No matter what Fugaku said, they would stir dissent, sow dissatisfaction, and fan the flames of mistrust. "Let's see how long you keep that calm, Minister Fugaku." Danzo mentally prepared to announce the success of his plan. Failure. Impossible. If the great white fang of Konoha could be driven to suicide by public opinion, then the Uchiha clan leader would surely crumble under pressure. Danzo didn't need him to die, just to disgrace the Uchiha police department. That alone would be a major victory. But what Danzo didn't know was that Uchiha Hikaru had warned Fugaku the day before. He had predicted Danzo's interference down to the exact moment, and laid plans accordingly. The schedule for today's celebration had been arranged meticulously by Hikaru. If Danzo hadn't shown up, Fugaku would have been disappointed. Now that the opportunity had come, it was time to make the old man eat his words. Fugaku stepped forward and spoke into the microphone, his voice ringing out confidently. "Though there are only 50 civilian ninjas in the police department's operational team, half of our administrative staff are now civilian shinobi." The crowd erupted into cheers. "Is it true? Half of the police staff are civilian ninjas now?" "I know it's true. My mom just started working there last week, I've even been getting more pocket money." "Really? Hey bro, I've got an idea. I just turned 18. Get lost, my mom's over 30. My dad's a special jonin, even if he's not in the police force, he's still awesome." Ah, that's rough. Even Danzo was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected this. Giving half the civilian posts to non-clan ninjas. That was a serious concession. Those administrative positions held real influence, they affected decision-making at nearly every level. And now, with half of them handed over to civilian ninjas, and many of the remaining posts distributed among other clans, the Uchiha police department had fundamentally changed. Still, Danzo forced himself to appear calm. Though his attempt to discredit the Uchiha had failed, seeing the clan give up so much internal power felt like a partial victory. He grunted. Humph, seems the reforms aren't so bad after all. I'm satisfied. I'll take my leave. With that, Danzo turned and walked off, root shinobi in tow. A few villagers scattered through the crowd followed him out, clearly his planted agents, abandoning their posts now that their leader had left. On stage, Fugaku stood tall, his respect for Uchiha Hikaru growing even deeper. That boy, he saw through everything. At first, when Hikaru had suggested opening up so many positions to outsiders, Fugaku's blood pressure had spiked. It wasn't until Hikaru calmly laid out the regulations that Fugaku realized the true brilliance behind the plan. The head of the police department is chosen by the Uchiha clan leader. The police minister holds veto power over internal decisions. Initially, Fugaku had only paid attention to the first clause. But after Hikaru's explanation, it all became clear. As long as the Uchiha clan remained, and the department head was still one of their own, the core power of the police department would never leave Uchiha hands. Not even the Hokage could override that. Only a collective vote from the Jonin Council could remove the minister, and no one with a brain would propose such a thing. Civilian shinobi were still grateful to the Uchiha. Why would they oppose them? And as for the Jonin from the other clans, the Hyuga and the Inoshikacho clans were longtime Uchiha allies. The clans behind Konoha's political elite, Hiruzen's generation, had long since dipped into corruption, hoarding village resources and training illegal private forces. They wouldn't dare risk exposing themselves by stepping into the light. Besides, Hiruzen had already shown signs of pulling back from suppressing the Uchiha. When he personally approved this celebration, Fugaku understood everything, even without Hikaru needing to say a word. This time, Danzo's scheme was doomed to fail. And the old vulture probably believed he had scored a victory. Let him enjoy his delusion. Fugaku turned to the microphone once more. Everyone, the police department's reform report has concluded. But tonight's celebration isn't over yet. In fact, the most exciting part is still to come. Please enjoy the performance brought to you by our Deputy Chief of Police, Uchiha Hikaru, and his team. Chapter 29, Answer. Fugaku stepped off the stage in his polished leather shoes as the red curtain rose once more. The villagers seated in the audience could vaguely hear footsteps moving behind the curtain, heightening their anticipation for the performance to come. I wonder what kind of show it'll be this time, brother. Your relative works in the police department, right? Got any inside info? If it were just normal news, I could find out. But something this secretive? Come on. Like my cousin's wife's brother's sister-in-law would tell me that kind of classified stuff. Just be patient. Fair enough. I'm really curious what kind of performance the new deputy chief of the police department has in store. Could it be something wild, like rap from the Hidden Cloud Village? All right, enough guessing already. You're too loud. Just watch. Dozens of seconds passed, and the crowd under the stage buzzed with anticipation. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Water style, water wall. From either side of the stage, Uchiha Inahina and Fugaku launched their jutsu. The roaring fireballs were met by an equally powerful water wall, the impact causing the flames to hiss and fizzle into steam. Some villagers flinched instinctively, startled by the explosive display, but many were captivated by the spectacle unfolding before them. As fire and water collided, a thick cloud of steam spread across the stage, casting it in a mysterious mist. Whoa! The red curtain opened. Uchiha Hikaru and Uchiha Izumi stood confidently at the center of the stage. Behind them, Uchiha No. 1 and Uchiha No. 2 led the others, both boys and girls, as they arranged themselves in a formation resembling a human character, stylized and artistic. Damn. Are all the guys and girls in the police department this attractive? I swear, joining them is now my life goal. Whoa, so big, and smooth. You perv. Who told you to stare at her like that? Knock it off. I'm getting an Uchiha boyfriend. That's it. I've decided. Regardless of age, gender, or background, everyone in the audience had their own thoughts, but all were rooted in the same reaction. Uchiha Hikaru and the 11 Uchiha he had brought to the performance had astonishingly high charisma. They captured every onlooker's imagination. Then, the red cloths hanging on both sides of the stage were pulled back by Fugaku and Inahina, revealing two massive speakers placed prominently at the front. Melodic, emotional music began to flow from them. Izumi gently raised a microphone to her lips. As she began to sing, each note seemed to brush softly against the audience's eardrums. Just a simple question. What is love? Is it a flavor, or an invisible pull? Her clear, vibrant voice brought a new sensory experience to the villagers. Enchanted, they lost themselves in her song. Even some of the older spectators closed their eyes, lost in nostalgia. Then Hikaru raised his microphone. As he began to sing, his voice was warm and bright, like a young man sweet-talking the person he loved. From the moment I first fell in love. It was sweet at first. Then came the wind and the rain. Hikaru was fully absorbed in his performance. He didn't realize that Kurenai and Anko had arrived silently on the rooftops flanking the crowd, watching from the shadows. Anko, arms crossed, smirked slightly and leaned toward Kurenai with a teasing tone. You know, I was Hikaru's first love, Kurenai. In that department, I've got you beat. Kurenai simply smiled, unfazed. You were just kids back then. Puppy love at most. If thinking you were his first love makes you happy, then be happy. TCH, believe what you want. Doesn't change the truth, I was his first. Anko huffed and turned back toward the stage, eyes locked on Hikaru's figure as he sang. Kurenai said nothing, but her expression softened. In her heart, she knew, perhaps both of them had been Hikaru's first love. That mission beneath the tree, that night not long ago, it seemed fate had always pushed the three of them to intersect at the most important moments. She and Anko continued to watch in silence, their expressions unreadable. Hikaru and Izumi continued their duet, alternating solos and harmonizing together. The audience was completely swept away by the performance. The two performers drew closer, locking eyes as they sang in perfect sync. So how long is forever? Forever is short, and forever is slow. Everyone has a different way to measure it. Mysterious promises and oaths. Even lies we choose to believe ourselves. Maybe years, maybe a moment. You'll have to find your own answer. As the song ended, Izumi turned shyly toward the audience. Her ears were slightly flushed beneath her hair, and a faint blush crept up her cheeks. She gave a soft chuckle, then addressed the crowd. That was the song answer, brought to you by the police department. I hope all of you young people find your own answers. And I hope the older generation continues to hold fast to theirs. Let's work together to build a better Konoha. In the audience, many of the older villagers held their partners' hands. In that moment, they felt young again, hearts pulled back to memories of their first loves. Some elderly villagers wept. Their spouses were long gone, lost to war or missions, but tonight, under the moonlight, their hearts stirred with hope again. All right everyone, it's getting late. That concludes tonight's celebration by the police department. You're all free to go. The crowd began to stir as people in the back prepared to leave. But then, Fugaku picked up the mic one more time and spoke with a grin. Oh, and one more thing. Tonight, everything at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant is free for all villagers. Courtesy of the police department. We've already asked them to set up tables outside the restaurant, so head over and enjoy. As soon as those words left his mouth, ninjas shot off the rooftops like cannonballs, racing toward the barbecue joint. Everyone knew how expensive the Akimichi barbecue restaurant was. Most average ninjas could only afford to eat there maybe once a month, with the bulk of their pay going toward gear, blades, and supporting their families. There was no way they were missing this. Let's go. Akimichi barbecue, here we come. We're eating good tonight. Let's show the Akimichi chefs what real appetite means. Free food. Hell yes. Don't leave me behind, save me a seat. Ninjas and villagers alike beamed with joy. Laughter and excitement filled the night air. High above, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the gathering through his crystal ball using the telescope technique. It's all thanks to that boy, Hikaru. I never imagined that at 16, he could bring stability to the Uchiha. And allow the rest of the village to see the Uchiha in a new light. If he continues to show strength and character, then why not entrust the Hokage title to him, and to the Uchiha? Lord Tobirama, if you're watching from the Pure Land. I hope you can accept this answer I've given. Chapter 30, The Girl's Thoughts. After the celebration, Uchiha Hikaru took Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha number 1, Uchiha number 2, and Uchiha number 3 to enjoy a hearty meal at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, which they had booked in advance. Later that night, Hikaru returned home, followed by Kurenai and Anko. A bit of exercise after dinner helped with digestion. The moon rose to the center of the sky. Several hours passed. Anko and Kurenai, thoroughly exhausted, had fallen asleep on either side of Uchiha Hikaru. Ah, you two are so naive and playful. Hikaru murmured softly. He pulled them closer in his arms and drifted off to sleep. Elsewhere, Uchiha Izumi lay awake alone in her room. She had pulled the blanket over her head and buried her face in the pillow, replaying every moment of the past few days, when Hikaru had given her special training and guidance. But intertwined with those fresh memories were echoes of her past with Itachi. Two emotional forces clashed in Izumi's mind, leaving her torn and guilty. It felt like an angel and a devil were whispering into her ears on either side of her. The little angel whispered, Izumi, think about all those small moments with Uchiha Itachi. He's your childhood friend, someone you've admired for so long. Besides, Uchiha Hikaru is the deputy clan leader. How could you have feelings like this for someone in his position? It made sense, but... The little devil interrupted, let go of Itachi already. Sure, he was impressive at the academy, but you were just drawn to how cool he seemed. And after all these years, hasn't he kept you at a distance? You used to wait at the dango shop hoping to see him. He only spoke to you a handful of times, and not because he liked you, but because he liked sweet dango. He cares more about the village and his precious little brother than anything else. What's so great about Itachi, really? Look at Hikaru. Handsome. Strong. He became deputy clan leader at a young age and has already improved relations between the Uchiha and the village. His strength might even rival Itachi's. The devil's words struck deep, and the angel beside her had no rebuttal, because it was all true. Izumi shook her head, realizing that there were no actual angel or devil, just her own conflicted heart. Eventually, she drifted into uneasy sleep. Birdsong outside the window stirred her awake. She slowly opened her eyes, rubbed her forehead, and thought back to the emotional chaos of the night before. She hadn't come to any conclusions, and now that she was awake, the same worries returned. She got up, dressed, walked to the bathroom, and stared at her reflection in the mirror. Her long black hair was a bit messy from sleep, strands tousled from tossing on the pillow. She brushed her teeth, washed her face, combed her hair, and walked into the living room. Her mother was already sitting at the table with breakfast ready. Her mother glanced at her daughter's tired face. Based on past experience, she immediately had a few ideas. Izumi, what's wrong? Did Itachi ignore you again and leave you upset? Oh, I've told you before, he's the clan leader's son. Even if you two were together, you'd never be happy. Izumi froze at her mother's words. But this time, instead of feeling disappointed or defensive, she felt something click inside her. Mom, you're right. Itachi and I, we were never going to happen. But it's not him that I like. I was only drawn to how impressive he seemed. It's not Itachi. She raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. After years of her daughter quietly pining, the shift felt sudden. Izumi noticed the change in her mother's expression, serious, maybe even a little displeased. She worried her mother was drawing the wrong conclusion. Mom, don't misunderstand. She blinked, then voiced the concern in her heart. Did Uchiha Itachi do something to you? That was too much. It's not that guy. Izumi snapped. Seeing her daughter flustered and a little pink in the face, her curiosity only grew. She leaned in slightly. It's not Itachi. That's a relief. So, if it's not him, who is it? Come on, tell me, Mom will help you figure it out. She sat back, relaxed in her gray kimono, resting her cheek on one hand while twirling a strand of her long hair with the other. Her skin was smooth and fair, only lightly marked by age. Even with a few faint wrinkles near her eyes, she remained a beautiful and refined woman. Her husband had died during the Third Shinobi World War, but he had left behind enough wealth to support their household. She had stepped down from her role as a jonin to raise her daughter full-time. With little else to do these days, she found mild entertainment in teasing her daughter. For years, Itachi had been the source of much gossip and fun. But now, this was something new. Her sharp, bright eyes sparkled with amusement and anticipation. Izumi, unable to handle the pressure of her mother's gaze, mumbled, "It's the deputy clan leader." She pulled out a chair, sat down, and lowered her head, trying to hide her blushing face. Her fingers fidgeted nervously in her lap, mirroring her tangled emotions. Hikaru, huh? She mused. Well, I can't fault your taste. He's far better than Itachi. She thought back to everything that had changed in the clan recently. Though she no longer held an active position, she was still well informed. From clan meetings to mediating internal disputes, from political influence to improving village relations, Hikaru had handled everything with strength and grace. She had even attended the celebration at the police department last night. Reflecting on Izumi's shy reaction at the end, she now realized her daughter wasn't avoiding suspicion, she was just flustered. Izumi caught her mother watching her with a grin, and immediately felt self-conscious. Her eyes drifted downward, then widened slightly as they landed on her mother's chest. Her own gaze dropped instinctively to her own body, her chest, still modest by comparison. She thought of Uchiha Yurisa, number 3. A pang of inferiority crept in. She caught her daughter's gaze and her reaction. The corner of her mouth lifted again into a mischievous smile. Seems like there's still plenty this daughter of mine needs to learn about being a woman. Chapter 31, Jiraiya returns to the village. A scorching fog filled the streets. In a hot spring along Konoha's hot spring street, several women were playing and relaxing in the steaming water. Oh, it's been so long since I've visited a hot spring. Why does your skin feel so smooth lately? Let me touch it. Stop it, that tickles. You're one to talk, you've definitely gotten Kaguya since last year. What's your secret? Let me pinch it and see if it's real. Their playful splashing stirred waves across the water's surface. But not far from the bath, hidden in the wall, a nearly imperceptible hole allowed a single lecherous eye to peek inside. Outside, a tall man with long, spiky white hair crouched against the wall. He wore a red-gray cloak, wooden sandals, and a forehead protector engraved with the kanji for oil. A massive scroll was strapped to his back. Suddenly, an ANBU appeared beside him. Jiraiya-sama, the Hokage is aware of your return and has requested you report to the Hokage building immediately. TCH, what a pain. This was just getting good. I still need material for my next book. That old man must be using his crystal ball to spy again. How else would he know I'm here? Jiraiya turned around with a theatrical sigh, his usually firm expression melting into exaggerated regret. If anyone else had spoken about the Hokage like that, they'd be dragged off by the Uchiha police force. But this was Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, one of the third Hokage's personal students. The ANBU said nothing. Seeing the ANBU remain silent, Jiraiya sighed again. All right, I'll go see him. You go on ahead. Yes, sir. With a flicker, the ANBU disappeared. Jiraiya hopped down from the wall. He had returned at the old man's summons. The lead he'd tracked down about Orochimaru had gone cold, and he'd found nothing useful. Something big must be going on in the village if the Hokage had gone to such lengths to call him back. As usual, he planned to gather intel in his own way before showing up at the Hokage's office. That evening, at a pub in Konoha. Disguised as a plain villager, Jiraiya sat at the counter drinking sake, casually gathering information. After a few rounds and building rapport with the bartender, Jiraiya got to the point. Hey, boss, I just got back from doing business in the capital of the Land of Fire. Seems like a lot has changed around here. The bartender, wiping the sweat off his bald head after clearing away some dishes, gave him a knowing look. You've been gone too long. It's late now, not many customers left. I'll sit and chat with you. L was one of Jiraiya's usual aliases when gathering intel around Konoha. After several visits, he'd naturally become acquainted with the pub owner. Jiraiya poured them in a drink. They clinked glasses and downed them in one go. Phew, nothing like a cold one after a long day, the shop owner sighed. So, boss, tell me, anything big happen in the village lately? Gotta know what's going on if I want to keep my business afloat. The man waved a hand, chuckling. Haha, brother L, plenty has happened lately, though I don't know if any of it will help your business. That's fine. I've been away too long. I just want to know how the village is doing. After all, I'm still a son of Konoha. That hasn't changed. Jiraiya's words struck a chord with the bartender. All right, brother L, your drinks are on the house tonight. I'll fill you in. I keep my ears open. They talked and drank for over 2 hours until the shop owner eventually dozed off at the counter. Jiraiya placed some Rio and his sake cup on the table, then closed the door behind him as he left. Canceling his transformation, he stretched his arms. Looking up at the moonlit sky, he suddenly remembered his earlier promise. Crap. I completely forgot about the old man. He's probably still waiting at the Hokage building. I better get over there quick or he'll scold the hell out of me. Just as he was about to head out, he noticed that Ichiraku Ramen's lights were still on across the street. I did drink a bit too much. A hot bowl of ramen might sober me up. The old man's waited this long, what's a little more? He pushed open the curtain and stepped inside. Boss, still open this late? Gimme a big bowl of char siu ramen. The middle-aged chef in a white uniform and matching hat turned around. Jiraiya. Long time no see. Give me a moment, it'll be ready soon. While he waited, Jiraiya chatted idly. Boss, why so late tonight? You usually close earlier. The chef didn't stop what he was doing. Sigh. Because of a kid. A kid? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Yeah. His name's Naruto. Don't know when it started, but people in the village started calling him the Demon Fox's reincarnation. Nobody likes him. He only ever comes here late at night. I can't do much for the boy, but I can at least make him some ramen. Naruto. Jiraiya whispered the name in shock. At that moment, a young voice came from outside the shop. Who? Who's calling me? A small boy walked in. Jiraiya turned to look at him. He couldn't have been more than 5 or 6. Golden hair, 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek, and bright blue eyes. He wore a faded yellow-green shirt with a red swirl on the chest and tattered blue shorts. His clothes were wrinkled and stained with dust. Despite the boy's energy, it was obvious from his thin arms and sallow complexion that he'd been malnourished for a long time. For a moment, Jiraiya felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Maybe it was the alcohol, but Kushina and Minato's faces seemed to blur into Naruto's. The resemblance was too strong. Memory surged through him, and tears welled in his eyes. Naruto. Sensei, I've decided, that's the name I want to give our child, Minato had once said. Haha, really? I came up with that name while eating ramen, Jiraiya had joked back. He steadied himself and looked at Naruto again. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the boy beat him to it. Did I scare you? I'm sorry. Those words, spoken so casually, were full of guilt and self-blame. Jiraiya froze. How much judgment and prejudice had this child endured to make "I'm sorry" his instinctual reaction? His heart ached. Chapter 32, Naruto's home. Jiraiya immediately burst out laughing, spinning around and leaping into the air, striking a flamboyant pose that he clearly thought was cool. Ha ha ha. Kid, how could I be scared of you? I'm the legendary white-haired toad sage of Mount Myaboku. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya-sama. As if a brat like you could intimidate me. That was just the wasabi burning my eyes. Naruto leaned against the doorframe, eyeing the eccentric, thick-haired old man before him. He casually picked his nose, a hint of disdain in his gaze. Eh? Even the legendary toad sage can't handle wasabi. Jiraiya looked at the boy in front of him. He had Minato's looks but Kushina's temperament. That was just a fluke. Let me show you how powerful the toad sage truly is. What's so great about that? TSK. Naruto pouted, clearly unimpressed, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed his excitement. Oi. Brother. Another super deluxe bowl of char siu ramen for this kid, my treat. Jiraiya raised his right thumb toward Naruto, flashing a wide grin that showed 8 gleaming teeth. The look on his face said it all. I'm awesome, now shower me with praise. Naruto jumped up, thrilled. Whoa. As expected of the toad sage. You're amazing. He immediately slid into the empty seat next to Jiraiya. Tucci, the ramen stand owner, had his back turned as he prepared the food. At their banter, he added another large portion of noodles to the boiling pot, a quiet smile forming at the corners of his mouth. A few minutes later, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were placed in front of them. 2 super deluxe bowls of char siu ramen, ready. Special today, you each get a marinated egg on the house. He gave both of them a thumbs up. Thanks, old man. Naruto stared hungrily at the ramen, already drooling with anticipation. Jiraiya, sitting beside him, watched the boy's expression with a mix of fondness and heartbreak. TCH, brat, you gonna thank the toad sage or not? Naruto picked up his chopsticks and clapped his hands together. He turned to Jiraiya with a bright smile. Thank you, toad sage. Itatakamasu. Without waiting for the noodles to cool, Naruto dove in with gusto. He slurped mouthful after mouthful, sipping the broth between bites and occasionally picking out tender slices of pork with his chopsticks. Watching Naruto eat, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. Slow down, Naruto. The noodles are still hot. If you're still hungry, I'll get you another bowl. Naruto's ears only caught one part of that sentence. Really? Toad sage, you're the best. Then I want another. He dug into the rest even faster. Jiraiya finally picked up his own chopsticks and began eating too. By the time he finished one bowl, Naruto had already cleaned out 2. Naruto leaned back, rubbing his full belly. Phew. I'm stuffed. That was the best I've eaten in forever. Ichiraku ramen really is unbeatable. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Yeah. It really is the best. Naruto gave Jiraiya a big thumbs up. Right. Anyone who loves Ichiraku ramen can't be a bad guy. Toad uncle, you're a good guy, just like Gramps the Hokage. At that, Jiraiya's expression turned thoughtful. The mention of Hiruzen brought back complicated emotions. He suddenly stood and tried to sound casual. Hey Naruto, I just got back to the village and don't have a place to stay. Mind if I crash at your place tonight? Naruto lit up. He nearly jumped in excitement, though he tried to sound cool. Well, since you treated me to ramen, I guess I'll let you stay. Just for tonight. Under the moonlight, Naruto led Jiraiya to the second floor of a gray-green apartment building. He clutched Jiraiya's hand with his small one and pointed proudly at the door ahead. We're here. That's my place. You're the first guest I've ever had, besides Gramps the Hokage. He opened the door and reached up to flick on the light. Under the dim bulb, the blue-gray ceiling and scuffed wooden floor came into view. Empty instant ramen cups were scattered everywhere. Half-finished bottles of milk sat on the cluttered table, along with soup-stained noodle cups. Naruto scratched the back of his head, laughing awkwardly. Ha. I guess I forgot to clean up. Jiraiya scanned the tiny, messy apartment. It was cramped, unkempt, and depressing. Alright Naruto, let me show you just how amazing the Toad Sage is. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, 4 clones appeared beside him. Naruto's eyes widened. Whoa. 5 Toad Sage uncles. The 5 Jiraiyas all wiped their noses in sync. Leave it to us, they said together. In minutes, the room was spotless. Once they were done, Jiraiya dispelled the clones. He sat on the bed and patted the blanket. Alright, kid, 2 men, 1 bed tonight. After Naruto had drifted off to sleep, Jiraiya left a shadow clone behind to keep up appearances and quietly slipped out of the room. He headed straight for the Hokage's office. Jumping onto the windowsill, he saw the light still on inside. As expected, the old man was still waiting. Jiraiya crouched on the sill, greeting his old teacher. Long time no see, old man. From this angle, he spotted Hiruzen Sarutobi holding an adult magazine, casually flipping through it. The moment he heard Jiraiya's voice, Hiruzen quickly tucked the magazine away and coughed twice, feigning composure. You're late. Didn't I have the ANBU inform you this afternoon? Jiraiya waved it off with a grin. Don't give me that, old man. You were just reading porn. I had a few things to take care of first. Enough small talk. I already know what's been happening in the village. Why did you summon me back this time? Jiraiya's smile faded. His expression turned serious as he locked eyes with Hiruzen. The 3rd Hokage lit his pipe and took a few slow puffs before speaking. It's the Uchiha. Though relations between them and the village have improved lately, there's no denying that the Uchiha clan was involved in the Nine-Tails attack. I want you to investigate them, find out what they're really planning. Chapter 33, Dispute between Master and Student. The Uchiha's movements. Jiraiya didn't react for a moment after hearing what Hiruzen Sarutobi said. What more was there to find out? He'd already heard plenty while wandering the village streets earlier that afternoon, plus what the izakaya owner had shared. In the past 2 months, the Uchiha clan had undergone a dramatic transformation. Once feared and resented by nearly everyone in Konoha, they were now admired, even sought after. More and more villagers wanted to get closer to members of the Uchiha clan. In fact, many young people were now using the Uchiha as a standard for choosing romantic partners. Jiraiya had found it hard to believe at first. But the more he learned, the more he understood. While the Uchiha were somewhat aloof with strangers, once trust was established, they treated others with sincerity. In romantic relationships, their loyalty and devotion were enviable. Uchiha men and women alike were strikingly attractive, and when they loved passionately, perhaps overwhelmingly so. Their partners needed strength just to keep up. And of course, there was the Sharingan. Unlike the Hyuga clan, who forbade marriage outside the clan's main branch, the Uchiha were more flexible. As long as one partner was an Uchiha, marriage was permitted, regardless of gender. Once a child showed potential to become a ninja, the clan would spare no effort or resources in nurturing the talent. Nearly all Uchiha, whether ninja or civilian, found success in their chosen fields. Among ninja, the Sharingan stood as undeniable proof of their power. Once a ninja awakened the Sharingan, it became nearly impossible to find an equal at the same level. Even among civilians, their contributions were immense. Though most villagers didn't know the specifics, any ninja who had reached Chunin rank, or even an experienced genin, understood the value of Uchiha-made ninja tools. Their detonating tags, shuriken, and other weaponry were prized across the entire ninja world. The Ninja Cat clan also played a covert role, helping distribute these tools to other villages and nations. With all these advantages, the Uchiha's initial aloofness no longer seemed like a flaw. In fact, it had become something of a charm point. More importantly, their recent decision to delegate authority to the Konoha military police force had left a strong impression. The villagers and shinobi's overall view of the Uchiha had significantly improved. All signs pointed toward one conclusion: the Uchiha genuinely wanted to reconcile with the village. At first, Jiraiya thought the old man was simply being overly cautious in his old age. But Hiruzen was still the Hokage. After all, being prepared for the worst came with the job. So, Jiraiya figured he'd honor the request. All right, old man. I'll go check things out tomorrow, see what's really going on with the Uchiha. Seeing Jiraiya agree without much resistance, Hiruzen nodded, visibly relieved. Good. That puts my mind at ease. You got anything else to say? If not, I'm heading back. You reek of alcohol, I'm guessing you just got back to the village and already hit the bars. With that, Hiruzen turned, pipe in hand, and made for the office door. Wait, old man. Jiraiya's voice stopped him. Hiruzen turned his head slightly, heart sinking as he looked back. What is it, Jiraiya? Something else on your mind? Jiraiya slowly turned to face him. His gaze had sharpened, his expression darkened with anger. Aren't you going to tell me about Naruto? That single question pierced Hiruzen's heart like a kunai. He had been hoping to avoid this, one of the reasons he was so quick to leave. He didn't want to talk about Naruto with Jiraiya. So you've seen him already, Hiruzen said, trying to maintain composure. Don't worry, he's safe in the village. I check in on him from time to time. Even as he spoke, guilt gnawed at him. For the sake of the village, he had sacrificed Naruto's childhood. He could only hope that Minato and Kushina, watching from the afterlife, would understand. But Jiraiya clenched his fists, the movement loud with the creaking of his forearm armor. His glare sharpened like a blade. Safe. Sure, he's under constant surveillance by ANBU. How could he not be safe? You know that's not what I meant. Jiraiya barked. Why is it that the son of the fourth Hokage is treated like a plague in this village? Why is he seen as a curse, a demon fox? Minato and Kushina gave their lives. They staked everything, including their only son, for this village. And this is how you repay them. Are you worthy of standing before them in the afterlife? It might have been the alcohol, or perhaps the weight of his own guilt, but Jiraiya let his fury explode. Hiruzen, silent and stoic, didn't respond. Jiraiya stepped forward, closer now, his voice like steel. You call that your best effort, letting him rot in a rundown apartment. You call that protection, letting him starve, making ramen a luxury. You think showing up once in a while with some half-hearted words counts as care? That's not raising a child, that's grooming a weapon. You're the Hokage. And you couldn't even give him a decent life. That's your idea of doing your best. Jiraiya's voice cracked from strain. Blood leaked from his gums as he clenched his teeth too tightly. Hiruzen was momentarily speechless. Regret bubbled in his chest. Yes. I could have done all of that. But after a moment's pause, he hardened his heart. Jiraiya, Hiruzen said at last. I let Orochimaru go once, because I was too soft. And that was a grave mistake. Jiraiya fell silent, anger cooling as he waited to hear more. I won't make that mistake again. I can't allow my emotions to compromise Naruto's safety, not when he carries the Nine Tails. Konoha has lost too many already, White Fang, who took his own life. Tsunade, who abandoned the village. Orochimaru, who defected, and you, who've wandered for years. I have to ensure that Naruto, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, remains under the village's control. It's the only way to protect him, and Konoha. Silence fell between them. Finally, Jiraiya raised his head and looked long and hard at the old men in front of him, this once proud mentor now bent with age, white-haired and weary, his pipe the only thing steady in his trembling hand. For all his harshness, Jiraiya couldn't deny it, he had left the village too. Obsessed with prophecy, chasing Orochimaru, avoiding the responsibilities of home. Hiruzen had been left to carry it all. Jiraiya understood Hiruzen's logic, but he couldn't agree with it. Not when it came to Naruto. Old man, he said at last. From now on, I'll take care of Naruto. I'm not leaving the village again. And with that, he leapt out the window into the night, leaving Hiruzen alone, unmoving, surrounded by shadows and smoke. Chapter 34, The Inheritance of Master and Apprentice. He climbed into the room through the window and saw Naruto already sleeping on the bed, with his shadow clone sitting by the window. Jiraiya immediately released his shadow clone, took off his clothes, and placed them on the brown wooden chest beside the bed. He closed the window, leaving only a slight gap for ventilation. The weather was gradually turning to winter, and he didn't want Naruto to catch a cold while sleeping. He covered Naruto with the quilt, lay down on the outer edge of the bed, and took another look at the sleeping boy before going to sleep himself. The sunlight shone into the room through the window, bringing a hint of warmth. Naruto slowly sat up in bed. The buttons on his light blue pajamas were unfastened, as if he had tossed and turned in his sleep. His gray nightcap sat askew on his head. He stretched, yawned, and adjusted his hat. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked toward the bed, only to find no one else there. Uncle Toad. He shouted Jiraiya's name loudly and jumped out of bed in a panic. His face was filled with anxiety, as if something had suddenly gone missing from his heart. He didn't even stop to put on his slippers. Naruto, wake up and come have breakfast. Naruto snapped out of his daze when he heard Jiraiya's voice coming from the living room. He walked barefoot into the living room and saw 2 plates of breakfast already set on the table, toast, fried eggs, a cup of hot milk, and, unfortunately, the vegetables he hated the most. Jiraiya untied the apron behind him and turned to look at Naruto. Haha. Naruto, I know you're hungry and eager to eat, but you don't need to rush out barefoot. Go put on your slippers and wash up first, then come eat. Ha ha ha. Naruto rubbed his eyes again, making sure this wasn't a dream but real life. Ah. I just woke up needing to use the bathroom in a hurry, that's all. He turned back into the room, put on his slippers by the window, and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Standing at the sink and brushing his teeth, he saw Jiraiya sitting at the table through the mirror's reflection. Tears silently rolled down Naruto's cheeks. From as far back as he could remember, this was the first time someone had been by his side when he woke up. After brushing his teeth, he wiped his face with a towel to hide the tears, then sat down across from Jiraiya. They picked up their chopsticks at the same time. I'm starting, said in unison. As they ate, Jiraiya suddenly spoke while chewing his toast. Hey, Naruto, thanks for letting me crash at your place last night. It was freezing outside, if I'd slept out there, I'd have caught a cold for sure. Naruto suddenly paused. Right. Uncle Toad had only stayed for one night. After this, he'd go back to being alone. His face immediately clouded with sadness. Jiraiya noticed his expression and continued. By the way, Naruto. I saw you eat 2 bowls of super deluxe char siu ramen last night. I'm guessing you're some kind of ninja prodigy with strong chakra reserves. And since I've got no place to stay while I'm back in the village. How about this, why don't you become my student? I'll train you, and in return, I'll stay at your place from now on. Sound good? Naruto looked up at the smiling white-haired Uncle Toad, tears bursting from his eyes again. Okay. Deal. From now on, you're my master. Jiraiya grinned and teased him. Heh. So my skills finally moved you to tears, huh? Naruto wiped his face and smiled through his tears. No. It's just, the breakfast was so good, it made me cry. Jiraiya burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. And I made that breakfast too. Doesn't that prove how amazing I am? Don't worry, I'm gonna turn you into the strongest ninja in the world. Naruto raised his half-eaten toast and shouted with spirit. Yeah. The greatest master is gonna train me to be the greatest ninja ever. As they continued eating, the scene reminded Jiraiya of the day he first became the 3rd Hokage's apprentice. Back then, he'd been just as excited as Naruto. And he hadn't been alone, Tsunade and Orochimaru had been with him too. But now, things had changed. One had left, one had turned traitor. And he was the only one who came back. The man who had once been his revered master had grown old and tired, more like a politician now than a warrior. The bond between them had long faded. But here, now, with Naruto. The bond of master and disciple was beginning again. Naruto, I gave you your name. Your father Minato was my proudest student. And now, taking you on, it's not just to atone for what I couldn't do for Minato. It's because I see hope in you. No matter what dangers lie ahead, we'll face them together, master and student. I'll never let what happened to Minato happen again. I'm done eating. Naruto's voice snapped Jiraiya out of his thoughts. He glanced at the plate, Naruto hadn't touched the vegetables. Jiraiya's brow furrowed, and he forced a strained smile. Hey. Naruto, why didn't you eat the vegetables? I worked hard on that breakfast. Naruto looked at the wooden board on the wall, pursing his lips and feigning calm. I just don't like vegetables. You've gotta eat them. If you can't overcome even something this small, how can you become the greatest ninja in the world? How will you surpass the 4th Hokage? Naruto whipped his head around. The 4th Hokage. Jiraiya grinned, tapping his nose proudly. Yup. The 4th Hokage was my student. So, if you want to surpass him, you better start by finishing those vegetables right in front of you. Okay. It said the 4th Hokage gave his life to save the village and seal the 9 tails. I want to be just like him, a great ninja. I want to become Hokage. Naruto's words struck a deep chord in Jiraiya. Watching him focus on eating his vegetables, Jiraiya couldn't help but remember Minato's ideals. It's true, we really are one family, carrying the same dream forward. Chapter 35, Jiraiya's Visit. At night, the moonlight bathed Konoha as autumn turned to winter. Jiraiya took advantage of the darkness and used the toad hide technique to sneak into the Uchiha police department. Or rather, it might be more appropriate to call it the Konoha police department now. During the day, he had accompanied Naruto, shopping for new clothes and eating local snacks. In the afternoon, they did some basic training. Jiraiya had spent the entire day with Naruto, doing his best to make up for the boy's lonely childhood. Because he knew that soon, he would probably have to rely on shadow clones to accompany Naruto instead of being there himself. Even though the village appeared far more stable than before, Jiraiya knew the undercurrents still flowed beneath the surface. Based on everything he understood about Root and Danzo, there was no way they would stand by and allow the Uchiha to continue like this unopposed. It wasn't until Naruto had fallen asleep that night that Jiraiya finally had time. He left a shadow clone behind in Naruto's room and quietly headed to the police department to investigate the Uchiha's intelligence network. Avoiding the guards on night duty, Jiraiya stealthily entered the office used daily by Uchiha Hikaru. Ninja art, sky concealment formation. To prevent anyone from noticing his presence, Jiraiya cast a perception barrier that extended through the entire office with himself at its center. That way, any movement outside the door would be detected instantly, and he could use reverse summoning to escape immediately if necessary. With the setup complete, Jiraiya began flipping through the thick stacks of documents piled on Uchiha Hikaru's desk. At first, he read carefully and found that Uchiha Hikaru, the newly promoted deputy clan head and deputy director of the police department, had been doing excellent work in reforming the force. But after more than an hour passed, Jiraiya had skimmed through the rest. Most of it covered village security protocols, interdepartmental coordination, and regulations for internal police department members. The only document that sparked any amusement was one titled, "Why Female Shinobi Perform Better Than Male Shinobi in Police Work." By the end, Jiraiya felt like he had stumbled upon a kindred spirit. At the bottom of the report, Uchiha Hikaru had scribbled a comment. This is undoubtedly true. A cold-faced, skilled, and attractive kunoichi can make an investigation go far more smoothly. No one refuses to talk to a beautiful woman, especially considering most crimes in the village these days are committed by drunken men. Comments like this made Jiraiya itch to meet the Uchiha female shinobi mentioned in the report. He also felt a strange urge to meet the men who could write such philosophical truths, Uchiha Hikaru. Having confirmed there was nothing urgent in the files, Jiraiya dispelled the barrier, cloaked himself in the toad hide technique again, and left the police department. Since the moon hadn't yet reached its zenith, he decided to sneak into the Uchiha compound and pay Uchiha Hikaru a personal, late-night visit. Countless missions, 2 shinobi world wars, and years of traveling had refined Jiraiya's stealth skills to near perfection. He evaded the night patrols with ease and made his way deep into Uchiha territory. He only paused when he sensed a powerful chakra barrier surrounding a specific courtyard, Hikaru's residence. Inside, the bedroom light was dim. Only a small lamp on the bedside table illuminated the room. Uchiha Hikaru suddenly sat up, the motion waking up Anko, who had been resting her head on his chest. Still half asleep, Anko mumbled groggily, "I can't take it anymore. Let go." Hikaru gently brushed her black hair off her pale, bare shoulder and tucked the blanket over her. In an instant, he was dressed in his combat gear and outside in the courtyard. The moment he sensed the intruder, Hikaru grabbed his chakra-forged blade, sealed at his wrist. Uchiha style, flame bullet. Blazing red-orange fire engulfed the blade, and Hikaru shot toward the intruder at a speed faster than the eye could track. 2 fiery slashes formed across and sliced through the air toward Jiraiya at close range. "Wait. I'm not here to fight." Jiraiya barely dodged in time. The flame grazed him, burning a hole in his signature red cloak. As soon as Hikaru saw it was Jiraiya, he dismissed the flames and resealed with a wave of his hand. Only after the tension faded did Jiraiya speak again. "I didn't expect the new deputy head of the Uchiha clan to be this strong at such a young age. I'm curious, though, why the sudden attack?" Jiraiya's expression shifted from relaxed to serious. "Would you be happy if someone barged in during the middle of the night while you were in bed with your girlfriend?" Hikaru snapped. The words hit like a kunai to the chest. Jiraiya froze. He suddenly felt every bit of his 40-plus years, and not in a good way. From a normal shinobi's perspective, it was entirely reasonable for a 16- or 17-year-old like Hikaru to already have a girlfriend. But Jiraiya. He'd never even been in a real relationship. Sure, he frequented bars and bathhouses, but the truth was that for all these years, his heart had only ever belonged to Tsunade. He'd once been pestered by the chief of Nadeshiko village about marriage, but had ultimately pushed that responsibility onto his future student, Naruto. In hindsight, it was probably an attempt to pass down a love he himself never attained. Tsunade had always been out of reach. He'd tried to confess countless times, subtly or directly. She never reciprocated. She'd fallen for Dan. And Jiraiya had watched it happen. Now here he was, being reminded that not only was he alone, but the next generation was already living the life he'd dreamed of. He looked at Hikaru again. "I've lost. In appearance. In life. In love." And that one sentence, so casually delivered, pierced him deeper than any blade. "Ah, right, sorry. My bad. I really didn't mean to disturb you too. I was just concerned. The Uchiha have been unusually active lately, so I came to check things out. I hope you can forgive the uninvited visit, Deputy Clan Head." Hikaru formed a hand seal. Release. The barrier faded, and the reddish-brown door creaked open. "Well, since you've come to visit, I suppose I should be polite. It's not right to leave a guest outside, especially when that guest is one of Konoha's legendary sannin." He turned back to glance at Jiraiya with narrowed eyes. Oh, and you don't need to be so humble, Jiraiya-sama. I'm guessing the Hokage sent you here tonight, didn't he? Chapter 36, The Truth About the Nine-Tail Rebellion. Uchiha Hikaru exposed Jiraiya's intentions in a single sentence, and Jiraiya instantly realized that the young man before him was no ordinary genin. After all, he had only returned to Konoha yesterday afternoon. He'd made the decision to carry out this test just last night, after receiving a request from the third Hokage. Yet Uchiha Hikaru had seen through his objective with one glance. It was clear now, tonight's plan was bound to fail. He'd have to figure out how to explain that to the old man later. Jiraiya stepped into the courtyard. At first glance, it looked newly built, fresh stone, clean walls, and an orderly layout. But in the middle of the yard stood a single old tree. It looked completely out of place. Its leaves had all fallen, its trunk scarred with fire damage, and its remaining branches were brittle and gray, decayed with age. Hikaru led Jiraiya toward the tree. They each sat on a stone block beneath its dying limbs. Jiraiya was the first to speak. I didn't expect you to know why I came. I'm curious, how'd you figure it out? What if I was just dropping in to see the famous Uchiha prodigy? Hikaru shook his head calmly. Lord Jiraiya, you've been traveling outside the village for years. For you to return at such a sensitive time, only one person has the authority to summon you. The Hokage. No one else. Jiraiya's expression hardened. He realized now, the moment he was chosen to come, his cover was already blown. Since Hikaru had already laid things bare, Jiraiya didn't feel the need to beat around the bush anymore. Well then. Since you already know why I'm here, how do you plan to respond? Are you going to come clean about the Uchiha's intentions, or just pretend to play along? He gave a half-smile, eyes sharp. But if you're just stalling, the Uchiha won't be able to get past the old man. Jiraiya watched Hikaru's face carefully, looking for a crack in his expression. What intentions? Hikaru said, his voice even, his lips curling into a faint smile. What plans could the Uchiha possibly have? All we want is to live peacefully in the village. Are you accusing us of treason? Jiraiya didn't buy it. On the surface, sure, the Uchiha clan seems much more cooperative than before. But the old man is still wary. After all, the night of the Nine-Tails attack, the Sharingan was clearly reflected in the fox's eyes. The air between them grew heavier, and Hikaru's smile vanished. The Uchiha of Konoha weren't behind the Nine-Tails attack. You weren't in the village that night, Lord Jiraiya, so you wouldn't know, we were under surveillance. Root operatives sent by the Hokage's advisor were watching our every move. We weren't even allowed to assist in the rescue efforts. Wait. Root. Jiraiya's brow furrowed. That part had never been mentioned. The third had never told him about the surveillance, or that the Uchiha were kept from helping. Why would Root surround the Uchiha district instead of joining the fight? Jiraiya suddenly felt as though he were caught in a much deeper conspiracy. The old man never told me any of that, he muttered. Tell me everything. If your clan truly wasn't involved, I'll go to the Hokage myself and clear your name. The tension began to ease slightly. Hikaru gestured to the dead tree beside them. See this tree? Jiraiya gave it a glance. What about it? Compared to the rest of the yard, don't you think it stands out? Everything's been rebuilt, but this tree, scarred, dying, forgotten, still stands. Doesn't it seem like it's time for it to go? Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Slowly, his mind caught on to the metaphor. His brow furrowed. You're saying, the old man should step down. Why? Jiraiya snapped, his voice rising. Sure, he's cautious when it comes to the Uchiha, but that doesn't mean he deserves to be pushed out. He's still a good Hokage. If Hiruzen were forced to resign, it would shake the very foundations of the ninja world. In history, no Kage had ever been made to step down by force. But Hikaru wasn't finished. He pointed to the tree's roots, buried in cracked soil. Sarutobi Hiruzen might be a competent Hokage. But what about Danzo? And what about Root? Jiraiya's jaw tightened. I came here to ask about the Nine-Tails incident, not Root's operations. Stay on topic, Hikaru. I'm running out of patience. Hikaru sighed. I'm not trying to dodge your questions. But since you're not following my meaning, I'll spell it out. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. He looked Jiraiya squarely in the eyes. That night, when the Nine-Tails appeared in the village, clan head Fugaku immediately rallied our forces to help. But Danzo showed up with Root operatives and ordered us to stay in our district. We weren't allowed to leave. I don't know how he managed to mobilize Root so fast, or why they surrounded our clan specifically. At that time, Fugaku had only gathered a few dozen of us. Everything, Danzo's actions, the timing of the attack, felt planned in advance. The Nine-Tails and Root moved in perfect sync. That was the reality of the Uchiha clan situation that night. Hikaru's words echoed through Jiraiya's mind like a storm. Naruto's birth. The masked men with the Sharingan controlling the Nine Tails. Root's sudden deployment. The Uchiha clan pinned in their own territory. Minato and Kushina's deaths. The Hokage's injury. Minato's final message. The third's explanation. Hikaru's testimony. One after another, the pieces snapped into place. What had seemed like random events now connected with terrifying clarity. And the truth, if it was true, was worse than the Nine Tails attack itself. Jiraiya's pupils trembled. His face turned pale. That was exactly what Hikaru wanted. He'd led Jiraiya here step by step, drawing out his suspicions, stirring his emotions, just as he had done with Kakashi before. Now it was time for the final blow. By the way, Hikaru added casually, Kakashi came to see me the other night too. Our conversation was cut short by an unexpected visitor. Jiraiya shook his head, still lost in his thoughts. He'd already formed an idea of who the masked man was, but he lacked concrete proof. Not Kakashi, Hikaru clarified. I mean the uninvited guest. That got Jiraiya's attention. Who? Uchiha Obito. Your student Minato's former teammate. What? Obito. That's impossible. He died during the Canopy Bridge mission. He gave Kakashi his Sharingan, he's dead. Hikaru raised his hand to stop the interruption. Your memory is accurate. But Obito didn't die. That night, he wore a tiger mask and ambushed Kakashi and me. We saw through him, but he escaped using a time-space jutsu. Time-space jutsu. Jiraiya's eyes widened. That was the same detail Minato had passed on to him. The masked man with a Mangekyō Sharingan, capable of space-time ninjutsu. Everything matched. But why Obito? Why would he attack Konoha? If Obito was the mastermind, that was bad, but not as devastating as the conclusion Jiraiya had feared earlier. He let out a breath of relief, until Hikaru continued. Obito also used wood release. Successfully copied Mount Myaboku's Sage Mode. Jiraiya stiffened. He knew what that meant. Wood release. Sage Mode. Hikaru had obtained both. It was impossible unless he had been part of Root's human experimentation program. Jiraiya knew that only one subject had ever survived those experiments, a child, now in the Hokage's ANBU, codenamed A. I get it now, Jiraiya whispered, horror creeping into his voice. Danzo. He used wood release to keep Obito alive, trained him in secret, helped him awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan, and staged the Nine Tails attack to assassinate Minato and Hiruzen, and to suppress the Uchiha clan, so he could become Hokage. He'd said it aloud. And once spoken, it couldn't be unsaid. Hikaru looked at him quietly, impressed by the conclusion. His logic wasn't wrong. But one detail remained. Hikaru explained how Obito's true motivation was revenge, fueled by the death of Rin. Only then did Jiraiya truly understand. You're right, he said finally. Maybe Danzo didn't save Obito himself, but he definitely worked with him. The Nine Tails Rebellion. Danzo wasn't innocent. Chapter 37, Win over Jiraiya, the game is set. At this moment, Jiraiya finally realized that what Konoha should worry about most wasn't the Uchiha clan, but Danzo. That rat hiding in the shadows, clinging to the roots of Konoha like a parasite, slowly draining the life out of the entire village. Hikaru, now that you know all this, what are you planning to do with the Uchiha? Jiraiya no longer cared about the assignment Sarutobi Hiruzen had given him. After learning the truth, he realized the Uchiha clan had been burdened with false accusations for far too long. Uchiha Hikaru exhaled, unleashing a massive fireball. The dead trees nearby ignited in flames. If we want to change the village, we must keep evolving. Those old relics need to step down. That which should disappear must be eliminated. This is the path I will lead the Uchiha clan down. It's been 6 years since Hiruzen returned to the Hokage seat. It's time to find a new Hokage. And it's time to wipe out the plague that is Danzo. Jiraiya furrowed his brows. Not because he disagreed, in fact, he agreed wholeheartedly. But it was still too difficult for the current Uchiha to accomplish what Hikaru intended. Hikaru, I support your vision. But the Uchiha are still not strong enough to pull this off. Even though the villagers' perception of your clan has improved greatly, there are still other obstacles. The flames on the dead tree had burned out. Hikaru stood up and extended his right hand to Jiraiya. I knew that from the start. Jiraiya hesitated, staring at the outstretched hand before finally gripping it and pulling himself to his feet. You mean, you've already made preparations? As Jiraiya stood, the two withdrew their hands. That's right. Root has done a lot of things in the name of the Hokage. Many clans were already dissatisfied. And recently, Root only made things worse. Now, many clans have reached a consensus with the Uchiha. Jiraiya's curiosity flared. What kind of alliances had Hikaru formed to be this confident? Which clans have joined you? The Hyuga, the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi. Is that enough? Jiraiya's jaw dropped, eyes wide with shock. What the hell did Danzo do to push even the Hyuga and the Ino-Shikacho into your camp? The Hyuga never involve themselves in political matters, and the Ino-Shikacho have always been loyal to the old men. How did this happen? It doesn't make sense. Jiraiya's shock was understandable. After all, he didn't know that, in order to strengthen Root's power, Danzo had forged Hokage orders and tried to abduct children from the major clans. So Hikaru spent a few minutes summarizing the truth for him. Jiraiya grew even angrier after hearing it. Children were the future of the village. He hadn't expected Danzo to stoop so low for his own selfish ambition. In that case, I'll join you. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, I can't ignore what's happening to the village. But I have one condition. Hikaru nodded. Name it. Let the old man step down with dignity. That's all I ask, as his student. Hikaru rolled his eyes. Please. Sarutobi Hiruzen never directly persecuted the Uchiha. If we put Danzo aside, he's still a respectable Hokage. I'll show him the respect he deserves. With that assurance, Jiraiya finally released the last of the tension in his heart. So what's the plan now? When are we making a move? I'm sure you've already worked it out. Hikaru just spread his hands, looking utterly casual. No plan. I've done my part. From here on out, I'm just going to handle things as they come. It's late, I'm going back to my house to cuddle with my girlfriend. You can either starve in my yard or go home. Up to you. Hikaru turned and walked toward his house. Jiraiya stood there, wind blowing through his hair. His mind was a mess. Hikaru's casual tone stirred up a storm in his thoughts, like someone had dumped a lake into his head and stirred it with a stick. His brain was sloshing. Still, Jiraiya couldn't help calling out. You really don't have some hidden plan. Tell me. I won't tell the old man. He genuinely wanted to know. After learning all this, just sitting still would drive him insane. Hikaru stopped and turned back. He stared at Jiraiya like he was an idiot, eyes full of disdain. Jiraiya felt personally attacked. Even if we do plan to make a move, we have to wait for that bastard Danzo to act first. Otherwise, how would the villagers believe us? How would the other clans unite with us? Moron. With that, Hikaru turned and walked off again. Thud. The door closed behind him. The sound echoed like chunks of ice clashing together in Jiraiya's chaotic mind. But Hikaru's final words gave him clarity. The important allies were already in place. All they could do now was wait. So Jiraiya leapt over the wall and disappeared into the night. Back inside, Hikaru took off his flak vest and climbed into bed, wrapping his arms around Anko's waist. You're back. Who was it so late at night? You made me wait forever. Anko shifted, pressing her back against Hikaru's chest. Just Jiraiya. She turned to face him, her large light brown eyes filled with curiosity. Jiraiya. What did he want? He came on Hiruzen's behalf. What else? He just can't let go of the Uchiha. By the way. Anko, what do you think of Orochimaru? Don't mention that traitorous bastard. Anko turned away again, agitation clear in her body language. There was a long silence. Eventually, she pressed her face against Hikaru's chest. Honestly. I don't know. Orochimaru-sensei was always good to me. I still don't understand why he betrayed the village. I couldn't believe it at first. And I don't understand why he let me go. Hikaru gently pulled her closer, whispering against her hair. It's okay. Sleep. Someday, you'll find the answers. Send power stones. Chapter 38, Danzo is restless, let's get started. The warm sun of late autumn cast golden light over the village, a peaceful glow that made everything in Konoha seem calm and harmonious. The streets bustled with life. Laughter and the sounds of children training echoed in the distance. This was the Hidden Leaf Village, envied by many, admired by more. But beneath this serenity, far below the towering faces of the Hokage monument, hidden deep in the forests behind the cliffs, lay the secret base of Root. Dim lights flickered above cold, iron-lined walls. The base was gloomy, cramped with the weight of secrecy and iron discipline. A few aging incandescent bulbs high above cast isolated pools of light on the metallic floor, while the rest of the base remained shrouded in oppressive darkness. Danzo-sama, came a voice, low and even. Jiraiya has returned to the village. He's currently living with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Abirame Ryoma knelt on one knee before Danzo, his face blank, the high collar of his cloak masking any expression. Danzo's expression twisted at the news, his wrinkled face growing even more severe, like a decaying mask of stone. I see. Dismissed. Yes, sir. Ryoma vanished in a silent flicker. Danzo didn't hesitate. Without wasting a moment, he strode toward the Hokage's office, the heavy click of his cane echoing like a war drum. Boom. He threw the doors open, startling the ANBU outside. His lone eye glared. Hiruzen. How could you allow Jiraiya to live with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Are you out of your mind? You know better than anyone what Jiraiya is like. The Jinchuriki can't be trusted to a man as irresponsible as him. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up from his desk, expecting yet another complaint about the Uchiha clan. But instead, Danzo had come seething about something else, Naruto and Jiraiya. Hiruzen sighed, exhaling a puff of smoke from his pipe. Danzo, Jiraiya made the decision himself to return to the village. He asked to stay with Naruto. I permitted it. Is there a problem? Danzo's scowl deepened. He hadn't expected such a calm response. He had returned to the village under pretense, but in truth, he'd only come to assess Jiraiya's intentions. Danzo had long had designs on Naruto. Since the day the Nine-Tails was sealed inside him, he had tried to wrest control of the Jinchuriki, time and again, but always failed. Now, with the Uchiha clan rising in strength, Danzo grew uneasy. Root needed more power. He began recruiting from other clans, manipulating village ninja, even sending Root agents beyond the village to capture stray shinobi and missing men. Through the use of tongue seal curses and mind-wiping techniques, he forcibly turned them into tools. And now that his plans for Naruto were beginning anew, Hiruzen had brought back the one man who might stand in his way, Jiraiya. The news had infuriated him. He sent Abirame Ryoma to monitor the Toad Sage's return. And the report confirmed his fears, Jiraiya wasn't just visiting. He was staying. With Naruto. Danzo burst into the office, pretending righteous fury. But beneath it all, he felt the sting of bitter failure. Like a thief being robbed of a treasure he hadn't yet claimed. Hiruzen, I won't stand for it. Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He's not some orphan to coddle, he's a weapon. Emotions will only weaken him. He belongs with Root. Let me train him properly. Hiruzen's face tensed, the muscles in his jaw tightening. Danzo. I've told you before, and I'll say it again, Naruto is not a weapon. He's a child. And Jiraiya is more than capable of looking after him. He's my student. Danzo sneered. Orochimaru was your student too. Have you forgotten how that ended? Can you guarantee Jiraiya won't follow the same path? His return to the village, and his request to stay near the Jinchuriki, aren't you even the least bit suspicious? Hiruzen flinched at the name. Orochimaru. A scar that hadn't healed. His voice dropped, calmer now. Jiraiya is not Orochimaru. They're not the same. Jiraiya doesn't harbor darkness in his heart. Danzo laughed coldly. How naive you've become. You forget, Orochimaru didn't begin as a traitor either. It was after experimenting with the first Hokage's cells that he turned. And what about Jiraiya? Wandering the world all these years. Where was his loyalty then? You really believe he came back just to help Naruto? Or is he here to wrest the Jinchuriki from your control? He took a step forward, voice dropping to a hiss. Tsunade left the village. Orochimaru defected. And now, only Jiraiya has returned. Why? Why did only he answer your call? The words hung heavy. Hiruzen's faith wavered for just a heartbeat. Danzo saw the crack and pressed harder. He knew Hiruzen, knew the weaknesses that power had carved into him. Decades ago, Danzo had quietly encouraged Hiruzen to frame Tsukumo Hatake. He'd ensured Orochimaru's experiments came to light at the right moment. And when Minato died, it was Danzo who had pushed Hiruzen to reclaim the Hokage's seat. He knew him too well. Suspicion. Guilt. A thirst for power buried under good intentions. But to Danzo's surprise, Hiruzen's voice came back steady. You may have a point, Danzo. But I still choose to trust Jiraiya. I believe he will not betray that trust. Danzo stared, stunned. He hadn't expected rejection, not this time. You're choosing him over me, he growled, finger trembling as it pointed accusingly. After everything I've done for you. I was your shadow. Your blade in the dark. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. That's exactly why I can't give Naruto to you. I know what you'll do. I know how far you'll go. And it's because I know you that I cannot entrust Naruto to Root. We've already taken too much from that boy. Let Jiraiya stay by his side. Let him have someone, for once in his life. Danzo opened his mouth to object, but Hiruzen raised his hand. That's enough. I'm still the Hokage. Danzo's jaw clenched. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. He turned on his heel, cloak flaring as he stormed from the room, bitter hatred simmering in his heart. Send power stones. Chapter 39, Murder. In the Land of Fire, inside a beautifully constructed classical building, 4 Uchiha ninja teams, 12 members in total, stood at attention on both sides of the Fire Daimyo. The Fire Daimyo, Ashigeo, sat atop the steps at the front of the hall, clearly pleased with the guards at his side. Oh, my dear friends, take a look at the guards I've brought in from Konoha. Every one of them is an elite Uchiha ninja. Ever since the Konoha Police Department underwent its reforms, a secondary force was formed. I spared no expense in bringing these shinobi here just to open your eyes. With pride written all over his face, Ashigeo raised a paper fan to hide his smile, clearly enjoying the attention. These 12 Uchiha were a carefully selected unit, led by a Jonin and supported by experienced Chunin. To bring them to the palace, Ashigeo had commissioned an 800 million ryo mission through the Hokage himself, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The extravagance had drawn criticism. Kazuma, one of the 12 guardian ninja, had openly argued with the daimyo about it. In his fury, Ashigeo had even claimed that Konoha's very existence under a Hokage was threatening the Land of Fire's peace. Ridiculous. The one country, one village system had been created by the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. All 5 great nations followed this model, and Konoha had never lost a single great ninja war. Ashigeo fully supported the village. Besides, Tsunade was his niece, and that made him her grandfather. His ties to Konoha were unshakable. The only one he couldn't stand was that bandaged, cane-wielding figure lurking in the village. The man gave off an aura of constant gloom and deceit. In the audience, the surrounding nobles whispered among themselves. I heard something about this recently. A few merchants from Konoha couldn't stop talking about the formation drill. Sure, the Uchiha are strong, but they're difficult. I won't make any judgments until I see them in action. One noble clearly had prior dealings with the Uchiha and hadn't been pleased with their attitude. Lord Ashigeo, would you mind starting the demonstration? Uchiha Jakura, take your team out and begin the drill for the nobles. Understood. Uchiha Jakura stepped out with the other 11, expressionless but inwardly amused. He'd never had such an easy A-rank mission in his life. When he first accepted the assignment, he thought the daimyo might be planning a long journey and needed heavy protection. But in reality, all he had to do was stand around in the palace and march in formation every day. And it wasn't even boring. The nobles' gossip was wild. The young heir of one family was sick from too much womanizing, the eldest princess had an affair with her father-in-law, one noble heir fell in love with his fiancé's brother. None of it mattered. What mattered was the payout. The mission deadline ended tonight, and as team leader, Jakura would soon return to Konoha to collect his share, easily over 100 million ryo. Outside the door, Jakura assembled his men into formation and began the drill. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed as they entered the palace. The nobles were instantly stunned by the sight. The daimyo chuckled behind his fan once more. Though he'd watched this same display a dozen times already, it never got old. The shock on the nobles' faces fed his pride and inflated his sense of superiority. Once the formation was complete, night fell. Jakura and the others took their leave and departed for Konoha. Dark clouds veiled the full moon, plunging the forest into deeper shadow. Jakura raised his hand to signal a halt. Uchiha Tetsuyu, Uchiha Aiki, Uchiha Lee, your teams rest first. I'll take the first watch. The other teams leaned against tree trunks and closed their eyes. But 2 kilometers away, more than 30 root operatives were tailing them, led by Abirame Ryoma. Among them were 12 Jonin, the rest were elite-level Chunin. Our mission is to eliminate these 12 Uchiha rebels. Do not damage their eyes, Lord Danzo wants them intact. Understood. Yes, sir. Move out. The Root Division excelled in assassination and stealth. Even the Chunin among them had slain Jonin-level opponents. Ninja combat was high risk, high lethality, offense always outweighed defense. Danger loomed closer with each step. The woods were eerily quiet. Jakura, unsettled, activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan on instinct. Years of combat experience screamed at him, something was wrong. He hadn't expected this many enemies, though. He reached for his ninja tools. But Ryoma had already seen the movement. Attack. A hailstorm of kunai, shuriken, and senbon rained down. Ambush. Get up. Jakura shouted. Even with the quick warning, 5 Uchiha Chunin died instantly, vitals pierced. Uchiha Tetsuyu's arm was impaled by a kunai. Root had them surrounded. Each Uchiha team leader was under attack by 3 Jonin. 3 shadowy figures with flashing blades descended on Uchiha Lee. That was when Jakura recognized the sword style. It was Konoha's. This was Root. No question. He knew he wouldn't survive the night. But he could still pass on what he'd learned. He leapt back, gaining space. Summoning Jutsu. Meow summon, meow. The ninja cat's tail was caught in a blast of fire-style ninjutsu, and it let out a furious yowl. Root has made their move. Go. Warn the clan head. The summoning ended as Jakura severed the link. He's really going all out, Ryoma muttered. To use his own body to protect the summon. Jakura's right arm had been scorched black by the flames, numb, useless, hanging dead at his side. Gritting his teeth, he drew his blade with his left hand, and cut off his right arm. You Root bastards, even if I die here, I'll take some of you with me. His face twisted in fury. He'd known escape was impossible the moment he saw them. At least the intel had gotten out. He could die with purpose. He only regretted the family he'd leave behind, his wife, his son. Moments later, blood and body parts littered the forest floor. The Uchiha had been annihilated. Ryoma stepped on Jakura's body, reaching down to extract the eyes, but his hand went right through. He froze and leapt backward. Suddenly, the real Jakura appeared behind him. His left eye had gone white and cloudy. Raising his sword. Uchiha sword style, sword leaping flame. The blade, engulfed in blood-red flames, slashed downward. Ryoma, still moving backward, had no time to change direction. He twisted just enough. Slash. An arm hit the ground. Ryoma screamed from the searing pain of his severed limb. You damn Uchiha. What right do you have to resist? You're a cancer in Konoha's veins. A wave of ninja tools slammed into Jakura. He had just used Izanami, draining the last of his chakra and strength. That flaming slash had emptied him completely. Thud. His body was riddled with weapons. Some buried deep into muscle and bone. Even if he couldn't kill Ryoma, he'd made him pay. That was enough. As Jakura collapsed backward, only one thought remained. Deputy Clan Head. Uchiha Hikaru, avenge us. Please, take care of my wife, and my son. Send power stones. Chapter 40, Action. Konoha Village, Uchiha Clan Territory, Fugaku's home. Fugaku was startled awake by the sound of a ninja cat meowing outside. He stood up and spotted a sleek black cat perched on the windowsill with a scroll tied to its back. He reached out and took the scroll. Without a sound, the ninja cat leapt back into the night and disappeared. Fugaku frowned. Something didn't feel right. Normally, dealings with the ninja cat clan were reported during the day. Why would a message arrive at this hour? He unrolled the scroll. It contained only one chilling sentence. Root attacked. Uchiha Jakura and the squad were all killed. Fugaku's face darkened. He quietly pulled the blanket up to cover Mikoto and immediately left the house, heading toward Uchiha Hikaru's residence. Bang. 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 The loud knocking jolted Uchiha Hikaru awake. He groggily stumbled to the door and opened it, revealing Fugaku's grim and heavy expression. It's the middle of the night. What's wrong? You look tense, Hikaru asked, brushing sleep from his eyes. But the seriousness on Fugaku's face quickly made him stand straighter. Let's talk inside. There's trouble. The two moved into the living room. Fugaku didn't waste time. Jakura and the others are dead. Root ambushed them. All 12 Uchiha shinobi were wiped out. Hikaru shot up from his seat. What did you say? Root. All of them. Fugaku sat down heavily, fists clenched. Yes. All of them. That bastard Danzo actually had the nerve to attack now. Tell me, Hikaru, what do we do next? Hikaru turned without a word, entered his room, and returned moments later in full combat gear. Let's go. Fugaku saw the fire in his eyes and quickly donned his own combat uniform. But he hesitated. Wait, are you seriously thinking of attacking Root now? Hikaru glanced at him coldly. What, should we go invite Danzo to tea instead? Fugaku stood up and placed his hand on Hikaru's shoulder. Listen, Hikaru, I want to go as badly as you do, but think about our plan. The clan. Enough. Hikaru shoved Fugaku back. We've played nice long enough. I didn't want to move against Danzo so early, but he's the one who crossed the line. He spilled Uchiha blood. I'm not sleeping until I get payback. I don't need a lecture. Just answer me, are you coming or not? Be a man and stop whining. The provocation worked. Fugaku got right in Hikaru's face. Of course I'm a man. I've got 2 sons, what do you think I am? He then paused and added, if you've got a plan for the aftermath, let's go now. Only problem is, do we know where Root's base even is? Hikaru's face stiffened. No. The air fell still. Fugaku stared at him in disbelief. He wanted to punch Hikaru, but knew he probably wouldn't win, so he clenched his jaw instead. Then how are we supposed to attack? I don't know now, but I've got an idea. Fugaku raised an eyebrow. What idea? Go wake up Itachi and ask him. He's been in ANBU under Danzo for years. No way he doesn't know. Fugaku blinked. Right. I never even thought to ask him. Without another word, the two rushed to Fugaku's house. Itachi was sound asleep when he felt a strong tug on the back of his collar. Next thing he knew, he was standing upright in his pajamas with his father and Uchiha Hikaru glaring at him. He panicked for a second. Had he done something wrong? What had he missed? What had he? He immediately lowered his head and dropped to one knee. I'm sorry, father. Deputy Chief. Whatever it is, I take full responsibility. Fugaku and Hikaru blinked, completely caught off guard. Fugaku, did you hit your kid too hard as a baby? What? No. Why would I smack Itachi for no reason? Itachi looked up, confused. Wait, this isn't about something I did. Hikaru shook his head. No. We just want to know where Root's base is. We're going to avenge our people. Itachi's expression turned sharp, his gaze clearing in an instant. Hikaru could feel it, the calm, calculating killer behind those eyes. He briefed Itachi on what happened. Itachi's fists tightened. Take me with you. I've had enough of those Root bastards. I'm not sitting this out. And so, 3 Mangekyō Sharingan users, Uchiha Hikaru, Fugaku, and Itachi, prepared for battle. They headed for Root's hidden facility behind the cliffs of Hokage Rock. As they reached the perimeter of the forest, Hikaru held up a hand to halt them. Remember, don't reveal your Mangekyō abilities. Not yet. Only I will. Fugaku stepped forward, resolute. No, Hikaru. Using the Mangekyō leads to blindness. You're our future. Let me carry the burden. His tone was serious, but inwardly, he was itching to unleash his fury. There were still 2 Mangekyō in the clan, his sons and Hikaru's. If anyone was going to demolish Root, it might as well be him. After all, Hikaru had promised to handle cleanup afterward. Fugaku had been swamped with paperwork anyway, Hikaru even dumped some of it on his desk recently. He needed this. Desperately. Then Itachi spoke. Let me use the Mangekyō. I have the most to atone for. Father is the clan head. Hikaru is our future. I'm the expendable one. His voice was calm, but the fire behind his words was real. Ever since Hikaru challenged him at the clan meeting, Itachi had been disgusted with the Root. Every mission, every interaction, it all reeked of rot. He couldn't bear the thought that he once served them. This was his chance to erase that shame with blood. Hikaru glanced between the two of them. Their reasons made sense, but... damn it. Fine. Use your eyes, both of you. But don't go blind. I mean it. He gave in. Deep down, he knew they weren't just trying to steal his moment, they had their own grudges. The Uchiha clan didn't forgive. They didn't forget. And when vengeance came knocking, it came with fire. Uchiha fought. Uchiha raged. Uchiha were chaos incarnate. Send power stones. Chapter 41, Disease. Under Itachi's guidance, the 3 successfully infiltrated the Root's underground base. The guard at the gate heard footsteps approaching from the darkness. He instinctively drew the ninja blade strapped to his back, eyes narrowing. No one from the Root returned this casually, something was off. The footsteps grew louder. Then, through the dim corridor, he saw their faces. Uchiha Hikaru. And Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi. What are you doing? Why did you bring them here? Itachi's response was swift and cold. His Sharingan spun to life, and with a flicker of chakra, the illusion activated. The Root guard froze, then turned his blade inward and stabbed himself through the chest. Blood erupted from his mouth as searing pain broke the genjutsu. Ita-chi. You, trait. The words never finished. His body collapsed to the floor, lifeless. The 3 walked forward, and Hikaru kicked the gate open with a loud crash that echoed through the halls. The sound instantly alerted the rest of the Root. What the hell? Uchiha. Are you mad? Trespassing into the Root is treason. Kill them. Kill all 3 of them. Even the Hokage won't be able to save them now. Someone report to Lord Danzo. One of the cat-masked ANBU agents started away, but Fugaku stepped forward, kunai in hand, ready to intercept, only for Hikaru to stop him with a glance. With a subtle flick, Hikaru summoned his weapon from the seal on his wrist, the weapon. Or rather, the blade, the flame that was also himself. He stared coldly at the crowd of root shinobi. Only this many? I expected more from Danzo's little cult. Dozens of you against the three of us, and you actually think that's enough? You all die here tonight. In your next life, follow a better leader. Not a cowardly, power-hungry bastard like Danzo. The Mangekyō Sharingan lit up in Hikaru's eyes, blood-red, malevolent, wrathful. Burn. He flipped the blade upright, let go of it, and let it fall. As soon as the tip touched the ground, ghostly blue-white flames erupted outward in a pulse of chakra, racing across the floor. Fugaku and Itachi followed with drawn swords and kunai, joining the onslaught, cutting down root operatives with precision and fury. Shit. There's something wrong with this fire. Use water style, now. A dozen root shinobi leapt forward, forming rapid hand seals. Water style, water formation wall. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Water style, raging water wave. High-level water release techniques surged forward, clashing with Hikaru's ghost fire. Steam hissed violently through the base, white mist boiling across the stone. Just when they thought the flames had been extinguished. Whoosh! Flaming arrows of spiritual fire shot out from the mist, blue-white and shrieking with chakra, piercing through the root ninjas like divine punishment. Wherever they struck, the fire spread like a curse. Aya! The water didn't work. What kind of jutsu is this? It's burning me. Somebody help. Where's the sealing squad? Use the sealing jutsu. I don't want to die, Lord Danzo still needs me. Their screams lasted only seconds before a dozen more bodies were reduced to ash. The weapon's flames licked through the corridors, and the root panicked, scattering. From behind Hikaru, a transparent silhouette appeared. Dance of swords. A blindingly fast genjutsu technique. But Hikaru only smirked. Without turning, he snapped both hands into motion, the spiritual fire molding instantly into a flaming blade. Flame spiral. 3 spiraling arcs of fire slashed in every direction. They collided with the enemy's 3-pronged sword strike. 2 of the clones disappeared in a puff of smoke. The real attacker had his sword snapped in half, and then was gutted by a horizontal slash that sent blood spraying across the walls. The ninja fell hard, groaning. With trembling hands, he removed his mask. An older man, gray at the temples, blood pouring from a deep gash across his chest. Why you? That sword technique, how can you cut 3 times with one blade? His eyes widened in disbelief, even as his life ebbed away. Hikaru remained silent, fireblade still in hand, gazing coldly at the man's face. Gekko Chiji, he muttered. So you really did betray us. He hadn't expected this one. Gekko Chiji had once come to him, offering loyalty to the Uchiha. And yet, here he was, in root garb. That stung more than he'd expected. Hikaru turned to leave, stepping away to strike down others. But Chiji rasped out one final plea. Deputy clan leader. Hikaru. He stopped, back turned. What is it? Blood continued to pour freely, but Chiji raised himself just enough to speak. The Gekko clan has only one successor now, Hayate. He doesn't know anything. Please, let him live. Then, he collapsed to his knees and slammed his head to the floor. Blood spilled from both forehead and chest. Hikaru said nothing, only gripping the fireblade tighter. I'll pass this sword technique to Hayate. And with that, he turned and walked away, into the chaos. Behind him, Chiji smiled faintly. His body went limp. His pupils faded to gray. He died with a smile. Hikaru absorbed the fire back into himself, condensing it into the spiritual form of the weapon once again. Now armed only with his blade and his body, he began carving through root operatives with sheer taijutsu and kenjutsu, raw, brutal, violent. He wasn't fighting for efficiency anymore. He was venting. The words Chiji left behind echoed in his mind, and his rage turned to Danzo. It wasn't the Gekko clan that had betrayed the Uchiha. It was Danzo who had corrupted them, who had embedded his vile agents among them. The Gekko clan was small. Their unique bloodline ability, transparent release, came at a cruel cost. Most of their ninja died young from the disease that came with the bloodline. Only one remained this generation, Gekko Hayate. Just one. Hikaru's fury intensified. More than 10 minutes later, the slaughter ended. Blood pooled across the floor. The root base stank of ash and scorched flesh. With one final swing, Hikaru released a blast of ghost fire toward the corpses. Everything burned. Every body. Every lie. Every betrayal. The root base behind Hokage Rock was reduced to silent, flickering embers. Send power stones. Chapter 42, Danzo upgrades. Danzo Pro Max. In the underground laboratory beneath the Hokage building, within the domain of Root. Wooden shelves lined the dimly lit space, packed with jars and bottles containing Sharingan eyes, 24 in total. Among them, one had already turned dull and lifeless, the red hue faded to gray. There were 7 fully developed 3-tomo Sharingan, the rest varied between 2-tomo and 1-tomo forms. These were the eyes harvested from fallen Uchiha shinobi, ninja who perished returning from a mission in the land of the daimyo. Danzo Shimura lay on the operating table, his body still but his mind razor-sharp. He issued a final command before the procedure began. Listen closely. Once the operation starts, no matter what I do or say, you are not to stop. Only abort if your lives are in danger. Yes, sir. 3 Root medical staff stood ready, clad in yellow lab coats, white masks, and surgical caps. The operation commenced. Anesthetic was injected. Monitoring equipment was connected, tracking Danzo's pulse and heartbeat in real time. The first Sharingan transplant, beginning now. The process moved quickly. One by one, the 3-tomo Sharingan were removed from the shelves and grafted onto Danzo's body. Transplant number 5, commencing. But the moment the 5th Sharingan was embedded into Danzo's arm, the heart monitor began to scream. His heart rate spiked, nearly 200 beats per minute. Warning alarms blared. Danzo's unconscious face twisted into a feral grimace. His right arm began to wither at the shoulder, the skin cracking and paling. Quick! His yin and yang chakra are unbalanced. Inject Hashirama's cell fluid. One of the medics swiftly prepared a syringe and, watching the readings, slowly injected a light green fluid into Danzo's bloodstream. 106, 103. 84. His vitals stabilized. The balance of yin and yang chakra slowly returned to equilibrium. After more than 30 minutes, the operation was complete. A medic placed his glowing palm over Danzo's body, using the mystical palm technique to heal the surgical damage. Danzo's eyes flickered open. He stepped off the table and immediately felt it, the surge of chakra swelling through him like a storm. His reserves had tripled. He raised his right arm. 7 3-tomo Sharingan opened along the length of it, glowing scarlet. Danzo studied his arm, its chalk-white skin and its unmatched power. A perfect limb. This was Orochimaru's work. The fusion of Uchiha eyes and Senju flesh, an arm born of 2 legendary lineages. He unwrapped the bandages from his right eye, revealing his Mangekyō Sharingan. Danzo approached a mirror and gazed upon himself with grim satisfaction. Would release. Mangekyō Sharingan. He now possessed the pinnacle of both the Uchiha and Senju clans. Who in Konoha could possibly stand against him now? Shisui, it's a pity. He never acquired Shisui's other eye. Most likely destroyed by Shisui himself. Without it, Danzo had no way to observe the full scope of the Uchiha Susanoo. Finished admiring himself, Danzo stepped out into the hallway. There, more than 30 elite Root operatives waited, led by Aburame Ryoma. Danzo's eyes narrowed when he noticed Ryoma's right arm was gone. Ryoma immediately dropped to one knee. Lord Danzo. I underestimated Uchiha Chikura, he used the forbidden technique, Izanagi, and caught me off guard. But rest assured, Lord Danzo. The Aburame rely on insect control to fight, losing an arm won't affect my capabilities much. Besides, I've already brought Aburame Tone into Root's training camp. In a few years, he will surpass even me. Danzo's expression shifted. Aburame Tone. That name stirred a pleased glint in his eye. Tone was the surviving son of Aburame Shirui's late brother, a prodigy who had inherited Shirui's black venomous insects. Danzo remembered how he had once tried to claim both Tone and Shino under the authority of the Hokage's warrant, but the clan refused. He had settled for a less talented child. Yet now, against all odds, Ryoma had brought the boy to him. A weapon, hidden in the shadows, ready to be molded. Danzo nodded. Very well. Then I won't punish you for losing the 3-tomo Sharingan. Go. They'll graft you a new arm. Ryoma had delivered Tone and completed his mission, and for that, Danzo rewarded him with a limb. What more could he want? Danzo smirked. For loyal pawns, praise was a gift greater than gold. Just then, a sharp voice rang out, shattering Danzo's reverie. Who dares disturb me right after surgery? A Root ninja in a cat-faced Anbu mask dropped to one knee, panting. I deeply apologize, Lord Danzo. I deserve to die, but the matter is urgent. Danzo frowned. Well. Speak. What has you trembling like a civilian child? He felt invincible now, his new Sharingan, his Senju-enhanced body. He was no longer just Danzo. He was Danzo Pro Max. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Hikaru just attacked Root headquarters. Danzo scoffed. So 3 Uchiha launched an attack. What of it? Smack. He slapped the masked ninja hard enough to crack the porcelain. You call that urgent? Why didn't you lead with this? Everyone, prepare for battle. Aburame, you're with us. The operation's on hold, we return to route. Danzo and over 30 route elites raced to the forest behind the Hokage rock. The moment they entered the underground base, the scent of ash and burning flesh filled their nostrils. The heavy steel doors were kicked off their hinges. Guards at the entrance lay dead, charred beyond recognition. The entire base had fallen silent. Danzo stepped forward. What he saw ignited a rage he hadn't felt in years. Skeletons and smoldering ash, his elite route operatives reduced to nothing. Impossible. Just 3 Uchiha, and mid-ranked at that. How could they destroy this place and vanish so quickly? The cat-masked ninja dropped to his knees again. Lord Danzo, when I fled to report this, I saw Uchiha Hikaru's eyes. The 3 Tomo, they weren't normal. They showed something else. Smack. Danzo's hand lashed out once more, sending the man sprawling unconscious. But this time, his face was twisted in something darker than fury, greed. Another Mangekyō Sharingan. That damned Uchiha Hikaru. Looks like I still have a chance to witness the Susanoo, the power of a god. Send power stones. Chapter 43, the bad guy complains first. Early in the morning, as the sun rose, a new day began in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen strolled slowly through the village streets, warmly greeting the villagers as he passed. Everything seemed peaceful on the surface. But as he reached the Hokage building, his right eyelid twitched involuntarily. A strange unease crept up his spine, a foreboding sense of dread. He climbed the stairs and pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. His eyes widened. The Hokage's chair was turned away, and just as he stepped forward, it slowly spun around, revealing the last person he wanted to see sitting in it. Danzo. Danzo didn't speak right away. He simply leaned back with cold arrogance in his expression, his only movement the slight narrowing of his eyes as they locked onto Hiruzen. Something was off. Danzo wasn't acting like himself. Before Hiruzen could question him, Danzo broke the silence. Hiruzen, the root base was attacked last night. Every operative stationed there is dead. Danzo stood and pushed the chair aside, gesturing for Hiruzen to sit. The news hit Hiruzen like a kunai to the chest. Anger flared across his face. Did the perpetrators leave any message? I swear I'll bring them to justice. This wasn't Danzo's rage, it was Hiruzen's. Despite their rivalry, despite Danzo's dark methods, they had once been comrades. Brothers in arms. He had overlooked so much, turning a blind eye to Danzo's crimes, even when Danzo had sent assassins after him. He had scolded and suppressed him but never punished him. Now, with root decimated, Hiruzen felt compelled to act. Justice had to be served. Danzo's lips curled into a sneer. The ones responsible were Uchiha Hikaru, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Itachi. I've warned you again and again, the Uchiha have long harbored treason in their hearts. But you refuse to believe me. What a tragedy. Root's loyal shinobi, dead not by enemy hands, but slaughtered by their own villagers. Disgraceful. Danzo's anger rose with each word until he slammed the desk, scattering documents to the floor. Hiruzen's face grew pale as he processed the names. But logic forced him to question it. Hikaru, Fugaku, and Itachi, how could just 3 of them wipe out an entire root base? That includes more than 30 elite jonin and special jonin. Impossible. Your intelligence must be wrong. Hiruzen tried to cling to reason. He wanted to believe it wasn't true. Danzo stepped closer, gaze sharp and deliberate. If they were just 3 ordinary Uchiha, it would be impossible. But one survivor from Root saw it with his own eyes. Uchiha Hikaru's Sharingan wasn't just 3 Tomo. It was a special pattern. The word struck Hiruzen like thunder. His mind flashed back to the legends, the forbidden Uchiha feared throughout history. The men said to rival the first Hokage himself, Uchiha Madara. The image of a colossal blue Tengu-like figure surged into his mind. In that legendary battle, Madara had been defeated, but Senju Hashirama had sustained fatal injuries and died shortly afterward. And Madara's power, derived from the godlike Mangekyō Sharingan. Hiruzen did not know that Madara had possessed the eternal Mangekyō. But if Hikaru had awakened the same kind of terrifying power, then he could surpass even the White Fang of Konoha. Danzo saw the fear in Hiruzen's eyes, and he relished it. Yes. That's the look. Let him fear. Let him turn on the Uchiha. Then Danzo would claim the Mangekyō Sharingan for himself. Konoha would be his, and then the entire shinobi world. He imagined himself riding a Susanoo, wielding Mokuton, leveling entire nations. Maybe even subduing the great Buddha itself. Hiruzen, do you understand now? I was right all along. The Uchiha police reform was a smokescreen. They tricked us into lowering our guard. And now that we trust them, they deliver the killing blow. The entire village is in danger. If not for the survivor, even I would have believed the Uchiha's innocent facade. Danzo leaned in with a cold, persuasive tone. This wasn't like the confrontation with Jiraiya. Now, Hiruzen's heart was gripped by doubt and fear. Hikaru's sincerity had moved him once, but that flicker of trust was burning out. Hiruzen stared down at the Hokage's desk, haunted by the words of the second Hokage. Monkey. I could never solve the Uchiha issue. The police force is a pressure cooker. 10, 20 years, it will explode. He forgot the second half of Tobarama's words. You must resolve it properly. That's why I took Uchiha Kagami as my student. I hoped he could be a bridge. I failed to fulfill my brother's wish. I entrust it to you, the third Hokage. But Hiruzen remembered only his title, Sandaime Hokage. He was the leader of Konoha. If the Uchiha could wipe out Root today, they could eliminate Anbu tomorrow. Assassinate the Hokage the day after. Danzo, he said grimly, gather the remaining Root operatives. I'll call in the Hokage Guard and Anbu. Once assembled, they'll be on standby. I'll summon Uchiha Hikaru and Uchiha Fugaku to the Forest of Death. If they can't give us a satisfactory explanation, we'll eliminate them. And we'll begin the purge of the Uchiha clan. His face was devoid of the warmth he once showed. The tears he'd shed during the police department's celebration were forgotten. Now, there was only fear, and the hunger to retain power. Send power stones. Chapter 44, Confrontation. The sun continued to climb higher into the sky. Tiny snowflakes drifted down and melted the moment they touched the ground. Morning had arrived. Uchiha Hikaru and Fugaku were in the Konoha police force office when they simultaneously received orders from the Anbu. Hikaru, are we heading to the Forest of Death tonight? Looks like Danzo already informed Hiruzen about the route base. What's the plan you mentioned last night? Fugaku hurried over from the office next door and questioned Hikaru. Hikaru sat calmly in his chair, sipping green tea from a white porcelain teacup. Just go to the mission hall and fetch a copy of the intelligence on the operation that Number 5 and the others are executing. Fugaku eyed Hikaru, who remained unfazed. Ultimately, he chose to trust Hikaru's judgment again. After all, Hikaru hadn't made a single mistake so far. Trusting him blindly always paid off. Fugaku turned and walked toward the door. Hurry back. I need help dealing with the pile of reports on the desk. Fugaku nearly tripped over the threshold. He turned back, shooting Hikaru a glare, ready to protest. But then he remembered his family still depended on Hikaru. Grinding his teeth, he forced himself to swallow his anger. TCH. Fine. That night, the winter air turned bitingly cold. Inside the dense green jungle, the Forest of Death brimmed with danger. Venomous snakes, wild beasts, and even the most unassuming plants could harbor deadly poison. Hikaru and Fugaku had already reached the central tower in the Forest of Death. Late into the night, under the cold light of the moon, Hiruzen and Danzo finally arrived at the agreed location. Though only Hiruzen and Danzo stood before them, Hikaru could sense nearly 100 chakra signatures surrounding the tower. Judging by their chakra levels, even the weakest were likely Tokubetsu Jonin. When the four of them finally faced off, Danzo wasted no time and launched into sharp interrogation. Hikaru, Fugaku, where's the traitor Itachi? Did he run off like a coward? Fugaku's expression immediately twisted. He was furious at hearing his son insulted so brazenly. But Hikaru wasn't fazed. Fugaku might not be the most articulate, but Hikaru was a master of verbal warfare. Hokage-sama never requested Itachi's presence. Hikaru stared at Danzo, his face the picture of exaggerated concern, as if worried for Danzo's intellect. It was as if he couldn't understand how anyone could ask something so absurd. The silence that followed was awkward. Danzo had hoped to dominate them verbally, but Hikaru's single sentence flipped the tables. Seeing Danzo humiliated, Hiruzen stepped in to defend his old friend. That's enough. Hikaru, stop with your games. He turned his sharp gaze toward Fugaku. Was it you, Itachi, and Hikaru who attacked the root base last night? His cloudy eyes momentarily gleamed with the sharpness of his past self. Hikaru casually nodded. Yes, we did. Problem. Then, his eyes shifted, three tomo spinning rapidly into the form of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Danzo and Hiruzen tensed, stepping back into defensive positions. The standoff had begun. Hikaru's voice turned sharp with irritation. I said we did it. So what? You got a problem with that? Chakra erupted from Hikaru's body. A blue aura enveloped him, and the oppressive pressure doubled in an instant, pressing down on both elders. Danzo snarled. As expected from the cursed Uchiha clan. You people never change. Hiruzen joined in. You slaughtered so many for no reason. You killed Konoha's own. Do you feel no remorse? Danzo felt a chill at Hiruzen's words, a sudden unease in his gut, but the modifications on his right arm gave him confidence. He was Danzo Promax now. What did he have to fear? Hikaru laughed darkly. Ha ha ha. How ridiculous. All this time, and you, the Hokage, still don't even know why I attacked Root. You're just regurgitating Danzo's one-sided tale. Fugaku. Show Hokage-sama the evidence. Fugaku tossed a scroll toward Hiruzen. As Hikaru spoke, Hiruzen felt a twinge of unease. Still, he took the scroll and examined it. After reading, he frowned. I know of the mission involving the 12 Uchiha. I personally approved it, at the daimyo's request. What's your point? Hikaru's Mangekyō focused on Danzo, then returned to Hiruzen. They all died on the way back. I sent scouts to inquire with the fire daimyo. The squad left the capital just after nightfall yesterday. They should have reached Konoha by this morning. But there's been no word. Not a single one made it back. Hiruzen's face hardened. You're saying they were all killed? Don't tell me you believe they were attacked by Root. What? Is that it? Speak, Uchiha Hikaru. When Hiruzen first opened the scroll, he'd expected damning evidence. But now he thought Hikaru was merely grasping at straws, using a weak excuse to justify his violent actions. Clap clap clap. Hikaru suddenly began applauding and laughing. As expected of our Hokage. You guessed it right. Then surely Hokage-sama would be interested in some evidence. Danzo's unease flared again. That couldn't be. His team was flawless. There was no way they left any traces. Fugaku began forming hand signs. Summoning Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, a black cat appeared, carrying a scroll on its back. Fugaku grabbed the scroll and tossed it to Hiruzen. Hiruzen opened it with skepticism. But as his eyes scanned the contents, his expression darkened. His gaze turned icy as he glared at Danzo. Hikaru, even if Root was at fault, you didn't have to massacre them all. They were still Konoha shinobi. Danzo looked completely bewildered. What did I do wrong? The words slipped out of his mouth before he could stop them. Hiruzen hurled the scroll at Danzo's face. I may be old, but I still recognize the paw prints of the Ninja Cat clan. The Ninja Cat clan was one of the great summoning clans, rivaling the 3 legendary summoning forces. Known for their extensive dealings in the ninja world, they had ties with many villages and families. Because of an old debt the Uchiha clan had helped settle, the Ninja Cat clan had always maintained good relations with them. Not to mention, the Uchiha produced some of the finest ninja tools, shuriken, explosive tags, and more. If the Ninja Cat clan had provided a statement supporting the Uchiha, then the evidence was irrefutable. Even the Hidden Cloud village, despite their war-hungry nature, still dealt respectfully with the Ninja Cats. During the Warring States era, the Yatsuki clan once tried to seize the Cat clan's market. They were only spared because the Uchiha clan intervened. In the aftermath, the Yatsuki's economy tanked for decades. It wasn't until their leader personally knelt and begged forgiveness that the trade resumed. Even if Hiruzen had doubts, he couldn't reject this scroll outright. Doing so would risk cutting off nearly 40% of Konoha's supply of ninja tools. And Hiruzen wasn't ready to let Konoha follow the Yatsuki clan's path to ruin. Send Power Stones. Chapter 45, Susanoo. Fear. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. Danzo took the scroll that Hiruzen threw to him, and his face darkened after reading it. Damn it, that idiot Ryoma didn't mention that it was Uchiha Hikaru who exposed Root's operation to the Ninja Cat clan. He actually withheld such crucial information. How dare he keep that from me? Damn it. Hikaru, the Root's men attacked your Uchiha clansmen. I suspect Abirame Ryoma went rogue and carried out the mission without authorization. I will personally return and have Ryoma imprisoned immediately. ANBU will interrogate him on your behalf. Root will absolutely give the Uchiha clan a proper explanation. I just don't know what to do about you, Fugaku, and Itachi attacking Root's base, Hikaru. Sensing the situation turning against him, Danzo shamelessly threw his own subordinate under the bus to protect himself. He betrayed Abirame Ryoma, pinned the blame entirely on him, and distanced himself from Root's misconduct. And by doing this, he could even accuse the Uchiha of attacking the Root base. Hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen immediately understood his intent and chose to go along with the scheme. Hikaru, Danzo is right. Abirame Ryoma betrayed the village and attacked his comrades. After he's in prison, Konoha will deliver justice to the Uchiha. But it's also true that you attacked Root. Considering that it was Danzo's failure in managing Root that led to this, I will reduce the punishment for the Uchiha appropriately. Danzo's face contorted with frustration. You bastard, big-eyed hypocrite, you're betraying me now too. Hikaru, as long as you voluntarily accept the curse mark I place on you, I will forgive your actions this time. Danzo was livid. If Hikaru ends up under Hiruzen's control, how will he ever achieve his dream of the Susanoo Buddha? Fugaku stood next to Hikaru. Upon hearing Hiruzen's offer, his expression turned grim as he looked at Hikaru. Ha 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 ha. Hikaru suddenly burst into manic laughter, laughing wildly toward the sky. This marked the moment that the original 4 laughing heroes of the Uchiha became the 5 laughing heroes. His smile slowly faded. Hikaru glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I've respected you. Because of your position as Hokage, I gave you face and called you Hokage. But do you really think you're so high and mighty? The Mangekyō Sharingan spun violently, the chakra around him turning cold and heavy. A pitch-black skeletal frame began to take shape, surrounding Fugaku and Hikaru. The skeleton expanded upward, forming the full upper body. A massive skeletal form, tens of meters tall, loomed over Danzo and Hiruzen. Pale golden eyes glared down at them, radiating unrestrained rage. As his ocular power surged, Hikaru felt his body being pricked by 1,000 needles. Fortunately, the Hashirama cells he had copied from Obito eased the pain, and no blood tears streamed from his eyes. Sarutobi, think carefully. The Uchiha and the Senju were the 2 clans that founded Konoha. A Hokage alone cannot shake us. The Uchiha police force has had the authority to enforce the law since its inception. We have the right to arrest those who obstruct justice. As a member of Root, Uchiha Itachi has officially reported a suspicious intruder inside Root's facilities. Root members refusing to cooperate with the police chief and deputy chief during law enforcement operations will be killed on the spot without mercy. Is that not within regulation? The pressure from Susanoo surged again. Hikaru kept pouring in chakra. Veins and muscle fibers appeared on the skeletal frame. Within moments, the upper body transformed. A full-bodied armored warrior stood on the ground, holding a 10-meter-long chakra blade in its right hand. Hiruzen stared at the towering construct, his heart trembling. He hadn't expected Hikaru to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan and master Susanoo at just 16 years old. Hikaru's current form, a half-body Susanoo, might still be manageable with Danzo's help. But what if he could go even further? And Fugaku was still at his side. Yet with Root members and ANBU under his command nearby, there was still hope. Hiruzen raised his arm, ready to signal. But Hikaru's Susanoo suddenly manifested fully from the waist down. He pushed his ocular power even further. Cells within his body screamed as chakra was forced out at a punishing rate. Then, a Susanoo over 30 meters tall stood on the battlefield. Even Hashirama cells couldn't completely counter the toll of the 3rd stage of Susanoo. Strangely, Hikaru didn't shed blood tears. Instead, Susanoo was rapidly draining his chakra reserves. From this, Hikaru made a mental deduction. Madara had been able to manifest Susanoo without eyes because the jutsu consumed chakra more than ocular power. Mangekyō exclusive abilities were the true drain on eyesight. Enduring the pain, Hikaru looked at Danzo and Hiruzen with contempt. Chakra surged around him. His long dark hair fluttered in the energy. What's this? Our Hokage plans to forcibly suppress me, the deputy chief and chief of the police department. I know this whole area is crawling with Root and ANBU in ambush. But does our Hokage have the balls to try me? With that, Hikaru controlled his towering Susanoo and swung the spirit blade toward the hidden Root ninjas. The massive chakra blade descended with nowhere for the ambushers to run. Quick! Use ninjutsu to defend. Earth style, earth wall. Earth style, mud return. Over a dozen earth release defenses were obliterated like paper before the strike. More than a dozen Root ninjas were cut down instantly. Danzo trembled with rage. He'd just lost more than a dozen elite Jonin-level Root operatives, not disposable Genin or Chunin. His heart bled. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been ready to issue orders, slowly lowered his hand. He stared at Hikaru in fear. The dread was spreading. That's enough. Uchiha Hikaru. What do you want? Hiruzen forced himself to shout, gathering what courage he had left. Hikaru simply swung Susanoo's blade again, flinging blood from its edge. Sarutobi, I don't want anything to happen. I just want you to understand that the Uchiha police force operates independently of the Hokage's regime. If you, Hokage, hesitate to kill, then I, the police, won't hesitate. Kill first, report later. That's our power. Hokage-sama, do you understand? Just now, a Root ninja tried to assassinate me, the deputy chief of police. I killed him on the spot. Do you have any objections, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen clenched his fists, trembling, not just with fear, but humiliation. The Hokage had been utterly shown up. Fine. Let's leave it at that. Sorry for disturbing your night. We'll be going now. Hiruzen turned around and fled. Danzo, seeing this, followed right behind. The ANBU under the Hokage, stunned and speechless, quickly scrambled after them. As for Root, all who had come were dead. The beasts of the forest of death would take care of their bodies. Send power stones. Chapter 46, Everyone's Preparation. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF. Police car light. Return to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, puffing steadily on his pipe, smoke curling around him in dense waves. Danzo paced restlessly nearby, cane tapping sharply against the wooden floor. Hiruzen, the Uchiha are spiraling out of control. We need to eliminate them before it's too late. Hiruzen exhaled a long stream of smoke. And how exactly do you propose we do that? You've seen Uchiha Hikaru's power. He's not someone who can be dealt with easily. He narrowed his eyes. More importantly, I didn't expect Uchiha Hikaru to truly grasp the influence of the police force. That department was granted to the Uchiha as compensation, an offering made by Lord Hashirama and Tobirama-sensei out of guilt over denying them the Hokage position. You sent someone to strike first, and he revealed his hand. Now we've lost everything, the element of surprise, our credibility. Even plausible deniability. A complete failure. You forced us into this situation, Danzo. Hiruzen's disappointed gaze bore into Danzo. Danzo clenched his jaw, anger rising. But under Hiruzen's stare, a chill ran down his spine. Instinctively, he stiffened. The old man's eyes reminded him of a jilted lover. Suppressing the unsettling image, Danzo steeled himself and returned to a suggestion that Hiruzen had repeatedly refused in the past. Hiruzen, we may need to use the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and a powerful sealing jutsu. Hiruzen frowned, silent in thought. The sealing scroll contains forbidden techniques passed down from Hashirama. They're not meant for internal disputes. As for the Jinchuriki, absolutely not. We do not involve Naruto in internal clan conflicts. This retaliation by the Uchiha is specifically against your root division. It has nothing to do with Konoha at large. You made this mess. You deal with it. With that, Hiruzen returned to his pipe. Danzo clenched his teeth in fury. You need to understand, I am the shadow to your light, Hiruzen. If I fall, everything you've buried will come to light. Every act, every cover-up, every dirty mission. Your name is on the authorizations. Black and white, sealed in ink. I don't need the Jinchuriki, but I must have the sealing scroll. If I don't, Uchiha Hikaru will come for me. And when I'm dead, he's coming for you next. Danzo's words struck hard. Hiruzen choked slightly on his smoke and coughed, the pipe trembling in his hand. After a long pause, driven by lingering loyalty, or perhaps Danzo's threat, Hiruzen finally stood and led him to the hidden chamber to retrieve the sealing scroll. Danzo's eyes gleamed with triumph. You old hypocrite. Spouting ideals while handing me the tools for war. You know exactly what's sealed in here, 4-symbol seal. 8 trigrams seal. With these, controlling the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will be simple. Elsewhere, at the Uchiha compound. Uchiha Hikaru sat calmly at his table, sipping tea. Across from him, Fugaku was visibly agitated, fingers tapping the surface rhythmically, sweat forming at his brow. He'd spent the earlier hours confronting fools, draining his chakra using Susanoo. Not just part of it, half of his entire chakra reserves. Most shinobi only access a third of their total chakra in daily use. Only in moments of mortal danger do they unlock their full potential. Only Kage-level shinobi, or taijutsu masters, can freely tap into their complete reserves at will. Hikaru's composure remained untouched, unfazed, as if he hadn't just shaken Konoha to its core. Fugaku finally couldn't take it anymore. Hikaru, you've completely burned the bridge with Danzo and Hiruzen. What's your next move? Hikaru took another slow sip. You're so impatient, Fugaku. You're like a squirrel in mating season. Relax. That old man Hiruzen won't act. When I showed the third stage of Susanoo, he realized the danger of pushing me. It's only Danzo we need to worry about now. And all we have to do is wait. Fugaku frowned. I'm being serious. Hiruzen was this close to giving the order to attack. You don't think he was just letting you slaughter those root operatives for fun? Feeling clever, Fugaku drained his cup, convinced he'd outwitted everyone. Hikaru sighed inwardly. This guy really thinks he's evolved. Maybe from a single-celled amoeba to a monkey. But he's still just an ape. Because he backed down then, he won't challenge us again. He brought almost all of the Hokage's personal ANBU. Did you see them fight back? No. Because they knew. Regular Jonin can't touch me now. I showed Hiruzen what happens when he underestimates me. The root operatives were nothing but a message, so he wouldn't make the same mistake. Fugaku nodded thoughtfully. So next, we notify Hyuga, the Inoshikacho trio, and Jiraiya. For once, Hikaru was impressed. This idiot finally said something smart. Exactly. You handle the others. I'll talk to Jiraiya myself. Fugaku stood up, preparing to leave. It was getting late, and he and Mikoto were in the mood again lately. He was determined to give Itachi and Sasuke a new sibling. Once he was gone, Hikaru turned his gaze to the moon. Jiraiya. I may owe you an apology. What's coming next? It's not betrayal. It's strategy. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Chapter 47, a belated wake-up call. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF. Police car light. Snowflakes fell gently, covering Konoha in a thin white blanket. The village shimmered under the silver layer, hushed by winter's cold breath. The streets were mostly deserted, with only a few footprints disturbing the pristine snow. Most shops had closed for the night, leaving only a few snack stalls and the local izakaya open. Inside the pub, Jiraiya sat quietly, disguised as a villager. He sipped his drink casually, pretending to enjoy himself, while in truth, his shadow clones were watching over Naruto back at home. Hey, Fujino, have you heard what's going on with the Uchiha lately? Fujino, sitting in the middle of the izakaya, shook his head as he poured another glass for Tanaka next to him. Something happened, Tanaka. You're always the first to know. Tell me. Tanaka downed the freshly poured drink in one gulp and leaned in. This morning, I passed the mission hall and overheard something. 12 Uchiha who were on an A-rank mission to the Land of Fire's capital tried to rebel on their way back. Apparently, ANBU intercepted them. Killed them all. If they hadn't acted, who knows what chaos the Uchiha might have stirred up again. Jiraiya, dressed inconspicuously and seated nearby, raised his brows ever so slightly at the mention. He kept drinking, but his senses sharpened. That doesn't make sense. Why would Uchiha loyalists suddenly rebel? Something's off. This reeks of Danzo. Fujino's eyes widened. Rebel. That can't be true. My cousin's dating an Uchiha Chunin, he's never shown any disloyalty. Maybe you misheard. But hey, I've got another story, about ANBU. You interested? He winked at Tanaka and made a subtle gesture. Tanaka laughed and rolled his eyes. You stingy bastard, always making me pay to hear the juicy stuff. Fine, fine. He refilled Fujino's glass, some of the sake spilling onto the table. Fujino grinned and downed it in one go. He wiped his mouth and leaned forward conspiratorially. All right. My brother-in-law, yeah, that Uchiha Chunin, he works admin at the police force. Told me over drinks today that the group who attacked those 12 Uchiha weren't regular ANBU. They were root. And those 12 weren't rebels, they were ambushed. The police force's top brass was furious. The captain and vice-captain marched straight to Root HQ and made a scene. Tanaka blinked, confused, and refilled his own cup. So, which version's true? Your story and mine don't match at all. Fujino waved him off. Why worry? We're civilians. Let the shinobi handle their own mess. We're finally living better lives thanks to the police reforms. Back then, if you got drunk at night, the Uchiha might drag you in for questioning. Now, we get to drink in peace. Don't ruin it. Cheers. Tanaka laughed. You're right. What do we care about ANBU and the Uchiha? Let's drink. The two clinked glasses again. In the corner, Jiraiya's expression hardened. Every word had confirmed his suspicions, Root was moving against the Uchiha. But what shocked him more, was that Uchiha Hikaru had stormed the Root base. Something's happening. I need answers. I'll have to postpone Naruto's bedtime story tonight. Good thing I left shadow clones to watch him. Jiraiya stood, dropped a 10,000 Ryo bill on the counter, pulled back the pub's curtain, and stepped into the snowy night, heading straight for the Uchiha compound. The snow fell softly, casting long shadows in the moonlight. Inside the quiet Uchiha household, Hikaru sat alone, cooking mutton in a copper pot, the room warmed by a soft fire. Suddenly, knock knock knock. Hikaru paused, set down his chopsticks, and turned toward the window. Jiraiya's large face was pressed against the glass. With a sigh, Hikaru rose and opened the window. Jiraiya leapt in gracefully, brushing snow from his shoulders. Man, it's cold. But it smells amazing in here. He approached the table, intrigued by the copper pot. What is this? Looks like some kind of hot pot. Add a set of chopsticks for your favorite salmon, will ya? Hikaru sighed but fetched a spare bowl and chopsticks. Jiraiya wasted no time. He scooped out 2 slices of steaming meat and stuffed them into his mouth without hesitation. Hot. But damn, that's mutton, right? This is incredible. Hikaru sat opposite him, arms crossed. I came up with this method, heating broth in a copper pot with a central chimney filled with charcoal. Enhances the flavor. But you didn't come here this late just for food. What's going on? Jiraiya's expression turned serious. He clapped his fists together. Right. Tell me the truth, did you have a run-in with Root? At last, Hikaru's trap was working. He had been waiting for this moment. For nearly an hour, the two spoke, unraveling threads of conspiracy. Finally, Hikaru glanced at the clock. Time to move to the next step. You know, it's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading back? Who's watching Naruto? Did you drop him off with the third? Jiraiya grinned, waving his hand dismissively. Relax, I left 2 shadow clones to keep an eye on him. He's safe in the village. Besides, A and BU are probably watching too. Hikaru narrowed his eyes. Boo. Or Root. Jiraiya froze. Shit. Naruto. He sprang up, bolting for the window. That bastard Danzo won't waste this chance. Let's go. He leapt into the night, running at full speed toward Naruto's home. Hikaru followed with calm precision. Don't blame me, Jiraiya. Naruto has Ashura's chakra, and the Uzumaki vitality. He can handle a little danger. This was always part of the plan. After all, the information those drunkards spilled in the pub. It wasn't coincidence. Hikaru had planted that intel, just enough bait to make Jiraiya leave Naruto unguarded. Danzo would never dare move unless he believed the coast was clear. This was the sting. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 48, Danzo conspiracy, Naruto was kidnapped. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or gif police car light. Jiraiya was racing toward Naruto's house as fast as he could, with Uchiha Hikaru following closely behind. Just over an hour ago, Danzo had already received word that Jiraiya had left Naruto alone. Without hesitation, he led a squad from Root directly to Naruto's home. They surrounded the house and deployed the 4 purple flame formation, severing all chakra connections to the outside world. Inside, Jiraiya's shadow clone sensed the disturbance and immediately prepared to dispel itself to warn the original body. But Danzo appeared behind it in a flash using the body flicker technique. His left hand landed on the shadow clone's shoulder. Curse seal of self-karma. Black, intricate runes instantly snaked over Jiraiya's clone, binding it and completely disrupting its chakra flow. Jiraiya, you're too late. A mere clone's chakra can't resist my curse seal technique. The clone couldn't even curse as it was frozen, unable to move or speak. Inside the house, Naruto, sleeping peacefully in bed, was startled awake by the sudden noise. Uncle Toad, what's going on? Why is it so noisy? He rubbed his eyes and sat up groggily. What he saw next shocked him. Jiraiya stood frozen in place, his body marked with black, writhing runes. Behind him stood a grim old man with a sinister, greedy look in his eyes. Naruto's body tensed with fear. Then, a voice, cold, seductive, and unnatural, echoed through the space inside his mind. Naruto, do you want power? Naruto, do you want to save your teacher, Jiraiya? Naruto's eyes snapped open again. This time, he found himself standing in a massive underground corridor, the voice drawing him deeper. He was scared, but the thought of Uncle Toad in danger pushed him forward. His fists clenched as he walked toward the source of the voice, stepping through shallow puddles. Eventually, he reached a towering iron gate sealed by a paper tag marked with the kanji for seal. Suddenly, a massive white claw burst through the bars. Naruto fell back with a yelp, landing in the water, heart pounding. Who are you? Why are you inside my body? He demanded instinctively, confused and frightened. Orange-red chakra began seeping through the bars, surrounding him. A monstrous red eye with a vertical pupil opened behind the bars, its jaws curling into a cruel grin filled with sharp teeth. You annoying brat. I'll go easy on you this time. Let you taste a little power first. Naruto's body inside his consciousness was soon enveloped by the bubbling chakra. And he passed out. Outside. Naruto's eyes shot open. His cerulean pupils were now blood-red, slitted like a fox's. His whisker marks thickened, and his mouth stretched unnaturally, sharp teeth glinting. His fingernails extended into claws. A surge of orange-red chakra exploded from his navel, engulfing him. Agonizing pain shot through his body. Hatred. Fury. Isolation. Despair. All the darkest memories from his childhood welled up. He was on the verge of being swallowed whole by the Nine-Tails chakra. But then. Ha ha ha. You little brat. You think you can scare me? I'm the legendary Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin. Hey, shopkeeper. Bring a big extra deluxe pork ramen for this brat. I'm treating. Naruto, the noodles are hot. Eat slow. If you're still hungry, I'll get you another bowl. How about this, you become my student, and I'll move in with you. Deal. The scattered, warm memories of Jiraiya pulled Naruto's mind back from the brink. Rah. Naruto roared. No. You're not allowed to hurt Uncle Toad. In a sudden burst of movement, Naruto lunged and swiped his claw at Danzo, who barely dodged. Danzo's eyes widened. Naruto's transformation was wild, primal, and powerful. Yes, that power. Just a sliver of the Nine-Tails chakra and it's already this strong. Ha ha ha. Hiruzen, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is mine. He turned to his subordinates. Sealing team. Begin. 12 masked root operatives appeared and formed a sealing formation around Naruto. Sealing technique, binding formation. 12 scrolls unfurled in their hands, sending streams of binding chakra that latched onto Naruto's limbs and neck. Naruto was yanked into the air, suspended and restrained, only his head remained exposed. The excess Nine-Tails chakra was swiftly sealed away. Naruto howled in pain, reverting to his normal form. Somebody, help Uncle Toad. Save my master. Jiraiya's bound shadow clone continued to struggle uselessly, its chakra restrained by Danzo's curse seal. Danzo stepped forward, forming a single hand sign. Each of his fingers glowed with a different elemental chakra: wind, lightning, earth, fire, and water. 5 elements seal. His hand struck Naruto's stomach. Pain exploded through Naruto's body. His scream died in his throat as he blacked out. Danzo grabbed him by the collar. Go. The root operatives deactivated the barrier, and the group vanished with Danzo, carrying Naruto away. Half an hour later, Jiraiya and Uchiha Hikaru arrived at Naruto's home. The scene was a wreck. The walls were scorched and cracked from Nine-Tails chakra leaks. Wooden beams were shattered. Floorboards blown apart. Jiraiya's shadow clone, still trapped, looked at the real Jiraiya with desperation. Jiraiya threw a kunai, dispersing the clone in a puff of smoke. Memories flooded into his mind. Jiraiya's face twisted with fury. Danzo, you bastard. You dared lay a hand on Naruto. No, I'm going to the old man right now. He swore Naruto was my responsibility. How the hell did Danzo have the guts to do this? Uchiha Hikaru's voice was low and steady. It's no use. I destroyed Root's main base. Danzo will go into hiding now that he's taken Naruto. The next time we see Naruto will probably be when Danzo tries to use him against the Uchiha. Jiraiya turned, guilt in his eyes. You're right. There's no point looking for Hiruzen now. Danzo's going to vanish. This is my fault. I should have protected Naruto. And now the Uchiha are dragged into this mess too. Hikaru shook his head. No. It's not your fault. None of us expected Danzo to target the Jinchuriki just to strike at the Uchiha. This is on him. Jiraiya looked down, still full of remorse. Hikaru studied him quietly. He knew this wasn't just Jiraiya's failure. It was his plan that left the Sannin exposed. He owed Jiraiya now. I've used you this time, old man. To repay that debt. I'll find you a wife someday. And I'll make sure you live. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 49, Jiraiya's anger. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. The snow outside the window was falling harder, but Uchiha Hikaru and Jiraiya were still in Naruto's house. Hikaru was silently considering how he might compensate Jiraiya in the future. Jiraiya, meanwhile, was reflecting on every moment he'd spent with Naruto over the past few days. Hikaru, I have to go. I need to speak with the old man. No matter what, I want to understand what he's thinking. I need to know if Danzo's actions have the Hokage's backing. Hikaru's thoughts were interrupted by Jiraiya's voice. He quickly recalled the original plan that had been brewing in his mind. Is it really wise to bring this up with the third Hokage right now? Have you really thought this through? The truth might not be something you want to hear. I know. But regardless, he's still my master. Even if the truth is disappointing, I've already made up my mind. Hikaru, don't try to stop me. Hikaru opened his mouth to speak again, but when he saw Jiraiya's firm eyes and determined expression, he held the words back. That's Jiraiya for you. What good would it do to stop him? Just let him go. Whatever happens next, I'm still the one holding the reins. Nothing will spiral out of control. Having resolved that, Hikaru stopped trying to dissuade him. Go, Jiraiya. I understand how you feel. But remember, no matter what the Hokage tells you, we proceed with the plan. There's no turning back now. Jiraiya looked at Hikaru and saw the gravity in his expression. Only then did he realize how much Hikaru had poured into this plan. With a familiar grin, Jiraiya raised a thumbs up. Thanks, Hikaru. Don't worry, I'm the Toad Sage, one of the legendary Sannin. I won't crumble over something like this. With that, he turned and leapt out into the snowy night. Hikaru stood alone, his hair tousled by the cold wind. He felt a crawling awkwardness under his skin. If he had tried to mimic Jiraiya's gesture and pose just now, he couldn't help but curl his toes against the soles of his shoes in discomfort. No, that would be too awkward. Only Jiraiya could pull something like that off so naturally. Jiraiya ran swiftly across the rooftops, his feet leaving fresh prints in the snow. When he reached the window of Sarutobi Hiruzen's house, 4 ANBU agents from the Hokage's personal guard appeared before him. Jiraiya-sama, is there something urgent you need from Hokage-sama at this hour? If not, we request that you allow him to rest. He has given strict orders not to be disturbed tonight. Seeing their clear intention to bar him, Jiraiya tensed. What if I insist on seeing him? His eyes scanned the 4 masked figures, tracking their stances. Then we're sorry for what we must do, Jiraiya-sama. Engage. The 4 ANBU quickly backed off to encircle him and began forming hand seals. 4 purple flame formation. A blazing purple chakra barrier flared into existence, trapping Jiraiya within its glow. Inside, Jiraiya calmly formed his own seals and vanished in a puff of smoke, only to reappear behind one of the ANBU. You think a mere formation can hold me? Don't underestimate a sage of Mount Myaboku. With a swift movement, his hand became a blade aimed at the back of the ANBU's neck. Before the strike could land, a wrinkled hand caught his wrist mid-swing. That's enough, Jiraiya. Come inside. You 4, return to your posts and ensure we're not interrupted. The ANBU immediately stood down and lowered their heads. Yes, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya's eyes followed the hand up to the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man. Naruto. Let's talk inside. This isn't the place. Jiraiya fell silent. He couldn't voice his questions in front of ANBU. He followed Hiruzen into the house. A fire crackled in the hearth, the only light in the dark room. Jiraiya flipped the white switch on the wall, and a soft light filled the space. The aged wooden table bore the wear of time. The walls were decorated with photos of Hokage past, one of the Team Tobirama students, and a portrait of Hiruzen's late wife, Dewako. Hiruzen walked to the wall shrine and lit a few sticks of incense for the previous Hokage. Jiraiya followed suit, offering incense to Dewako. They both sat down on the tatami. Hiruzen picked up his familiar brown pipe and placed it between his lips. I knew you'd come tonight. Ask what you want. I'll answer what I can. He exhaled a slow plume of smoke. Jiraiya looked at the old man, frail now, worn with age, and made up his mind. Was Naruto's abduction orchestrated by Danzo with your approval? His fist clenched under the table. He stared at his master, searching his face for the truth. Hiruzen inhaled from his pipe, then sighed. I didn't order Danzo to do it. His root division has nearly collapsed. He asked me to let him bring Naruto into root. I refused. Then he requested the sealing scroll, and I gave it to him. Jiraiya's eyes widened in fury. His fist slammed onto the table, cracking the wood. That scroll contains the 4-symbol seal and the 8 trigram seal, the very ones keeping the Nine Tails at bay. You knew that. His voice shook with fury. Reason was rapidly slipping away. I did. But Uchiha Hikaru has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. As long as the true culprit behind the Nine Tails attack remains unknown, I can't rest easy. Do you understand, Jiraiya? At the mention of the Nine Tails rebellion, Jiraiya almost blurted out the truth about Danzo's connection to Uchiha Obito. But just in time, he remembered Hikaru's warning. They had already crossed the point of no return. He swallowed the words. Sensing his hesitation, Hiruzen tried to reassure him. Naruto may suffer under root, but you still have the key to the Nine Tails seal. If things spiral out of control, we still have options. But right now, the Uchiha's fire needs to be suppressed. With those words, Jiraiya's last shred of hope was extinguished. He stood slowly. I see. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen now, he felt only disappointment. Without another word, he turned and leapt out the window into the snow. Hiruzen remained inside, pipe in hand, frowning quietly as he stared into the night. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 50, all-out attack by the roots. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. Under the Hokage building, in the secret base of Root. Naruto's limbs and neck were bound in iron chains, his body suspended mid-air in a spread eagle position. Dense black sealing formulae, like crawling tadpoles, slithered across his skin, converging toward the seal at his navel. Pain racked Naruto's body over and over, dragging him in and out of consciousness. Inside his mindscape. Naruto, be angry. Hate them. Open the gate. I will give you the power to change everything. Let's destroy these hateful people and this hateful village together. The Ninetales lay crouched behind the sealed gate, whispering venomous promises. Naruto continued struggling against the burning, orange chakra engulfing him. He no longer had control of his body, his consciousness was slipping away. But memories of Jiraiya surfaced, flooding his mind. Those memories were the only thing anchoring him. Outside. Danzo stood a short distance from Naruto. Behind him, the sealing team concentrated their chakra, attempting to forcefully manipulate the curse seal and disrupt the seal on the Ninetales. Lord Danzo, one of the shinobi reported, according to the sealing scrolls, the Jinchuriki seal is a combination of the 8 trigrams seal and the 4 symbols seal. Without the key, it's impossible to fully open. The best we can do is rip a small hole in it to leak some of the Ninetales chakra. But the Jinchuriki's will is too strong, he keeps resisting. We can't seize control of the Ninetales chakra. Danzo's expression twisted in frustration. You useless scum. Root has trained you for years, taught you sealing techniques, and this is the best you can do. Get out. All of you. I'll do it myself. The sealing team quickly retreated from the chamber. Danzo reached for the bandages wrapped around his right eye and peeled them away. The Sharingan that had once belonged to Shisui Uchiha revealed itself, its Mangekyō form whirling to life. He stepped closer to Naruto, pried open his eyelid, and stared into the boy's eye. Mangekyō technique, Koto Amatsukami, unleashed. Though it couldn't permanently override a person's will, it could temporarily bend Naruto's mind to Danzo's. The Genjutsu surged forward, guiding Naruto's fading consciousness. Naruto felt himself sinking into endless darkness. Cold. Empty. Everything slipping away. And then Danzo stood before the Ninetales cage inside Naruto's mind. The Ninetales immediately lunged, claws slashing, but the cage held firm. Its crimson eyes narrowed in fury. Damn Mangekyō Sharingan. You again. Another damn Uchiha. Danzo scoffed. Don't flatter yourself, Kyubi. I'm not one of those disgusting Uchiha. But judging by your reaction, it seems the Mangekyō really can control tailed beasts. Submit to me, Kyubi. Become the instrument of my will. His right eye pulsed again, and the pattern within spun rapidly. The Ninetales froze. Its pupils began to shift, taking the form of Danzo's Mangekyō. Back in the real world. Danzo's right eye bled. He clutched his face, pain shooting through his body. Grimacing, he grabbed a handful of soldier pills and swallowed them all at once. The Hashirama cells grafted into his right arm flared to life, mending his physical damage. After several moments, the agony subsided. Danzo approached Naruto again. He formed hand seals, drawing forth the Ninetales chakra while simultaneously taking control of Naruto's body. The tailed beast cloak wrapped around Naruto, and 3 glowing chakra tails began to form behind him. Naruto groaned in agony. Though unconscious, his soul screamed inside the darkness. Drenched in hatred and despair, even Jiraiya's image became twisted, repulsive. The 4th tail formed. Then the 5th. The 6th. The fox's chakra burned Naruto's skin clean off, evaporating flesh into black smoke. A stench of charred blood and tissue filled the air. When the 7th tail began to manifest, bones pushed through the chakra cloak, white and grotesque. Danzo looked at the beast Naruto had become, a miniature 9-tailed demon in a partial transformation. For the first time, he felt the sheer scale of the Ninetales' power. He threw his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Hiruzen. The Ninetales is finally mine. With the Ninetales, and the Mangekyō Sharingan, what can you do now, Uchiha Hikaru? Even your Susanoo can't match this power. His laughter cut off abruptly, replaced by ice-cold killing intent. Medical team. Enter. Masked medical nin in pale yellow robes entered the room, kneeling before Danzo. Lord Danzo, your orders. Danzo pointed at Naruto. Inject him with chakra enhancers, sedatives, anything that boosts his chakra and breaks his will. Push him to the brink. As long as he doesn't die, give him everything you've got. Yes, sir. The medics grabbed needles and tubes, inserting them into Naruto's stillbound form. Fluids pumped into his body non-stop. 30 minutes passed. The team returned to Danzo. Lord Danzo, injections are complete. He can sustain this state for approximately 2 more hours. Beyond that, the damage will outpace the Ninetales' regenerative ability. The Jinchuriki will die. Danzo looked over Naruto's form, now fully cloaked in 7 tails and skeletal armor. He smiled in satisfaction. Then turned around and gave the order. All root units, assemble. Our mission is to exterminate the Uchiha clan. Over 30 Jonin and 40 Chunin in root uniforms dropped to one knee. Yes. With a single motion, the squad disappeared, vanishing across Konoha's rooftops toward the Uchiha district. And Naruto. Still unconscious. Still transformed. Still chained. But now, he followed Danzo like a weapon of war. The 7-tailed fox had become Root's beast. Danzo led the procession through the secret tunnel beneath the Hokage building, heading straight for the Uchiha's gates. The climax begins. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 51, Hikaru vs Danzo. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF. Police car light. The explosion shattered the recent peace. ANBU from Root and Uchiha clan shinobi clashed violently within the Uchiha compound. Fortunately, Uchiha Hikaru had already anticipated that Root would launch a final counterattack in the coming days. The civilians in the Uchiha district had already taken shelter in underground bunkers. The civilians seen walking around the compound these past 2 days were actually shadow clones, Uchiha shinobi in disguise. Hikaru, Fugaku, and Itachi stood atop a roof, swiftly engaging Root operatives, taking them down as efficiently as possible. Suddenly, the 3 of them turned to face the southeast. A massive wave of chakra surged toward them, chilling and violent. A blood-red figure attacked from the direction of the energy. The 3 instantly retreated to create distance and dodge the incoming strike. A house was demolished in a heartbeat, crumbling to rubble and raising thick clouds of dust. The sinister pressure radiating from the transformed demon fox distorted the very air, sending birds fleeing in a panic. Even nearby Root and Uchiha shinobi found their movements sluggish under the oppressive force. Wind style, vacuum sphere. A several-meter-wide vacuum blast laced with cutting wind chakra sliced through the air, producing a sharp screech as it hurled toward Hikaru. Hikaru, watch out. Deputy clan head, get back. Fugaku and Itachi shouted warnings in unison. There was no time for hand seals. In Hikaru's eyes, his 3-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, then shifted into the Mangekyō pattern. His Mangekyō Sharingan technique activated instantly. A solid earthen wall burst from the ground before him, intercepting the wind-style attack. So that's your Mangekyō ability. It only saves you the time of weaving hand signs. What a pitiful excuse for an eye technique. A grating voice emerged from the ruined building just ahead. The vacuum sphere had cleared the dust, revealing Danzo's figure before Hikaru. Hikaru subtly moved his left hand behind his back, signaling Fugaku to contact Jiraiya and Itachi to inform Hyuga, the Ino-Shikacho team, and the other clan heads. As for Danzo and the berserk Naruto before him, he would handle them alone. Fugaku and Itachi, though clearly worried, trusted Hikaru's judgment and quickly departed. Danzo saw their retreat and immediately manipulated the rampaging Naruto to strike. Naruto, now out of control, opened his maw unnaturally wide, and blue-black chakra began to coalesce into a sphere of destructive power. A tailed beast bomb. And it was still condensing. Hikaru reached out to summon his blade, weapon, the Mangekyō spiritual weapon born from his will, intending to destroy the tailed beast bomb before it could form. But Danzo wasn't about to let Hikaru land a blow on the Jinchuriki. Danzo tore away the bandages over his right arm and face, revealing his grotesque, pale arm and the Mangekyō Sharingan embedded in his right eye. He formed a one-handed seal and thrust his right arm forward. Wood-style, violent bramble spear. His right arm rapidly transformed, turning into a thick, dark green trunk that shot toward Hikaru like a harpoon. Hikaru gripped weapon tightly. His Mangekyō activated, this time, merging word spirit and sword form in a single breath. Burn it all, weapon, blade of fire. Ordinary fire-style techniques were no match for wood-style, normally, their chakra would be absorbed. But the Mangekyō flame didn't abide by those rules. Weapon ignited in azure flame mixed with white light, searing through the wooden spear with furious intensity. The fire rushed up the length of the trunk and scorched Danzo's arm. Danzo yanked back his right hand and retreated to the side of the Jinchuriki. By now, the tailed beast bomb had condensed into a fist-sized orb, trembling with volatile power, before Naruto swallowed it whole. Boom. Boom. 2 massive rumbles echoed from within the 7-tailed Naruto. His entire body bloated like a balloon, inflated by the internal detonation. His jaws clamped shut tight, the image disturbingly comical. But Hikaru wasn't laughing. In the original timeline, Naruto's 4-tails form had created a tailed beast ball powerful enough to severely wound even someone like Orochimaru, with his godlike survivability. This Naruto had 7 tails, and now, even skeletal armor forming on his body. Hikaru had assumed 6 tails was the limit, within his control. But Danzo had clearly used some twisted secret technique to force a seventh tail transformation. If Orochimaru were here, he might have explained it in one word: technologia. If ninjutsu fails, technology compensates. The condensed-tailed beast bomb was about to be unleashed. Hikaru's Mangekyō spun again. If that blast hit, the underground shelters could collapse. He had to stop it. Roar. The blinding shockwave of raw chakra blasted toward Hikaru. Word spirit, shield guard. Weapons flames surged forward, forming a pale golden barrier over 10 meters tall. The tailed beast ball slammed into the shield. Hikaru staggered backward under the force. Danzo, seeing his opportunity, began weaving signs for a sneak attack. What a pathetic excuse for a Mangekyō Sharingan. What a waste of power. He instantly appeared beside Hikaru, hand reaching out to gouge out his eyes. A smirk curled at Hikaru's lips. Flash step. He vanished. Danzo's fingers grasped empty air. Roar. The screech of the demon fox snapped Danzo back to reality. It was a trap. Hikaru's real target was the Jinchuriki. In the blink of an eye, Hikaru appeared beside Naruto. Susanoo. His chakra exploded, cloaking him in a black half-giant made of intertwining shadows and flame. The Susanoo slammed the fox to the ground with both arms, one pressing down on its torso, the other clutching its throat. The tailed beast bomb, still charging, was halted mid-formation. But the chakra buildup didn't disappear, it continued to expand. Boom. An enormous explosion erupted inside the beast. The demon fox flopped to the ground, smoke pouring from both its mouth and rear. For a moment, Hikaru and Danzo stared in stunned silence. So, even a tailed beast bomb could be fired, from the ASS. Hikaru looked at the collapsed Naruto with a strange mixture of reverence and pity. Naruto really was the #1 most unpredictable ninja. Even now, half unconscious and disfigured, he'd managed to shake the darkest foundations of the shinobi world, and even Hikaru's hardened heart. This was the kind of unpredictability even a Mangekyō Sharingan couldn't foresee. The fox lay still for only a moment before twitching. Danzo's spirits lifted. He had assumed the Jinchuriki had died, but the earlier drug injection was still keeping Naruto in a hyper-excited state. Hikaru frowned. Something was off. Tailed beasts could regenerate rapidly, but this. Could it be technology again? Orochimaru's legacy? The answer clicked into place. Yes. The words from Hikaru's previous life echoed again. Uncle Snake had mastered the core technology. Become chains, bind him. Weapon morphed into golden sealing chains, wrapping around the seven tails in a perfect tortoiseshell formation. The tailed beast's chakra began to dissipate. Naruto's body, bloodied, skinless, torn, lay still in the center of the battlefield. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 52, Chapter. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. Danzo hadn't expected that after spending most of the day pushing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki into a violent frenzy, he'd be subdued and sealed again so easily, by him. The strange weapons and unpredictable ocular powers confirmed that Uchiha Hikaru's Mangekyō Sharingan was far more dangerous than he'd initially thought. It wasn't just powerful, it was trickery incarnate. Hikaru picked up the unconscious, gravely wounded Naruto and flung him toward an ally 100 meters away. Inahiko. Catch him, protect Naruto. Uchiha Inahiko, locked in combat with a root jonin, immediately disengaged at the sound of the deputy clan leader's voice. He turned and spotted a blood-soaked child wrapped in chakra chains flying through the air. He caught him without hesitation. Looking down at the battered Naruto in his arms, Inahiko grimaced, then turned to face the charging root shinobi. Without a word, he turned and sprinted away, all while defending himself one-handed with a kunai against the barrage of shuriken. Deputy Chief, he shouted. You better give me a raise for this. From afar, Hikaru responded without turning his head, his voice cool. Don't worry. You're getting a bonus. Danzo stood opposite him, sneering in disdain. Such lax bonds with his subordinates. The Uchiha truly have fallen. Hikaru activated Susanoo without a word. The spectral giant surged forward. You reek like a sewer rat and yap like a mongrel, Hikaru spat, voice brimming with contempt. Quit barking and spewing shit, it's disgusting. I respect my subordinates, something your fossilized brain can't comprehend, you backwater yokel. Danzo's face twisted in fury, his blood pressure visibly rising. He whipped a kunai from his sleeve. Wind style, vacuum blade. He inhaled, then exhaled a surge of chakra-infused air, coating his kunai in slicing wind. He leapt forward, aiming directly for Susanoo. Hikaru, still nestled within Susanoo's ribcage, snorted with laughter. Danzo really thought a kunai would pierce Susanoo. Just like in the original timeline. Brave idiot. Steel met chakra. A high-pitched crack rang out. Danzo grinned, until his kunai snapped in half, and Susanoo's massive fist slammed into him, pulverizing him into paste. Hikaru flicked the blood off Susanoo's hand with casual disdain. Don't dirty my Susanoo. You seriously thought breathing on a kunai would make it strong enough to pierce Susanoo? What, you think halitosis is some kind of Kekkei Genkai now? Honestly, I think the kunai broke because your breath melted the steel. But Danzo's remains vanished, only to reappear a few meters away, his body restored by Izanagi. Rage twisted Danzo's face. His Sharingan blazed. You arrogant little bastard. I'll kill you myself. Hikaru blurred behind him in a flicker of movement. Susanoo's arms clasped together, smashing Danzo again. Kill me yourself. Who the hell do you think you are, Tobirama Senju? Stop cosplaying that old relic. You termite chewing at the roots of Konoha, I'll grind you into dust with my own hands. Danzo resurrected again, but his face twitched. He was unraveling. Hikaru's constant barrage, both verbal and physical, was breaking him. And yet, Danzo had a plan. 7 Sharingan remained, 5 Tomo and 1 Mangekyō in his right eye. The Mangekyō's power had been nearly drained from controlling the Jinchuriki earlier, but it could still resist illusions in a pinch. 7 lives. I can wear him down. I'll bleed his chakra dry. He formed hand seals rapidly. Summoning Jutsu, Nightmare Taper. The air twisted, and with a boom, a massive beast emerged, elephantine in shape, with tiger-like limbs and orange-red fur. Its striped trunk lifted, its gaping mouth unleashed a powerful vacuum. Wind howled through the battlefield, pulling in rubble, air, and even straining Susanoo's movements. So this is your game? Hikaru smirked, forming his own hand seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. An ocean of fire erupted from his mouth. The Nightmare Taper, too dumb to stop, gulped it down. Big mistake. The chakra-fueled flames ignited its thick fur. It thrashed wildly, trying to douse the blaze. But the flames clung. Summoned beast or not, its chakra-rich body burned just as easily. In a puff of white smoke, the nightmare beast vanished. Danzo stared, aghast. All that effort, wasted. Hikaru pressed the assault, voice like a dagger. Danzo, are you senile? You think summoning beasts make you powerful? What, you thought that was a tailed beast? Ugly as hell, and you think he's majestic. You're delusional, Grandpa Biden. If I were you, I'd have run away the moment I saw me. You're just dressing up weakness with pretense. Danzo snapped. Word Spirit's passive had broken the last threads of sanity. Shimura Danzo's mental defense has collapsed. Wind style mastery confirmed. Hashirama's cells optimized. Pupil power increased by 10%. Not bad. Hikaru could work with that. Danzo fought like a cornered beast. Hikaru tortured him like an executioner with a grudge. This slap is for Shursui. You owe number 5 this kick. This fire style's for betraying the village. One by one, each Sharingan on Danzo's arm dimmed, turned gray, and died. Until only Shursui's Mangekyō remained. Hikaru's eyes spun, casting a powerful Genjutsu. Danzo tried to resist, but he was outmatched. A single Mangekyō was nothing compared to Hikaru's fully evolved pair, strengthened far beyond normal Mangekyō, nearly on par with the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Danzo froze. Controlled. Hikaru stepped forward, eyes cold. He extracted Shursui's stolen Mangekyō and sealed it in a nutrient-filled vial, preserving it carefully. Revenge wasn't always loud. Sometimes, it was clinical. And final. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Chapter 53, Danzo's defeat, Hiruzen's appearance. Danzo opened his eyes to find the surrounding environment had become suddenly unfamiliar. Instinctively, he looked up. The sky had turned a sickening blood red. The once bright full moon now glowed in the shape of Shursui's Mangekyō Sharingan. A sharp pain tore through his chest. Blood surged backward through his veins and spewed from his mouth. Danzo-sama, I trusted you. I admired you. So why did you take my eyes? The voice was unmistakable. Danzo's pupils shrank in disbelief. Uchiha Shursui. You're supposed to be dead. Shursui wordlessly drew the ninja blade that had pierced Danzo's chest. The silver steel shimmered coldly in the crimson moonlight, dripping with Danzo's blood. Crimson spilled from the wound, seeping into his robes. Why wouldn't you give me the chance to save the Uchiha clan? Before Danzo could even scream, Shursui plunged the blade into his throat. Danzo choked, unable to speak. Blood gurgled from his mouth as the blade slid free once more, now soaked in thick plasma. His life poured out of him. He could feel his strength draining, limbs heavy, body weak, fingers twitching but unmoving. Shirsue's afterimages danced around him. Then Danzo saw them, other Uchiha, a dozen or more. Uchiha number 1, Uchiha number 2, Uchiha number 3. One by one, all followed Shirsue. Hate carved into their expressions. Each held a sword. They walked past him slowly, deliberately, each one stabbing him as they passed. One. Then another. Then another. Each blade brought more pain, more fear, and still Danzo refused to repent. Even in death, his heart cursed the Uchiha name. Uchiha Hikaru, the weapon, closed Shirsue's Sharingan and gazed down at Danzo, who writhed on the ground, trapped within the Tsukuyomi illusion. Hikaru pulled out a kunai from his tool pouch, ready to finish Danzo off right there. The gray-black kunai gleamed under the red moonlight. Nearby, root operatives began to move in, seeing their leader cornered. But the Uchiha forces were quicker. Striking with precision, they intercepted the root agents, cutting them down or crippling them before they could reach Danzo. Hikaru. Stop. An aged voice rang out across the battlefield. Hikaru paused, his kunai still raised. Finally, he's here. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived wearing his formal Hokage robes and hat. He ran straight to Danzo's side, his face twisting in shock at the sight of his oldest friend writhing in the dirt like an animal. He didn't speak, he couldn't. Pain filled his chest like molten iron. After a moment, he steadied his breath and assessed the battlefield. It was clear, Danzo's operation had failed. Even with Hiruzen's silent approval and the use of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Danzo had been unable to take down Uchiha Hikaru. The last shred of hope inside Hiruzen was extinguished. Hikaru stood there, his gaze cold and unreadable. What's wrong, Lord Hokage? Danzo just attempted to use the Nine-Tails to launch a raid on the Uchiha district with Root's help. I was planning to execute him on the spot. Is that a problem? Hiruzen's expression twitched at Hikaru's words. He quickly forced a diplomatic smile. Hikaru, Danzo may have been manipulated. I trust him, and I believe he would never betray the village. He would never attack fellow Leaf Shinobi. Hikaru laughed bitterly. The sound was hollow. He hadn't expected Hiruzen to say something so shameless, to try to shield Danzo even now, using his title as Hokage like a shield. Suddenly, Hikaru sensed hundreds of chakra signatures entering the area. Itachi. Fugaku. And behind them, the clan heads. The climax had begun. He slid the kunai back into his pouch and turned to face Hiruzen with a crooked smile. Well then, Hokage Dano. It seems the clan leaders have arrived. Let's let them judge Danzo's actions. After all, it's hard to believe the Hokage's right hand would do something so reckless without consequences. Deputy Clan Head Hikaru is right, said a voice from the crowd. This matter is too serious to resolve hastily. The Hyuga clan will speak. Hayashi speaks for us all, added another voice. I am Narashikaku, speak for the Ino, Shika, Cho. I am from the Gecko clan. I represent the Shiranui clan. Not just the powerful families, lesser clans stepped forward too. Hiruzen's forced smile finally cracked into something real, but not in a good way. He looked like a dried chrysanthemum trying to bloom. He turned to Danzo, laying a hand on his chest, pouring chakra in to dispel the illusion. Danzo stirred, groaning in agony. Hiruzen looked back at Hikaru with faint triumph in his eyes. You see. All the clans believe there may be a misunderstanding. Let's hear what Danzo has to say. Naruto. A cry tore through the tension like a blade. Jiraiya burst into the scene, snatching the battered boy from Uchiha Inaheim's arms. Tears ran down his face as he looked at Naruto's wounds. Then his face turned to stone, and he glared at his former teacher. Since the Hokage has spoken, Jiraiya said, voice low and hard, let's hear what Lord Danzo has to say. Danzo coughed violently, leaning into Hiruzen's grip. His right eye socket throbbed where Shirsue's eye had been ripped away. Still, surrounded by allies and with Hiruzen at his side, confidence swelled within him. He lifted a trembling arm and pointed at Hikaru. Uchiha Hikaru. I never expected you to lead the Uchiha in a coup. You even used your Mangekyō to control the Nine Tails. I tried to stop you peacefully, but you attacked me and my men. You're a traitor. A criminal. You have no intention of repenting. Hiruzen's got twisted the moment Danzo opened his mouth. When Danzo raised his right arm, covered in implanted Sharingan eyes, Hiruzen's heart sank. So did everyone else's. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Danzo's pale, grotesque right arm was exposed for the first time, dozens of Sharingan embedded into the flesh. He usually kept it hidden, bandaged and feigned as a disability. But now the truth stood naked. He had defiled the Uchiha for power. And now, everyone could see it. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 54, Reversal. The Rage of the Ninja Clan. Danzo's reaction caught Uchiha Hikaru off guard. But considering it was Danzo, this was both unexpected and unsurprising. After all, that man wouldn't back down until the bitter end. If Hikaru hadn't laid the groundwork and prepared for every possible outcome, he might not have been able to take Danzo down cleanly. That's why he had to let Danzo make the first move before executing his plan. Despite having reached a consensus and formed an alliance with the major clans, if something unexpected happened, like losing this battle, everything would fall apart. Those clans, for the sake of their own interests, would waver and likely side with the third Hokage without hesitation. That's why Hikaru didn't dare let them participate in the battle directly. Politics is a filthy power game, and trust is a luxury. You don't show your back to allies before victory is in hand. As for Jiraiya, Hikaru knew Naruto might go berserk. And with Naruto being both Jiraiya's student and the son of his late teammate, the old man might hesitate to go all out. So it was safest to handle Naruto himself. Danzo's counterattack didn't sway the clan heads, it only drew their suspicion. Hikaru walked calmly to the front, standing alongside the gathered clan leaders. Assistant Hokage, Hikaru said coolly, aren't you mistaken? Shouldn't you be the one explaining why you attacked the Uchiha, under someone's manipulation? It seems our Hokage's intentions aren't aligned with yours. Why don't you take a good look at the current situation, Hokage-sama, and your dear assistant? He turned slightly, raising his right hand. One by one, the clan leaders stepped forward, their expressions grim and furious as they turned on Danzo. Hayashi Hyuga was the first to speak, pointing directly at Danzo. Deputy Clan Leader Hikaru. Lord Hokage. Danzo has been plotting this for a long time, his loyalty to Konoha is questionable. Not long ago, Hyuga Niji, my nephew, Hisashi's son, was kidnapped by Root. The Inoshikacho trio, Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Choza Akimichi, followed, stepping up beside Hayashi. Children from my Nara clan's branch families were taken by Root too. My Akimichi clan lost 3 young ones, they were snatched away. The same with the Yamanaka. More clan heads joined them, Shiranui, Gecko, and others, one after another. It's not just them. Our clans are already dwindling in number, and Danzo wants to take away the next generation. Do you want us extinct? Just then, a man in a fine khaki long coat and hat emerged from the crowd and walked silently up to Hikaru. Don't overlook me. He took one of our own too, Abirame Shiguro's surviving son. Even Abirame Shibi, usually silent and detached, had stepped forward. That surprised even Hiruzen. Faced with this mass defection, the Hokage felt shaken. But decades of relationships made him hesitate, clinging to one last shred of hope. He faced the angry crowd. I understand your pain. I will see to it that Danzo returns the children he took. Danzo glared coldly at Hikaru, full of resentment. That's when Fugaku stepped forward. What about the 12 Uchiha who were intercepted during my mission? Will you return them too? His fists clenched as he stared Danzo down, rage boiling beneath the surface. Hiruzen's face turned grim. He knew what Fugaku said was true, and that Danzo's actions had gone far beyond what a ninja should tolerate. But still, he tried to defend Danzo. We already explained that to Deputy Hikaru and clan leader Fugaku, it was Ryoma's betrayal, an unauthorized action. When Hiruzen tried again to shield Danzo, Hikaru raised his hand. In an instant, the chakra chain known as weapon, formerly sealed on Naruto, snapped out again. Jiraiya noticed the Ninetales chakra leaking from Naruto once more. Without hesitation, he forced his left hand, now pulsing with chakra of all 5 elements, onto Naruto's stomach, patching the seal. Hikaru, eyes locked on Danzo, hurled weapon's chain like a serpent. It coiled around Danzo's right arm with blinding speed. The seals etched into the chain flared, empowered by Hikaru's Mangekyō Sharingan. Danzo couldn't resist. He struggled, trying to break free. But the seal locked down all chakra in his right arm, physical strength alone was useless. His flailing was pathetic. With a sharp pull, Hikaru ripped Danzo's right arm clean off, lifted it, and handed it to Yamanaka Inoichi. Chief Yamanaka, as a sensory ninja, please examine the secrets hidden in this arm. Let's see what our honorable assistant Hokage was hiding all this time. His voice brimmed with fury and cold menace. Inoichi hesitated. He touched the severed arm and began to probe its chakra with a grim face. Hikaru's voice cut through. Don't worry. All the major clans are here. We'll stand with you. Speak the truth. Still torn, Inoichi hesitated, until 2 broad hands rested on his shoulders. He turned to see Shikaku and Choza silently standing behind him. Their presence gave him strength. Inoichi straightened his back and spoke. There are 7 eyes embedded in this arm. Uchiha eyes, Sharingan. But they've degraded, turned pale. More than that, the arm is still alive. The chakra inside is extremely active. He paused, then said heavily. I've sensed this chakra before, it's would release. The same as ANBU Captain Yamato's. The entire arm is filled with first Hokage's chakra. Shock rippled through the clan leaders. 7 Sharingan was already a horrifying revelation, but would release, too. Everyone knew would release was exclusive to Hashirama. Even his descendants hadn't inherited it. That could mean only one thing. Danzo had used the first Hokage's remains for forbidden experiments. Hiruzen's face twisted in regret and rage. Even the Ino Shikacho, his oldest allies, had turned on him. I failed, as Hokage. Jiraiya approached, still cradling Naruto, and looked directly at Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, this is enough to prove Danzo's crimes. But it's still not enough. He abducted Naruto. Tried to break the seal. Tried to exploit the Nine-Tails' power. This cannot be forgiven. You know who Naruto is. He's the son of Minato and Kushina. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Chapter 55, Danzo. You've done so many bad things. Although the fact that Naruto had the nine-tailed fox sealed inside him was long known in Konoha, few in the village were aware that he was the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. A heavy silence fell over the assembled clans. Jiraiya's words struck like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone stared in disbelief, faces pale and eyes wide, trying to process the revelation. Hiruzen's expression grew strained. He hadn't expected Jiraiya to reveal Naruto's true identity here, in front of everyone. Naruto had even stopped calling him Grandpa and now addressed him as Hokage-sama. That alone showed how far things had fallen. Even his own student was now standing against him. Jiraiya had chosen this moment to expose Naruto's identity to clear the boy's name. Naruto had endured years of pain and injustice during his time away from the village. Now that he was back, things had to change. Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Hiruzen and continued to denounce Danzo's actions. And that's not all. Danzo also had a hand in what happened the night of the Nine-Tails attack. The true identity of the masked men was Uchiha Obito. Otherwise, how could Kushina's due date have been leaked? Danzo felt as though a mountain had been dropped on his head. He immediately barked in protest. You're spouting nonsense. That night, I saw the Mangekyō Sharingan in the Nine-Tails' eyes and immediately deployed route to surround the Uchiha clan. What would that have to do with me? But in truth, Danzo was panicking. How the hell did Jiraiya know I had any connection to the masked men? He even knew who the masked man really was. That's more than even I knew, and I was working with him. At that moment, a masked, white-haired ninja emerged from the crowd behind Hiruzen. He pulled off his mask and revealed his face. I testify on Master Jiraiya's behalf. I was assigned to monitor the Uchiha clan and was discovered by the deputy clan leader, Uchiha Hikaru. At that moment, the masked man attacked us both. Together, we broke his mask, and saw who he really was. The masked man is Uchiha Obito. Furthermore, Obito had the same wood-release infused cells that are in Danzo's right arm. He can also use wood-release. Kakashi's words sealed Danzo's fate. While the clans were still reeling from Danzo's treachery, Kakashi's fury burned hot. I'm not done. There's one more thing. The death of my father, the White Fang of Konoha, Hatake Tsukumo, was also connected to Danzo. And the third Hokage was involved too. It was like another bomb went off in the assembly. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Many of the elder ninja were overcome with grief. These were shinobi who had fought in the Second Great Ninja War. To them, the name White Fang was as legendary as the Hokage, even more so than the title of Three Legendary Sannin. White Fang had earned his name in blood. Unlike the Sannin, whose title came from Hanzo of the Salamander, Tsukumo's legend came from battle after battle. At the time, Tsukumo's reputation even surpassed that of Minato, the Yellow Flash. Minato was still young back then. Many had still favored Orochimaru as the next Hokage. But Tsukumo, everyone thought he was the natural successor. Until the tragedy. That mission, it was a trap designed by Danzo and the third Hokage. It was a mission set up to fail. But my father fought his way out with sheer skill. At that point, one of his own teammates, a spy planted by Danzo, used my father's devotion to his comrades against him. He tricked my father into abandoning the mission to save his team. The third Hokage succeeded in tarnishing my father's name, ruining his chances of becoming Hokage. But Danzo didn't stop there. They made my father shoulder the blame for the failure, then used the route to spread slander throughout the village. They accused my father of being unworthy of being a shinobi. Because of Danzo's conspiracy, my father committed suicide. He couldn't endure the shame. He felt utterly betrayed by the very village he protected. Even in death, he chose not to rebel, not to raise his blade against Konoha. Tears flowed in the crowd. The death of Hatake Tsukumo had left a deep scar in their hearts. This was the man who had always stood between them and death on the battlefield, yet had been destroyed by his own village's leaders. Hiruzen finally gave up. Seeing how far things had spiraled, and how exposed their crimes were, he surrendered to the truth. The last vestige of denial in his heart shattered. I admit it. Danzo and I were responsible for White Fang's death. But I beg you, for all the good Danzo has done for the village in secret, please spare his life. I'm willing to give up the title of Hokage. Faced with judgment, Hiruzen slumped in defeat, offering to step down to protect Danzo. His plea threw the clans into uncertainty. They had achieved their goal, Hiruzen had agreed to abdicate. As for Danzo, it would be best to kill him, but with Hiruzen shielding him, they hesitated. Just as the whole teetered in indecision. The Tomo in Uchiha Itachi's eyes slowly spun, transforming into the Mangekyō Sharingan, glowing a blood-red hue. He lowered his head, hatred gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Danzo. An orange-red ribcage materialized around Itachi. Muscles and sinew layered over the skeleton, the shape of his Susanoo forming. All eyes turned to him. Even Danzo and Hiruzen stared, stunned. The Uchiha, they have another Mangekyō. The crimson Susanoo loomed over the assembly as Itachi advanced toward Danzo. Danzo. Shisui gave everything for this village. Why did you steal his eyes? He single-handedly repelled the Hidden Mist's invasion for Konoha. He lived trapped between clan and village, doing everything he could to ease the tension. He trusted you. He told you the secret of his Mangekyō. And how did you repay him? You forced him to his death. He was your comrade. A descendant of Uchiha Kagami, the men who carried the second Hokage's will of fire. And you murdered him. Itachi's face twisted with grief and rage. Blood mixed with tears as they streamed down his face. Unlike Hikaru, Itachi lacked the raw power to fully wield Susanoo, but he forced it out anyway, enduring the screaming agony in his body to push it to the third stage. But physical pain was nothing compared to the ache in his heart. The loss of Shisui, that wound cut deeper than any jutsu ever could. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Chapter 56, Danzo ascends to Pure Land, Hiruzen abdicates, and everyone is happy. Police car light insert some funny memes or gif police car light. Watching Itachi approach step by step, Danzo vaguely realized that he was going to die. But he had no intention of giving up, he still wanted to resist stubbornly. After all, as long as the mountains remain green, there will always be firewood to burn. Only when a person dies does everything come to an end. He shoved away Hiruzen, who was trying to support him, opened his arms, and took one last look at his mortal enemy of many years. Their eyes met briefly, there was a wordless connection between them. But Danzo's eyes quickly filled with madness and defiance. He turned his head and began to threaten Itachi. Itachi. Think carefully. Once I die, the 4-symbol seal on my chest will activate immediately. You'll all be buried with me. Just when Danzo thought he still had a sliver of hope, a familiar pain pierced through his senses again. Blood surged to his throat and burst out of his mouth. Looking down, he saw the flaming sword had pierced clean through his chest. His remaining life slipped away rapidly. Danzo looked back at Hiruzen, and memories of their past flashed through his mind. Hiruzen, let me help you just once more. I have no hope of surviving, but as your shadow in the darkness, I will seal away all these filthy things in death. 4-symbol seal. The surrounding shinobi all leapt back into defensive stances, preparing for Danzo's final counterattack. Seconds passed. Nothing happened. Danzo's expression shifted, his final technique had failed. Itachi looked down at Danzo's desperate attempt and began to laugh, wild, mocking laughter. Ha 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 ha. Danzo. Before the Totsuka blade seal, your resistance is meaningless. With Susanoo's control, Itachi pulled the Totsuka blade from Danzo's chest, and a transparent spirit-like form peeled away from his body. Danzo. Your crimes are unforgivable. You will repent for all eternity within the seal of the Totsuka blade. Danzo's soul was dragged into the blade with a final, echoing scream. Susanoo vanished as Itachi's chakra and eye power were depleted. His body trembled and collapsed to his knees. Shisui. Just as Itachi was about to fall face first into the ground, Fugaku rushed forward and caught him. Seeing his son in such a state filled Fugaku's heart with silent pain. Ever since Shisui's death, Itachi had withdrawn from the world, smiling only in front of Sasuke. But Itachi had never spoken to him about the pain he carried inside. Fugaku realized he knew too little about his own son. There were still too many gaps between them. Thankfully, the arrival of Hikaru changed everything, Itachi, the clan, and the village's trajectory. Danzo's corpse lay lifeless on the cold ground. Hiruzen knelt beside him, closing Danzo's eyes with trembling hands. When he stood again, he looked as if a gust of wind might blow him away, his age and grief making him fragile and hollow. Jiraiya looked at Hiruzen with a complicated expression, then turned and left with Naruto in his arms, heading straight for Konoha Hospital. He already knew what was coming. He didn't need to watch. Hikaru glanced at Hiruzen's hollow, broken look, and a deep, cold thought stirred in his chest. This is politics, layered in betrayal and cold calculations. Whether Danzo truly colluded with Obito the night of the Nine-Tails attack, he didn't know. But with evidence like wood style and public justification, Danzo's death today was inevitable. Hiruzen and Danzo both looked pitiful at this moment. But pitiful people often had something detestable about them. If not for his own strategy, their crimes would have been buried forever, never brought to light. No one would have sought justice. It was only because Danzo and Hiruzen had seriously violated the interests of the shinobi clans that this outcome became possible. This was why Hikaru had waited, for Danzo to act first. Even if it meant sacrifices, the Uchiha clan couldn't afford to be endangered. He needed to appear on the side of justice. Because if he didn't, someday, he, Uchiha Hikaru, might repeat the same mistakes as Danzo and Hiruzen. He had to become invincible. Hikaru stepped in front of Hiruzen, his face calm and cold, looking down at the third Hokage. Sandaime-sama, it seems the villagers can't forgive Danzo for what he's done. And I can't forgive what you've done. It's time for you to step down. Abdicate. With that one word, Hikaru ended the matter. The crowd had gotten what they wanted. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently removed his Hokage robe and hat. And just like that, he stepped off the stage. 3 months later. The warm sunlight of early spring shone down on melting snow. The air still held a chill, but Konoha was beginning to bloom with life once more. Winter had been harsh, but it had passed. Spring had arrived. New saplings pushed through the thawed earth, old crops had long been buried, turning to nourishment for a new generation. Inside the Hokage office, Nara Shikaku, head of the Jonin Corps, sat buried under paperwork. He looked thinner than before. Creak. The door opened. Hikaru stepped inside. Shikaku barely looked up before snatching a folder and hurling it straight at Hikaru's face. Hikaru sidestepped easily, caught the document in midair, and walked toward the desk. Hey, Shikaku and why the temper so early in the morning? You'll give yourself a stroke. Shikaku's face was twisted in suppressed rage. Uchiha Hikaru. You bastard. You still have the nerve to come see me. Who was it that told me 3 months ago to keep the Hokage candidate a secret? You already had someone picked. 3 months. 3 damn months. Do you know how I've survived these past 3 months? I already had enough on my plate managing the Jonin Corps. Now that Hiruzen-sama is retired and watching his grandson, all the Hokage's paperwork has landed on me. Where's the Hokage? Where's the 5th Hokage? Jiraiya ran off to Mount Myaboku with Naruto to recover. And you? Every time I ask, you say, soon, soon. I'm done. You've got 7 days. Either find a 5th Hokage, or put on the hat yourself. I'm quitting. I can't take this anymore. Cold sweat formed on Hikaru's forehead. It wasn't that he didn't want to find one. He'd asked Jiraiya, but the men had refused. It seemed there was only one person fit for the job now. Hikaru placed the file back on the desk. What do you think about Tsunade? Shikaku blinked, confused. He tilted his head, thought a moment, then slowly nodded, then added a sly grin. Lady Tsunade, huh? Beautiful, bold, and, well, generous. He gave Hikaru a look full of innuendo. His eyebrows waggled like a pervert from a hot spring. Hikaru's thoughts briefly drifted in that direction. No, no, no. Snap out of it. He shook his head. Shikaku, what the hell are you thinking? I meant Tsunade for the Hokage position. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 57, The Root Legacy, we have to find Orochimaru. Police car light, insert some funny memes or gif police car light. Shikaku reached out and rubbed his stubbled chin, thinking for a moment. As for Lady Tsunade, as the granddaughter of Lord Hashirama and Konoha's princess, she's not only proficient in medical ninjutsu but has remarkable personal strength. Her reputation in the village is stellar. She really is a solid choice. It's just that Lady Tsunade has been gone from the village for so many years, I didn't think of her at first. Are you sure you can bring her back? Shikaku looked at Uchiha Hikaru suspiciously. Don't worry about that. The sages have their ways, and I have mine. Hikaru turned away, already planning to escape before Shikaku remembered too much. He'd only taken a few steps when Shikaku called out behind him. Hikaru, you're trying to slip away again, aren't you? Hearing the gritted teeth in Shikaku's voice, Hikaru turned back with a sheepish expression. What? No way. Something else, Shikaku. Go clean up the mess at root. I already have my hands full. I'm leaving it to you. Got it. Shikaku's smile was tight and fake, and his polite tone made Hikaru realize he couldn't keep slacking off. If he pushed his luck, Shikaku really might flip the desk. Don't worry, brother Shikaku. We're close, right? Leave it to me, haha. With that, Hikaru picked up the pace and exited the office, leaving Shikaku alone to keep processing the endless paperwork. Hikaru headed to the Uchiha compound, intending to pull Itachi in to help clean up the root disaster. After asking Makoto, he learned Itachi was currently training with little Sasuke at the family's training ground. When he arrived, he saw Itachi looking at Sasuke with a gentle smile. Sasuke's face was dusty, his hands flying through seals as he practiced the fire-style, fireball jutsu. Seeing Hikaru nearby, Itachi crouched down, gently ruffled Sasuke's hair, and spoke softly. Sasuke, keep practicing on your own for a while. Deputy Clan Head Hikaru needs me for something. Sasuke puffed out his cheeks and turned away, arms crossed like a mini-adult. Humph, same as always, Nissan. You're leaving again. The warm smile on Itachi's face faltered as the corner of his mouth twitched. He used to feel guilty about not spending enough time with his brother. But lately, after spending nearly every day training together, Sasuke was getting a little annoying. No, must be his imagination. He was Sasuke's big brother. Of course he loved him. Reinforcing that thought, Itachi gently tapped Sasuke's forehead with 2 fingers, as always. Sorry. Maybe next time. Then he turned and left the training ground with Hikaru. Sasuke remained behind, rubbing his forehead and thinking hard. Was Nissan going back to how he used to be? Too busy to spend time with him? That thought made Sasuke feel a little empty inside. But he shook his head quickly, rejecting it. No. It's because I'm too weak. I have to get stronger. I need to become someone Nissan can rely on, someone worthy of the Uchiha name. Hikaru led Itachi down into a hidden chamber beneath the Hokage building, the former base of Root. Everywhere were jars and vats filled with human specimens suspended in nutrient fluid. The lab reeked of something dark and unnatural. Itachi took in the sight, his jaw clenched tight. They entered the inner sanctum, where glass cases lined the shelves. Itachi's eyes burned with a sudden intensity. These eyes. Yes. These 2 Tomo Sharingan belong to the 8 members of Team Jakura. Take 5 pairs and leave 3, Hikaru said. Itachi hesitated. Why not take all of them? Many in the clan lost their sight during the war. Hikaru turned and pointed to his own eyes, then to Itachi's. I assume you've noticed your eyesight getting worse. Itachi fell silent. He had indeed felt his vision blur ever since the day he awakened the 3rd form of Susanuin rage, when he sealed Danzo's soul. He was already becoming nearsighted. About 100 degrees, he estimated. Hikaru nodded at his reaction. My myopia is already past 150. That's the Mangekyō's curse, overuse gradually blinds you. But, there's a solution. Itachi's eyes sharpened with interest. Uchiha Obito only has 1 Mangekyō, yet he uses Kamui constantly. That must be because of Hashirama's cells, the wood release. Itachi's eyes widened. You're thinking. Orochimaru. The name came with old memories, dark ones. Itachi had trained under Orochimaru during his time in Root. The man had designed many of Itachi's tests. Once, when Itachi pushed the difficulty higher and higher, even Orochimaru thought it dangerous. Kunai flew from hidden traps, but Itachi weaved between them, deflecting each with precision. Orochimaru burst into the room and found Itachi unharmed. The look in the Sannin's eyes had turned greedy, his tongue slipping across his lips. That was the moment he first desired Itachi's Sharingan. Now, Itachi hesitated. But Hikaru cut him off. Don't worry. No matter how dangerous he is, we Uchiha now hold 3 pairs of Mangekyō. Taming a snake won't be hard. Itachi considered. Hikaru was right. Maybe he was overthinking it. Hikaru handed Itachi the mission, find Orochimaru and secure contact with him. After all, Root's legacy was filled with raw materials. But without a scientist to wield them, they were meaningless. The Root researchers left behind after Orochimaru's defection were useless. They'd accomplished nothing in years. And since even Jiraiya had failed to track Orochimaru down after all these years, Itachi, who had left a mark on the Sannin, was the most suitable person for this task. Orochimaru's obsession with the Sharingan began with Itachi. If Orochimaru learned Itachi was looking for him, he would appear on his own. And as for Orochimaru defeating Itachi? Impossible. Even in the original timeline, Orochimaru had already been humiliated by Itachi's genjutsu. Now, with their future secure and their clan regaining its strength, things were changing. Soon, maybe the legendary three would reunite in Konoha. Though Orochimaru might find himself on the wrong end of Itachi's reunion. Still, it didn't matter. Uncle Snake had the tech. He'd be fine. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Chapter 58, Root Legacy, 2. Police Car Light. Insert some funny memes or GIF. Police Car Light. Uchiha Hikaru and Itachi searched through the intelligence stored in the hidden chamber once more. As they pored over the documents, they meticulously recorded all of Danzo's crimes. He didn't just wreak havoc internally. As Hikaru read deeper, he realized Danzo had left his mark across the second and third great ninja wars. If not for Danzo, those two wars might have dragged on even longer. No wonder people called him a shadow in the dark corners of the ninja world. The man had a real talent for chaos. But when Hikaru reached the final two scrolls, his expression darkened. Deploy to Mangekyō in support of Orochimaru's troops. Priority objective, eliminate as many Uchiha clan members as possible. Infiltrate the Kanobi Bridge operation. Interfere with Minato Namake's movements. Priority objective, eliminate Uchiha combatants. As soon as those words reached Hikaru's eyes, his pupils turned scarlet. His 3-tomo Sharingan activated instantly. Until now, Hikaru had always wondered how both his parents, elite Uchiha Jonin, both wielding the 3-tomo Sharingan, could have died so easily on the battlefield. He thought they were simply overwhelmed in the chaos of war. Now he understood. Danzo had orchestrated it all. The entire thing had been a setup, a ploy to exterminate the Uchiha from within. Hikaru's chakra flared, colder and sharper than ice. Itachi, standing behind him, sensed the shift immediately. When he saw the Mangekyō Sharingan in Hikaru's eyes and the scroll unfurled in his hands, he approached and silently read over his shoulder. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Eventually, Hikaru closed the scroll and reigned in his fury. Itachi handed him a second scroll without a word. Hikaru opened it. It detailed intelligence assets embedded by root within the other 4 great ninja villages. One section caught his eye, 2 spies stationed in Iwagakure. The names, Kabuto Yakushi and Nono Yakushi. Hikaru paused to think. According to the timeline of the original events, Kabuto would accidentally kill his caretaker, Nono, about half a year from now. But Danzo was already dead. Root's network was unraveling. These spies no longer had anyone to report to. This was something he needed to handle personally. Both Kabuto and Nono were worth saving, or perhaps even recruiting. Kabuto Yakushi was a scientific genius, on par with Orochimaru. A pity that in the Boruto timeline, he became nothing more than the director of an orphanage, abandoning his research entirely. Hikaru wouldn't allow that kind of talent to go to waste. As for Nono Yakushi, she was not only one of Konoha's most skilled intelligence operatives, but also a master of medical ninjutsu, and a woman who deeply cared for children. If she could be brought back to the village, Hikaru could both protect the orphans and have her teach medical ninjutsu within the Uchiha clan. Konoha's lack of medical nin had always been a glaring weakness in the Uchiha. This could fix it. The Uchiha would fund the orphanage. In exchange, Nono would train new medics and help reshape the clan's image in the eyes of the village. A win-win. Hikaru rolled the scroll shut, already considering how to retrieve the remaining root agents scattered throughout the ninja world and tap their knowledge before it was lost. But this wasn't something that could be rushed. First, he needed to bring back Tsunade and solidify her position as the 5th Hokage. There was still time. The handover of intel among root operatives wouldn't occur for several months. Itachi handed him a third scroll. This one contains records of Danzo's dealings with Orochimaru. It also lists several of Orochimaru's hideouts. It looks like Orochimaru has joined a larger organization. Hikaru unrolled it and scanned through the entries. As expected, Orochimaru had already become a member of the Akatsuki. Most of the scroll detailed a long, transactional history, Danzo supplying Orochimaru with children to conduct would-release experiments. Orochimaru constantly complaining about a lack of proper facilities and demanding more money. And Danzo, in his arrogance, funding it all. Of course, all those investments had gone to waste. Orochimaru likely used the money for other secret experiments. Thinking of how much village funding had been funneled into Orochimaru's hands, stolen from Konoha's coffers under Danzo's orders, Hikaru felt his stomach churn. That was all my money. No, forget it, that was Konoha's money. Danzo truly deserved to die. Hikaru almost wished he could drag his soul out of the Totsuka blade seal and kill him again. That might be enough to finally avenge his parents. He tossed the scroll back to Itachi. Orochimaru's bases are marked. Use that information to find him. But listen carefully, if you come across anyone wearing a black cloak with red clouds, turn around and leave. No hesitation. Itachi frowned, confused. He had the Mangekyō now. Did he really need to retreat? But Hikaru remembered, the deal between Obito and Itachi no longer existed. Thanks to his interference, Obito had been misled and thrown off course. When he'd last met Itachi, he hadn't even worn the Akatsuki cloak. The original plot was beginning to unravel. The further Hikaru deviated from canon, the less reliable his future knowledge became. After some thought, he decided to reveal the truth. The organization Orochimaru joined is called Akatsuki. They wear black cloaks with red clouds. Every member is an S-rank rogue ninja, monsters on Orochimaru's level. Maybe you can handle one of them. But if they're traveling in pairs, which they usually are, even you might not make it out alive. Itachi fell silent, absorbing the warning. He understood now, any group powerful enough to make Orochimaru submit had to be something truly terrifying. He nodded. Once they finished scanning the last scrolls, the two left the hidden chamber and returned to the Uchiha compound. As they walked, Hikaru threw an arm around Itachi's shoulder. Go home and spend a good night with your little brother. Say goodbye properly. The road ahead's about to get rough, another long mission. Itachi sighed. Yeah. I should. But Sasuke's been acting out lately. Keeps talking to me like he's my father or something. Hikaru laughed. He hadn't expected his butterfly effect to reach even Sasuke. So, he offered some brotherly advice. If your little brother's acting up, it probably means he needs a good whooping. Nothing brutal, just a wake-up call. A proper shinobi grows up under pressure. You're his brother, if your father's busy, that means it's your job to whip him into shape. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 59, Departure to find Princess Tsunade. Police car light, insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. Bonus chapter. The warm spring sun shone from above. Lush green trees lined both sides of the brown dirt road, and a high, dark brown wooden wall surrounded all of Konoha. The word Konoha was painted in crimson on the dark green gate, and above it, a gray-white plaque bore the words, Hidden Leaf Village. Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki stood watch at the gate, their expressions showing visible unease. Rumors had been swirling recently in the Konoha ninja circles about the three figures currently standing at the village entrance. Because of this, they didn't dare act rashly. One was Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. The other, Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, whose identity had only recently become known to the public. And lastly, standing beside them, was none other than Uchiha Hikaru, the current deputy head of the Uchiha clan, someone they absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Though the fact that the third Hokage had been forced to abdicate hadn't been publicly announced yet, it was clearly a matter that affected the village's honor. Everything had to be handled delicately. Still, all high-ranking shinobi, special jonin and above, already knew the truth. And the source of it all stood right before them, the seemingly harmless, warm-faced young man, Uchiha Hikaru. Jiraiya and Naruto arrived a bit late, jogging over to join Hikaru. Jiraiya wore an apologetic smile, though his eyes gleamed with joy. Haha, I took Naruto to the hospital to get some medicine. Took a bit longer than expected. Hikaru, let's go find Tsunade quickly. The village is still waiting for her return to take over as the fifth Hokage. Hikaru's gaze fell on Naruto, who was still wrapped in bandages. His expression turned heavy, brows furrowed. Naruto, what happened? Jiraiya quickly pulled Hikaru aside, clearly not wanting Naruto to overhear. He slung an arm around Hikaru's shoulder, lowered his voice, and spoke gravely. Danzo tampered with Naruto's seal, but I've already fixed that. I used the key Minato left behind and reinforced the seal myself. But after a full examination, the jonin in the medical corps told me that Danzo had pumped Naruto full of drugs, overdrawing his life force and nearly destroying all his chakra pathways. This kind of damage is far beyond what our village Mednin can treat. That's why we're bringing Naruto along, we're hoping Tsunade can personally treat him. Whether Naruto can remain a ninja depends on it. Jiraiya's earlier cheer was gone, his face now solemn. Hikaru let out a quiet sigh and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. We'll find Tsunade. She'll heal him. Jiraiya's expression softened. The two of them returned to Naruto, who was still gazing wide-eyed at the world beyond the village gates. This was his first time leaving the village since growing up. He was so awestruck by the sights that he completely forgot about the bandages on his body. His face radiated youthful wonder and excitement for the unknown. Everything he saw was etched into his memory. He ran up to Jiraiya, grabbing his arm excitedly. Pervy Sage. Pervy Sage. Look at all the trees. The roads are so wide, ha ha ha. He ran out into the center of the path and stood on his tiptoes, straining to see the road's distant end. Jiraiya laughed, walked over, and lifted Naruto onto his back. Yup, that's the world outside the village. Lie down and hold on tight. I'm taking you somewhere fun, with hot springs. Yes. Hot springs. Naruto threw his arms in the air, cheering joyfully. Seeing that, Hikaru followed with a small smile. The trio set out on their journey to find Princess Tsunade. The sun slowly rose and then fell. As twilight faded, the sky darkened. Naruto, still clinging to Jiraiya's back, had started the journey full of enthusiasm, watching the scenery fly by and sharing his dreams of becoming a ninja. But travel could be dull, and eventually, sleep claimed him. He rested quietly on Jiraiya's back. By the time night fully took over, the final traces of daylight had vanished. The sky became an inky black canvas, stars shining like scattered gemstones. Jiraiya and Hikaru found shelter in a nearby cave and decided to camp for the night. Jiraiya used fire style to light a campfire, and Hikaru pulled grilled meat and vegetables from a scroll he brought along. They weren't on a dangerous mission, just searching for Tsunade. Other than the possibility of running into a rogue shinobi, there wasn't much threat. And with Naruto injured, nutrition was a priority. Hikaru placed a grill rack over the fire. Naruto ran over, eyes lighting up as he pointed excitedly. Pervy Sage. That's the grill from the barbecue restaurant. We're having barbecue. Awesome. Jiraiya laughed and squatted beside him, ruffling Naruto's spiky blonde hair with a broad hand. Yeah, after a full day on the road, Hikaru and I are wiped. We need a good meal if we're gonna keep moving tomorrow. But as soon as Jiraiya said that, Naruto lowered his head, trying to hide the flicker of disappointment on his face. Brother Hikaru and Pervy Sage have been carrying me the whole time. I really am useless. Self-doubt and guilt clouded Naruto's expression. Though still young, years of rejection from the villagers had toughened him, made him more mature than others his age. But it had also left him sensitive and easily hurt. Jiraiya's smile faded. His intention behind the barbecue had been to lift spirits and recover stamina, not to remind Naruto of his injuries. The cave fell into silence. Only the fire's crackling broke the stillness. Hikaru slowly walked over to Naruto, crouching so they were eye level. He met the boy's gaze with quiet warmth. Naruto, let me tell you a story. The main character is just like you. Naruto's interest sparked, and he looked up at Hikaru. A story. Like me. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Chapter 60, Hikaru Ambition. Yes, a hero like you, Naruto. After hearing Hikaru's affirmative answer, the initial disappointment on Naruto's face faded slightly, replaced by curiosity. Brother Hikaru, hurry up and tell me, he said eagerly. Seeing Naruto's expression, a smile appeared on Hikaru's face. Sure enough, Naruto was always impatient, no matter the situation. Once upon a time, there was a loving couple. Their child had just been born. And in that moment, the enemy struck. The father, who was the fourth Hokage, fought alone to drive back the enemy. The mother, who had just given birth, gave everything she had to protect her child and the village. She fought against the Nine Tails that the enemy had unsealed. His father defeated the enemy and rushed to Mother's side, preparing to seal the Nine Tails once again. But the Nine Tails, realizing it was about to be sealed and lose its freedom, tried to kill the child. It stretched out its massive claws to strike. And then, the parents stood in front of the child. They used their own bodies to shield him, blocking the Nine Tails' deadly attack. At the end of their lives, they sealed half of the Nine Tails' chakra into the child, hoping that one day he could use its power to protect the village. They sacrificed themselves to ensure that the next generation could live. Their hope was that this child would carry on their will. To keep him safe from enemies seeking to exploit or eliminate him, the village leaders hid his identity. But as the child grew, the Nine Tails' chakra influenced his body. Fox-like whisker marks appeared on his cheeks. When the villagers, who didn't know the truth, saw those markings, they remembered the terror of that night and grew afraid. So they came to hate the child, never realizing he was the son of the Hokage who had died to protect them. As Hikaru spoke, Naruto's tears flowed freely, falling silently to the ground. That child is you, Naruto. Hikaru's words struck something deep inside Naruto's heart. Only now did he finally understand why he had no parents, and why the village had always rejected him. Naruto began to sob uncontrollably. Beside him, Jiraiya's face darkened with guilt as he looked at Hikaru. He had never found the courage to tell Naruto the truth. He had kept it hidden, waiting for the right time. But Hikaru had told him everything, without hesitation. Thankfully, Hikaru kept his promise. He had glossed over the Sandame's failures, ignored Danzo's involvement, and disguised the darker truths with careful wording. He used Naruto's facial markings as the excuse, keeping the root of Danzo's experiments out of the story. It was handled well. From Naruto's blind spot, Hikaru subtly raised a hand toward Jiraiya and made an okay gesture, signaling that everything was under control. After crying for a long while, Naruto finally began to calm down. That was when it hit him: he wasn't a child born without love. He wasn't abandoned. His parents had died to protect him. They had loved him deeply, so much that they gave their lives for him. He had never truly been alone in the darkness. That realization lit something inside him. Naruto wiped his tears away with his sleeve, then looked at the campfire grill and the skewers cooking beside it. He ran over and picked one up. "I'm hungry. I want to eat meat. I want to get strong fast, so I can grow up and be a great ninja like my parents." Seeing Naruto cheerful again, Jiraiya and Hikaru smiled in relief. Jiraiya rolled up his sleeves with a grin. "All right. Let me show you how to grill meat. My cooking's so good even the sage of 6 paths would drool." That night, they ended their barbecue feast with laughter and warmth. It was a spring night. The air still held winter's chill, but after a hearty meal, Naruto curled up in his sleeping bag. He glanced at Brother Hikaru and Master Pervy Sage still talking by the fire. A warm feeling spread through his heart. "Mom. Dad. Don't worry. Master Jiraiya and Brother Hikaru care about me too. I'm not alone." With that thought, he drifted peacefully into sleep. Hikaru and Jiraiya remained seated by the fire, speaking in hushed tones. "Jiraiya, before I set out, Itachi and I went through the root's secret archive. We found disturbing truths." Jiraiya raised his eyebrows, intrigued. He picked up a skewer from the fire and took a bite. He'd spent most of the night grilling for Naruto, so now he and Hikaru could finally eat. "Let's hear it." Hikaru picked up a skewer too, chewing slowly before continuing. "The human experiments Orochimaru conducted in Konoha, they weren't entirely his idea. Root requested them. The missing villagers and shinobi. Danzo's people captured them and handed them over. Orochimaru didn't even know where the test subjects came from. When Orochimaru lost the Hokage candidacy, Danzo spread news of the experiments and leaked it to Hiruzen, so Orochimaru would take the fall, and the third's reputation would suffer. Orochimaru thought he was serving the village. Instead, he was used, betrayed, and condemned. That's when everything became meaningless to him, and he chose to abandon the village in disgust. And even after his betrayal, Danzo secretly stayed in contact with him, asked him to pretend to be a rogue ninja so the village could still use his work behind the scenes. Root continued funding his experiments. As he spoke, Hikaru pulled out a scroll from his ninja pouch, the one with the documented transactions between Danzo and Orochimaru, and handed it to Jiraiya. Jiraiya accepted it with a heavy expression. He opened the scroll and read silently. "But, it's too late. Orochimaru's already." "No. It's not too late," Hikaru said firmly. "I've already sent Itachi to search for him. One of the bases listed in that scroll might still be active." Jiraiya turned sharply, his eyes wide with hope. Hikaru looked into the fire and sighed. "I want the 3 legendary Sannin to return to Konoha. The Senju couldn't make that happen. But we, the Uchiha, we still can." He stood up, the firelight casting his shadow deep into the cave behind him. "The pride of the Uchiha clan isn't just about survival or power. I want to see everyone in the village live well. I want the entire shinobi world to know peace. Send power stones." Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF. Police car light. Chapter 61, The Legendary Sucker. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF. Police car light. The 3 of them traveled for 2 days and finally, on the second night, arrived at the well-known hot spring town in the Land of Hot Water, located on the southwestern border of the Land of Fire. The streets bustled with travelers and pedestrians in yukatas and kimonos. The Land of Hot Water had built its economy around its famous hot springs, known throughout the ninja world, steadily growing its tourism industry and carving out an independent identity between the 5 great nations. Seeing that it was getting late, Uchiha Hikaru decided to find a restaurant and call it a night. Jiraiya agreed with Hikaru's suggestion. After all, he had Naruto with him. By now, Naruto was swaying on his feet from exhaustion. Despite being excited about the new place and wanting to explore, he'd spent most of the journey asking Jiraiya questions about his parents. He hadn't slept at all during the day's travel and was clearly running on fumes. Jiraiya understood this and took Naruto across the street to the hotel opposite the restaurant to let him rest for the night. Hikaru looked up at the restaurant's large glowing sign, an orange-yellow plaque with 3 large characters reading Izakaya. He couldn't help but sigh. Izakaya. Why does every pub in the ninja world have the same name? Whatever. Let's just get some food and bring it back. Naruto's injured, he needs something nourishing. As he stepped inside and was about to place an order with the waiter, a voice behind him stopped him in his tracks. A familiar voice that made him sigh internally. The ninja world is too small. What are the chances I'd run into her at some random izakaya? I was hoping to rest tonight before doing anything. But fate clearly had other plans. Still, Hikaru ordered 3 servings of barbecue and 3 servings of ramen for takeaway. The waiter quickly jotted it down and ran off to the kitchen. Hikaru turned toward the source of the voice and walked to the second-to-last private room toward the back. He could already hear Tsunade cursing and Shizen trying to calm her down. Inside the room, Tsunade had taken off her usual green haori with the word "gamble" on the back, wearing instead a sleeveless gray and white top. The bold black stripes twisted around her curvaceous figure, emphasizing every curve. The dark blue sash around her waist lifted her chest even more, and the tightness of the fabric made her cleavage strain for freedom. She wore dark blue cropped pants, and her right leg was lifted and rested on a seat beside her, exposing her smooth, pale calf. High-heeled sandals adorned her feet, with red nail polish adding a seductive flair to her bare toes. "Shizen, don't stop me. I'm not drunk yet. Just one more pot, one last drink." Shizen, dressed in her usual black cloak with the mesh vest showing at the neckline, sat opposite her, tightly gripping Tsunade's wrist. Her thighs were wrapped in white bandages, with a small medical needle pouch strapped to one side. Her long legs gave her a tall, striking look. "Lady Tsunade. That's enough. We barely have money left. If you keep drinking like this, we'll be sleeping on the streets tonight. And please, Lady Tsunade. Fix your clothes. You're practically falling out of them." Shizen was clearly frustrated with Tsunade's drunken antics. This always happened when she drank, and it was getting harder and harder to manage. Thankfully, no outsiders were around. Tsunade shrugged off Shizen's hand and raised the sake to her lips again, her movements growing more unrestrained under the influence of alcohol. She lazily groped her own chest with one hand, cheeks flushed and expression dazed. "TCH, don't worry. Tomorrow I'll win it all back playing dice. I just had rotten luck today. And besides, Shizen, there's no one else here, so what's the problem if I get a little casual? Look at this. Pretty amazing, huh? Jealous?" She suddenly grabbed Shizen's hand and pulled it forward, forcing her to feel for herself. "Jealous? It's okay. You'll get there too, one day. Ha ha ha." Shizen found herself dragged to Tsunade's side, her palm just centimeters from the target. Her heart raced with conflicting emotions, curiosity and restraint warring inside her. At that moment, Hikaru, standing outside the room, realized things were getting out of hand. Before it escalated, he slid the door open and walked in. The room fell silent instantly as both women turned at the sound. In that frozen moment, Tsunade hadn't retracted her hand, and Shizen, caught off guard, reflexively squeezed twice before snapping back to reality, her cheeks turning scarlet. She quickly yanked her hand back and sat rigidly next to Tsunade. Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she spotted the Konoha forehead protector on Hikaru's head. A ninja from the village, another errand boy from the old man. "If you're just here to persuade me, don't bother. Go back and tell him I'm not coming back." She casually raised the sake bottle and took another swig. Hikaru sat down calmly across from them, unfazed, and picked up a pair of chopsticks. He reached toward the grilled meat at the center of the table. After traveling all afternoon, he was starving. He figured he'd be paying for the meal anyway, might as well enjoy a bite. "Lady Tsunade, I'm not here on behalf of the 3rd Hokage. We're here to bring you back to take your place as the 5th Hokage." Tsunade froze, shocked. Before she could swallow the sake in her mouth, it sprayed directly across the table, and all over Hikaru's face. A faint white mist of sake flew across the food, but with the precision of an Uchiha, Hikaru raised his sleeve to shield the barbecue and his chopsticks, protecting his meal. Unbothered, he calmly placed the meat in his mouth and chewed thoughtfully. As expected, food in a real restaurant hits differently. I may be good in the kitchen, but nothing beats meat soaked in secret house marinades. Good thing I reacted fast, or I'd have lost that piece of barbecue. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Police car light, insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. Chapter 62, such a handsome guy, why is he an Uchiha? Police car light, insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. In the private room of the barbecue restaurant, red-orange lights illuminated the space. Tsunade and Shizen were slightly taken aback by Uchiha Hikaru's behavior. Hikaru swallowed the barbecue calmly. Shizen, still flustered from the earlier moment of physical contact, studied the men sitting across from her. Tsunade also examined him, picking up the green robe she had tossed aside and wiping the wine from the corner of her mouth. He had long, spiky black hair and a handsome face, but his demeanor was off, like someone suffering from a chronic illness. With that kind of behavior, he must be from the Sarutobi clan. But then again, he didn't have the usual scruffy beard. Maybe he just shaved often. Hikaru's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Tsunade's chest. At that moment, Tsunade became more convinced, this shameless brat had to be a Sarutobi. But once she concluded he was from that clan, Tsunade lowered her guard a bit and looked at Hikaru with renewed interest. It was rare, but she hadn't expected to find such a good-looking guy among the Sarutobi. Under the influence of alcohol, her tone carried a hint of playful teasing. Well now, isn't the handsome Sarutobi kid going to introduce himself? Hikaru raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression mildly puzzled. I'm the current deputy head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hikaru. Uchiha. Tsunade and Shizun exclaimed in unison, and Tsunade's relaxed demeanor instantly vanished. Her brow furrowed deeply, her thoughts in turmoil. Why would someone from the Uchiha clan come to see her? Normally, those kinds of visits came from the Sarutobi side. Why now from the Uchiha? In her mind, the Uchiha weren't exactly beloved in Konoha. Why would the old man assign such an important mission to one? No wonder he was so good-looking, he was an Uchiha. That explained it. But why was his personality so different from the typical arrogant Uchiha? Tsunade grabbed her robe from the seat, stood up, and headed for the door. Shizun, we're leaving. Shizun, still captivated by Hikaru's looks, was pulled back to reality by Tsunade's voice. She hurried to catch up. She leaned toward Tsunade's ear and whispered, Lady Tsunade, we haven't paid the bill yet. Tsunade opened the door and turned to look at Hikaru, who was still calmly eating barbecue. It's fine. This handsome little Uchiha will cover it, won't he? There was a definite edge to her voice. Still focused on his food, Hikaru nodded. Of course, Lady Tsunade. You should get some rest. Jiraiya and I will come find you again tomorrow. It's getting late. Tsunade paused, slightly surprised. This Uchiha was actually reasonable. He wasn't like the usual stuck-up, battle-obsessed types. But wait, Jiraiya was here too. Her heart stirred with mixed emotions. Memories of a long-lost comrade bubbled to the surface. After all, women have to take care of themselves as they age. Just as Tsunade was beginning to reminisce, Hikaru's remark sent her charging forward, fury flaring in her eyes. She swung her right fist with tremendous force. The wooden floor cracked beneath the pressure of her movement. Her punch roared through the air, whipping up the curtains and flattening everything on the table. Boom. The sheer impact scattered dishes everywhere, shattering them against the walls. The crashing of ceramic made Shizun wince. This was what it sounded like when the tab came due. But the fist never hit its mark. A black skeletal structure wrapped itself around Hikaru, blocking Tsunade's attack. He turned calmly to face her. The Mangekyō Sharingan had appeared in his eyes. Only then did Tsunade realize just how wrong she'd been. This wasn't some ordinary Uchiha kid. He had awakened the Mangekyō at such a young age. But Tsunade wasn't one to back down. This punk dared to call her old. He needed a lesson. Brat, when I was fighting on the battlefield, you were probably still drinking your mama's milk. Hikaru's gaze shifted to her again, clearly unbothered, and he nodded slightly. Seeing his eyes wander yet again, Tsunade's fury spiked. Hikaru raised his right hand to his mouth and bit down. A few drops of blood slid down his fingers. Blood. Tsunade's eyes widened, her body locking up in an instant. Her hemophobia slammed into her like a freight train. She collapsed, eyes dilated, limbs trembling. Shizun rushed over, helping Tsunade off the ground in a panic. She shot a fierce glare back at Hikaru. Uchiha Hikaru, you've gone too far. You know full well what blood does to Lady Tsunade. Don't forget to pay the bill. Humph. And with that, she turned and stormed out. With Shizun's help, the two returned to the hotel across the street where they had originally booked a room. Hikaru stayed seated a while longer before rising. Outside the room, the shop owner stood stiffly, clearly nervous. He bowed slightly, wringing his hands together. Sir Ninja, your food has been packed and placed at the front desk. Please get some rest. The man was shaking, his feet visibly trembling. Hikaru pulled 100,000 ryo from his pocket and handed it over. This should cover the damages. The shop owner's eyes went wide, and he dropped to his knees. Lord Ninja. I didn't mean to offend you. How could I accept money from you? It was that blonde woman's fault. Hikaru's expression darkened. So this is what the villages beyond the 5 great nations were like, civilians terrified of shinobi to their very bones. Stand up. The man remained kneeling but looked up, eyes filled with a desperate hope and sheer terror. Then he saw the Konoha forehead protector on Hikaru's brow. Some of the fear drained from his face. I said, stand up. Hikaru's cold command sent the man scrambling to his feet, drenched in sweat. Take it. It's compensation. The tone left no room for refusal. The shop owner reached out with trembling hands to accept the money. Expression unreadable, Hikaru turned, grabbed the packaged food, and left for the hotel across the street. The shop owner stood there, dazed, in the mess of broken dishes and overturned tables. Not all shinobi were arrogant tyrants, after all. Maybe, that ninja had been angry because of his reaction. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Police car light, insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. Chapter 63, Tsunade, there is no way I can be Hokage. Police car light, insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. Back in the hotel, Tsunade sat alone on the yellow tatami mat. Shizen placed a pot of freshly brewed tea on the low table beside her. Tsunade took the blue-gray teacup, sipped slowly, and gradually calmed her hemophobia. The scene at the bar earlier kept replaying in her mind, especially the words Uchiha Hikaru had said. After all, women need to take better care of themselves as they age. The more Tsunade thought about it, the more irritated she became. Her face hardened with anger as she turned to Shizen. Shizen, do I really look that old? Shizen froze, caught off guard, and forced a smile onto her face. Of course not, Lady Tsunade. Don't let that Uchiha brat get to you. You look like you're in your early 20s. He's just some disrespectful kid who doesn't know how to appreciate true beauty. She trailed off slightly, then mumbled. I mean, he did seem to glance at you a few times though. Tsunade's anger began to ease. She took another sip of tea, mulling over what Hikaru had said. You want me to go back to the village and become the 5th Hokage? Are you kidding me? I'm free now, drinking, gambling, living on my terms. Why the hell would I return to that rotting place? Her expression turned somber. Yes, that village isn't what it was under grandfather and Tobirama. The higher-ups are a mess. I left because I didn't want to watch the decay set in. I left because I didn't have the guts to carry on my grandfather's will. But why was it Uchiha Hikaru who came this time? Not even a letter from the old man. Even Jiraiya abandoned his mission to pursue Orochimaru just to come back. Clearly, something big is happening in the village. I'll have to return to Konoha myself to see the situation. But Hokage? Absolutely not. Tsunade rejected the idea again and again in her heart, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep on the tatami. Meanwhile, directly beneath Tsunade and Shizen's room in the same inn, Uchiha Hikaru returned carrying a bundle of food. As soon as Naruto saw him, he jumped up excitedly from the tatami. Hikaru and I'm starving. What did you bring? He grabbed the food bags from Hikaru and laid everything out on the small table. Ramen and barbecue. My favorite. Grinning ear to ear, Naruto clasped his hands in thanks. Thanks, Hikaru and Then he quickly snapped apart his chopsticks, said, I'm gonna start, and dug in. Watching Naruto devour the food with joy, Hikaru and Jiraiya exchanged amused glances. Naruto was doing much better now. Ever since he'd learned the truth about his parents, he'd grown far more confident and cheerful. His gloom and self-doubt had faded significantly. After finishing the meal, Jiraiya and Hikaru stepped away to the window, lowering their voices so as not to disturb Naruto's rest. Hikaru, did something happen? Jiraiya asked. You were gone a while. Hikaru glanced over his shoulder to make sure Naruto was asleep before speaking. I ran into Tsunade and Shizen. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Tsunade? And Shizen too? What are the odds? It really did feel too convenient. But Hikaru just shook his head calmly. This town's not that big. You know Tsunade, she gambles during the day, loses most of her money, and then hits a bar at night to drown her sorrows. It's only natural we ran into her. Jiraiya considered it for a moment and nodded. Yeah, that checked out. But Hikaru's face grew more serious. I bit my finger in front of her to test her. Her hemophobia hasn't improved. In fact, it's worse. She collapsed just seeing a few drops of blood. I don't think she'll be able to handle Naruto's chakra pathway surgery. Jiraiya clenched his teeth. His grip tightened on the steel window frame until it groaned and bent under his hands. Damn it. Tsunade's trauma still hasn't healed. Don't panic yet, Hikaru said. If Tsunade can't do it, Shizen might. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, hope flaring again. Right. She's been learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade for years. Maybe there's still a chance. Seeing his faith return, Hikaru softened. So, how did she react to the Hokage offer? Jiraiya asked. Hikaru looked out the window at the crescent moon and shook his head. What do you think? She rejected it. I'll try again tomorrow, see if she softens. Then he smirked and clapped a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. No worries. If she won't take the job, we've got you. Toad Sage Jiraiya, the next Hokage. That's got a nice ring to it, just as much as Slug Princess. Jiraya's soul nearly left his body. Hikaru's friendly smile always had a dark undertone. He might seem relaxed, but he was easily one of the most cunning people Jiraiya had ever met. If Jiraiya became Hokage, Hikaru would no doubt torment him daily. Besides, the great Toad Sage's prophecy still weighed on him. The child of prophecy was out there, waiting. He couldn't let himself be trapped in the Hokage's chair while the future of the ninja world hung in the balance. Jiraiya quickly shrugged off Hikaru's hand. No way. Not happening. I'm a free-spirited perv sage with a noble purpose. I've still got books to write and ninja brats to spy on. Seeing that Jiraiya had dodged the point entirely and refused to mention the child of prophecy, Hikaru decided not to press the matter. The two of them moved back over to Naruto, pulled a blanket over him, and lay down on the tatami to rest. But even as he closed his eyes, Hikaru's thoughts lingered. His mind drifted back to the izakaya owner, and then turned toward the broader ninja world. In his previous life, his memories of Naruto had been centered on Naruto and Sasuke's journey. Everything started collapsing during the late Shippuden arc. There were less than 8 years left before Akatsuki made their big move, before Shippuden truly began. By then, just the Mangekyō wouldn't be enough. He had to start preparing now. Sasuke's training needed to be steered. His own power needed to evolve. He had to forge something new. Something strong enough to face what was coming. Otherwise, he'd just end up as another footnote in Madara's grand Sharingan inventory. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Chapter 64, Meat Buns beat Tsunade, no return. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or gif police car light. The warm sunshine of early spring streamed through the window, gently illuminating Tsunade's elegant face. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as the sound of birds chirping roused her from sleep. Tsunade sat up slowly. She'd had too much to drink the night before, and a dull ache still lingered in her head. Raising her hands, she gently massaged her temples to ease the pain. As she turned, she noticed Shizun slumped over the coffee table, sleeping soundly. The corners of Tsunade's mouth lifted ever so slightly. It looked like Shizun had stayed up late again, probably to take care of her. The thought warmed Tsunade's heart. She stood up, slipped on her robe, and decided to head outside to buy some breakfast. Her black high-heeled sandals clicked crisply against the wooden steps as she descended. At that same moment, Uchiha Hikaru was returning from his own trip to the street, a bag of freshly bought meat buns in hand. He had just stepped onto the staircase when he heard it. Thump, thump, thump. A rhythmic sound of approaching footsteps echoed along the corridor, pleasant and clear. Looking up, he caught sight of delicate white feet descending the staircase. The bright red nail polish, which might have seemed garish in other circumstances, glowed vibrantly against the black heels. Her toes looked like jade carvings, elegant and pristine. But as the green hem of her robe came into view, Hikaru's instincts kicked in. He quickly moved the bag of buns behind his back. Why is it you again, you damned brat? They crossed paths at the staircase. The moment Tsunade saw Hikaru, she immediately recalled his sharp tongue from the night before, and how he'd even dared to threaten her with blood. Hikaru leaned against the railing, feigning casual innocence. Ahaha. What a coincidence. You two live here too. Tsunade took a step forward, stopping directly in front of him. Their eyes met, hers burning, his cautious. But because of their height difference, she had to tilt her head up to glare at him properly. Suddenly, Tsunade's nose twitched, sensing something. Looking down, she spotted Hikaru's hand awkwardly hidden behind his back, and the mischievous smile playing on his lips. Without hesitation, she reached behind him and yanked out the bag of steaming meat buns. Then, with the triumphant swagger of a victor, she turned and walked off. A hot meat bun disappeared into her mouth in the next instant. Juices burst on her tongue as the savory flavor flooded her palate, making her sigh with satisfaction despite herself. Her mood lifted instantly, and all her previous irritation melted away. Waving the bun in her hand, she looked back at Hikaru smugly. Slutty little brat, these buns taste amazing. Consider them compensation for last night's disrespect. I accept your apology. Mumbling around another bite, Tsunade headed back inside to wake Shizun and continue their breakfast. Hikaru could only shake his head slightly as he watched her disappear. He had suspected that the moment Tsunade saw him, his precious buns would be doomed. That's why he'd even tried hiding them. But nothing escaped her sharp senses. Resigned, Hikaru sighed and made another trip to buy a fresh bag of buns before returning to his room to eat with Jiraiya and Naruto. Knock, knock, knock. While Tsunade and Shizun were still enjoying their buns, a firm knocking sounded at the door. Tsunade already had a good guess who it was. She opened the door and was greeted by the all-too-familiar face of her old teammate, Jiraiya. The moment Jiraiya saw Tsunade, his nostrils flared slightly, and the lecherous sparkle in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. With arms wide open, he lunged toward her. Tsunade, long time no see, let's have a nice hug for old time's sake. Without hesitation, Tsunade twisted her body and dodged his attempt, delivering a savage kick to his back that sent him flying down the hall. Jiraiya tumbled across the floor like a rag doll and slammed into the wall with a dull thud. Naruto, witnessing this catastrophe, winced. Toad Sage. More like pervy sage. Despite his youth, Naruto had already snuck into more than one adult bookstore. The experience had broadened his horizons, and unfortunately, his vocabulary. Still, none of this changed his view of Jiraiya. After all, nobody's perfect, and having someone too flawless always feels unnatural. On the contrary, it was this flawed Toad Sage, no, pervy sage, that made Jiraiya feel more human and relatable in Naruto's eyes. Watching the commotion unfold, Hikaru remained expressionless. Calmly, he pulled Naruto inside. Tsunade's gaze settled on the yellow-haired boy Hikaru was dragging along. Who's this brat? Before Hikaru could answer, Naruto leapt in front of Tsunade, striking a pose with his hands on his hips. I'm Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. The man who's going to become Hokage. The same confident words. The same determined posture. The same fire in his eyes. Tsunade froze. For a moment, she wasn't looking at Naruto but at her little brother, Nawaki. Her expression darkened, grief flickering behind her eyes. Then came the bitterness. Hokage, huh? Who the hell would want to become that worthless title? She looked away. Naruto's blood boiled at her response. Furious, he charged at her. Tsunade raised her hand, snapping her fingers, about to put him down effortlessly. Wait. Tsunade. Jiraiya shouted from behind. Just as her fingers moved toward Naruto's forehead, Hikaru grabbed the boy with one hand and blocked Tsunade's strike with the other. Then he mouthed silently to her, Naruto is injured. Tsunade paused. Her gaze shifted to Naruto's collar, where she noticed the bandages hidden beneath his clothes. She hadn't realized. The anger drained from her face, replaced with something softer, guilt, maybe. Then she noticed something else, her hand was still in Hikaru's. The warmth of his palm against the back of her hand made her skin tingle, and she instinctively yanked her hand back as if burned. A faint blush rose to her cheeks. Turning away sharply, she huffed. Come in. If you've got something to say, let's talk inside. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Police car light, insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. Chapter 65, has Konoha changed its name to Uchiha? Police car light, insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. Jiraiya stood up from the ground, rubbing his aching back. Several people walked over to the tatami mat and sat down on either side of the coffee table. Shizen skillfully brewed hot tea for the group, even forgetting to pour a cup for Naruto. Tsunade calmly lifted her teacup and sipped slowly. Naruto, however, looked irritated. Sitting beside Jiraiya, he crossed his arms, turned his head, and did his best to keep Tsunade out of his sight. Hikaru, like Tsunade, sipped his tea quietly. The room was silent for more than a minute before Jiraiya finally broke the tension. Tsunade, the old man is ready to step down. He wants you to return to the village and take on the role of 5th Hokage. Tsunade set her teacup on the table and looked at Jiraiya with calm indifference. I thought I made myself clear. I'm not going back to be Hokage. If anyone wants the title, they can take it. Shizen and I are doing fine outside the village. Why should we return? She spoke in an even tone. Jiraiya fell quiet at her words. Because of what happened with Dan and Nawaki. Hearing those names stirred the memory Tsunade most wanted to forget. A flicker of impatience and anger crossed her face. Enough. Don't bring them up again. No matter what, I won't return to a village that let me down. Faced with her rejection, Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss. Under the table, he poked Hikaru with his finger. This kind of talk isn't my strong suit. Better leave it to Hikaru, he always has some wild card to play. Hikaru calmly set down his teacup and looked straight at Tsunade, speaking in a tone that immediately made everyone uneasy. If you don't return to the village, it may soon bear the Uchiha name. Like the saying goes, simple ingredients need bold seasoning. Tsunade was never one to hide her emotions, so to reach her, I had to drop a bombshell. Tsunade stood up in shock, her face a mix of disbelief and confusion. Jiraiya looked bewildered, his expression clearly said, what the hell are you trying now, Hikaru? Shizen, having left the village at a young age, didn't know much about the current political climate and looked lost. Naruto had no idea what the adults were talking about. To Tsunade, the idea sounded so absurd it felt like watching Jiraiya lose interest in women and suddenly chase men. In her memory, the Uchiha clan had always been distrusted, even despised by much of the village. Things were worse by the time she left. To think that Konoha would now be turning into an Uchiha-led village. Even the Senju clan, founded by her grandfather and great-uncle, never accomplished that. While Tsunade was still trying to process the thought, Hikaru continued. Danzo led Root in an attempt to wipe out the Uchiha, and was killed. Hiruzen enabled and covered up Danzo's abuses. He spent years oppressing the ninja clans. In the end, we united and forced him to step down. He's only allowed to keep the Hokage title to save face. All actual decision-making is handled by Shikaku. We've been waiting for you to return to give Hiruzen a proper excuse to step down. With a few simple statements, Hikaru laid bare the village's current state. Tsunade was still reeling, but she could grasp the implications. Who would have thought Danzo would go that far, targeting not just the Uchiha, but other clans too? If the village was truly this corrupt, what was the point of returning? Tsunade sat down again, disappointment etched across her features. With the village like this, what good can I do by going back? I've been gone for so long. I've gotten used to this life. There's too much darkness in the higher-ups. I don't want any part of it. I can't even properly heal the injured anymore. How could I run an entire village? Jiraiya looked disheartened. Even Hikaru can't convince her. Under the table, he clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, Hikaru slammed his palm against the table. The loud crack startled Naruto so badly he toppled backward into Jiraiya's lap. Jiraiya caught the boy, glancing back at Hikaru with newfound hope. He's not done yet. Hikaru glared at Tsunade. How long are you going to run away? Where's the woman once called the Slug Princess among the legendary Sannin? Have you forgotten your grandfather and granduncle, the first and second Hokage? They built Konoha alongside the Uchiha. As the last of the Senju, how can you abandon it? Are you honoring your brother Nawaki's will? He was only 12 when he died, but he understood. Why don't you? Tsunade flipped the coffee table. Hikaru's words tore through her defenses, and the weight of years of sorrow and guilt burst forth like a flood. Grief and rage took over. What the hell do you know? Everything was for that damned village. Grandpa, granduncle, Nawaki, Dan, they all died. The Senju are nearly extinct. I'm the only one left. What more do we have to give? Haven't we done enough for Konoha? By the end, Tsunade collapsed to her knees, a single tear rolling down her cheek. Hikaru softened his tone and activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, locking eyes with her. My parents died in the Third Great Ninja War. At first, I believed they died in service to the village. But later, I uncovered root files, and learned they were assassinated during the war, by Danzo's men. For a long time, I hated Konoha. I wanted to abandon it. But I didn't. My parents gave their lives for this village. I couldn't let their sacrifice go to waste. So I made a choice. I decided to change it. To purge it of everything rotten. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, I didn't want to either, but he gave me too much. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. Inside the hotel, everyone gathered in a room, listening to Hikaru speak about his past and his inner thoughts. It was the first time Jiraiya had heard about Hikaru's experiences, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Even Naruto could relate to Hikaru's words. Their parents had sacrificed their lives for the village, and they, too, had to keep moving forward, for the sake of the village, to carry on the will of fire. Shizen's heart stirred with nostalgia as she listened. She had left Konoha at a young age, and her memories of the village had slowly faded with time. But Hikaru's words reignited something inside her. Tsunade's expression was complicated. She and Hikaru had experienced similar losses, yet they had taken two entirely different paths. She had chosen to run, to look away from the rot festering within the village's leadership. All she'd wanted was to escape the pain and leave that sorrowful place behind. But Hikaru had chosen the opposite. He allowed the pain to temper his resolve, turning it into unshakable faith. He was determined to change the village, to save it from crumbling like a candle flickering in the wind. With the blessing of the word spirit, Hikaru's voice carried even greater power, resonating deeply with everyone in the room. Tsunade looked at Hikaru's spirited posture and handsome face. Something long buried deep inside her, a seed that had withered long ago, quietly began to stir back to life. If her years of wandering had been a night without stars, then Hikaru was the spark that lit the way toward dawn. She found herself drawn to his warmth, wanting to reach out, to feel it more closely. Hikaru noticed the change in her expression. The hesitation, the disappointment, they had begun to fade. Now was the time to press forward and shatter her final resistance. Tsunade, Hikaru said with unwavering conviction, as long as the Uchiha remain in Konoha, the darkness that once plagued the upper echelons will never return. If you agree to return and accept the role of Hokage, the Uchiha will stand behind you. We'll clear every obstacle in your path. You're a princess of the Senju clan, surely you understand what it means when I say this. Our clans founded Konoha together. Come back to the village, Tsunade. Take up the mantle of the fifth Hokage. Everyone is waiting for your return. Hikaru extended his hand toward her, firm and steady, his eyes full of unyielding passion, impossible to refuse. But Tsunade, faced with Hikaru's intensity, found herself at a loss for words. He had stirred her long-buried desire to rebuild the village. Yet, in this moment, she felt uncharacteristically flustered, like a young girl again. It was a strange, unfamiliar emotion. Was she shy? No way. How could she, Tsunade of the Sannin, be shy? It had to be something else. That's right, it must be the gambling debts. She still owed a fortune to various people. That had to be why she was uneasy. She clung to that excuse with all her might, refusing to acknowledge the butterflies in her stomach. After all, she hadn't had a serious relationship since Dan. The years of loneliness, the empty nights, all of it had left her unprepared for someone like Hikaru. So now, faced with these sudden feelings, she did what she always did, deflected. But I still have a mountain of gambling debt, she said awkwardly. Jiraiya, who had been watching the whole thing unfold, blinked in surprise. Tsunade? Acting like this? But as soon as he heard her excuse, he immediately understood. Ah, right. The gambling debt. Of course. Hikaru smiled gently, the corners of his lips lifting with warmth and calm. It's fine, he said. The Uchiha will cover it. The moment the words left his mouth, Shizen dashed to Tsunade, threw her arms around her, and burst into tears. Wah! Lady Tsunade, please go back and become Hokage. No more running from debt collectors. No more sleeping in caves because we can't afford a hotel. No one expected such a dramatic reaction from Shizen, not even Hikaru. It seemed she had endured far more than anyone realized during her years with Tsunade. Despite being the one under Tsunade's care, Shizen had ended up taking care of Tsunade instead. Cooking, cleaning, organizing travel, managing finances, all of it fell on her shoulders. And when Tsunade got drunk, everything became 10 times harder. Shizen had grown up too fast, all to survive alongside someone who was supposed to be her guardian. Tsunade looked down at Shizen clinging to her, and her earlier embarrassment was swept away. She felt both guilt and fondness for the girl. But then it hit her, oh no, my image. She was about to become Hokage, and Shizen had just blurted out all of her worst habits. Her face flushed crimson. Ugh. I've totally lost face in front of Hikaru. Wait, why did she care what Hikaru thought of her? Another excuse surfaced, of course I care. I'm Senju, he's Uchiha. Clan pride. And with that, she swallowed her embarrassment, slowly stood up, and gently pulled away from Shizen's grasp. She hesitated, but finally stretched out her hand toward Hikaru. Their hands were about to meet, until a surge of unfamiliar chakra signatures flooded Hikaru's sensory range. At least a dozen. 2 of them matched the strength of Jiraiya, and they were closing in fast. Jiraiya sensed it too. Without hesitation, he grabbed Naruto, leapt out the window, and disappeared into the streets. Tsunade stood frozen, still battling her conflicted feelings. Hikaru didn't wait. He grabbed her hand firmly, seized Shizen's wrist with the other, and followed Jiraiya straight through the window. The 5 of them hit the streets, chakra flaring, moving quickly. Outside, chaos erupted. Dozens of enemy shinobi leapt across rooftops, converging fast. A fair-skinned ninja with light blonde hair appeared beside the enemy commander, relaying information urgently. Lord A, the target's chakra signature is moving southeast at high speed. Karai can't keep up much longer, we must intercept them now. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 67, Reikage seeks medical treatment. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF. Police car light. The burly man in the lead had a reddish-brown complexion, muscles rippling across his body. He wore a white coat, had light blonde hair slicked back, and a forehead protector tied across his brow. Light blue arcs of lightning began to crackle over his body, enveloping him in a shroud of blue chakra. Hurry up. I'll go first, catch up as soon as you can. At Reikage's command, another burly man appeared beside him. He looked strikingly similar, except for the oval-lens sunglasses and the blue-green face paint streaked across his cheeks. His build was nearly identical. Despite their similar appearance, their expressions and demeanors clearly revealed different personalities. Big bro, wait for me. I'm coming with ya. Before he finished speaking, Killer Bee's body surged with the same blue lightning chakra. His figure blurred, vanishing in a flash. By the time the ninja behind him reacted, he'd already vanished down the path, nothing more than a black dot in the distance. A sigh escaped from C's lips. Pick up the pace. Lord Hokage and Lord Killer Bee have already gone ahead to intercept the enemy, support them immediately. The Kumo ninja behind him all responded in unison. Yes. Once the Hokage and Killer Bee activated their lightning release chakra mode, their speed skyrocketed. In mere minutes, they caught up with Uchiha Hikaru and his group. Hikaru, Jiraiya, and the others glanced back and immediately recognized the incoming figures. Hikaru's mind worked rapidly, trying to deduce Hokage's intent. But the Hokage and Killer Bee didn't allow time to think. Lightning erupted from the Hokage once more, and his figure disappeared from Killer Bee's side, reappearing instantly in front of the group. He landed squarely on the massive blue-gray trunk of a tree. The thick trunk, large enough for two men to wrap their arms around, groaned under the pressure. With a loud crack, it split down the middle and crashed beside the Hokage, sending up a massive cloud of dust that blocked the path. Wait. We're not here to cause trouble. Hokage and Killer Bee took positions ahead and behind, surrounding the group. Forced to halt, Hikaru and the others shifted into defensive stances. As the Kumo brothers released their chakra cloaks, they approached with deliberate calm. Jiraiya stepped protectively in front of Naruto. Hikaru frowned, preparing to move forward. But Tsunade suddenly grabbed his wrist. Hikaru paused, turning toward her with a questioning glance. Her expression was laced with concern. Be careful. Don't trust the Hokage's words. The Hidden Cloud village has a history of aggression. They've plundered other villages for secrets and resources. Her voice was quiet but urgent. Hikaru gently moved her hand from his wrist. Don't worry. With you and Jiraiya here, even if things go wrong, we can get out just fine. With that, Hikaru strode confidently toward Hokage and Killer Bee. Tsunade stood there, her hand lingering in the air, the warmth of his palm still fresh in her memory. She stared after him, lost in thought. Hikaru's gaze hardened as he approached the Kumo duo. The Hidden Cloud's reputation for violence and treachery had soured any trust Hikaru might have offered. If you're not here to fight, then why block our path? A torrent of chakra erupted from his body, rustling the leaves in the trees around him. His eyes flickered, and the three tomo of the Sharingan spun to life. Killer Bee instantly moved in front of the Hokage, sensing the flare of chakra. Inside his mind, the Eight Tails spoke urgently. Bee, watch out. This Uchiha's chakra is chilling, it's not a normal Sharingan. That might be the Mangekyō. If I fall into one of his illusions, I won't be able to help you. Bee's normally carefree demeanor vanished. His face hardened. I hear ya, 8-0. I just won't look him in the eye, got it. He balled his right hand into a fist and signaled the Hokage. The Hokage saw the gesture and nodded. He shifted into a defensive stance, averting his gaze from Hikaru's Sharingan and instead focused on his opponent's footwork. Hikaru smirked, catching their caution. Worried about my Sharingan? Looks like you've made peace with your tailed beast, must be a perfect Jinchuriki now. At that, the Hokage's expression tightened. Damn Uchiha. Always so perceptive. He saw through Bee's identity, and even realized he's a perfect Jinchuriki. We're not here as enemies. We came to find Tsunade. Hokage cut straight to the point. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged puzzled glances. The two men didn't appear wounded. Dirt and blood smeared their clothes, suggesting a recent fight, but not injuries grave enough to warrant Tsunade's healing. Just then, C arrived with a squad of Kumo ninja. He supported a dark-skinned kunoichi, Karai, bringing her before the group. Beneath Karai's skin, something pulsed, a grotesque, spider-shaped tumor nestled on her chest, twitching rhythmically. Naruto recoiled, startled by the sight. He darted behind Jiraiya. Tsunade and Shizun frowned. The tumor's rhythm mimicked a heartbeat, suggesting it was linked directly to the cardiovascular system. If that was the case, there might not be anyone in the shinobi world who could remove it safely. The fourth Hokage stepped forward, taking Karai into his arms and approaching Tsunade. And then, unthinkably, he bowed his head. Please. Please save my comrade. Karai, still writhing in pain, gasped. Seeing the proud Hokage humbled on her behalf only deepened her guilt. Lord Hokage, don't. Don't trouble yourself for me. Shut up. His voice cut like thunder. You're my subordinate. I won't allow you to throw your life away. Karai lowered her head, silent tears streaking down her cheeks. Tsunade's frown deepened. She opened her mouth to speak, likely to refuse, but Hikaru stepped forward before she could. Lord Hokage. During the Third Great Ninja War, your village launched ruthless attacks on Konoha. You think a few desperate words are enough for us to heal one of your own? Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter at 300 power stones. Chapter 68, the Hokage is ugly, but he has a beautiful dream. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. In the dense woods. The Hokage stood silent, unable to refute Uchiha Hikaru's words. His jaw clenched, and his expression darkened. So you have no intention of helping us save him? The lightning chakra that had just faded from the Raikage's body flared up once more. The cloud shinobi behind him moved swiftly into formation, preparing to attack Hikaru's group, intent on forcing Tsunade to heal Karai. Hikaru sneered. Oh. Is the fourth Raikage going to make a move? If it really comes to a fight, your strength might not be enough. As he spoke, the three tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, and the Mangekyō Sharingan blossomed in front of the Raikage and his men. In an instant, his crimson gaze locked onto Killer Bee beside the Raikage, and the illusion activated. The moment AI turned to Bee, he was too late. In Bee's consciousness, the eight tails, Gyuki, stirred in alarm, trying to rally with Bee to eject the foreign presence. But the enormous black Susanoo materialized behind Hikaru, slamming the tailed beast down before it could resist. Hikaru's eye technique surged forward, dominating Bee's will. Then, with another burst of Mangekyō power, the eight tails itself fell into illusion, restrained and silenced. It took no effort at all. Such was the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, the ability to control Jinchuriki and tailed beasts like mere puppets. Especially for Uchiha Hikaru, whose ocular power rivaled even the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. To him, it was child's play. Killer Bee suddenly leapt away from the Raikage, unsheathing the blade slung across his back. He turned, facing the Raikage as an enemy. Seeing Bee's betrayal, AI's face twisted in fury. You bastard! What did you do to my brother? Before the words finished leaving his mouth, lightning erupted from his body, forming an even stronger version of his lightning release armor. With a roar, the Raikage launched forward, stomping the earth with such force that the ground shattered into sand. The shockwave cracked the forest floor, launching chunks of rock in every direction. He swung his lightning-infused gauntlet, the arm wrapped in crackling chakra, and shouted. Liger bomb level. His body vanished from sight, moving faster than the eye could follow. In a blink, he appeared before Hikaru, palm turned into a blade, aiming straight for Hikaru's chest. But Hikaru had already raised his arms in defense. Chakra and ocular power surged outward. The black ribcage of Susanoo snapped into place just in time. The Raikage's chakra blade struck the skeletal shield. The force blew Hikaru backward like a ragdoll. He flew through the forest, smashing through tree after tree, before slamming into a boulder with a thunderous crash. Dust exploded into the air, swallowing his form in a choking cloud. The Raikage stood there, looking at where Hikaru had landed, a sneer spreading across his face. Humph, Mangekyō Sharingan, huh? He's just a kid. How strong could he possibly be? But beneath his contempt, a dangerous ambition took root. This Uchiha brat was out of the way. All he and Killer Bee had to do was overwhelm Tsunade and Jiraiya together. Then, the Sharingan, the Senju bloodline, and perhaps even the Mount Myaboku summoning contract would be his. If he could extract those secrets, then the hidden cloud would no longer need to fear Konoha. They would surpass it. Conquer it. AI couldn't help but laugh aloud at the thought. But then, the chakra within his body flickered. The scene shifted unnaturally. He turned, and saw Killer Bee, hand on his shoulder, grinning uncontrollably, trying to stifle his laughter. And Hikaru? Perfectly fine, standing right where he had been all along. Not a single tree was broken. The ground wasn't cracked. Nothing had happened. And AI realized, with horror, that everything had occurred inside a genjutsu. He refused to believe it. He barked, "See! What just happened?" C, ever loyal to his Raikage, hesitated. But duty demanded the truth. Lord Raikage, based on your chakra fluctuations, you were trapped in a genjutsu. You didn't move. You just stood there laughing like a madman. AI froze. He understood now why Killer Bee was barely holding back. He clenched his fist, and slammed it into Bee's forehead in frustration. Damn you. Making fun of your own brother. Yow. That hurt. Bee clutched his head, glaring. You're the idiot who got caught in a genjutsu and acted like a fool. Baka Yaro. Kono Yaro. Buffed, ha 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 ha. Naruto, standing behind Jiraiya, burst into laughter, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground. AI's face twitched with fury. Even this brat dares to laugh at me. But the embarrassment burned deeper than the rage. He looked away, avoiding Hikaru's eyes. So this is the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, terrifying. No wonder the first and second Raikage both warned us to be wary of Uchiha illusions and would release techniques. Just then, Hikaru stepped forward, his crimson eyes fading back to deep brown. Lord Raikage, it's not impossible for us to heal your men. AI's head whipped up. His expression lit with relief. Behind him, the cloud shinobi showed clear joy. Karai could be saved. Tsunade and Shizune, however, looked thoroughly confused. Moments ago, Hikaru had seemed dead set against it. Why the sudden change? Only Jiraiya watched with wary sympathy. He'd traveled with Hikaru long enough to recognize a certain pattern. Whenever Hikaru smiled like that, someone was about to get screwed. Helping the Raikage was just a facade. The real goal. He was about to play Hidden Cloud like a flute. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. Would you choose to be cheated one time or be cheated one time? Police car light. Insert some funny memes or gif police car light. But Hikaru's words once again made the Raikage and his team, who had just begun to relax, tense up with unease. A's expression twisted again. This Uchiha brat's tone was unbelievably irritating, and worse, he couldn't do anything about that disgusting genjutsu. If it weren't for B's life on the line, A would rather be on the front lines of the battlefield than talking to this guy. It was pure torture. But what? The Raikage held back his temper, keeping a surface-level calm as he addressed Hikaru. Hikaru smiled. To put it another way, I can treat your request like a formal mission commission. And the payment isn't much. 50 million Ryo should cover it. The Raikage completely lost it and burst out cursing. You bastard. 50 million Ryo. That's daylight robbery. Are you messing with me? Hikaru feigned a startled expression, hands raised innocently. Then, he walked over to Tsunade, spreading his arms wide, one hand up, one down, as if presenting a grand treasure. He began an elaborate introduction. The one you're asking for help is the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Niece of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Princess of the Senju clan. Known as the Slug Princess, one of the legendary Sannin, a woman with both strength and beauty, revered across the shinobi world as the medical saint, Lady Tsunade. Since this is a mission entrusted to the Hokage herself by the 4th Raikage, it's only fair we calculate the fee by intervillage mission standards. Tsunade, caught up in the flattery, was practically floating. Hikaru's charisma had taken full effect. Am I really that amazing? I didn't even realize all that about myself until now. Tsunade placed her hands on her hips and stretched out her right arm, arrogantly pointing her pale fingers straight at the Raikage. Hikaru is right. Saving someone with my skills is worth every Ryo. Shizune, standing nearby, had already gone numb from the madness. Her eyes had turned into money symbols. 50 million Ryo. 50 million Ryo. She stared at Hikaru beside Tsunade like he was some kind of money god descended upon the world. As for the Raikage, old man, just hand over the damn gold. How else were she and Lady Tsunade going to get paid? Naruto, meanwhile, started counting on his fingers. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. That's way too many. I can't even count that high. He tugged on Jiraiya's sleeve and looked up. Erosenin, how much is 50 million Ryo? Jiraiya palmed his forehead, watching Hikaru with an exasperated smile. He knew the kid wouldn't let this golden opportunity slip by. About 500,000 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. What? 500,000. Naruto practically levitated with excitement. 6 bowls a day, 365 days a year, that's over 228 years of ramen. Wait, if I share with Hikaru and Erosenin, that's 6 more bowls a day. So, 114 years. He clung to Jiraiya's right arm and began swinging it excitedly, his eyes fixed accusingly on the Raikage. To Naruto, the Raikage had suddenly become the mythical ramen sage. The Raikage's face turned beet red with fury. Killer B, standing beside him, saw his brother's reaction and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Once again, the Raikage punched B squarely on the head. Right on the same spot as before. B rolled on the ground groaning in pain, spitting out incoherent freestyle raps directed at his infuriated older brother. At #%, at %U and at hashtag. Still, they needed help, and the Raikage forced himself to calm down. He planned to ask one last time. If this failed, Karai would have to be sacrificed. The village came first. 50 million Ryo was simply too much. Even if he agreed, the Hidden Cloud Village's elders would never approve. Uchiha Hikaru. This fee is impossible. You know that. Hikaru saw the look of determination forming on A's face. It was time to spring the real trap. He raised 2 fingers. All right then, Lord Raikage. You've got 2 options. What 2? The Raikage frowned. Was this Uchiha planning more tricks? Hikaru pointed toward Killer B. Option 1, you fight me. I won't use genjutsu. If you lose, the Hidden Cloud agrees to help us train the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, into a perfect Jinchuriki, like Killer B. If you win, we'll treat your subordinates free of charge. A immediately began evaluating his odds. Could he win, even without Hikaru's illusions? And the second option? The second simple. The hidden cloud issues a public apology to the entire shinobi world. You take responsibility for the attacks you launched against Konoha during the Second and Third Ninja World Wars. Admit your faults and reflect. Hikaru stared him down, his expression utterly cold and without mercy. You bastard. Several cloud shinobi behind the Reikage began cursing loudly. Silence. Barked the command, voice sharp as lightning. One of the ninja, a heavy-set man, rushed up behind the Reikage. But Lord Reikage. How dare he? I said shut up. A's fists were clenched tightly now. This whole thing was a setup. This Uchiha brat had them right where he wanted, and was springing a trap. He glanced at B beside him. Killer B gave him a big thumbs up. Yeah, A was strict, harsh, and beat him senseless in training, but he was still B's badass big brother. The Reikage stepped forward. His anger transformed into fighting spirit. He locked eyes with Hikaru, his body exploding with chakra, not the standard lightning release armor, but the ultimate secret technique of the Yatsuki clan. Lightning release chakra mode, level 2. Let's go, Uchiha Hikaru. I've been dying to cut loose. Hikaru's chakra surged in response. His dark blue chakra flame erupted around him, and the tomo of his Sharingan spun into full clarity. He silently pulled a kunai from his pouch and flicked it into the air. Time slowed. Both fighters locked in, analyzing every twitch, every shift in muscle movement, calculating. All the while, Hikaru kept one eye on the falling kunai. 1 meter. 60 centimeters. 21 centimeters. Boom. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 70, Hikaru vs Reikage. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. As the kunai fell, everyone on both sides held their breath. Behind Hikaru, Jiraiya lifted Naruto onto his shoulders and quickly retreated to create some distance. Tsunade and Shizen followed closely behind, the three of them pulling back hundreds of meters behind Hikaru. As for the Reikage subordinates, they had already started retreating without needing orders from C. Their strength was clearly inferior to that of Jiraiya and Tsunade, and they knew exactly how powerful their Reikage was, so they wisely distanced themselves by nearly 200 meters. The moment the kunai struck the ground, blue arcs of chakra exploded across the Reikage's body, sparking violently as if he were a human-shaped generator. In an instant, the Reikage vanished, transforming into a flash of blue light and charging straight toward Hikaru. A thunderous boom echoed through the forest, sending flocks of birds into the sky, startled and flapping away in panic. Hikaru showed no intention of dodging. Against someone as aggressive as the Reikage, the only way to gain his respect was to face him head-on and crush him. His Mangekyō Sharingan activated instantly. Hikaru ramped up his chakra and ocular power, no longer maintaining just a partial skeleton. The upper torso of a Susanoo emerged in full, a pitch-black skeletal giant enveloping him entirely. A chilling aura radiated from the Dark Titan. Its glowing crimson eyes cut through the air like the gaze of the god of death itself. The Reikage charged from the left. Using his terrifying muscle control and bodily inertia, he abruptly twisted midair, retracting the blow he had originally aimed at Hikaru. Flexing his back with monstrous precision, he rotated his torso and lashed out with his leg, his right foot becoming a crackling electric whip aimed squarely at Hikaru's face. But to no avail. The Reikage's elaborate feint failed completely against Hikaru's Mangekyō Sharingan. Its perception far exceeded even the Byakugan. He could see it all, every fluctuation of chakra, every twitch of muscle. Hikaru calmly commanded his Susanoo. The skeleton's massive left arm swept up between them, shielding Hikaru's body. With its massive hand open, it intercepted the Reikage's charge just as he came within range. The Reikage had no chance to change direction, there was no foothold in the air, nothing to push off from, nowhere to go. Still, he didn't flinch. He doubled down. Chakra surged to his right hand, forming a brilliant blue spike, lightning condensed to a near-solid form. Thunderclap arrow. This was the Reikage's ultimate single-target piercing technique, his trump card. He hurled it directly at Susanoo, aiming to pierce its defense in one decisive strike. The blue spike and Susanoo's palm collided. A massive shockwave exploded outward, shaking the forest. The sound was deafening. Leaves, dust, and chakra flew in all directions. Even from 100 meters away, Tsunade felt the blast sting her skin. She narrowed her eyes in disbelief. No wonder he could suppress a rampaging Ninetales on his own. She couldn't help but mutter in awe. So this is Uchiha Hikaru's power. It's just like the Madara my grandfather once spoke of. Both fighters slid backward from the impact, carving grooves into the ground. The Reikage was just as stunned. His hidden cloud was known for overwhelming power, and he was the Reikage. His blows could shear off the hardened horns of the Eight Tails, yet Hikaru's Susanoo had taken it head-on. A few cracks had formed in the Titan's palm, but even those were mending rapidly before his eyes. This wasn't just tough defense, it was self-repair. The Hokage clenched his fists, fury bubbling in his chest. One strike wasn't enough. If he couldn't overwhelm it in a single, overwhelming blow, then what was the point? Susanoo would simply regenerate everything. Hikaru remained silent, letting Susanoo casually flex its arm. Then, inside the colossal ribcage of the giant, Hikaru pulled a small pouch from his ninja tool bag, leftover breakfast. He took out a meat bun and took a bite. Chewing slowly, he looked at the Hokage with complete nonchalance and said, "Come on, Lord Hokage. If you can't even scratch my Susanoo, how do you plan on winning?" His voice was muffled by the mouthful of food. The Hokage couldn't hear a word. But his expression said it all. Fury. Rage. Resolve. With a snarl, he tore off his white cloak. The hair on his back stood up as chakra surged. He wasn't just cloaking his body in lightning chakra anymore, he was stimulating his bloodstream, forcing chakra through his entire vascular system. His muscles swelled visibly. Hikaru's eyes narrowed. He recognized this. It was similar to Might Guy's 8 Gates technique. The principles were alike, artificially force the body to break its limits. But this wasn't the exact 8 Gates technique. That worked by forcibly opening chakra points in the body, which came with immense risks, especially with the final, Gate of Death. The Hokage's version pushed lightning chakra into the blood vessels, with the heart acting as the pump. If that control slipped, the chakra could damage vital organs beyond repair. Worst case scenario, instant death. But the power boost was real. In the original timeline, the Hokage could crack Madara's fully armored Susanoo in this state. Hikaru tensed. He unleashed more power. His Susanoo expanded, growing muscle fibers, meridians, and skin. The transformation was terrifying. A completed Susanoo. A true titan of war. The crimson light in its eyes burned even brighter. Even standing still, it emitted pressure like a god descending from the heavens. The Hokage hesitated. Just for a moment. He stared at the giant. The skeletal Susanoo was already hard enough to damage, and now this one has skin and muscle layered on top. Can I really break through something like this, a god of death in physical form? Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 71, Hikaru. If you win, I'll kiss you. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or gif. Police car light. AI slammed his right fist against his chest with a booming thud, like a war drum, an effort to shake off the sting of his recent defeat. Pull yourself together. You're the Hokage. You can't give up so easily. With that, he instantly reignited his fighting spirit. Uchiha Hikaru watched the Hokage carefully. The brief moment of doubt didn't escape the gaze of his Mangekyō Sharingan, but still, he held a degree of respect for the men. Inside his towering Susanoo, Hikaru shoved the rest of his half-eaten bun into his mouth, ready to throw down with the Hokage in earnest. The giant Susanoo surged forward in tandem with Hikaru's movement. Its massive form kicked up violent gusts of wind as it advanced. The roaring wind battered the Hokage's body, but he stood firm, focusing his chakra and morale, then charged toward Hikaru and the advancing Susanoo. The Susanoo hurled a thunderous punch at the Hokage. But the Hokage's body flickered, disappearing in an instant. Accelerated again. He reappeared behind Susanoo's arm. The punch missed its mark, blasting into the earth, sending tremors through the battlefield and shaking loose leaves from the surrounding trees. 200 meters behind the Hokage, a group of hidden cloud shinobi watched in awe, one overwhelming thought racing through all their minds. Can Lord Hokage really win this? Many lowered their heads, unable to bear the tension of the clash before them. Damn it. Don't look down on the Hokage, you bastards. That's my Aniki you're doubting. Bakayaro. Killer Bee's shout snapped them back to attention. The shinobi straightened and returned their gaze to the battlefield. Killer Bee supported the wounded Karai, his expression grim. Karai whispered weakly, I believe in Hokage-sama. He won't lose. Her quiet conviction seemed to resonate with the Hokage. With renewed ferocity, he lunged at Susanoo again, lightning chakra crackling as it surged into the chakra metal rings on his arms. He began spinning, building momentum to amplify his strikes. His fists hammered Susanoo's chest over and over. Hikaru could still track the Hokage's movement with the Mangekyō Sharingan, but Susanoo's size was a double-edged sword, it lacked speed. Every swing of its massive arms was like trying to swat a fly. And yet, the Hokage always managed to twist or pivot at just the right angle to avoid getting hit. The shinobi of Fugaku felt a surge of hope. They screamed their support at the top of their lungs. Let's go, Hokage-sama. Beat that brat. The Hokage's invincible. That Uchiha's nothing. Smash that giant, Lord Hokage. The Hokage's relentless barrage started to leave visible cracks in Susanoo's armor. 100 meters behind Hikaru, Tsunade saw the cheering kimonin and her blood began to boil. She rolled up her sleeves and clenched her fists, punching the air. You little brat. How could you let these Kumo shinobi get so cocky? Crush that rakage for me. He had the nerve to demand free medical treatment from me. No way in hell. Shizen rushed forward, grabbing Tsunade's arm. Lady Tsunade. Your composure. Please act like a lady. Tsunade yanked her arm free, swinging her clenched fist again. Screw that. I'm no lady, I'm a brawler. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted. Hikaru. Hit him hard. If you win, I'll give you a kiss. Shizen turned to stone, stunned. Jiraiya, hearing this, collapsed to his knees as if stabbed in the heart. Whoa. Tsunade still doesn't like me. I'm doomed. Curse you, Hikaru. I'll bankrupt you someday. Back on the battlefield, the two warriors heard the encouragement from their camps. The rakage was fully fired up, his attacks growing even faster as he dashed around the giant Susanoo. But Hikaru. He paused. He turned to look back, at Tsunade, standing 100 meters away. His face solemn. Tsunade. Don't go back on your word. Then he turned forward again, deadly focused. Tsunade's fist froze mid-swing. It hit her. What did I just say? She slowly turned to Shizen, forcing a strained smile. Shizen, what did I just say? Still stunned, Shizen replied dully, you said if Hikaru won, you'd kiss him. Tsunade's mind went blank. Her face flushed crimson. She squatted down instinctively, her large chest pressing awkwardly against her thighs. Her breath came short and fast. Was her heart racing? Could it be? Do I actually have feelings for that brat? She didn't realize the breathlessness was less about her emotions and more about being physically compressed by her own assets. Still, it didn't matter. Compared to Dan, Hikaru was superior in every way, looks, strength, intellect, ambition. Even her relationship with Dan had only gone as far as a forehead kiss. It was his death, and Nawaki's, that had scarred her. But now. Now it was Hikaru's words that pulled her from that darkness. The broken memory of Dan was slowly fading. Back on the field, Hikaru knew what he wanted. He stopped holding back. He summoned Hikaru's blade with his right hand and gripped it tightly. Within Susanoo, a spiritual sword materialized in its hand as well, mirroring Hikaru's weapon. The Susanoo began slashing, but the rakage blocked every strike using the chakra metal gauntlets on his arms. Hikaru narrowed his eyes. In a flash, both Susanoo's weapon and the one in Hikaru's hand transformed into a flurry of pitch-black crows. They descended in waves, pecking and swarming around the rakage. But their attacks seemed to do no damage. The rakage laughed in derision. Is this your power, Uchiha brat? Pathetic. But inside Susanoo, Hikaru whispered the trigger. Look up. The rakage ignored the crows and pounded Susanoo's chest again and again. But then. His limbs felt heavy. His movements dulled. Breathing became harder. He jumped back instinctively. His feet slammed into the ground harder than before, cratering the earth. His eyes widened. Damn. It's gravity. This is like Inoki's weighted rock jutsu. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 72, The Defeat of the Rakage. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or gif. Police car light. There had been a blood feud between the villages of Kimogakure and Iwagakure since the Second Great Ninja War. Almost every shinobi from either village harbored deep hatred for the other. Rakage had grown so familiar with the Wagakure's techniques that he routinely used the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, as a simulated opponent during training. He had vowed to avenge his father's death. No one truly understood the ocular ability that Uchiha Hikaru was using, but one thing was clear, it was far more difficult to counter than Inoki's infamous weighted rock jutsu. Inoki's technique required physical contact to increase his opponent's weight, and even then, continual chakra flow through one's body could mitigate its effects. What Hikaru used was a Mangekyō Sharingan technique. It didn't hit all at once like the weighted rock jutsu. Instead, it was gradual, like being pecked apart by crows, sinking inch by inch into a mire. By the time one noticed, the body was already sluggish, chakra consumption doubled, reflexes slowed. I was like a wounded beast in his final stand. He took a deep breath, determination blazing in his eyes. He knew the next clash would decide everything. His body was getting heavier, the longer he waited, the more chakra drained. If he didn't act now, defeat was certain. Drawing upon his final reserves, he forced out every last bit of chakra and physical strength. Electricity crackled and burst violently from his body in radiant arcs. The shinobi behind A didn't fully understand what was happening, but they could sense it, their rakage was preparing his strongest attack. Killer Bee stepped forward and raised both hands in support, shouting across the battlefield. Aniki. Let's end this. Bring down the strongest ninjutsu and smash that bastard to bits. He threw up a bullhorned fist with his right hand, his signature pose. I caught the signal and instantly understood. Yes, Liger Bomb. No, even more. Lightning Release, Lariat. The earlier thunder-enhanced attacks had failed to crack Hikaru's Susanoo. That meant his chakra control wasn't refined enough to overpower the Uchiha's defense directly. But he had faith in his own body. In Mangekyō, the body was a shinobi's ultimate weapon. If chakra couldn't pierce it, brute force would. The Reikage crouched, chakra surging into his legs and right arm. Hikaru saw this and immediately understood A's intent. His crows converged around Susanoo's right fist, merging and layering into the glowing skeletal arm. Susanoo, armament, hand of justice. A translucent golden gauntlet materialized, enclosing Susanoo's fist. Both warriors were now powering up for one final, decisive clash. Tsunade, standing a distance behind Hikaru, shoved aside her hesitation. Looking at the two titans about to collide, she straightened her spine, hands on her hips, chest heaving as she shouted at Hikaru. You little pervert. I keep my promises. I've never lost a contest of strength. If you blow it here, I'll laugh at you for the rest of your life. She stood firm, but her eyes betrayed the worry in her heart. The chakra surging off Hikaru caused his deep blue battle armor to ripple violently, his long dark hair thrashing in the wind. In that moment, Hikaru's back overlapped with the image of her grandfather, the first Hokage, strong, resolute, unshakable. Within Susanoo, Hikaru heard Tsunade's voice and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This woman really doesn't hold back. But that's fine. As a man, what greater motivation is there than impressing a beautiful woman? With that thought, he lunged forward. I did the same, slamming the ground behind him with enough force to launch himself like a cannonball. He vanished. And then, a thunderous boom. The shockwave blew Naruto clean off his feet, sending him rolling along the ground beside Jiraiya, who had been too distracted to stop him from leaning forward. A towering cloud of dust swallowed both figures. But the clash of chakra still roared behind the dust. When the smoke cleared, both warriors were revealed, locked in place, A's right arm clashing directly with Hikaru's golden Susanoo fist. A's teeth were clenched in agony, every muscle straining. His face twisted not just from effort, but from the alarming rate at which his chakra was being drained. Susanoo's gauntlet, the hand of justice, wasn't just armor. It stole chakra on contact. I knew it instantly. If he couldn't break through Susanoo with this strike, the fight was over. But his pride screamed never surrender. Not here. Not in front of his men. Not while he still had breath. The shinobi of Mangekyō could die in battle, but they could not yield. Inside Susanoo, Hikaru adjusted his stance. If it was going all in, so would he. He couldn't let Tsunade's promise go to waste. He let out a growl, twisted his hips, and slammed Susanoo's arm forward with devastating force. A dark burst of chakra surged through the gauntlet as it connected. A flew. He crashed through over a dozen thick trees before his body finally embedded into a jagged boulder with a dull crack. Cloud Nine rushed to their Reikage. They pulled his battered body from the stone and laid him on the ground. C immediately pressed glowing green chakra to A's chest. But A slapped his hand away and grunted. No. I'm not injured. Just drained. Give me a ration pill. Killer Bee didn't hesitate. He pulled a handful of pills from his pouch and shoved them into his brother's hand. I crammed dozens into his mouth and started chewing furiously. A few seconds passed, and then his face contorted. His skin turned red. Then green. C rushed forward, concerned. I suddenly shoved him aside and threw a punch at Killer Bee. He caught it easily, and grinned. Yo, Aniki, how'd my custom mustard-flavored ration pills taste? Feel the energy rush yet? A's twisted expression said it all. Killer Bee had spiked every single pill with concentrated mustard paste. Each pill was the equivalent of an entire tube of wasabi. And A had just chewed down dozens of them. His face twitched. His fists clenched. And everyone in Mangekyō wisely took a few steps back. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Chapter 73, Treatment of Karai. Police Car Light. Insert some funny memes or GIF. Police Car Light. After Killer Bee proudly reported his success, he immediately carried Karai on his back and ran toward Tsunade and Uchiha Hikaru. Seeing this, A gave up on the idea of beating his idiotic brother. Not because he was rushing to get Karai treated, but because it was just too damn spicy. Snot and tears streamed uncontrollably down the Reikage's face. He forced himself to swallow the ration pill still burning in his mouth, and the first thing he cried out was, water. After downing 7 or 8 bottles, the Hokage finally felt his tongue returning to life. The unbearable burn slowly faded. Meanwhile, on Uchiha Hikaru's side. After defeating the Hokage, Hikaru immediately returned to Tsunade and Jiraiya. Naruto ran straight to Hikaru's side, grabbing his right hand with both of his little hands and cheering loudly. "Big brother Hikaru, you're amazing." As he spoke, he mimicked the motion of Hikaru's finishing strike. That move was insane. That old guy flew like a ragdoll from just one punch. "So what's that jutsu called?" "I want to learn it when I grow up." Hikaru paused for a moment, then casually named it. "That move's called Serious Punch." Naruto's eyes sparkled as he repeated it aloud. "Wow. Serious Punch. What a powerful taijutsu." He was still in awe. Jiraiya, standing nearby, rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Serious Punch. What a lazy name. It was even worse than the names Minato used to come up with for his jutsu. Naruto began waving his little fist repeatedly, eager to start training right away. Hikaru turned and walked toward Tsunade. Tsunade stretched out her right arm and pulled Hikaru into a hug, wrapping her left arm around his head, rubbing his hair with a radiant grin. "You little pervert, not bad. You really are a genius of the Uchiha clan. Beating the Hokage like that, you've done Konoha proud." At that moment, Hikaru wasn't hearing a single word she said. His right cheek was buried in the most dangerous battlefield, Mount Tsunade. Even through her thin clothes, he could clearly feel the softness and elasticity. And if he tilted his head slightly, he could catch a glimpse of the deep valley between the peaks, a view blessed by the gods, glowing in holy white light. Shizun stood nearby, flustered, unsure what to do, silently weeping in her heart. "Lady Tsunade, what happened to your image? I'm so disappointed." Jiraiya, meanwhile, had already turned his back when Hikaru walked over. He silently listened not to the clang of a legendary blade, but to the sound of his heart breaking. Then he pulled Naruto aside and began seriously teaching him how to punch, how to angle his wrist, and how to channel chakra into each strike. Hikaru, meanwhile, enjoyed the facial massage while quietly appreciating the rare mountainous view. Just then, Killer Bee supported Karai as he approached Tsunade and Hikaru. With an unusually serious expression, he lowered his head. "Lady Tsunade, I'll leave Karai in your care. As promised, I'll train the kid." Tsunade narrowed her eyes. "How did you know?" She was clearly on alert. How did he know Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Killer Bee scratched his head, then broke into his usual bizarre rhythm. "Our chakras linked, it's Jinchuriki vibe." "Oh yeah." He struck a pose and finished with his trademark "yeah" gesture. Tsunade blinked, unsure whether the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki in front of her had some kind of mental condition. At that moment, Hikaru had been crushed in Tsunade's arms for over a minute. His brain was sounding alarm bells, oxygen deprivation imminent. "Tsunade. I can't breathe." Only then did Tsunade snap out of it. She let go, jumping to Shizun's side with an embarrassed laugh. "Ahahaha. I was just so happy I forgot myself." Trying to change the subject, she turned to Shizun and gave a sharp order. "Shizun, take over the patient. We need to find a cave and start the operation immediately." Shizun brightened up. Finally, Lady Tsunade was back to her normal self. "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Soon after, both Hikaru's group and the Hokage's group found a suitable cave. The Kumo team wanted to follow them in, but Shizun raised her hand and blocked the entrance. "Stop right there." The Hokage's expression darkened. "What, you won't let the people getting treated go in?" Shizun's expression was stern but calm, not at all like someone trying to cause trouble. "We need a quiet, controlled environment. Any movement from you could break our concentration and ruin the surgery." The Hokage turned to see to confirm whether she was just making excuses. C nodded solemnly. She was right. "Then let C in. He's a medical ninja." Shizun shook her head again, firmly rejecting him. "No. I'm Lady Tsunade's disciple. This isn't just ordinary medical ninjutsu. The surgical procedures, techniques, and treatment methods we use are all confidential Konoha intel. We can't let outsiders observe." The Hokage glared at C again, suspicious. After all, as the Hokage, he didn't handle medical affairs and had always left it to his subordinates. C was sweating bullets, but still nodded, confirming everything Shizun said was true. Ninjutsu was closely guarded in every village. If you wanted another village's secrets, you had two options: buy them on the black market, or loot them from corpses. That's why the corpse of a powerful shinobi could fetch tens of millions of ryo. Even without scrolls, analyzing their body could reveal training patterns and help reconstruct techniques. With that, Tsunade led Shizun and supported Karai into the cave, leaving Hikaru and the Hokage's group to set up camp nearby. Only after watching Karai disappear into the cave did the Hokage breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he walked over to Killer Bee with a kind smile, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him away. Worried Bee's yelling might disrupt the surgery, he even clamped a hand over his mouth. An hour later, Hikaru and Jiraiya had set up a tent, lit a campfire, and started grilling meat. Meanwhile, the Kumogaku shinobi sat nearby with nothing but compressed biscuits and water bottles. They stared hungrily at Hikaru, Jiraiya, and Naruto roasting skewers over the fire, the rich aroma floating through the air like torture. With tears streaming down their cheeks, they munched dry rations in silent misery. At the same time, the Hokage dragged a bruised, twitching Killer Bee, foaming at the mouth, back to the cave entrance. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Chapter 74, Giving the Hokage alcohol at night, with bad intentions. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or gif. Police car light. A threw Killer Bee directly in front of C and clapped his hands. C, help me out. C chewed the last of the ration biscuit in his mouth, took a quick sip of water, and swallowed it down. As you command, Lord Hokage. He immediately began using medical ninjutsu, skillfully healing Killer Bee's injuries. The Hokage turned to face the group and glanced over at Uchiha Hikaru, who was tending to a grill. The rich aroma of roasted meat teased his senses. Go hunt some wild game and bring it back for grilling. The mission's over, no enemies in sight, why are we still chewing on these dry rations? The hidden cloud shinobi quickly packed away their biscuits and water bottles and headed into the surrounding forest. A walked over to Uchiha Hikaru and sat down beside him. He wrapped his hand in chakra, reached toward the grill, and snatched a piece of meat off the iron plate, tossing it into his mouth. You mind if I join you? The Hokage asked, speaking with his mouth full of pork belly. Uchiha Hikaru chuckled. An honor to dine with the Hokage. Why would I refuse? A slapped Hikaru on the back, scoffing. Man, how the hell did the Uchiha end up with someone like you? The way you talk, so damn polite and fake, just like those village leaders. Disgusting. Hikaru spread his hands in mock surrender. Can't help it. That's how it goes when dealing with clan leaders. I don't like it either. A grumbled and grabbed another piece of pork belly from the grill, stuffing it into his mouth. Don't play that slick game with me. I saw you in battle. You're not that kind of guy. A fist bump says more than 1,000 words. At that moment, Jiraiya guided a full and drowsy Naruto into the tent. He cast one final glance back at Hikaru. He knew Hikaru was going to bring up the matter of the Jinchuriki again. That guy would definitely give the Hokage two choices, one of them being to let Killer Bee train Naruto to become a perfect Jinchuriki. But whatever. Let him handle it. Uchiha Hikaru saw Jiraiya leading Naruto away and smiled knowingly. He relaxed, dropping his usual formality, and turned to A. Since you said that, I'll speak plainly. The tone of his voice shifted. A's eyes lit up as the flavor of the roasted pork belly burst across his tongue. Now that's more like it. That's how real shinobi talk. Hikaru pulled a scroll from his ninja pouch, unsealed it, and 2 large clay jars appeared before them. The moment the seal broke, a rich, mellow aroma of liquor filled the air. The land of lightning was known for its thunder wine and thunder beef. As Hokage, A loved his drink, but duties and training left him little time to enjoy it. After all, the hidden cloud valued military strength above all else, and A had to set the standard. The Hokage grinned and grabbed one of the jars. Hikaru, you brought this out to drink, right? Since you're so generous, I'll help myself. He pried the lid off the jar, releasing an even stronger aroma. Without waiting, he lifted the container and drank deeply. After several hearty gulps, he finally lowered it to the ground, sighing in satisfaction. This from Konoha. I've never tasted anything like it. Stronger than thunder wine. Hikaru poured himself a bowl from the second jar and downed it in one go. I brewed it myself. These are the only 2 jars I have, so don't go wasting it. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Tsunade suddenly caught the intoxicating scent in the air. She stood abruptly and called over her shoulder to Shizune. We're low on alcohol. I'll go get some from Hikaru. Still working on Karai, Shizune peeled a spider-like parasite off his torso and responded, confused. But Lady Tsunade, we still have plenty of alcohol. Tsunade ignored her and strode out of the cave toward Hikaru. As soon as she appeared, A spoke up. How's the operation going? Did you get that thing off Karai? Tsunade looked grim and shook her head. Not yet. It's taking longer than expected. We might not have enough antiseptic. She picked up the large jar in front of Hikaru and gave him a look. Perfect. The alcohol content in your brew should be strong enough to last the rest of the operation. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and walked back into the cave, carrying the jar. A lacked any medical knowledge, so seeing Tsunade so serious, he believed her instantly. Hikaru twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. Nice move, Tsunade. You really do have a good nose. Just had to come out and mooch my wine, didn't you? And under the guise of surgery too. The Hokage poured another large bowl of wine for Hikaru and then lifted his own jar again. Don't worry, brother Hikaru. There's still dozens of liters in this jar, more than enough. He tilted his head back and poured the potent liquor straight down his throat. Hikaru nodded. Plenty to go around. No problem. He raised his bowl and drank with the Hokage. Yes, that should be just enough to get you drunk. You dared eat my barbecue, now I'm going to get you smashed and cheat you out of something nice. But of course, the blunt and straightforward Hokage had no idea what Hikaru was scheming. That's what you get for treating me like just another Uchiha, Lord Hokage. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Tsunade sat with her back to Shizune, scooping Hikaru's wine out of the jar with a medical container. Ha! So smooth. The quiet sigh made Shizune turn her head, and she was momentarily stunned speechless. Forget it. Let Lady Tsunade enjoy herself. I can handle the operation on my own. And so Tsunade began drinking glass after glass. After several rounds, she remembered it was Hikaru's wine. Way better than the stuff in the izakaya. She'd tried nearly every drink in the shinobi world, but nothing this strong and this good. She doubted Hikaru brewed it himself. Probably someone close to him. I'll need to come up with an excuse to visit his place when we're back in the village. That's the only way to score more of this wine for free. Meanwhile, outside the cave, with his injuries healed, Killer Bee joined A and Hikaru's barbecue feast. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Chapter 75, Author's Chapter. Thinking of this as placeholder for correct chapter count. Chapter 75, Author's Notes. 1. On character personalities. My approach to this fanfiction leans heavily on specialization. I'm writing with the assumption that those of you who've made it this far are true Naruto fans, people who have watched the anime in its entirety, without skipping flashbacks, filler, or emotional arcs. Because of that, I haven't spent too much time reintroducing characters or over-explaining their personalities. My intent is to respect your familiarity and not slow down the pace by repeating what you already know. That said, if you ever feel the portrayal of a character, especially the original characters, needs more depth or clarity, feel free to let me know. I'm always open to improving. As for the protagonist, his personality is an exaggerated version of my own. I might have taken some traits for granted, so if at any point he feels unclear or underdeveloped, please don't hesitate to drop a comment. I'll make sure to focus on strengthening his character arc in upcoming chapters. 2. The challenges of writing Naruto fanfiction, and where this story is headed. Writing fanfiction can be deceptively simple, yet incredibly difficult, especially for a series as rich and layered as Naruto. I've made it a point to avoid copying the original plot outright. While some arcs follow canon events, the majority of the story is original, especially when it comes to how the characters react to the presence of the protagonist and how their choices evolve over time. To keep things grounded in the Naruto universe, I spend a lot of time analyzing each canon character, their personalities, motivations, and mental states at different points in the timeline, so their decisions and actions remain true to character. This is especially critical when it comes to major events, like the Uchiha integration or clan politics. Whether it's using Mangekyō Sharingan as deterrence, or aligning with other clans through political and economic means, I try to ensure every move feels earned, not forced. It's exhausting work, but I believe it's worth it. The story has become quite polarizing as a result. Some readers, those deeply familiar with Naruto, have praised it and rated it highly. But others, especially casual viewers who skipped arcs or only watched highlights, often find certain things unreasonable. For example, the scene involving civilians singing during the Uchiha parade was criticized by some, but in context, it's part of a larger strategy to reshape the clan's public image within Konoha. That kind of narrative choice might not resonate with everyone, but I'm staying true to my vision. Looking ahead, future chapters will continue to feature a mix of original and canon-rooted plotlines. While I won't spoil specifics, I do rewrite and refine the story outline every 100,000 words, so there's room for surprises and evolution. Consider it my way of keeping the story fresh and leaving space for reader expectations and twists. And yes, regarding the main heroine, she's been my dream character since childhood. She was my goddess then, and she still is now. So unless something drastic changes, I don't plan on leaving her out of anything. Hee hee. Final thoughts from the author. Honestly, I'm still learning how to write. Someone once mocked my username and said my book was as bad as my pen name, and told me to quit writing. But I chose this name to remind myself to keep working hard and improving. Funny thing is, I later realized the site doesn't even let authors change their pen names. So here we are. I've only been seriously writing for about 2.5 months. In the first month and a half, I tried drafting 2 other books, but neither worked out. These days, I spend my mornings learning from a more experienced writer, about 3 to 4 hours daily. I nap in the afternoons, write at night, and then stay up reading other fanfics and original works to learn and improve. Right now, I'm focusing on improving action scenes, because I want the fight sequences in this story to feel sharp, dynamic, and emotionally engaging. I'm only 24 years old, but I've been reading online fiction for over a decade. So while my writing is still developing, I like to think my thinking and story construction is a little more seasoned. Lastly, thank you for reading this story. If you're enjoying it, follow, leave a review, and help spread the word. Also, don't forget to watch the free ad after the chapter. You can exit after 15 seconds. Wink. Love you guys. / omega / C, Red Heart. Chapter 76, Shut Up, You Bastard from Mangekyō. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. At midnight, in the land of hot springs, a dozen kilometers outside the hot spring district. Outside a cave, nestled among lush green trees. A dozen shinobi from Mangekyō who had gone hunting returned with their prey, approaching the cave's entrance. As they got closer, the rich scent of alcohol in the air hit them, and several of them swallowed unconsciously. What they saw next stunned them even more. Their Reikage, a large dark brown sake jar tucked under his left arm, was in high spirits, laughing boisterously with his right arm draped around Uchiha Hikaru's shoulders like a close friend. Even more absurd was Killer B, his head literally buried inside the sake jar, making a rhythmic dun-dun-dun sloshing sound as he drank. The Reikage shoved Killer B's shoulder with his left hand, and the latter flopped down beside the fire. In the flickering firelight, both of their faces had flushed red, the color overwhelming even their dark skin. Killer B started swaying, clearly tipsy, raising his arms and rapping angrily at A. Yo. You selfish thug, drinkin' all the good stuff, what the hell, bro? You're the big bro, can't even spare a sip. That's cold, yo. A snatched the sake jar and downed a few gulps with ease. Idiot. I'm your older brother. Since when does the younger one snatch from the elder? Killer B jumped to his feet and flipped both middle fingers with an exaggerated scowl, acting like a rebellious teenager. Screw you. Been calling you bro 4 years and you can't even give me a drink. You're tight, man, tight as hell. One day, you'll call me brother, yeah. The Reikage stood suddenly, swung his left fist, and cracked Killer B on the forehead. The force dropped B to the ground. He clutched his head, howling in pain. Inside the cave, Tsunade had been drinking alone. The commotion outside interrupted her peaceful buzz. With an irritated huff, she stormed to the entrance and shouted. You damn Mangekyō idiots. Keep it down. If this mission goes sideways, I'm not taking the blame. She marched angrily to the campfire, snatched Hikaru's bowl and chopsticks, and with one quick swipe gathered all the barbecued meat into it. Then she turned and, without warning, grabbed both of Hikaru's shoulders. The full moon hung high, bright and clear. The sky was cloudless, sprinkled with stars. Moonlight spilled through the canopy, illuminating the scene between Hikaru and Tsunade. A and Killer B fell silent under her intimidating presence, visibly stunned. The legendary Sanin's aura was terrifying enough to paralyze even the Reikage. Even Uchiha Hikaru froze, wide-eyed and unsure how to react. Just moments ago, Hikaru had been focused on his plan to manipulate the Reikage. But Tsunade's sudden approach and the haze of sake knocked his mind completely blank. Under the firelight, Tsunade's face flushed deeply. Her amber eyes shimmered with warmth and intoxication, her charm magnified by the alcohol. A subtle affection lingered in her gaze, making Hikaru dazed. The soft spring breeze brushed against them, carrying the faint scent of flowers. Tsunade's long golden hair and Hikaru's dark strands swayed together, mingling like an unspoken intimacy. Their eyes met, close, only inches apart. Tsunade's smooth, pale neck and the green Hashirama pendant resting on her chest trembled slightly with her breathing. Her crimson lips, stained with wine, looked irresistibly soft. Hikaru's mind screamed warning signs, but his body froze. Suddenly, warmth touched his lips. Tsunade had closed her eyes and leaned in, planting a deep, firm kiss. Hikaru's eyes widened. He'd been intimate with both Anko and Kurenai before, but this was different. He hadn't seen it coming at all. It felt like being ambushed by a seductive older woman while studying for a final exam. The kiss didn't last long. Tsunade pulled away just as abruptly as she had acted, and with both hands shoved Hikaru back. Her blonde hair fluttered wildly, a few strands sticking to her flushed cheeks. Her eyes flickered with sudden awareness and panic. Then, without another word, she turned and fled back toward the cave, tossing a single line over her shoulder. I'm a woman of my word. I lost the bet, I'll own it. The Reikage and Killer B were completely dumbfounded, their expressions mirror images of shock. Eyes wide. Pupils white. jaws unhinged. Then, like synchronized puppets, they raised their right hands, thumbs up, and pointed at Hikaru with an admiring nod. Hikaru stared after Tsunade, feeling the lingering warmth on his lips. He didn't know if what shimmered at the corner of his mouth was sake. Or something else. Instinctively, he licked it. His first thought. It tasted sweet. Back in the cave, Tsunade clutched her flushed face with both hands, stunned by her own actions. She dropped in front of the sake jar, took several long gulps, and muttered to herself. Did I really just kiss him like that? She reached for the barbecue, only to realize she forgot to bring it. Face turning redder, she sprang to her feet and marched straight out of the cave. The Hokage and Killer Bee were about to tease Hikaru, but they immediately silenced themselves when they spotted Tsunade returning. Both men placed their hands behind their backs and stared straight ahead like obedient soldiers. Hikaru, meanwhile, was still reeling from the kiss. The plan to deceive the Hokage had evaporated from his mind. One thought remained. Was she coming back to kiss me again? Tsunade strode up, crouched down, scooped up the bowl of barbecued meat and chopsticks, then spun around and marched right back into the cave. Hikaru stood frozen. His expectations, high just seconds ago, were crushed. The Hokage and Killer Bee waited until Tsunade was fully out of sight before breathing a synchronized sigh of relief. Then, with teasing smiles, they both raised their pinkies toward Hikaru, a silent, universally understood gesture of admiration. Damn, Hikaru, A muttered, slapping a massive hand on his shoulder, you're not just strong in battle, seems you've got hidden talents too. Killer Bee leaned close, grinning from ear to ear, his pinky still wagging. Hikaru, my man, this is it, yeah. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 77, how could these two drink so much? Police car light, insert some funny memes or gif police car light. Uchiha Hikaru had sobered up by now. Faced with the teasing stares from the brothers, he raised his hand to signal them to stop. The two men had assumed Hikaru was just an innocent kid and couldn't help but laugh. Hikaru took out 4 large jars of liquor from a scroll and placed them directly in front of the two. A grown man doesn't need to talk so much nonsense. Can you drink or not? If not, just pass out already. The competitive spirit in A and Killer Bee ignited immediately, and flames of challenge lit up in their eyes. Hey! Whoever drops first today is the loser's little brother. Yeah. Let's drink. Killer Bee grabbed one of the jars and sat down beside A. The Hokage simply picked up another jar and downed it in one long gulp, finishing off what remained, then grabbed a fresh one for himself. Hikaru opened one of the 2 jars left in front of him. A glanced at the last jar and then turned to look back at his men. They were busy grilling meat over a campfire with sticks, but their eyes were locked on that last jar of wine. They swallowed hard, their eyes glowing with hunger like wolves eyeing their prey. He looked back at Hikaru with a hopeful grin. Brother Hikaru, about that last jar. Of course, Hikaru knew what he meant. That was exactly why he brought out 4 jars. 2 years ago, he brewed 10 jars of this wine, planning to drink them slowly on his own. And now, 6 were gone in a single night. His heart was bleeding. But he deliberately brought out 4, saving one for the hidden cloud ninjas, because it was the only way his next plan could unfold without any obstacles. Hikaru raised a hand and waved to the kimonin behind them, smiling with the warmth of a generous host. Brothers from Mangekyō, this jar is for you. Drink up. The hidden cloud shinobi burst into grins, except for C, who looked worried. Lord Hokage, we're your guards. I'm not sure this is a good idea. Even so, he couldn't stop his throat from bobbing as he swallowed. He clearly wanted to drink but felt obligated to protest. A waved him off impatiently, his tone full of drunken boldness. Quit fussing. Just drink it. I'm the Hokage. Who's gonna stop us? Drink. With that final word from their leader, C abandoned all restraint, stepped forward, and claimed the last jar. He rushed back to the campfire and opened it eagerly. A rich aroma wafted from within, more fragrant than any wine they'd ever tasted. They emptied their canteens and began bickering over the pouring order like kids waiting for candy. Hokage and Killer Bee both laughed heartily at the scene. This was how things were in Hidden Cloud, shinobi treated each other like brothers. If the leaders had meat to eat, the troops deserved at least some broth. A sincere smile spread across Hikaru's face. He lifted his jar and held it toward the other 2. Come on. Now that everyone's got something to drink, let's see who holds their liquor. Yeah. Bottoms up. Ha. That drunkard bastard brother of mine will definitely drop first. The 3 clinked their jars with a crisp clack and started drinking straight from the jugs. More than an hour passed. Behind them, the kimonin were sprawled out, bellies full of meat and wine, beginning to drift into sleep. A and Killer Bee, thanks to their powerful bodies, burned off alcohol faster than normal, but even they had overindulged. They began to sway, heads foggy and thoughts sluggish. Hikaru, on the other hand, had been careful. After Tsunade kissed him earlier, he began circulating chakra through his body, cleansing the alcohol from his system. Now, he was simply pretending to be drunk. With his goal in mind, Hikaru decided to start the real conversation. Brother A, we're still good on that bet from earlier, right? You know, our fifth Hokage, she's a woman who honors her word. A slapped his chest proudly. Of course. Tsunade's a real heroine. I'm the fourth Hokage, no way I'm backing out. As soon as you pick a time, I'll have Killer Bee train your Ninetales brat. Hikaru felt a spark of victory. Now was the moment to start pulling more out of the Hokage. After all, the wine he brought wasn't that good. Brother A, do you think Naruto will be bullied if he comes to your village? He's still just a kid. What if people look down on him? He spoke with deep concern, as if Naruto were already facing exclusion and hardship in Kumo. A snapped his chopsticks in half. I dare anyone to try. They'll answer to me. If you're worried, just send some people with him. He waved his hand like it was no big deal. Killer Bee, slumped over his wine jar, looked nearly unconscious. Inside his mind, Killer Bee was dancing around in front of Gyuki, spouting nonsense in a drunken stupor. %and #you and %baka # @Yuru. Gyuki sighed. You drank way too much, idiot. Still, when Hikaru mentioned Naruto, Killer Bee suddenly lifted his head, clutching the jar. Don't worry. I'll look after that brat. Then he collapsed back over his jar, totally out cold. Hikaru couldn't help but be moved. Even in his drunken state, Killer Bee hadn't forgotten his promise. The bond between Jinchuriki, those who bore the burden of tailed beasts, must have etched itself into his heart. He didn't know that those words weren't Killer Bee's, they were spoken through him by Gyuki. I turned and smacked Killer Bee on the back of the head. Shut it. I'll take care of him myself. That's not your call. Hikaru stared, baffled by the dynamic between the two. He'd seen all kinds of drunks in his past life, but a brother who slapped his own sibling mid-bender. That was a first. Still, Hikaru returned to his true goal, milking more promises out of A, but Naruto's family is really poor. What if he doesn't have enough food or clothes in Kimogakure? His line of questioning was starting to get absurd, but A's responses were even more so. No problem. I'll support him. His escort can even open a shop in the village if they want to make money. Training with the tailed beast will be tough, he's gonna lose his youth, poor kid. A waved his hand again. No worries. We've got tons of beautiful women in Kumo. One of them will catch his eye for sure. If he's got the guts to marry them, he can marry 10. Same goes for the ninja who come with him. Things quickly spiraled from there. What began as a simple mission-related promise turned into a drunk free-for-all of wishful thinking. Hikaru stopped using chakra to detoxify himself and started drinking for real. He got drunk enough to make all sorts of strange requests. Even crazier, drunk as a skunk, kept agreeing to everything. One dared to ask. The other dared to promise. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 78, Fear. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. Finally, the Hokage plopped down on the ground, snot bubbles forming at his nose, and began snoring loudly. At the same time, Uchiha Hikaru's mind began to blur. He staggered back to his tent. As for A and Killer Bee, those two muscular monsters, they could sleep by the campfire clutching their sake jars. That should keep them warm enough. Hikaru suddenly collapsed onto the bedding he had prepared earlier, and his mind began to drift back to Tsunade's earlier behavior. Hey, that sensation, it was nice. Something he'd never experienced before. But while Hikaru was still lost in thoughts of that kiss, inside the cave, Shizune had just finished surgery. She wrapped a bandage around Karai's chest, wiped the sweat from her brow, and turned to look at Tsunade. Tsunade was already drunk by then, clutching her sake jar and muttering incoherently. UN at Hikaru, at UN impossible at No %% at UN. Keep going UN%, keep going and at Shizune looked at Tsunade and couldn't help shaking her head. Where did this wine come from? I've never seen Lady Tsunade this drunk before. I can't even understand her gibberish. Mumbling to herself, she moved to support Tsunade. Her movement roused the intoxicated Tsunade from her drunken slumber. Ah. Shizune, help me get to bed. Shizune sighed helplessly. Lady Tsunade, we're in the forest. There is no bed here. Tsunade glanced up at her blankly, a flicker of lucidity in her eyes, before remembering they were out in the wild. Then make me a tent. But any fleeting clarity was instantly drowned in alcohol again. Shizune helped her out of the cave. Outside, she saw the hidden cloud shinobi sprawled all around, some leaning against trees, others sleeping in pairs, limbs tangled together. To the right, the Raikage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki were lying by the campfire, both hugging their jars like lifelines. They looked like they'd passed out completely. The air reeked of alcohol. Shizen fanned her nose in mild disgust. She had assumed the sharp smell during surgery was strong medical alcohol. Turns out, it was just this group of hardcore drinkers stinking up the forest. As Shizen paused to adjust Tsunade's weight, the older woman squinted ahead. A tent. Shizen, you already pitched one. You're the best. Before Shizen could react, Tsunade broke away and stumbled toward the tent on the right, Uchiha Hikaru's tent, without a second thought. Lady Tsunade. That's not your tent, someone's already inside. But her words fell on deaf ears. The only thing Tsunade saw was soft bedding calling her name. Earlier, Shizen had moved slowly because of sheer exhaustion. Her legs were numb from standing through a surgery that had lasted 6 or 7 hours. So, by the time she caught up, Tsunade had already barged in. She didn't even bother to check if someone was lying there, just flopped right onto the bedding. Hikaru, who had been about to fall asleep, suddenly felt something heavy land on his back. At first, he assumed it was just the alcohol hitting harder, but then he became distinctly aware of 2 very soft, very warm masses pressing firmly against him. Must be a dream, he thought groggily. After all, if I can travel to the shinobi world, why not another one in a dream? Meanwhile, Shizen stood outside the tent. Her vision was foggy from fatigue, but she saw Tsunade peacefully lying inside and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Hikaru had prepared bedding for her. It looked like Jiraiya and Naruto were in another tent, so she could just rest against a tree trunk for the night. With heavy steps, she leaned against the nearest tree and fell asleep instantly. By now, everyone had dozed off, even Naruto and Jiraiya were snoring from their tent a few meters away. Tsunade cuddled into what she assumed was a soft blanket, nuzzling her face against it. She even drooled on it a little. In his dream, Hikaru felt hot liquid sliding down his face. He struggled to lift his arm to wipe it, but... Why can't I move my arm? His eyes snapped open. He turned his head and was met by Tsunade's soft cheek dropping against his shoulder. That familiar, unmistakable feeling. Tsunade. What the hell is she doing here? Why is she on top of me? Hikaru's mind screamed in panic. There was no bet involved this time. If he woke her now, she might unleash her monstrous strength and crush him like a bug. Her strength could smash through even the 3rd stage of Susanoo. No, 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 don't wake her. Don't die. Trying to extricate himself, Hikaru carefully slid her arms off him. Then, he braced one arm against the bedding, pushed himself up slowly into a push-up, and turned to help lift her off. But the movement stirred Tsunade. Her face scrunched, and she instinctively batted away Hikaru's supporting arm. The next second, she dropped fully onto his chest. Hikaru was caught between terror and disbelief. Turns out, those slime-like things earlier weren't part of a dream. He clenched his jaw in pain, but the corners of his lips twitched upward in spite of himself. He was risking his life, but damn it, it felt too good. Finally, Hikaru gave up struggling. He closed his eyes and let exhaustion take him. A while later, just as he was dozing off again, Tsunade murmured his name in her sleep. Hikaru. He forced his eyes open. The alcohol had fully dulled his brain by now, only a few scraps of instinct and rational thought remained. He blinked at Tsunade's beautiful face. Then, her hand started to move, groping upward in her sleep. Every nerve in Hikaru's body lit up. His whole form stiffened. She pulled his face toward hers, pressing their foreheads together, like she was checking his temperature. But since both of them were drunk, their body heat was high. It was impossible to get a reading that way. So Tsunade, Konoha's foremost medical ninja, seemed to subconsciously remember how to get a better reading, using an oral thermometer. They began measuring each other's temperatures, using the thermometer, over and over again. As their foreheads finally separated and they gasped for air, it seemed they had finished their testing. The mercury in the silver-white thermometer had stretched to its limit, until it finally broke off. But oral measurements weren't precise enough. Even in her dreams, Tsunade didn't abandon her professional rigor. She moved to test Hikaru's armpit temperature, and other areas. As a reincarnated ninja, Hikaru knew better than to resist now. Tsunade had been polite, he couldn't just act like some stingy old man. He returned the favor and began testing her body temperature as well. But of course, for accurate readings, clothes had to come off. The thermometer needed skin contact. And so, they placed their hands against each other's bare skin. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 79, Tsunade, I actually did such a thing. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF. Police car light. The spring breeze blew gently. The warm sun shone on Shizen's body, and the chirping birds roused her from sleep. She raised a hand to rub her eyes, slowly sat up, and stretched. Though she'd only rested for 5 or 6 hours, it was enough for a shinobi. She looked around and noticed that A and Killer B were still in the same positions as last night, completely passed out. She couldn't help but sigh. How much did those two brothers drink last night? Then she remembered Lady Tsunade, who was probably still sound asleep in her tent. Shizen decided to prepare a bowl of hangover soup. Carrying hangover soup had long been a habit of hers. After all, Tsunade needed it nearly every time she drank, but never to the extent she had the night before. In just over 10 minutes, Shizen had the soup ready. Carrying it with both hands, she made her way to Tsunade's tent. She opened the flap and stepped inside to wake her up. Crash! The sight before her made Shizen lose her balance, and she burned her fingers. The porcelain bowl slipped from her hands, shattering on the ground. The soup splashed everywhere. The noise stirred Tsunade. She groaned, pushing herself upright with her hands. Sitting up, she looked dazed. She turned toward the tent's entrance, squinting against the glaring sunlight. There stood Shizen, face frozen in shock. Her lips trembled slightly, as if trying to speak but unsure how. Shizen, thank you for your hard work during yesterday's operation. You don't need to take care of me this morning. If you're tired, go get some rest, Tsunade said. The dark circles under Shizen's eyes were clear evidence that she'd handled the surgery from beginning to end. Tsunade's voice carried gentle concern, believing Shizen was hesitating because she needed rest. Shizen felt warmth from her master's words, but she quickly waved her hands in protest. It wasn't that at all. She couldn't say it outright. Instead, she pointed under Tsunade. Tsunade tilted her head, confused. Clearly still groggy from the alcohol, she looked down slowly, her expression blank. It was the first time Shizen had seen Tsunade like this. Oddly, she found the moment a little endearing. Her earlier shock faded. So she turned and walked out of the tent. Looking up at the clear sky, she felt her heart stir. Spring had come. Life was returning to the world. Hikaru. He might be a bit young, but Tsunade-sama had clearly taken good care of him. Maybe, just maybe, he was a better choice than growing old alone. Inside the tent, Tsunade remained seated for several minutes, nearly drifting off again. She shifted her weight, getting ready to lie back down. But as she did, something hard pressed against her lower abdomen. Reflexively, she reached for it. Then opened her eyes wide. Right in front of her was Hikaru's face, calm and handsome, with a well-defined jawline and a muscular chest still damp with water. She froze, hands bracing her weight. Slap. Slap. She smacked her own cheeks to wake up. Looking again, yes. It was Hikaru. Was she hallucinating? She rubbed her eyes and looked again. Still Hikaru. Realization hit her like a brick. She almost kicked him out of reflex, but then remembered the hidden cloud shinobi outside. If anyone saw this, her reputation as the 5th Hokage would be finished. Just then, Hikaru stirred. His brows twitched. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Tsunade, her chest practically overflowing, the swell of her bosom threatening to escape her robe. A blush crept across his face as his gaze was pulled in helplessly. Tsunade followed his line of sight. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly pulled her robe closed. Ahem. They both coughed at the same time, as if on cue. Hikaru glanced down at himself, then quickly wiped the water from his chest and put on his outer robe. He looked up at Tsunade, eyes filled with guilt and confusion. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. I drank too much last night. I thought I went back to my own tent to sleep, but this. Tsunade's awkward smile twitched. Haha. I was probably too exhausted after the surgery. I must have stumbled in and fallen asleep without checking. She paused, her mind reeling. Memories of the night returned, hazy, intimate flashes. And, it had been her. She had initiated everything. Hikaru hadn't even responded. He just endured it quietly. Her expression froze. Damn. Did I really? Tsunade scrambled to piece together the sequence. In the end, it seemed she hadn't crossed the final line. Thank God. Their innocence was still intact. But, why did she feel strangely disappointed? She looked at Hikaru, who was watching her cautiously, and her heart fluttered again. Lady Tsunade, did I do anything last night? Hikaru asked tentatively. No. Nothing, she blurted. Haha, the weather's so nice outside. I'll step out to get some fresh air. With that, he turned stiffly and walked out of the tent. Now alone, Hikaru finally let out a long breath. He'd been awake for a while, barely slept at all, in fact. After all, his little brother had been wildly excited by Tsunade. He couldn't sleep at all. Tsunade had been restless the entire night, touching, groping, clinging. Even after she fell asleep, she kept rubbing up against him, driving him half mad. When Shizun came in, it was like salvation. He hadn't dared to move all night, fearing he'd wake Tsunade and face her wrath. Best case, he'd be hospitalized. Worst case, dead before sunrise. So he'd waited, praying she'd wake up on her own. Judging by her expression, she remembered most of what happened, and that she was the one who initiated it. Otherwise, with her personality, he'd be bleeding right now. But still. They were soft. And so damn warm. Even now, he was still savoring the feeling. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 80, Rakeage, you bastard, you're trying to frame me with your wine. Police car light, insert some funny memes or gif police car light. After a while, Hikaru walked out of the tent. Tsunade and Shizun were leaning against a tree trunk, enjoying the spring breeze and basking in the sunlight. It was probably best not to provoke Tsunade too much right now. So, he turned and walked toward A and Killer B. He snatched the jar of sake straight from Killer B's arms, then leaned close to A and shouted in his ear. Can you drink or not? If you can't, just pass out already. Shoo. Both of them jerked upright, shouting in reflex. Drink. Whoever doesn't drink will have a grandson. They didn't even open their eyes. The loud yelling roused every shinobi from the hidden cloud village. Even Naruto and Jiraiya, still resting in the tent, were jolted awake. Ha ha ha. Tsunade burst into laughter at the sight of the Rakeage and Killer B's drunken antics. Even Shizun covered her mouth, trying her best not to laugh aloud. After all, this was the Rakeage. Laughing at him openly would be improper. Just as A and Killer B were about to stand and argue with Hikaru again, they realized Tsunade and Shizun had already exited the cave. They immediately turned and rushed after them. Karai, how is he? Shizun stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Tsunade. You'll find out when you go inside the cave. The Rakeage and Killer B bolted back inside without even waiting for her to finish. He just needs a month of rest to recover. Shizun sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Ugh, they didn't even let me finish. What if they assume he's already dead? Killer B dashed over to C, yanking him upright. C had been half awake from the Rakeage's earlier shouting. Still groggy and disoriented, he felt a powerful force tug at his arm, flipping his entire body sideways in the air. Aha! A, Killer B, and C all burst into the cave in a frantic rush. They were greeted by the sight of Karai lying on a white cloth, his chest visibly sunken, torso wrapped in bandages with blood faintly staining the gauze red. Killer B collapsed to his knees before Karai, looking down at his still body. Tears welled in his eyes. Karai, no. You died so miserably. You've never even been in love, never kissed a girl. Damn, this is so tragic, woo-woo. Even the Rakeage lowered his head in silence. Not even Tsunade had been able to save him. His fists clenched involuntarily. But just then, Karai stirred, his voice barely audible. I'm not dead yet. The air inside the cave froze. C immediately knelt beside Karai, beginning to channel medical ninjutsu to check his condition. Killer B slowly got to his feet, trying to tiptoe toward the exit along the cave wall. Whack. A fist landed squarely on his forehead. A had struck again. B. Don't pull that crap again. Killer B rolled on the ground, clutching his head and howling in pain. The Rakeage ignored his brother's over-the-top reaction. Luckily, he hadn't done anything too humiliating just now, or that would have been a real mess. C finished his examination using chakra. Aside from a dangerously weak pulse, Karai's vitals were stable. Still, much of the flesh on his chest had been destroyed by the spider curse mark. The necrotic tissue had been removed surgically. He'd be bedridden for at least a month. Once the report was delivered to the Rakeage, the tension in the room finally eased. C remained in the cave, continuing to accelerate Karai's recovery with medical chakra. The Rakeage stepped outside and walked up to Tsunade and Shizun. He bowed slightly in gratitude. Tsunade felt a little embarrassed. She hadn't done much, in fact, because of her hemophobia, she hadn't even participated in the operation. All she could do was force a polite smile. At that moment, Hikaru walked over to the Rakeage. Lord Rakeage, I believe you haven't forgotten what you promised me last night. The Rakeage blinked, confused. What did I promise? Hikaru graciously offered a reminder. It concerns Naruto's future training in the Hidden Cloud Village. Suddenly, the Rakeage's memories of last night hit him like a wave. They had been drinking, him daring to ask, Hikaru daring to respond, and the entire exchange now replayed in his mind like a drunken flashback loop. A sharp headache hit him. Was it a hangover? Or just a surge of regret? No, this was Hikaru's doing, the damn schemer. But he had no choice. It was his own fault for throwing pride aside and drinking with the guy. He couldn't even decide who to blame more, Hikaru for manipulating him or himself for falling for it. In the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Of course. No problem. Hikaru gave a sly smile. Serves you right. You think you can just drink my sake for free? I'm Hikaru, after all, not some fool you can charm with a bottle. Soon after, the Hokage ordered his men to carry Karai back to the Hidden Cloud village on a stretcher. They gave their farewells to Hikaru and his group. As for Naruto, after waking up, he dragged Jiraiya out, demanding more training in taijutsu. But deep inside, he was still thinking about Hikaru's serious punch. Shizun returned to the cave to clean up the medical gear. After all, that equipment wasn't cheap, a decent scalpel set alone could run 1,000,000 ryo. All told, everything in there was probably worth over 3 million. No way they could just throw it away. By this point, only Tsunade and Hikaru remained, sitting quietly beneath a tree. A butterfly fluttered by and landed on the end of Tsunade's ponytail. She sat there, hugging her knees, lost in thought, or perhaps just gazing into space. Hikaru looked at her serene, elegant profile and couldn't help but reach out, cupping the butterfly gently in his palm. His hand brushed through her soft, golden hair. Tsunade turned her head instinctively to see him. Hikaru held out his hand. Tsunade slowly extended hers, gently prying open his fingers. Their fingertips touched, warmth passed between them. Love was taking root, quietly and naturally, soft and tender like a flower yet to bloom. The butterfly rested in Hikaru's palm, its vibrant wings slowly flapping, then fluttered down onto Tsunade's delicate fingers. Their eyes met. And for a moment, the world was still. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 81, back to the village, won't you invite me to be your guest? Police car light, insert some funny memes or gif police car light. Bonus chapter. The sky gradually turned dark and overcast. The sun dipped lower, and the evening clouds bathed the horizon in a rare pink hue. The beautiful scenery lifted the spirits of Hikaru and his group as they continued their journey at a swift pace. At the edge of their vision, the gates of Konoha finally came into view. The familiar stone walls soon followed. They had finally returned to the Hidden Leaf village. Naruto, spotting the familiar surroundings, excitedly leapt off Jiraiya's back and shouted with glee. Hey, you pervy sage. I'm starving. Let's go get some Ichiraku ramen. He grabbed Jiraiya's hand and tugged him down a path they both knew by heart. Jiraiya looked down at Naruto with affection, a gentle smile forming on his face. He turned to wave goodbye to Tsunade, Shizun, and Hikaru. His gaze lingered for a moment on Tsunade and Hikaru, but in the end, he said nothing. Suddenly, Hikaru turned to Tsunade, a thought hitting him like lightning. Where are you planning to live now that you're back? Tsunade instantly puffed up with pride, placing her hands on her hips and lifting her chest. The sight made her bosom bounce twice as if startled. Of course I'm going to stay at my house. The Senju clan's ancestral estate is huge. My grandmother, Kushina, and I all live there. She trailed off. Her voice weakened, and the confident expression faded. Right. What's the point of a big ancestral estate now? Her grandmother was gone. Kushina had given her life for the village. And now, Tsunade was all alone. Her head lowered slowly, and a deep loneliness settled over her. Hikaru stepped closer, crouched slightly to meet her gaze. Now that our future Godame Hokage has finally returned to the village, he said softly, shouldn't she invite the one who helped bring her back to be a guest? Tsunade looked up, surprised, and saw the warm smile on Hikaru's face. She suddenly laughed, grabbed his hand, and started running down the road like a young girl swept up in a memory. Ha ha ha. You're right. My place is huge, I'll take you to see it. Tsunade sprinted ahead, her hand tightly wrapped around his. Hikaru followed, feeling the warmth in her grasp. Shizun blinked in surprise and immediately took off after them. Lady Tsunade. Wait for me. You're too fast. Slow down. Villagers passing by turned to look at the green figure racing down the street. Did I just hear that girl in black call the one in green, Lady Tsunade? A pale-haired old man turned from a vegetable stall and glanced at his wife with a questioning look. The old woman, her white hair pinned back neatly, nodded slowly. I think I heard the same. The old man's eyes grew distant, recalling memories buried deep in time. The Senju clan once said they'd dissolve and integrate fully into the village, into Konoha. Only the Senju had any real hope of mastering would release. Brother. As a shinobi, I'll give it a shot, for the village. Are you really leaving, Lady Tsunade? You're the last of the Senju bloodline. What if something happens to you? Tears shimmered in the old man's eyes. In the next moment, they overflowed, trailing down his weathered cheeks as he whispered hoarsely. First Hokage. Second Hokage, gone. The family scattered, the clan buried, but now. You're back, Lady Tsunade. His wife gently dabbed his face with a sleeve. Come now, it's been so many years. You're not a shinobi anymore. Don't dwell on the past. Lady Tsunade is home again. That's all that matters. Arm in arm, they picked up their baskets and slowly walked away, vanishing into the flow of people in Konoha's busy streets. Countless descendants of the Senju line, those whose ancestors had once taken on the Senju name for protection, felt tears welling in their eyes. Though the clan had long vanished into the folds of the civilian world, Tsunade's return meant something. Their benefactor's blood still lived on. Tsunade dragged Hikaru excitedly to a red-roofed mansion that looked regal even from a distance. She shoved open the gate, only to be greeted by waist-high weeds choking the yard, wild and unruly from years of abandonment. Only then did she realize it had been more than a decade since she'd returned to Konoha. This estate, it had been left to decay, forgotten. She stepped back awkwardly. Oh. Then she promptly closed the gate again and turned to Hikaru, grinning sheepishly. Why don't we go to your house instead? As the great fifth Hokage, shouldn't I be the one getting invited over by the men who saved the day? She mimicked Hikaru's earlier tone with exaggerated confidence. Night had fallen. The moonlight painted Tsunade in a soft, silver glow. Hikaru looked at her, at that flawless face, that radiant, mischievous smile, and knew he had no resistance to her. Then let's go, Dame-sama. He clasped Tsunade's hand, their fingers intertwining. Under the moonlight, Tsunade's cheeks turned a faint pink. Unfortunately, Hikaru was facing forward and didn't catch it. Shizen finally caught up, hunched over and panting heavily, her hands on her knees. Lady Tsunade, please slow down. Without looking back, Tsunade waved her arm like she was dismissing her. Shizen. Go post the mission request tonight and help clean up the estate tomorrow. Stay at a hotel tonight. Shizen stared at their backs, emotions swirling, joy for her teacher, but also a pang of envy. She was already 23. Lady Tsunade had finally found someone like Hikaru. How long would she have to wait for someone like that? A sigh escaped her lips. No, don't overthink it. First, get that mission posted and help clean tomorrow. Hikaru led Tsunade toward the southeastern part of the village, the Uchiha clan district. When the clan's shinobi spotted Hikaru, they gathered around, excited and cheerful. Deputy clan leader Hikaru. Is this your girlfriend? She's gorgeous. When are you two having kids? Deputy leader. The clan's only standing strong today because of you. Even my useless son finally found a girlfriend. Deputy captain. Our neighbors treat us way better now. Tsunade looked around in surprise. She hadn't known the Uchiha could be so warm and open. When she was little, the Senju clan had been like this too. Voices of gratitude kept washing over Hikaru. Wait, did someone just mention a weird name? Bob. That sounded off. No way. Maybe he just misheard. Although, wasn't there an Uchiha Bob? Hikaru shook his head, scooped Tsunade into his arms, and darted off across the rooftops. In his arms, Tsunade looked up at him, at his profile under the moonlight, and her voice grew soft. Do you think I'm old? Hikaru nearly stumbled. Tsunade let out a startled yelp and tightened her arms around him instinctively. He looked down at her and smiled. You'll always be 18 to me. Tsunade smiled too. That answer was enough. Hikaru stifled the grin tugging at his lips. Ha. You think you can trip me up with that kind of question? I've watched plenty of dating advice videos online. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Chapter 82, well, how about 2 cups? Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. The bright moonlight spilled gently over the village as Uchiha Hikaru carried Tsunade through the quiet streets. Even after leaving the crowd far behind, Tsunade made no move to ask him to set her down, and Hikaru didn't seem inclined to let go either. Traveling side by side might have been the normal choice, but carrying a 100-kilogram Hokage and getting a free front-row chest massage. Totally worth the effort. Was it depraved to think so? Not at all. This was strictly part of Hikaru's physical training. Unfortunately, good things never lasted long. A few minutes later, Hikaru leapt over a wall and landed lightly in the backyard of his home, still carrying Tsunade. At that moment, Tsunade finally loosened her arms from around his waist and hopped down to the ground. She gave him a hearty slap on the back, her face lit up with joy. Thanks. Then, turning away with an exaggerated stretch, she added, all right, go cook something. I'm starving. She didn't look back as she walked over to the small sapling growing in the middle of the yard. It was only half a meter tall, but new branches had begun to sprout, adorned with crisp, green leaves. The little tree radiated vitality. Tsunade squatted down and stared at it quietly. No one knew what she was thinking. Hikaru sighed and made a helpless expression. Even as a guest, you're pretty impolite, you know that. His tone sounded like mock complaint, but with unmistakable affection beneath it. With that, he turned and headed into the house. Tsunade continued to gaze at the sapling, her thoughts drifting to memories of her childhood, when her grandfather and great-uncle had taken her out to plant trees like this. Unconsciously, the corners of her lips lifted into a soft smile, and she murmured. Since Hikaru planted you for me, I'll take good care of you from now on. Her tone was light, her voice youthful. In that moment, she seemed more like a bright, hopeful girl than the hardened woman who had seen too much. Inside, Hikaru entered the kitchen, opened the fridge, and began gathering ingredients. If you want to win a woman's heart, you've got to win her stomach first. He'd lived alone in his previous life. Cooking was second nature by now. Time to hit Tsunade with the full force of his culinary chakra. He rolled up his sleeves, eyes gleaming with confidence. His movements were practiced and precise, washing, chopping, seasoning, heating the oil, stir-frying in succession. Within 30 minutes, he'd cooked up 5 home-style dishes using 2 pans at once. Mappo tofu, shredded pork with green peppers, stir-fried pork with potatoes and green peppers, braised pork, and a steaming plate of soy-braised beef. Meanwhile, Tsunade had taken a seat, resting her elbows on the back of the chair and propping up her face. Her eyes were fixed on Hikaru as he cooked, entranced. Sweat glistened on his brow, sliding down his cheek to his jaw. He raised an arm to wipe it away. Tsunade kept staring at him with an odd little smile forming on her lips, and her mouth began to water. Apparently, she'd already been ensnared by Hikaru's cooking skills. After finishing up, Hikaru removed his dark blue apron, hung it up, and loaded the dishes onto his arm. For on the right, and the last in his left hand, he made his way to the table. He paused in front of Tsunade and gave her a look. There was a beat of silence. Tsunade tilted her head, a question mark practically floating over it. What? Hikaru's mouth twitched slightly. Did she seriously think he was her waiter? He glanced at the 4 dishes stacked up on his arm, sighing. Help me out. Oh. Right, sorry. Tsunade finally snapped out of her daze and jumped to her feet, quickly taking the dishes off Hikaru's arm one by one and placing them on the table. However, her hands weren't exactly well behaved, they brushed over his fingers and arms a bit more than necessary. Hikaru looked at the faint blush creeping across her profile and silently reassessed his understanding of her. So she's that kind of woman. Didn't see that coming. But then again, men in their 30s were said to be like wolves, and in their 40s, like tigers. Judging by Tsunade's current physique, she was probably more dangerous than all 3 combined. Suddenly, Hikaru's waist ached preemptively. No. I'm more than capable. What's there to be afraid of? Still, he couldn't help but feel that being too smart, and too observant, wasn't always a blessing. Once upon a time, he'd been such an innocent young man. They sat down to eat. Tsunade tasted the unfamiliar dishes and immediately dove in like a starved woman. They were delicious. Completely different from anything she'd had before. But as she continued eating, a strange discomfort grew. Ah. That was it. This food, whatever style it was, had one flaw. It tasted amazing, but it was salty as hell. Suddenly, Tsunade slammed her palm onto the table, her face lit with realization. Of course. This kind of meat and spice required a drink to go with it. She turned to Hikaru with a sheepish grin and a pleading expression. Do you still have some of that wine from a few days ago? Hikaru put down his chopsticks, trying to hide the gleam in his eye. Finally. The moment he'd been waiting for. I brewed it myself. 2 jars of white liquor. Tsunade's eyes lit up like a pair of fireballs. She slapped the table and leaned close, noses practically touching. How can you invite the 5th Hokage over without serving drinks? How about 2 cups? You bet your ass 2 cups. Without hesitation, Tsunade gave a firm answer to Hikaru's joking question. He immediately pulled his chair back, stood up, and retrieved 2 ceramic jars from a sealing scroll in his ninja tool pouch. Clink. Clink. 2 heavy jars of white liquor hit the wooden floor. He then produced 2 small sake cups. Tsunade had already reached out to open one of the jars, her right hand gripping the lid, when Hikaru gently grabbed her wrist. Don't drink too much. Last time, you. Tsunade instantly slapped her palm over his mouth, her cheeks turning pink like a sunset sky. Shut up. Don't bring that up again. As she spoke, she opened the jar, poured out a generous cup for each of them, and slid one in front of Hikaru. Lifting her chin, she gave him a challenging smirk. If you're a man, don't chicken out. Drink. Hikaru looked at the cup, then up at her face. He raised an eyebrow, hesitating as if deep in thought. Tsunade took his hesitation for weakness. Clearly, she thought she had him beat and smirked even more smugly. But in truth, Hikaru wasn't afraid of losing the drinking contest. He was thinking something else entirely. What if she gets drunk again? If she does, and things get physical, I can't use my Mangekyō on her. I might hurt her. But if I don't use it, how the hell am I supposed to stop her? And what if she gets drunk and frisky? There's no way I can hold her back physically. That strength, those biceps, and her chest alone could probably kill a man. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 84, let's turn the situation around. Police car light, insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. Second bonus chapter. No one knew how much time had passed before the sounds from the guest room finally quieted. The room was a mess. Tsunade leaned against the headboard, her breathing uneven. Uchiha Hikaru lay beside her, motionless, completely spent. Tsunade stood, pulled one of Hikaru's spare flak jackets from the closet, and threw it on before walking out to the living room. She picked up the jar of white sake and carried it back to the bedroom. Settling back against the headboard, she took long gulps straight from the jar, feeling the alcohol burn down her throat and into her belly, flooding her with warmth. Her voice hummed softly as she sipped, a lazy, satisfied tune on her lips. Damn, that hit the spot. Despite her enhanced strength and durability, Tsunade was still a woman, and the faint red stain on the bedsheet was evidence of something deeply personal and meaningful. She kept drinking until her body began to slow. Drowsiness took over. Eventually, she lay down again and drifted into deep sleep. Her breathing softened, became rhythmic. Only then did Uchiha Hikaru slowly sit up. His face was unreadable as he looked over at Tsunade beside him, an expression caught somewhere between admiration and calculation. But beneath it all, his thoughts were sharp. That was good, but nowhere near enough. His Mangekyō Sharingan activated silently. Bind her. A thin, glimmering chain emerged from his right wrist, snaking through the air and wrapping firmly around Tsunade's wrists, then anchoring her legs to either side of the bed. Tsunade stirred at the sudden sensation. Her eyes snapped open, and immediately widened in alarm. What the hell? Hikaru, are you serious? You used your Mangekyō technique on me. You bastard. Uchiha Hikaru scratched his ear casually, unfazed. Shameless. Please. That phrase means nothing to me. A forced melon isn't sweet. Whoever said that never ate it right. He smirked and leaned in, tilting Tsunade's chin up with 2 fingers. Feel familiar? That's exactly what you did to me, earlier. Didn't I play along well? Tsunade's pupils quivered. Wait, was it all planned? From the moment he acted passive? From the tent to now, was all of it just a layered deception? The pride she'd felt before began to crack under the weight of humiliation. Was I played the entire time? Still, she clung to her stubbornness, echoing his earlier excuse with mock innocence. You said it yourself, the Uchiha and the Senju. Hikaru covered her mouth with his palm, eyes solemn. That was the past. We fought, yes, but we also built Konoha together. He removed his hand and leaned closer, lowering his voice. So why not get even closer now? Become a real family. Tsunade's breath caught in her throat. She knew she couldn't take much more, her body was already beyond its limit. But before she could object again, he interrupted her muttered protest. HNGH, you, bastard. And then Uchiha Hikaru descended again. The balance shifted once more. The room was in chaos by the time it ended. Hikaru seriously suspected the bedframe might collapse any second now. If it did, fine, he'd just toss a few mattresses on the floor next time. He leaned against the headboard, one arm casually draped behind him. The chains had long since been removed. They weren't needed anymore. They'd only been necessary at the start, just long enough to keep Tsunade from overpowering him. After that, she had no strength left to resist. Now, he lounged shirtless with a sake jar in hand and a half-eaten plate of braised beef brought in from the living room. He drank and ate with abandon, mirroring Tsunade's earlier swagger almost perfectly. The sake was gone in a few more gulps. Hikaru turned his eyes towards Tsunade. The Slug Princess. One of the legendary Sannin. A master of medical ninjutsu. The woman poised to become the 5th Hokage. She now lay curled up near the edge of the bed, her skin flushed, drenched in sweat, her lips parted and breathing uneven. Red marks stood out faintly on the smooth skin of her back. She trembled occasionally, too drained to move. From his vantage, Hikaru could see her dazed pupils dilating and contracting. Completely out of it. Like I broke her. He took a slow breath. Well, guess that counts as a full reversal. He'd experienced both ends of the spectrum tonight, and to be honest, he preferred this version. Tsunade's strong, dominant personality had only fueled the thrill for him. Her power, her identity, her pride, they all made the final moment of surrender that much sweeter. This is also a form of battle. A game of strength and will. And tonight, I won. Her endurance had surpassed even Anko and Kurenai. And she challenged him in new ways, forcing him to use every ounce of creativity and control he had. The Mangekyō had helped, of course. The Sharingan was always a cheat code. Thanks, Obito, Hikaru thought with dark amusement. If I hadn't replicated those Hashirama cells, I wouldn't have been willing to waste a single drop of chakra on something like this. Tsunade finally stirred, recovering enough to lift her gaze. Her eyes locked onto him, filled with indignation, frustration, and a hint of embarrassment. Hikaru spread his arms wide and gave her an innocent look. What? Don't look at me like that. You were the one who initiated the first round. And you weren't exactly resisting, were you? He tilted his head teasingly. So, which version did you like better? Tsunade's cheeks burned crimson. Shut up. I didn't. Before she could finish, Hikaru pulled her into his arms again. She flailed for a moment but didn't resist as much this time. He gently stroked the back of her hair, fingers threading through golden strands. His voice dropped to a soft murmur. It's late. You're tired. Rest with me. Tsunade huffed, pushing against his chest, but without real force. Hikaru chuckled. She's kind of cute when she's mad. Tsunade glared at him. I'm going to sleep. And you said you'd put me in the guest room. So go back to your own damn bed. She wrapped herself tightly in the quilt and turned her back to him. Hikaru raised both hands. All right. I'm going. He started walking toward the door. Wait. Come back. Hikaru smirked. He turned around and returned to the bed, slipping under the blanket and wrapping an arm around her. Tsunade shifted away slightly, her back still facing him. I can't take another round. Let's just rest. Within seconds, she was asleep. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 85, Hokage. It doesn't matter if you are not qualified. Police car light, insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. On a bright, sunny morning, the world outside the compound was full of life. Uchiha Hikaru slowly woke up in bed. The first thing he felt was pressure on his body. When he looked down, he saw Tsunade sprawled across him like an octopus, her calves draped over his legs, one heel hooked around his right thigh. He raised a hand and lightly patted her cheek. Tsunade groaned and swatted at him without opening her eyes, mumbling drowsily under her breath. Don't, it'll break. Hikaru's expression immediately froze in awkwardness. Well, there's always a reason for everything. It seemed last night had taken a toll on her. The aftermath of that particular battle wasn't something she was brushing off easily. After Tsunade had fallen asleep on the other side of the bed last night, Hikaru had planned to call it a truce. But Tsunade had been stubborn, crawling on top of him again. Heat surged through his body. They didn't stop until both sides were completely satisfied. Yeah. She's definitely paying the price now. Hikaru sighed and smiled wryly. Turns out it wasn't as scary as I thought. 30 is like a wolf, 40 like a tiger. I crushed both. He got out of bed, dressed, and prepared a simple breakfast. He set the plates neatly on the dining table in the living room and waited for Tsunade to wake. He left a note on the table, grabbed a piece of bread with his teeth, and hurried toward the Konoha Police Department. I haven't been in the office for over a week now. I dumped everything on Fugaku. If I don't go in soon, he's going to show up at my door with a tachi and a funeral wreath. The sun climbed higher, and it wasn't until midday that Tsunade finally sat up in bed, groggy and sore. Her limbs ached with exhaustion. She rubbed her temples and got to her feet, slipping her green robe over her shoulders. But the moment she tried to walk, a dull ache in her lower body made her flinch. She clenched her jaw and hissed. You little pervert, don't even know how to be gentle. When I recover, you'll see how I pay you back. Grumbling under her breath, she summoned green chakra to her hands and began channeling healing energy into her legs, easing the pain and strain. Afterward, she walked into the living room and found the note on the table, along with the breakfast Hikaru had left behind. She picked up the note, eyes scanning it casually. Going to the police department. Since you're back in the village, remember to stop by the Hokage's office and check in with Shikaku Nara. Tsunade scowled. No emotional intelligence at all. All you care about is the damn village. She was about to toss the note when she noticed something scribbled on the back. She flipped it over. Also, eat your breakfast. If you're still not feeling well, just go tomorrow. Her heart softened. She slowly pressed the note against her chest and whispered, at least you're not totally clueless. A small smile curved her lips. After finishing the meal, she headed out toward the Hokage building. As she stepped outside Hikaru's house, she leapt onto the rooftop, using chakra to quicken her pace. Though she had previously acted indifferent about becoming Hokage, now that it was real, the excitement was undeniable. She arrived at the Hokage building and stood below, gazing up at the tall, crimson structure, feeling a swell of emotion. At that moment, two figures exited the building. Lady Tsunade. You're back. The voices were filled with joy and surprise. She looked down. Sure enough, Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka. Choza, Inoichi. What are you two doing here? Choza scratched his head awkwardly, glancing at Inoichi. Inoichi quickly smacked Choza on the back and grabbed his arm, clearly eager to get away. Ahaha. Lady Tsunade. It's nothing. He's just hungry. We haven't had lunch yet. Gotta run. Before she could respond, they hurried off down the road. Tsunade blinked, confused. That's odd. Those two usually aren't that jumpy. She shrugged it off and stepped into the building, heading upstairs. Pushing open the office door with no hesitation, her voice rang out. Shikaku. Your boss is back. Inside, Nara Shikaku sat at his desk, slumped over like a wilted plant. But the second he heard her voice, he bolted upright with a spark in his eye and slammed the table with both hands. Lady Tsunade. Thank the sage, you're finally back. He rushed around the desk, pulling out the chair for her like a desperate man clinging to life. Please, sit. Sit. Tsunade walked over with a proud smile, clearly basking in her new role. She took the seat at the Hokage's desk, glowing with confidence. But Shikaku was already pointing at stacks of paperwork. Left stack, mission commissions from other villages. Middle, medical division reports. Right, civil welfare department updates. Tsunade nodded automatically, not fully absorbing any of it. What did he just say? Shikaku ran to the doorway, turned, and bowed a full 90 degrees. Lady Tsunade, all of these are yours now. Choza and Inoichi have been begging me to go to the barbecue place for 3 months. I'm finally free. With lifeless eyes and the grace of a broken soul, Shikaku leapt out the window, disappearing with a faint green aura of desperation. Tsunade stared after him. What's the big deal? Just paperwork. He acts like he was dying. With a shrug, she cracked her knuckles and prepared to get started. How hard can it be? Just some stamping, right? 10 minutes later, her brow furrowed. An hour later, her brow was locked in a scowl. 3 hours later, her face twisted into a grimace. 8 hours later. To hell with this. Tsunade slammed the desk, kicked the door open, and stormed out. Screw this job. Half-day trial as Hokage. Over. Whoever wants the job can take it, I'm done. She charged toward Uchiha Hikaru's home, a storm in her eyes. Hikaru, meanwhile, was lounging on the couch, flipping through boring TV channels. A snow country drama starring Yuki Fujikaze was playing, and he was not impressed. What garbage. This plot is so dumb. Only thing worth watching is the actress. Grumbling, he turned the TV off. The door exploded open. Bang. Hikaru jumped. Tsunade stomped into the room, grabbed him by the collar, and yanked him off the couch. I quit being Hokage. Who the hell files this many stupid reports? She threw him back onto the couch and flopped down beside him, arms spread across the sofa, one leg kicked up dramatically. Hikaru sat up, brushing his clothes straight. That's what being Hokage is. What did you expect? Tsunade turned away with a loud huff. Humph. I don't care. You better think of a solution, or I'm not doing this job anymore. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 86, Reform Plan. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. At that moment, the kitchen door slid open. Shizun, wearing an apron, peeked her head out and looked at Tsunade uncertainly. Lady Tsunade. You're back. I've already issued the commission for the house. You should be able to move in by the day after tomorrow. I'll keep cooking. You two carry on. With that, she stepped back through the glass door and returned to the stove, letting out a long sigh. Sigh. Lady Tsunade's temper is so fierce. Uchiha Hikaru's going to have a rough time in the future. Thinking that, she shook her head quietly, a faint sympathy forming for Hikaru. In the living room, Shizen's interruption eased the tension between Tsunade and Uchiha Hikaru. Hikaru slid closer, sat beside Tsunade, and spoke with curiosity. All right, tell me what's going on. Otherwise, how can I help you come up with a solution? Tsunade took a deep breath, sipped her tea, frowned, and began to express her concerns. There's something seriously off in the funding reports. The flow of money between the medical division and the civil affairs division doesn't line up. The budgets don't match the actual projects. These two areas are the biggest problems right now. Hikaru began swirling the tea in his cup thoughtfully. As he watched the ripples, a knowing smile appeared on his face. The medical division is under Kohara Utatane. The civil affairs division is still handled by Mitokado Hamura. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Those two old fossils are still in charge. After all these years. Hikaru nodded. Yeah. Hiruzen hasn't stepped down yet, so we don't have the authority to remove them. Tsunade grit her teeth, her tone dark with anger. Those leeches are still sucking the village dry. When I officially take the Hokage seat, they're finished. Suddenly, Hikaru remembered something. He looked at her, confused. Didn't I remind you to meet with the third Hokage today? Tsunade's expression froze. She quickly tried to change the subject. Ha ha ha. I'm starving. Shizen. How's dinner? How much longer? But Hikaru wasn't buying it. He let out a sigh. Don't try to dodge it. You definitely forgot. Don't forget again tomorrow. Tomorrow you'll not only have to go see Hiruzen, but also visit the sculptor at the Hokage monument to have your face modeled. You'll also need to get fitted for the Hokage robes. Tsunade groaned. Ugh, so many damn things. I'm over it. She flopped back onto the couch, staring up at the ceiling. Hikaru glanced at her lying lazily beside him and sighed inwardly. She's not cut out for paperwork. This is going to be rough. I need to figure out a way to lighten her load. A few minutes later, Shizen brought out several dishes. The three of them sat down for dinner. By the time they finished eating, it was already close to 10 o'clock. No surprise, considering Tsunade had only left the Hokage office at 9. Being Hokage really was a soul-crushing desk job, 12 hours a day, from 8 in the morning to 9 at night. No wonder Hiruzen aged so quickly and started losing hair. Shizen quietly headed into the guest room to rest. Earlier today, she had issued Tsunade's residential paperwork. Later, once she confirmed Hikaru's location, she had been tasked with cleaning the house. When she was cleaning the guest room, she saw the mess on the floor and a red stain on the bedsheets. Her cheeks flushed in embarrassment. After all, she was still a 23-year-old woman. She couldn't help but imagine what must have happened in that room last night. Now lying on that same bed, though cleaned, she could still faintly smell something lingering in the sheets. Her thoughts began to spiral into strange images she couldn't control. Meanwhile, Hikaru and Tsunade had already gone to the bedroom, changed into their pajamas, and lay down. It wasn't that Hikaru wasn't interested, but the moment they entered the room, Tsunade crossed her arms in front of her chest to make her intentions clear. She didn't want a repeat of last night, at least, not daily. She had enjoyed it at first, but the memory of being overwhelmed, that lingering soreness, she couldn't bring herself to do it again so soon. So now, they just lay on the bed together, staring up at the dark ceiling. Tsunade was still muttering about the Hokage paperwork. There are just too many reports. When will I ever finish them all on my own? Hikaru turned his head and looked at her delicate, flawless profile. The worry in her expression cast soft shadows across her face. Don't stress. It's only temporary. I'll find a way to help you. I can't just let you stay locked in an office all day like some prisoner. Tsunade suddenly sat up, turned to face him, and stared into his eyes. Her earlier frustration vanished, replaced by wide-eyed hope. Really? You're not lying to me? Is there really a way for me to get out of it? A sly smile crept onto Hikaru's face. Tsunade immediately realized how that sounded and scrambled to rephrase it. I mean, not get out of it. Just, increase processing efficiency. Her tone was uncertain and clearly fishing for approval. Hikaru nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. It's not slacking, it's strategic delegation. I'm just creating opportunities for subordinates to grow. Let them discover their value and contribute meaningfully. These little speeches were never part of the shinobi world before, but Hikaru brought them in and weaponized them like a salaryman from another universe. His police department officers felt genuinely appreciated, and some even asked to work overtime. He was so moved, he doubled their salaries out of gratitude. But then the officers worked even harder. Think about it, no dangerous missions, no risking your life, stable pay, safe work. And it was considered service to the village. Even the villagers were praising the police force now. That was real work ethic. It was like something out of Blue Star, when the workload doubles but the salary triples. Overtime. The boss pays well. Then hell yeah, I'm in. I'm the most loyal shinobi on the payroll. Hikaru smirked. He'd even had a young civilian ninja, only in his early 20s, who had saved enough from 3 months of work in the police department to buy a house. Tsunade looked at Hikaru's smug expression and grew even more anxious to know his plan. What's the idea? Tell me already. She leaned closer, face full of urgency. Hikaru pointed at her with a mischievous grin. That depends on your performance. Tsunade hesitated for a few seconds, then clenched her teeth. Fine. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. In the next room, Shizune, lying on the guest bed, started hearing unmistakable sounds coming from the other side of the wall. She yanked a pillow over her head, trying to block out the noise, but her imagination betrayed her. Her body flushed, and she began to squirm in place. It went on for a long time. Only after what felt like forever did the noise finally fade, and Shizune slowly drifted into sleep. What she didn't realize was, under the quilt, they probably forgot to change the sheets. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 87, Master and Student meet after many years. Police car light, insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. The next day, just like the day before, Tsunade and Uchiha Hikaru rushed to the police department and the Hokage building. The difference was that Hikaru didn't have to make breakfast today. Now that Shizune was around, he could leave the housework to her. After preparing breakfast, Shizune returned to her room. No, this was no longer a guest room. From now on, it was her room. She crawled back into bed to get some sleep. After all, she'd gone to bed later than both Tsunade and Hikaru the night before. Time passed. Tsunade handled documents all morning, then headed to visit the Hokage monument sculptor at noon, followed by a stop at the tailor for her robes. When she finally returned to the Hokage's office, she felt oddly relieved. Apparently, having a model made for the Hokage rock required them to apply the clay directly to her face. It had eaten up far more time than expected. Then came another 8 hours of document processing. Thankfully, she was mentally prepared this time and barely managed to endure it. It wasn't until evening that she had a moment to leave the office, and she headed straight to Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence. When she arrived at the door, she knocked gently. After a moment, it opened, but it wasn't Hiruzen who answered. His eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, stood there. A moment later, little Konohamaru peeked his head out from behind him. Who's the pretty big sister? Shinosuke quickly picked Konohamaru up, then looked at Tsunade with a complicated, slightly hollow expression. You're here to see my father. He's in the study, reading. Go ahead. With that, he opened the door fully, carried Konohamaru over to the living room sofa, and forced a smile as he played with the child. This big sister is amazing, Konohamaru. She's the Slug Princess, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. Tsunade stood silently for a moment, watching the father and son. Then she exhaled and steadied herself, remembering something her granduncle used to say. A Hokage must be ruthless. She had always hated hearing that. But now, standing here in this house, she finally began to understand the weight behind those words. The child was innocent. But Shinosuke, he had once worked in ANBU, and helped both Danzo and Hiruzen with far too much. Once Tsunade learned the truth about everything, her fury had nearly exploded. She walked toward the study with a stony expression. At the door, she took a deep breath to calm herself, then opened it and stepped inside. Hiruzen sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, pipe in hand, reading a book. When he heard the door open, he stopped flipping pages, closed the book, and set it aside. He looked up at Tsunade, his expression complicated, eyes filled with unresolved emotion. You've returned. That's good. Compared to Jiraiya, I feel more at ease leaving the position of Hokage to you. Tsunade's anger, which had simmered beneath the surface all day, burst back to life at the word responsibility. Responsibility, she snapped. You're talking to me about responsibility right now. Do you even know why I left the village? Was it not because of what you did? Because you betrayed everything we stood for? You disappointed me more than anyone. And now you want to act like you know nothing. Faced with her outburst, Hiruzen's face showed some guilt, but the stubborn glint in his eyes didn't fade. So, you really did learn the truth back then. I have nothing else to say. Everything Danzo and I did, we did for the good of the village. It's just, I failed to control Danzo properly. Failed to consider the consequences on the clans. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost to Uchiha Hikaru. As he spoke, Hiruzen's tone grew more agitated. Outside the door, Shinosuke quietly listened, heart sinking. He knew his father had made grave mistakes. But as the Hokage's son, he had felt powerless to stop them. He had followed orders, some of them he hadn't even believed in, because he couldn't bring himself to disobey the men who raised him. When faced with the choice between justice and loyalty, he chose loyalty. Even if it meant carrying shame on his back. He slowly lifted Konohamaru into his arms. The smile on his face was still forced, but the child, barely over a year old, couldn't see through it. Konohamaru, let's go home. It's getting late. Mommy's probably missing you. Okay. I miss Mommy too. Let's go. And with that, they left quietly. Inside the study, only Hiruzen and Tsunade remained. Grief twisted Tsunade's features. In the next instant, she moved. Her fist shot toward Hiruzen's face, sleeves billowing from the speed. But she stopped. The strike halted inches from him, trembling in the air. She wanted to hit him. She wanted to break his face, to make him feel just a fraction of what she'd carried all these years. But she couldn't. This man had raised her. He had taught her ninjutsu. He had watched her grow up. Even if he had condoned the death of her brother, Nawaki, even if he had betrayed the will of fire itself, he had once been her sensei. She couldn't do it. Her clenched fist shook. Tears of fury and grief streamed down her face, landing with soft splashes on the wooden floor. When Nawaki was barely out of the academy, you sent him to the front lines. Orochimaru was watching over him, but the enemy found out anyway. He was targeted. Slaughtered. I still regret not seeing it coming. But I never thought, even Orochimaru was used by you. And you. You wanted to use Nawaki's corpse for experiments. Tsunade slammed her fist into the ground. Boom. The floor of the study caved inward. A crater 3 to 4 meters deep opened beneath them, dust and stone flying as chunks of wall cracked from the force of her strike. Hiruzen didn't flinch. He looked at her calmly. His eyes flickered, but he still refused to repent. Tsunade. The Senju have sacrificed too many already. Once the first wave of deaths happened, there was no turning back. Either the Senju clan would be wiped out, or we'd succeed in recreating would release. You have to understand. After Lady Mito passed away, Kushina's sealing abilities weren't nearly as refined. We needed those advancements. Everything we did, it was for the good of the village. At that moment, Tsunade finally saw the truth. This man had never changed. It wasn't him who had changed, it was her, Jiraiya, and even Orochimaru. The three of them had once seen Sarutobi Hiruzen as kind, patient, nurturing. The loving master who had guided them. But none of them had ever truly seen him. The villagers waved to Hiruzen in the streets. They praised his leadership. They spoke of his efforts to support civilian ninjas, his many reforms. It was all a lie. He had used her as Hashirama's granddaughter. Used her identity to polish his own legacy. He used Orochimaru and Jiraiya's tragedies, their losses, their pain, to build up the image of the wise and benevolent third Hokage. Behind that smile, he siphoned money from the Civil Affairs Division and Medical Department under the guise of reform. That was the real Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even Danzo, who had lived in the shadows all his life, was just another pawn. Hiruzen had exploited Danzo's hunger to become Hokage, manipulated him, whispered, "Remember, I am the Hokage," and pushed him deeper into darkness. Danzo bore the blame. Hiruzen stood in the light. Honored. Untouched. Powerful. That was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 88, Hiruzen Dark History. Living in the darkness, but looking to the light. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. Tsunade looked at the old man before her, now in his 60s, and felt like she was staring at a stranger. He was still the same man in form, but the Sarutobi Hiruzen standing here now was someone she no longer recognized. Hiruzen's expression darkened as he slowly set down the pipe in his hand. His sharp gaze locked onto Tsunade. When I inherited the Hokage's title, the village was in a crisis you can't even begin to comprehend, he said coldly. The death of Lord Hashirama triggered the start of the First Great Ninja War. And after Lord Tobirama died, the other four villages turned their eyes toward Konoha, hungry for our land, ready to devour us. I had neither the overwhelming power of Hashirama nor the strategic brilliance of Tobirama. But I had the same resolve. The will of fire burned in me just as fiercely. I was prepared to give everything for Konoha. His words were sharp and heavy, full of conviction. In his mind, he had made sacrifices, crossed lines, and taken lives. But all of it, he believed, was justified. For the village. For the will of fire. Tsunade fell silent, conflicted, trying to see things from his perspective. Seeing her hesitate, Hiruzen pressed forward, diving into the past. Back then, aside from the Inoshikacho trio, almost none of the clan supported me. They acknowledged that I had studied under Lord Tobirama, but not that I was qualified to wear the Hokage's robes. When Lord Tobirama became Hokage, he was nearly 40 and at his prime. I was only 25. I went door to door visiting clans, trying to explain my vision, my ideals, but I was rejected over and over again. Always for the same reason. At that moment, Hiruzen's face twisted with disgust. Tsunade frowned instinctively. What could possibly stir such hatred in the old man? He spat. Self-interest. Lord Tobirama had already divided the power and resources among the clans through his careful planning. But my rise meant those arrangements would be disrupted. Reset. Tsunade's thoughts sank into quiet reflection. From his perspective, he wasn't entirely wrong. The ninja clans were privileged from birth. Unlike civilian ninjas who had to claw their way up through talent and hard work, clan shinobi were raised with access to elite techniques, resources, and recognition. Hiruzen took a slow drag from his pipe and exhaled, eyes heavy with memory. They even expected me to take their children as my personal disciples, he sneered. They thought I only became Hokage because I was Lord Tobirama's student. So they tried to insert themselves into that same path. Well, I crushed that plan. His voice rose slightly. He straightened, raising a finger to point at Tsunade. I took you as my student. A direct descendant of the first Hokage. That shut down any clan opposition. I took Jiraiya and Orochimaru, civilian-born, to silence the commoner faction. With you three, the clan leaders had no choice but to accept me. Even the smaller clans started siding with me in hopes of currying favor. Why should I trust them? I had teammates who'd bled with me in battle. Why weren't their families better candidates to uplift? I began diverting funds from the treasury to empower the Sarutobi, Shimura, Uchiha, and Mitokado families. Then, through the first and second ninja wars, I methodically weakened the power of the others. Hiruzen suddenly stood up, his hands raised high. His expression turned wild, manic, almost. Look what happened after the second great ninja war, he shouted. Who in this village dares question me as the third Hokage? Who dares to defy me? The clans. If I decide they live, they live. If I decide they die, they die. Tsunade finally understood. All the things Hiruzen had done, those decisions she once couldn't make sense of, they were all part of this grand, ruthless vision. And maybe, just maybe, some of what he said about the ninja clans was true. But there were still lines you don't cross. She stared at him, her voice low but trembling. Where's Nawaki? She asked. Why did you do that to him? Was it only because of his potential with would release? She tried to stay composed, but her fists were trembling. Her whole body shook. Hiruzen lowered his head, silent for a moment. Nawaki's death was Danzo's plan, he said finally. And I allowed it. Tsunade's voice rose to a scream. Why? Why would you let him? He was the first Hokage's grandson. Why didn't you come for me then? Why not use me for your damned experiments? Her heart clung to a final shred of hope that Danzo had acted alone. That Hiruzen hadn't known until it was too late. That maybe, just maybe, he regretted it. But no. Everything she'd hoped to believe collapsed. She should have struck him earlier. She should have shattered his jaw when she had the chance. Say it, she yelled, fists clenched so tight her nails dug into her palms. Blood dripped onto the floor. The wood release experiment was one reason, Hiruzen said quietly. But the other was his bloodline. For the good of Konoha, Nawaki had to die. No one questions that Hashirama was the first Hokage. But why wasn't the second an Uchiha? Why was it Tobirama, Hashirama's own brother? Why was I, the third, Tobirama's student? And why was Minato, fourth Hokage, my student Jiraiya's student? Do you see it, Tsunade? Hokage has become a bloodline. A closed system. If this continues, the position will never reach the hands of civilian-born shinobi. Power and status will remain locked away. Nawaki was a threat to that. With his pedigree, his talent, his legacy, it was only a matter of time before he stood atop the village. If he lived, you'd stay here. You'd mentor him. You'd eventually support his rise. Jiraiya has no interest in becoming Hokage. Orochimaru. I pitied him. But even he became a danger I couldn't risk. I couldn't allow any of you to ascend. Not anymore. As Hiruzen's words faded into silence, Tsunade's vision blurred with rage. Now she understood. She understood exactly what kind of man stood before her. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 89, No More Master and Student. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or gif police car light. But it was only understanding. Because in Tsunade's heart, Konoha was a family, a great one. Even if the ninja clans clashed over interests or power, they would always rise up when the village was in danger. Because this was Konoha, their home. For their families, for their children, for the next generation, when crisis struck, they would fight to the death to protect it. But Sarutobi Hiruzen had lost his faith in that unity. He had grown arrogant, obsessed with control. He trusted only those closest to him and dismissed the will of the people. The clans became obstacles to be maneuvered, not comrades to believe in. That's enough. Are you done? The words slipped coldly from Tsunade's lips. She rose to her feet and looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen, still sitting on the floor. Hiruzen kept his head lowered. His expression was hidden. That's all. Go. The future of the village is in your hands now. Tsunade's expression flickered, grief, fury, and guilt all warring inside her. But in the end, she hardened her heart. From this day forward, you and I are no longer friends, she said bitterly. We are no longer master and student. And with that, she turned to leave, holding back the tears threatening to fall. Boom. The sound made Tsunade freeze mid-step. Behind her, Sarutobi Hiruzen had dropped to his knees. His hands were pressed flat to the floor, his forehead bowed deeply to the ground. Tsunade, he called hoarsely. Even if I've made 1,000 mistakes in this lifetime, I will never regret them. But I do feel shame. Toward you three, and toward the Senju clan. Tsunade stood there for a long moment, then finally turned and slammed the door behind her as she left. I'll prove you wrong, she muttered to herself. And when you die, you can explain yourself to my great-grandfather, my second grandfather, and Nawaki. Night had fallen. Tsunade sprinted across Konoha's rooftops, the wind whipping at her face. Her heart was in chaos. It was the first time she had truly grasped how heavy the title of Hokage was. Her mind swirled with memories of all those who had worn that mantle. For the village, her great-grandfather killed his closest friend with his own hands. For the village, her second grandfather laid down his life. And for the village, this old man had used the most extreme and ruthless methods. She didn't know what to believe anymore. It felt like she was stumbling blindly through darkness. For a moment, she even considered running away again, just like she had all those years ago. But suddenly, she stopped. She had made it home. The warm light spilling from the windows glowed orange-yellow in the night, casting a soft path forward. A smile tugged at her lips, slow and small. She wasn't alone anymore. She had Uchiha Hikaru. She stepped forward, shoved the door open without hesitation. Bang. The door slammed into the wall, startling Uchiha Hikaru and Shizune, who were watching TV in the living room. I'm back. Tsunade called out loudly. I'm starving. Shizune, is dinner ready? Ah. I'll heat it up now, Lady Tsunade. Just a moment. Shizune sprang to her feet and rushed into the kitchen to reheat the meal. Tsunade kicked off her sandals and flopped onto the couch beside Uchiha Hikaru without a care in the world. Hikaru gave her a tired, deadpan look and sighed as he rubbed his temple with his right hand. Why did I impulsively bring this woman home? Tsunade yanked Hikaru's left arm toward her, grabbed his hand, and leaned against his shoulder. Don't move. Let me lean here for a while. Hikaru exhaled and dropped his hand onto her head, gently ruffling her hair. All right. More than 10 minutes later, Shizune brought over the hot food and set the dishes on the table. Hikaru turned to the drowsy Tsunade on his shoulder and nudged her gently. Go Dame-sama Hokage, dinner's ready. Tsunade slowly opened her eyes, only to see Shizune standing across the room, giggling behind her hands. Instantly, steam shot from Tsunade's head as a bright blush spread across her face. What are you laughing at? Haven't you ever seen people in love? Move it, I'm starving. She darted toward the table, plopped into her seat, and began shoveling food into her mouth with comical intensity. Hikaru and Shizune exchanged a look and shared a small smile. Tsunade's straightforwardness was still as endearing and chaotic as ever. They took their seats beside her. Hikaru sat across from Tsunade, watching her eat like she hadn't had a meal in days. Maybe it was that wild, unapologetic energy of hers that drew him in. His eyes briefly flicked downward. Well, and maybe that generous figure too. Later that night, Tsunade and Hikaru lay together in bed. She'd declared, firmly, that nothing was happening tonight. No means no, she'd told him. People need to learn when to stop. So the battlefield would remain at peace tonight. Instead, Tsunade shared everything that had happened with Hiruzen, her voice low, uncertain, raw. Hikaru listened in silence, then let out a quiet sigh. So that was the third Hokage. In the original Naruto timeline he remembered, Sarutobi Hiruzen had always been controversial. Some saw him as a hero who bore the weight of the world, while others believed he was a manipulative old man who covered up too many sins. But now Hikaru wasn't sure what to think. He almost felt like Hiruzen was a corrupted version of some twisted immortal sage, not driven by the pursuit of eternal life, but by the obsessive goal of preserving the village. A man of contradictions, ruthless and soft, wise and blind. But this was all Tsunade's story. There was still a chance the old man was just acting. Old ginger spicier than fresh, as the saying went in his past life. If Hiruzen was faking it, and he'd managed to fool Tsunade, then Hikaru needed to be extra cautious. He gently pulled Tsunade closer into his arms. Tsunade lifted an eyebrow and gave him a warning glare. Remember, tonight is ceasefire. Whoever breaks the truce is a puppy. Her tone was serious, but she made no move to pull away. Hikaru reached out and flicked her forehead gently. You're the one with the dirty mind. I'm a gentleman, I never break my word. Tsunade scoffed and turned her back to him, muttering under her breath. Still, he hadn't tried anything. He'd just held her. Why did that disappoint her? Forget it, he said softly. If you want to do something, just do it. I'm here. I've got your back. No one's going to stop you. When did our slug princess become such a coward? Tsunade swatted his hand away. You're the coward. I'm just asking your opinion, all right. Then she narrowed her eyes, imitating Hiruzen's voice mockingly. Hikaru. You must remember, I am the Hokage. Her impression was so exaggerated that Hikaru burst out laughing. All right. You're the Hokage, and I'm going to become the Hokage man. Tsunade immediately picked up on the double meaning and shoved him away. Pervert. After the playful bickering died down, Hikaru drifted off to sleep. But Tsunade lay there, still wide awake. Woof. Hikaru stirred, hearing something strange. He cracked his eyes open. Only to find Tsunade staring at him, a dangerous gleam in her eye. Yeah. Sleep wasn't happening tonight. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 90, do I really have no regrets? Police car light, insert some funny memes or GIF. Police car light. Same night. Different place. At that moment, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's home, he was still seated alone in his study. He was flipping slowly through a thick, weathered notebook, each page packed with handwritten notes and quotes. They were the teachings and sayings of Hashirama and Tobirama, words that had shaped his path for decades. He murmured to himself, repeating the words he'd spoken not long ago. Even if I make 1,000 mistakes, I will never regret it. Tears welled up in his aged eyes, spilling freely down his wrinkled face. But how could he truly not regret it? As the Hokage, he had no right to indulge in regret. Regret was a luxury. Whenever it surfaced, he would pluck a strand of hair from his own head to snap himself out of it, using the pain to kill the weakness. There was no time for regret. The Hokage had to be ruthless. He never forgot Tobirama-sensei's teachings. No matter the cost, never sacrifice the village's greater good. But now, he was no longer the unshakable third Hokage. No longer the pillar holding the village aloft. Now, he was just an old man nearing the end of his life. How could everything he'd said truly be the whole truth? How could the bond between master and disciple really just vanish after all these years? When he'd first taken in Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru as students, yes, there had been calculation in it. But time had worn down those layers. People have hearts. Even the coldest. Even a man as old as him. As you grow older, memories become clearer. He found himself yearning for the days when he trained with the three of them, laughing, sparring, teaching jutsu with joy in their eyes. But now, it was all just memory. The next morning, for once, it wasn't Uchiha Hikaru who woke up first. Tsunade stirred alone beneath the covers, curled up in the aftermath of a brutal battle the night before. Hikaru was still reeling. He had not expected Tsunade to take the initiative like that. His combat effectiveness had taken a severe hit. They sat at the breakfast table, recovering their energy with the food Shizun had prepared. Tsunade sipped her hot milk and couldn't help but recall last night's events, then shot a provocative look at Hikaru across the table. Hikaru rolled his eyes, exasperated. Great, looks like I'll have to show her the legendary 18 moves next time. She's way too cocky after barely tying with me. Meanwhile, Shizun sat silently at the table, quietly chewing her toast and drinking her milk, unsure whether she should say anything at all. Once breakfast was over, Uchiha Hikaru got up first and left. Only then did Tsunade drop the act and quietly begin using medical ninjutsu on herself. The pain had lessened, but it still lingered, just enough to affect her walking posture. Shizen came over and sat down across from her, her cheeks faintly flushed. Lady Tsunade, the Senju ancestral home has been cleaned. You can return there anytime. Tsunade hesitated, then waved her hand dismissively at the thought of going back to that big empty place to sleep alone. I'll stay here for a while longer. It's pretty comfortable. Shizen fell silent, uncertain how to respond. Her face turned a deeper red, eyes darting away. Tsunade raised a brow at her strange expression. What's this? Could it be that little Shizen wants to fall in love too after watching me and Hikaru together? Her face took on a twisted grin, like a perverted old man making a crude joke in his head. But Shizen knew Tsunade all too well. Just one look at that expression, and she knew what her master was thinking. Panicked, Shizen blurted out, Lady Tsunade. You and Hikaru are being way too loud at night. The silence that followed was deafening. Even the dust in the air seemed to freeze mid-float. Shizen immediately regretted it. She was certain she was going to die. Lady Tsunade was going to kill her. But Tsunade was focused on something else entirely. Wait, was I really that loud? She blinked seriously and turned her gaze to Shizen. Be honest, has it been getting louder these past few days? Or staying the same? Her tone was entirely sincere. For her, this was part of evaluating her strength. If she couldn't even outperform Hikaru in that regard, how could she hope to defeat him elsewhere? Shizen's face turned bright red. Her temperature skyrocketed. Her brain involuntarily pulled up vivid memories from the past few nights, Tsunade's voice echoing in her ears, and she reflexively compared the decibel levels. It's getting louder, she squeaked, before bolting from the room and slamming her bedroom door behind her. Inside, she dove face first into the bed, utterly mortified. Tsunade sat alone in her chair, deep in thought. Looks like I still need to improve. Gotta train more, tactically and physically. Just then, the alarm went off. Tsunade snapped out of her thoughts and made her way toward the Hokage building. That morning, she struggled to focus on paperwork. Her mind was all over the place, her thoughts muddled. She processed less than half her usual workload. Finally, lunchtime came. She ate a quick meal, then leaned back in her chair, letting her mind wander again. The verbal attack technique she used last night had been effective. But her follow-up had been slow. Why? Was her reaction speed declining? Bang. The Hokage office door slammed open. Tsunade's eyes snapped open, rage already bubbling inside her. Her quiet lunch break, her precious moment of peace, was shattered. Then came the voices. Tsunade. You little girl. You're not even officially Hokage yet, and you've already dared to cut funding from my medical department. You've got some nerve. Tsunade. You ungrateful brat. The Civil Affairs Department oversees the livelihoods of Konoha's civilians. It's bad enough you didn't increase our funding, why would you cut it? You better give us a damn good explanation, X. Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Hamura barged into the office, shouting in unison. They believed Tsunade was already crumbling under their scolding. She kept her head down, her shoulders trembling. Just a girl after all. A few harsh words and she folds. This so-called fifth Hokage. Not so impressive. Konoha's power will return to us. They began daydreaming of the wealth and power that would flow back into their hands soon. Then Tsunade raised her head. Her eyes were wild, her aura dangerous, like a beast awakened mid-slumber. What she hated more than anything was someone interrupting her 1 hour of lunch during the day. Even worse, someone interrupting her plans for defeating Hikaru. She stood up. And threw a punch. A hurricane-force wind roared through the room. The ANBU guard outside the Hokage building heard a deafening boom and turned to see the wall across from the office explode into rubble. The crowd rushed over to investigate. Inside, the room was a mess, documents scattered, dust swirling, the office torn apart. Tsunade stood in the middle of the chaos, teeth clenched, fists still glowing. Her eyes were locked on the two elders, now coughing in a crater of their own making. Didn't you see the damn sign on the door that says do not disturb during break time? I hate people interrupting my lunch. Her voice dropped an octave, deadly serious. But more than that. I hate people interrupting my thoughts. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 91, how dare you two have evil thoughts. Police car light, insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. A gust of wind howled through the Hokage's office, the shockwave from Tsunade's punch still rippling through the room. Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Hamura looked like survivors crawling out of a demolished ruin. Their once proper robes were shredded and caked with dust. They trembled where they stood, their pupils dilated with terror. At that moment, they weren't facing Tsunade. They were facing something monstrous, like a rampaging tailed beast. Koharu stumbled back, her footing faltering, and collapsed to the ground in a daze. Yet even then, she tried to scoot further away in blind panic. Ah! Her hand reached behind her for support and found nothing. A cold draft brushed against her back, and her whole body shivered. She paused, daring a glance behind her. Below was open air, beyond the blown-out wall was the street outside the Hokage building. Lady Tsunade. Are you all right? Was it an enemy attack? A group of Konoha shinobi burst in, guards stationed at the building, their kunai drawn and eyes sharp. Tsunade casually shook out her right wrist, rotating it a bit with her left. The storm that had been brooding in her chest was gone now, expelled by that single punch. She felt, strangely at peace. I'm fine, she said with a sigh. Just stretching my muscles. Then a wry smile curled her lips. I was just about to have an important discussion with the two Hokage advisors. Call in someone to fix that wall later. The guards looked at each other, unease growing at Tsunade's calm, almost pleasant tone. That expression, where had they seen it before? It struck a familiar chord. But none of them could quite place it. Still, they weren't fools. They understood their role. Tsunade was the future fifth Hokage, and she'd made her intent clear. She didn't want them involved. And as for the pleading, horrified looks coming from Uchiha Koharu and Mitokedo Hamura. They turned away as if they hadn't seen a thing. Serves them right, one guard thought. These two have been bleeding the village dry with their corruption for years. They deserve everything coming to them. The guards quickly withdrew, setting a chakra seal at the entrance, no entry, restricted area. On the way out, one of the younger shinobi whispered with curiosity, Hey, didn't Lady Tsunade's smile just now look exactly like Uchiha Hikaru's? The captain next to him smacked him upside the head. You think too much. Shut it. We're guards. Not gossipers. Keep your mouth shut about the Hokage's private life. The others nodded in silence. Message received. Still, none of them could shake the thought. Tsunade's smile in that moment was identical to Uchiha Hikaru's notorious gentle grin, the one he wore before doing something terrifying. That quiet, nuclear kind of kindness. Just like a tailed beast might be fearsome, but the Jinchuriki who controlled one, that was what truly inspired dread. And right now, that was exactly the kind of presence Tsunade exuded. Back inside, as the guards left, Koharu slowly came back to her senses. Shaking, she struggled to her feet. Hamura helped brush her off, both of them still stunned and disheveled. Tsunade sat calmly behind her desk again, watching them with thinly veiled disdain. When the two advisors finally approached her once more, Tsunade gave a slow nod. This is what advisors to the Hokage should look like, she mused sarcastically. Anyone else walking in earlier might have thought they were Hokage the way they were screaming. She began calmly arranging papers on her desk, then glanced up. So. What do you want? Koharu and Hamura exchanged a brief look, mustered what remained of their dignity, and cautiously spoke. Tsunade, we want to understand why funding for the Medical Corps and Civil Affairs Department has been cut. Though their tone still held protest, the arrogant sharpness from before was long gone, now replaced with the careful wording of those walking on eggshells. Tsunade paused for a beat, then began flipping through the documents with practiced efficiency. Minutes ticked by. The two elders stood stiffly, watching her sift through report after report. A part of them wanted to press again, but the image of her fist shattering a wall kept their mouths shut. She still needs our political support, they both reasoned silently. She wouldn't dare fully cross us. Finally, Tsunade divided the reports into two piles and tossed them across the desk toward them. Her smile was pleasant. Too pleasant. She reminded herself silently, don't get angry. Anger causes wrinkles. You're Hokage now. Be graceful, be composed. Koharu and Hamura each picked up a pile and pretended to skim through them. Then, Koharu raised her head and spoke with mild annoyance. I think the budget reports for the Medical Corps are quite reasonable. I don't see any obvious issues. Yes, Hamura added. The civil affairs funding seems in order as well. And that was the last straw. To hell with composure. Tsunade slammed her palms on the desk and stood up so fast her chair skidded back. Reasonable. You call this reasonable? She pointed straight at their faces, fury radiating from her like heat off molten steel. The first few expenses, sure, they're fine. But this. She grabbed one document and held it up. Genin Yokujuni failed a B-rank mission. He's now permanently disabled. Your medical corps has been allocating 5 million Ryo a year for his treatment, for 10 years. She tossed the paper down and picked up another. Jonin Uchiha Ikki suffered an injury on a mission, became infertile. Another 5 million Ryo annually trying to reverse that. Are you kidding me? Tsunade's eyes bore into Koharu. You thought I wouldn't notice? You spaced out the embezzlement over a decade to keep it subtle, clever. But I'm a medic nin, damn it. I know exactly how much treatment costs. You've siphoned over 100 million Rio just from these 2 patients. And these are just the worst examples I've found so far. She snarled the next line, each word a dagger. Don't forget who you're dealing with. You think I don't know how to audit hospital records? You sleep-switching leeches have embezzled nearly 1 billion Rio from the medical corps alone. Hamura, who had been standing quietly to the side, turned pale. His jaw dropped. He'd always known Koharu was greedy, but this. And suddenly, he started mentally calculating how much he'd skimmed over the years. Only about 200 million. That was nothing compared to Koharu. He almost felt proud of his restraint. She's screwed, he thought. I might just get away with this. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 92, Chapter. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. Unfortunately for Mito Hamura, the slight expression on his face didn't escape Tsunade's sharp gaze. Her hand lifted again, and she pointed directly at him, voice rising with fury. You dare to laugh. You dare to laugh. Utatane Koharu, standing nearby, turned sharply toward her longtime comrade. Her eyes were full of disbelief and rage. You bastard, Mito Hamura. We talked about presenting a united front before we came here. And now you're throwing me under the bus. What a treacherous old fox. Hamura realized Tsunade's glare hadn't softened in the slightest. In fact, it seemed her fury had only deepened. Shit, he thought. Is it my attitude? Did I smile too soon? I need to recover this somehow. And so, in a desperate attempt to earn Tsunade's trust and distance himself from Koharu, he folded. With great theatrics, he stepped forward and bowed a full 90 degrees at the waist. Lady Tsunade, I admit it, I did embezzle funds from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. The total is over 200 million Rio. But it was for the sake of my family. I was forced into it by my father's wishes before he passed. He's already in the Pure Land now. Please, let him rest peacefully. Our Mito clan will return the full amount to the village, within 6 months. Koharu's mouth fell open. Rage swelled in her chest as she pinched the bridge of her nose, trying not to faint from sheer fury. You two-faced mutt. You don't want to be Hiruzen's lapdog anymore. So now you want to kiss up to your new master. You shameless bastard. Of course, that was all in her head. She wouldn't dare say it out loud. Tsunade's knuckles cracked as her fists clenched. Her expression darkened, and her voice dropped low and dangerous. Well done, Mito Hamura. Hamura straightened, smiling with cautious relief. It worked. I'm in. I'll be part of the 5th Hokage's new circle. But then, he saw Tsunade's face. That wasn't the expression of someone praising a loyal subordinate. That was the look of a predator circling its prey. Before he could react, she continued. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known just how much you stole from the village's funds. You've got a real talent for hiding your tracks. You really think I'm here just to talk about the Ministry of Civil Affairs budget? Hamura blinked. Wait, there's more. But I've been careful. I've only skimmed a little off the top here and there. You want to know why I cut funding to your precious Ministry of Civil Affairs? Tsunade snarled. Let me tell you. Her chakra surged as the veins on her forehead pulsed. You had the gall to allocate 10 million Rio for a project to convert squat toilets into sitting toilets all across Konoha. Then 12 million more for expanding the green belts in the village. And let's not even start with your clan's bloated hiring practices, Mito A, Mito Hashi, Mito Anahitomi, Mito Nanan, the list goes on. The first 2 projects. Sure, maybe I can understand a bit. But half the names on the payroll of the Civil Affairs Department are your relatives. You think I wouldn't notice? You really thought I was blind? Sweat poured from Hamura's brow. The squat toilet project, oh. That was from years ago, when he'd sprained his back and found using public facilities difficult. The Green Belt project, that had been inspired by a stroll through the village, where he thought the streets didn't match the beauty of his clan's private garden. As for the hiring, he couldn't even remember authorizing that many family members. He just recalled being invited out frequently, bars, clubs, live music, beautiful companions. Family funds always seemed abundant. So that's why, he realized, cold dread sinking into his gut. The entire clan's been feeding off the ministry like ticks on a host. And now Tsunade had laid it all bare. Worse, his corruption might be even worse than Koharu's. He had, after all, monopolized an entire department. Tsunade saw the defeated, empty expressions on both of them and felt a wave of satisfaction. Leeches, she thought. Rotting old fossils, sucking the village dry for decades. If not for the potential damage to public morale, they'd already be rotting in Konoha's prison. Now, at least, they'd live out their twilight years in quiet disgrace. She shuffled the documents together, stacked them neatly on her desk, and declared coldly. The Uchiha clan will repay the village 2 billion ryo over the next 5 years. The entire Mangekyō clan is to be dismissed from the Civil Affairs Department. You will return 1 billion ryo to the village in the same time frame. Any objections? No. Good. Get out. Without waiting, she scribbled IOUs for each of the clans and tossed them onto the table. Both Koharu and Hamura stared at the papers like they'd been slapped. After all their years of luxury, power, and embezzlement, this was their end. No. No, they wouldn't go down like this. One last move. One last gamble. The two of them grabbed the IOUs, tore them to shreds, and tossed the fragments into the air. Their bodies, brittle with age, moved with uncharacteristic energy. For a moment, it was like they were in their youth again, back when they still had fire in their bellies. Tsunade. Hamura roared. You dare to threaten the Mangekyō clan? Aren't you afraid of offending the Uchiha clan? Koharu echoed. If we don't back you, there's no way you'll become Hokage, they shouted in unison. Tsunade paused. Her eyes widened. They thought they had her. They thought their words had landed. And then she started laughing. A rich, sharp laugh that filled the office like thunder. Ha ha ha, oh, you really are idiots. Her gaze turned cold. Lethal. Filled with disdain and pity. Do you still not understand why I returned to the village? Her voice dropped to a chill whisper. You think this is about politics? You think this is about power? You think Sarutobi-sensei and Danzo didn't already know everything about your crimes? You were never in control. You were never part of the inner circle. You were just pawns. The two elders shouted back, frothing with outrage. Tsunade. That's your master you're insulting. We were Hiruzen's right hand for decades. You wouldn't have returned if not for his approval. Do you remember what happened to White Fang? You think you're untouchable? Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 93, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF. Police car light. Uchiha Koharu and Mangekyō Hamura shouted furiously, making one last desperate attempt to turn the tide. Tsunade didn't even hesitate. She jumped up, her right fist rocketing forward and slamming straight into both of their chests. The two elders instinctively crossed their arms in front of them to block the blow. But Tsunade suddenly shifted her fist into an open palm. Gotta hold back a bit. If I kill them, who's going to pay back all that money? Show mercy. Just a little. The moment her palms made contact. Boom. Boom. The Hokage building trembled violently. Two explosive crashes echoed through the stone halls. Outside, the guard who had earlier remarked on Tsunade's eerie smile made a move to rush in and investigate, but was stopped by the captain. Don't, the captain said, calm as ever. With Lady Tsunade's strength, you think those two old fossils could land a sneak attack? They're lucky if they're still alive. If you run in and interrupt her while she's pissed off. I can't promise Konoha Hospital will cover your injuries under workman's comp. The younger guard froze, thought about it, then nodded seriously. The captain really is wise. Always thinking ahead. Back inside the Hokage's office, Koharu and Hamura had already been slammed into the wall. They dropped to the ground, landing face first. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. Tsunade walked over slowly, her smirk openly mocking. I was going to deal with you later, but I didn't expect you two to be in such a rush to die. You think I begged to return and become Hokage? Ino, Shika, Cho. Hyuga. Abirame. Inosuka. Uchiha. They all asked me to take the seat. You think the opinions of your two clans matter? I've got the daimyo's full support. Your threats are laughable. From this moment forward, you are both relieved of your positions as Hokage advisors, and your repayment is going up by 30%. She strode to the window and leaned out. Someone. Come drag these two dead dogs out of my office and dump them back at their homes. The captain of the guard heard her shout and bolted inside with 3 subordinates. They carried the bloodied advisors out on stretchers, both half-conscious and groaning. On the way, the captain turned to the younger guard. See. If you'd gone in earlier, we'd be the ones carrying you to the hospital right now. The guard shivered and broke out in cold sweat. Thank you, Captain. Please guide me well in the future. The captain chuckled. Ha. You've got potential, kid. As for Mitokado Hamura lying on the stretcher, well, surviving was already a blessing. Retirement might not be so bad. At the same time, a new notice was quietly pinned to the bulletin board at the entrance of the Hokage building. Villagers began to gather, craning their necks and murmuring to each other. At the edge of the crowd, an elderly couple watched anxiously. The old man tried to squeeze forward, but his frail body couldn't push through the bustling crowd of younger villagers. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared near the front, Kakashi Hatake, standing at the side of the bulletin board. With a calm, clear voice, he called out. "Everyone, please stop crowding. I'll announce the news for all to hear." The crowd looked up and gasped. That's Hatake Kakashi. The copy ninja. The genius who became a jonin at age 12. Cheers erupted. Most people hadn't seen Kakashi in years. He disappeared into the ANBU long ago, but his name still echoed through Konoha like legend. Now seeing him again, standing tall in his flak vest, their memory stirred with awe and admiration. Kakashi stepped to the bulletin board and read aloud. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is retiring due to old age. He will step down in 3 days. The fifth Hokage will be none other than the Slug Princess of the legendary Sannin. Lady Tsunade will ascend to the position of Hokage. Gasps spread through the villagers like wildfire. Then came cheers. Shouts. Laughter. Tears. I knew it. I knew I saw her on the street the other day. I told you it was Lady Tsunade. Ha ha ha. She's really the fifth Hokage. She's not just a powerful kunoichi, she's a healer. She saved countless shinobi during the last war. Not just shinobi. She healed me. My leg was shattered in a mission, and thanks to her, I can walk again. Voices rose with joy and celebration. Even the shinobi perched on rooftops cracked smiles. Some of them had taken part in the political pressure that pushed the third Hokage to retire, backing their clan leaders blindly. But they hadn't known what came next, who would step up. Now, they knew. Tsunade's name had returned to the village, and with it, hope. Female ninja especially stood prouder that day, inspired. The 5 great villages had held power for over 60 years, nearly 20 kage, all men. But now, for the first time, a woman had taken the title of Hokage. Tsunade. Not only the first female Hokage of Konoha, she was the first in the entire ninja world. To them, Tsunade was a legend. A woman who wielded power that could shatter mountains and still save lives with the gentlest touch. Medical ninjutsu. Unmatched chakra control. Strength that rivaled the tailed beasts themselves. A new era had begun. Within 3 days, the news had spread like wildfire, not only throughout Konoha, but beyond. Even spies embedded in the other hidden villages scrambled to report back. Shockwaves hit the shinobi world. In Tsunade, Granny Chiyo's hand trembled so violently that the puppet she'd been constructing crumbled to pieces. Damn it, she cursed, kicking the broken limbs across her workshop. Tsunade, that woman actually became Hokage. In every war the sand had fought against Konoha, Chiyo had tried to gain the upper hand through poison. But every time, every single time, Tsunade had countered it. One a master of poisons. The other a goddess of medicine. It had made them natural enemies. And to make matters worse, Tsunade remained youthful, beautiful, even now. Still looking like a woman in her 20s, despite the decades gone by. Chiyo grit her teeth. As a woman, the jealousy gnawed at her bones. In Iwagakure, Inoki stared blankly, concern darkening his expression. Tsunade becoming Hokage, he thought grimly. That damn Nawaki, if she ever finds out the truth about his death, things could get ugly between our villages. And in Kirigakure, Obito Uchiha appeared in the shadows behind Yagura, silent and watchful. He leaned forward, whispered, and penned a new command into the scroll. A new move had to be made. The balance of power was shifting. The fifth Hokage had risen. And with her, the storm would follow. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 94, Cold Lord, Orochimaru. Police car light. Insert some funny memes or GIF police car light. In the cold and dimly lit basement, strange biological specimens lined the walls, preserved in jars of murky liquid. At the center of the room stood Orochimaru, blood still smeared across his pale face, a scalpel gleaming in his hand. A boy lay on the operating table, his body trembling violently as Orochimaru continued his experimentation. Moments later, a white-haired boy in similar attire entered the lab silently, stopping a few steps behind Orochimaru. Without pausing his work, Orochimaru injected a golden-hued solution into the boy on the table. Lord Orochimaru, the base has been discovered again. Do you want us to evacuate immediately? The boy asked quietly. Orochimaru's expression darkened, the curiosity in his eyes taking on a dangerous glint. The experimental subject began to convulse, his face twisting in agony as a shriek tore from his throat. But Orochimaru's curiosity was not directed at the suffering boy before him. The scalpel rose and fell in practiced precision. Ga. HKK. Blood spattered against the basement walls as the scalpel sliced through flesh. The boy on the table stared in disbelief, wide-eyed. Orochimaru gave him a cold, dispassionate glance. The fusion failed. Your willpower is too weak. I'll end your suffering now. With that, he turned away, tossing the scalpel onto the tray. He picked up a cloth, calmly wiping the blood from his fingers. No need to thank me. He stepped through the door. Clunk. The sound of the door shutting echoed ominously through the underground space. The boy's eyes slowly dimmed. His last breath left his body in silence. Lord Orochimaru, let me handle it this time, the white-haired boy started, only to be cut off by a raised hand. Orochimaru turned and gently cupped Kimimara's cheek, a rare look of tenderness and sorrow flickering in his golden eyes. No need, Kimimaro. You are my most perfect vessel. And you're still too young. His voice turned sharper, his snake-like pupils narrowing as he withdrew his hand. Just like a serpent locking onto its prey, his tongue flicked across his lips with a wet hiss. The previous 2 squads failed to capture him. No survivors. It means the target is at least an elite jonin. With your current strength, you wouldn't stand a chance. Let me witness this prey myself. A shinobi who commands such power. Kimimaro lowered his gaze, clearly disappointed. Orochimaru, noticing, gently ruffled his hair. The touch rekindled Kimimaro's determination. He turned and dashed off toward the training room without another word. Orochimaru watched him go, the regret on his face plain. Such a perfect body. What a pity. Damn that incurable bloodline disease. But now wasn't the time to dwell on loss. A more immediate threat loomed, the persistent figure who had been chasing him. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. He didn't believe it was Jiraiya. His old teammate wouldn't have massacred all the experimental subjects without a word. And Jiraiya never had the cunning to track down one of Orochimaru's hidden labs. Danzo. No, even more unlikely. He and Danzo had maintained a discreet business relationship for years. In fact, he'd just received a large amount of funding from Danzo 4 or 5 months ago. Why would Danzo attack now without a word? Then a thought crept into his mind, Akatsuki. Roughly 3 to 4 months ago, shortly after accepting that money from Danzo, Orochimaru had made the decision to abandon Akatsuki. The group's leader was far too dangerous. Orochimaru had once dared to make a move on those Rinnegan eyes, Samsara eyes, and paid the price. With a single technique, a surge of overwhelming force had sent him flying, grievously injured. If not for his desperate need for resources and the leader's mixture of threats and temptation, he never would have joined in the first place. Each member of Akatsuki was an S-rank rogue ninja, powerful, deadly, and unpredictable. If I had stayed, I'd have been eliminated eventually. Worse yet, their constant missions were interfering with his experiments. In the end, the decision had been clear. He left. Now, it made sense, Akatsuki must be afraid he'd leak information. So they sent someone to silence him. The realization didn't frighten him, it excited him. Perfect. I just learned Impure World Reincarnation. Let's see how it performs in real combat. Orochimaru stepped out of the base entrance, summoning his snake summons to spread across the terrain and scan for nearby chakra signatures. The snakes slithered in every direction, their perception networks expanding quickly. Then, Orochimaru froze. His lips curled into a smile, a wild gleam lighting up his eyes. His gaze locked on the sand dunes ahead. A figure emerged. Someone he thought of day and night. Someone he longed to possess. Long time no see. Itachi. It wasn't Akatsuki's leader, but Orochimaru's interest soared even higher. Itachi stepped out of the dunes, his cloak billowing slightly in the dry wind. He opened his mouth to speak. But before he could say a word, a wave of snakes surged toward him, a tidal flood of scales and fangs. Itachi's eye twitched. He groaned internally. Damn it, Orochimaru. You're slipperier than the snakes you summon. They'd had intelligence on him for over a week and still couldn't catch him. The first 2 ambushes had failed. Orochimaru had escaped each time. If I survive this mission, Uchiha Hikaru had better give me a raise. How else am I supposed to buy better blades and study scrolls for Sasuke? I've already sacrificed so much time, I'm at least owed decent pay. Unknowingly, just like Fugaku before him, Itachi had begun to mirror Uchiha Hikaru after spending months together. A subtle, unconscious change. It was the effect of Uchiha Hikaru's Mangekyō Sharingan, the terrifying influence of his word spirit ability. But neither Itachi nor anyone else realized this. Snapped back to reality by the wave of snakes rushing toward him, Itachi didn't hesitate. He leapt into the air, quickly pulling out a pair of large handfuls of shuriken from his pouch. He threw them in a wide arc, the blades spinning rapidly as they spread out. Swish. 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 Dozens of gleaming edges sliced through the air. Then, with a sharp breath, Itachi exhaled. Dozens of flames burst from his mouth and latched onto the airborne shuriken. Fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. The spinning blades ignited into fiery pinwheels, red-orange infernos cutting through the air. Wherever they landed, the snakes were incinerated instantly. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 95, Orochimaru Ambition. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. Sparkles. Hey everyone. If you're enjoying this FIC, I'd love it if you could drop a shameless 5-star review. It really helps more readers find the story and keeps me motivated to pump out more chapters. White medium star, white medium star, white medium star, white medium star, white medium star. The smile on Orochimaru's face grew wider, more twisted by the second. Itachi, seems large-scale ninjutsu is still your weakness. I should have reminded you back when we were en route, you ought to work on that. His grin turned smug, almost grotesque in its arrogance. Itachi didn't respond. He simply exhaled sharply through his nose. Then, with a flick of his left wrist, he yanked the chakra wire attached to the shuriken. The blades instantly shifted direction midair, aligning in formation, each one igniting and forming a flaming arc that carved straight through the tide of snakes. With both hands on the wires, Itachi pulled and adjusted, manipulating the flight paths of the shuriken with pinpoint accuracy. Orochimaru's smirk faded, his gaze narrowing, overcome by a raw, hungry desire. So this is the power of the Sharingan. As expected of the Uchiha clan's prodigy. If only I could possess this body. His expression turned feverish. Obsession practically radiated off of him. Meanwhile, the triple Tomo Sharingan in Itachi's eye spun slowly, methodically tracking every movement in the field. In mere moments, the entire serpent horde had been annihilated. And astonishingly, Itachi had used only a small fraction of his chakra. It was a perfect fusion of the Uchiha clan's shuriken manipulation techniques with the Phoenix Sage fire technique, taijutsu and ninjutsu in perfect synchrony. Orochimaru, on the other hand, had burned nearly a tenth of his chakra to summon that swarm of poisonous serpents. Itachi reeled the chakra wires back in, each shuriken snapping cleanly into his hand. Not wasting even a single one. He was frugal to the bone. The chilled air had cooled the steel quickly, and when he caught the blades, only a faint warmth lingered. After placing them carefully back into his pouch, Itachi appeared in an instant 10 meters ahead, directly facing Orochimaru. A cold smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, eerily reminiscent of Sasuke's sneers in the future. Humph, Orochimaru, still obsessed with your little parlor tricks, I see. Whether it's those grotesque squads of ninja you cobble together, or that pathetic jutsu you just used. You still don't get it, do you? Trash is trash. No matter how many you gather, it doesn't change what they are. His voice was sharp, cutting. Orochimaru frowned. Something was off. This wasn't like the Itachi he remembered. Aloof, yes, but this biting sarcasm. This brazen irritation. Still, Orochimaru didn't dwell on it. Whether Itachi was calm or cold or cocky, it didn't matter. All he wanted was the body. Itachi suddenly drew a tactical dagger from behind his back. His mood, already foul, had worsened the moment Orochimaru showed his face. Uchiha Hikaru had told him to capture Orochimaru alive. Fine. That damn snake was notoriously hard to kill anyway. If he didn't seal him with the Totsuka blade, he was nearly impossible to finish off. Perfect, Itachi thought. I can cut loose. Leave him half dead and still fulfill the mission. Uchiha Hikaru might even praise me. A cold smile crept up his lips. He dashed forward, ninja blade in hand, and slashed at Orochimaru's throat. Orochimaru's neck retracted and arched backward, evading the fatal strike with inhuman flexibility. Then, his mouth opened wide. A Kusanagi blade slid out like a tongue of death, stabbing straight toward Itachi's chest. The short sword in Itachi's hand snapped up to block. Clang. The force of the clash rang out sharply. Itachi stepped back twice to create distance. He glanced at his blade, and scowled. It was now covered in fractures. That ANBU-grade dagger cost 200,000 ryo. Do you know how many training manuals and weapons I could have bought for Sasuke with that? Orochimaru. You bastard. You're dead. With a swift motion, Itachi hurled the broken blade at Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru blinked, bewildered. When did Itachi become so hot-tempered? He's acting like Tsunade now, ready to explode over anything. It's just a damn dagger. As the blade spun toward him, Orochimaru twisted his head and swung the Kusanagi sword in his mouth, shattering the dagger with a single swipe. But clink. Something felt wrong. The sound wasn't quite right. No shards. No fragments. Just poof. A cloud of white smoke erupted in his face. From within it, whish. The real cracked dagger came thrusting out of the smoke, aimed directly at Orochimaru's face. He tried to contort his neck away, but snap. The handle jerked back, attached to an iron wire. Itachi had anchored the motion with a tug. The blade, pulled in two directions, shattered violently on impact. SHHK. Blade fragments sliced across Orochimaru's neck. The burst of metal at such close range was impossible to dodge entirely. Grunting, Orochimaru clutched his neck as blood oozed from shallow wounds. He pressed his hand against it, and glowing green chakra surged to the surface. The gashes began to close. Itachi calmly picked up the dagger handle again, his face unreadable. "This is the power of the Sharingan," he said flatly. "Your tricks are meaningless against these eyes." Orochimaru removed his hand. His neck, now fully healed, looked as pristine as freshly grown skin. It might as well have come out of a cloning tank. If the fragments had hit just a bit deeper, he would have had to resort to his full-body molting technique to escape death. His eyes locked on Itachi's. This is the Sharingan's true might. He remembered when Itachi was just 8, able to dodge deadly trap kunai from every angle using only his Magatama Sharingan. And now, with just a cracked dagger and some wire, he could press him to the brink of death. Magnificent. The Sharingan, it truly is the pinnacle of all bloodline limits. Unlike Kimimara's Shikatsumiyaku, which carried the cursed blood illness, the Sharingan had no such flaw. This is the body I need. Ah, the Sharingan. A gift from the Sage of Six Paths himself, an absolute masterpiece of bloodline evolution. Orochimaru couldn't stop the thoughts from flooding his mind. If he possessed Itachi's body, if he had the Sharingan, then with his enhanced vessel, he could master all taijutsu by mere observation. He already commanded all 5 basic chakra natures. Every ninjutsu in the world would be his to learn and perfect. With the Sharingan's visual prowess, he'd unlock forbidden techniques, bloodline limits, and hidden secrets at speeds 10 times faster than before. The Sharingan would be his gateway to everything. To eternity. To immortality. Orochimaru's obsession was no longer just deep. It was pathological. He was a genius. A monster. A pervert. And now, a madman consumed by the glory of the Sharingan. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 96, The Played Off Orochimaru. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. Sparkles. Hey everyone. If you're enjoying this FIC, I'd love it if you could drop a shameless 5-star review. It really helps more readers find the story and keeps me motivated to pump out more chapters. White medium star, white medium star, white medium star, white medium star, white medium star. Orochimaru was still reveling in his own madness. But Itachi had already lost all patience. In just 3 moves, he had wasted 200,000 Ryo. Losing his eye power? That he could live with. After all, Uchiha Hikaru and his father Fugaku were still supporting the family and the village. But money? Once it's gone, it's gone. Even if you earn more, it's new money. The old money. Spent. Never coming back. If I keep going like this, Sasuke will fall behind all the other kids at the starting line. Itachi made a snap decision. He'd try a 3-tomo Sharingan Genjutsu first. If that didn't work, then he'd use his Mangekyō. Suddenly, the illusion activated. Genjutsu, flail technique. Orochimaru, whose mind had just been soaring with obsessive excitement, was yanked out of his fantasy the moment his gaze met Itachi's Sharingan. It felt like several massive iron stakes pierced his body, the pain so real it tore at his very soul. He knew it was an illusion. He could feel it. But his body was still able to move, barely. Every twitch only made the pain in his real body worse. Orochimaru raised his trembling right hand, and a thick python slithered from his sleeve, lunging toward Itachi. Without hesitation, Itachi drew a kunai and sliced off Orochimaru's arm from the forearm down. Schlick. The severed limb hit the sand, spraying yellow dust into the air. The loss of a limb disrupted Orochimaru's chakra flow, instantly breaking the illusion. But then, Orochimaru's pupils trembled violently. Why? The illusion is over. So why hasn't the pain stopped? The soul-wrenching agony still clawed through him, far beyond the physical pain of losing an arm. Itachi gazed down at him, shaking his head. There was pity in his eyes. You abandoned your original body. You've been switching vessels for so long, your soul's already damaged. You can't even resist a basic 3-tomo Sharingan genjutsu anymore. You've become pathetic, Orochimaru. He was simply stating the truth. If Uchiha Hikaru had been present, he would have been furious. That was my line. I could have earned system rewards with that. Yes, Orochimaru's mental defenses had crumbled. Itachi's words struck deep. Decades of effort. Half a lifetime of experimentation. He thought he'd found the key to immortality, that he was on the right path. And yet, this simple 3-tomo illusion had brought him to ruin. All for nothing. Orochimaru fell backward, laughing maniacally into the sky. Tears streamed from his eyes. Ha 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 ha. How ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. I spent my whole life chasing a lie. I cut ties with my teammates. I severed my love for the village. I even gave up my own body. And I never even got close to the threshold of eternal life. He laughed like a madman, until despair overtook him completely. Itachi stared at him, suddenly, concerned. Wait, did I just break Orochimaru beyond repair? If I bring him back like this, Uchiha Hikaru definitely won't give me a raise. He'll probably scold me and dump more missions on my head to make up for it. No. No, I can't let Orochimaru collapse. For Sasuke's textbooks. For Sasuke's future. I have to fix him. Itachi squatted in front of the weeping Orochimaru and helped him sit up in the desert. Orochimaru was stunned out of his mental spiral. He's not finishing me off. Is it because he thinks killing me while I'm down is too boring? Damn it, this little bastard isn't just killing my body, he's shattering my will. Damn you, Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru howled louder, tears streaming down. Itachi blinked, thoroughly confused. What's going on? I helped him up, why is he crying even harder? Did that posture aggravate his injuries? Maybe laying him down again would help. So Itachi gently let go. Thud. Orochimaru fell back onto the sand, smacking his head. Now his entire back throbbed. Damn you, Uchiha Itachi. You're not just trying to kill me, you're humiliating me again and again. Uncle Snake can't take this anymore. Uchiha Itachi. If you're going to kill me, then do it. Why do you have to humiliate me like this? Itachi's face was blank. Old man, subway, phone meme energy. When did I say I came here to kill you? Everything went silent. The air grew still. Orochimaru lay sprawled on the sand, glaring. Slowly, he lifted his arm, then realized his right hand was gone and touched his head with his left. You're not here to kill me. The village didn't send you to execute me. No. Uchiha Hikaru sent me to bring you back. Orochimaru's expression froze. He'd only been away for 6 years. Who the hell was Uchiha Hikaru? Had the village changed that much? Am I just out of touch? Uchiha Hikaru is the deputy head of the Uchiha clan. Just think of him as the one running Konoha now. He's bringing Tsunade back to become Hokage. I was ordered to find you and bring you home. All the charges against you from Root were fabricated, we've uncovered the truth from their secret archives. I'm here to help you clear your name. Silence. Orochimaru stared in disbelief. Then he snapped out of it. Then why did you cut off my hand? What the hell, Itachi? He roared. That wasn't just my right hand, that was my immortal Dao heart, damn it. You shattered my path. You miserable bastard. Itachi furrowed his brow, then replied with confusion. Weren't you the one who launched the snake tide at me first? And didn't you start mocking me before we even exchanged blows? Orochimaru froze. Then slumped. It had already happened. His pride was shattered. What was the point of complaining now? But then Itachi said something that made Orochimaru's heart pound, his pulse race, and his mind snap back to life. Uchiha Hikaru told me, if you're willing to come back to the village, he'll tell you the secret to eternal life. Really? Orochimaru practically jolted upright from his despair. The clown was me all along. With only one hand left, he quickly used the great snake substitution technique to shed his skin, literally. A new Orochimaru emerged, still slick with mucus. He grabbed Itachi's hands with both of his and looked up with eyes full of fervent devotion. Yes. I'll go back. The village is my home, how could I not return? Take me to Uchiha Hikaru, now. Itachi just stared. This wasn't the Orochimaru he fought minutes ago. Where was the cold, tragic, tortured genius? Why is this snake acting like a sycophantic idiot now? Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 97, Everyone's Own Thoughts, Akatsuki's Pursuit. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. Orochimaru's sudden move startled Itachi. The slimy, cold touch on the back of his hand made him recoil instantly, yanking his hand away from Orochimaru's grip. Especially those snake-like eyes, burning with lust and greed. Orochimaru's pupils dilated and contracted wildly as he licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue, trailing it through a glistening trail of mucus. Itachi immediately wiped his hand in the sand, thoroughly disgusted. He was speechless, and a storm of emotion churned in his chest. Snakes were disgusting. Orochimaru was disgusting. But then he remembered, this was a mission assigned by Uchiha Hikaru. He needed to endure. As long as he brought Orochimaru back to the village, everything else would be Hikaru's problem. He would finally be free. And with the reward, he could buy a mountain of learning materials for his innocent, sweet, and perfect little brother Sasuke. That thought reinvigorated him. He took a deep breath and forced down his nausea. Orochimaru, is there anything else you want to pack? Time is short. Tsunade will be returning to the village to take over as the 5th Hokage. Wrap things up and come with me. Orochimaru immediately turned and led Itachi down a hidden passage toward his underground base. On the way, Orochimaru voiced the question lingering in his heart. Itachi-kun, Tsunade returning to become Hokage, was that really the idea of this Uchiha Hikaru you mentioned? Itachi didn't say a word. He just nodded silently, confirming everything. Orochimaru couldn't help but start speculating about this Uchiha Hikaru, someone he'd never even met. As for Tsunade, he knew her very well. After all, they'd been teammates for decades. To a man like Orochimaru, who prided himself on understanding human nature, few were harder to fool than himself. He always observed the people around him carefully, exploiting their weaknesses to serve his own ends. Just like one of his earlier failed experiments, he'd preyed on that subject's desire for power and need for shortcuts. Unfortunately, the subject's willpower had been weaker than expected. The deal fell through, and Orochimaru lost a vial of rare serum, millions of Ryo down the drain again. Tsunade, despite her tough demeanor, was sensitive and fragile. Her obsession with bonds, her care for the village, it all led to her hemophobia. Orochimaru had once attempted to treat her, but quickly realized it was purely psychological. There were no physical symptoms, and he was at a loss. If Tsunade was truly returning to the village to take the Hokage seat, then she must have overcome that phobia. But who exactly was this Uchiha Hikaru, someone even Itachi respected? If he had truly found a way to heal Tsunade, something even Orochimaru couldn't do, then perhaps immortality wasn't as far-fetched as he'd thought. Orochimaru was still lost in thought, speculating about Uchiha Hikaru's methods. In reality, Uchiha Hikaru had been worried about Tsunade's phobia too, until that night, when a crimson stain had appeared on the bedsheets. Blood. Yet Tsunade hadn't fainted. Neither of them realized that her hemophobia had already been cured, thanks to Uchiha Hikaru's unique method, intensive, passionate therapy. He'd simply filled her heart with love again, enough to bury the trauma of the past. This was Uchiha Hikaru's love therapy. Probably. Their steps came to a halt at the door of a nearby room. Inside, they could hear the surprised shouts of a young man and the sound of bodies slamming against walls. Orochimaru opened the door slowly, and there was Kimimaro. The boy was already drenched in sweat. It streamed down his toned upper body, soaking the purple rope belt tied around his waist. Hearing the door creak open, Kimimaro looked up and smiled, a rare, radiant expression like a flower blooming in spring, innocent and untouched. He ran up to Orochimaru immediately. Lord Orochimaru. As expected of you. Did you defeat the enemy? Orochimaru ignored Itachi's expression, one of deep revulsion, and gently stroked Kimimaro's cheeks and hair. Kimimaro, he's not an enemy. He's an ally. He's going to take us to a new home. An ally. Only then did Kimimaro notice the man standing behind Orochimaru. Taller, with straight black hair, sharp features, and deep tear troughs beneath his eyes. From the moment he laid eyes on him, Kimimaro disliked him instinctively. There was something about this stranger that annoyed him to his core. Itachi, meanwhile, stared at the shirtless child with growing suspicion and disgust. He didn't look older than 8. Damn Orochimaru. He's even targeting kids now. Trying to steal this boy's body. This poor child. Once we return to the village, I must rescue him from this hell. In that moment, both Kimimaro and Itachi had very different internal monologues, one thinking the other was pitiful, the other thinking he was annoying. Only Orochimaru looked between the two with a sly smile. He wanted their bodies. But more than anything, he now craved true immortality. He was ready to leave this place and return to the village with Itachi immediately. Unfortunately, he still needed to bring back some of his medical equipment. This base had cost over 100 million ryo to build. Much of the equipment and materials inside were irreplaceable. Using even one more unit was a loss. Orochimaru formed hand signs and performed the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of clones immediately scattered down the different corridors, retrieving supplies. Meanwhile, outside the base, across the desert, two figures in black cloaks with red clouds appeared at the top of a sand dune. "Sasori, is this the place?" The voice was that of a woman, calm, commanding, but laced with an alluring undertone. "Yes," replied Sasori. "My spy inside Orochimaru's ranks confirmed it. This is his final stronghold." He stepped in front of Konan, pointing down into the desert below. When they reached the top, the scene surprised even them. The desert was littered with snake corpses, and the air reeked of blood. Sasori's expression didn't change. "Seems someone else beat us here. But Orochimaru is still alive, he's likely hiding underground." Sparkles. Hey everyone. If you're enjoying this FIC, I'd love it if you could drop a shameless 5-star review. It really helps more readers find the story and keeps me motivated to pump out more chapters. White medium star, white medium star, white medium star, white medium star, white medium star. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 98, this time Akatsuki is really here. Inside the underground base, Orochimaru's expression suddenly shifted. Itachi noticed immediately and was about to speak when Orochimaru cut him off. "Members of the Akatsuki are here. It seems leaving won't be so simple." Upon hearing this, the two immediately moved, preparing to head topside and confront the enemy. Kimimaro stepped forward to follow them, but Orochimaru raised a hand to stop him. "Kimimaro, the enemies this time are far too dangerous. You need to evacuate." Kimimaro clenched his fists, frustration clear in his eyes. "No, Lord Orochimaru. Let me buy you some time. You two escape first. I can use the dance of the seedling fern." Itachi remained silent, unsure how to respond. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Without warning, he appeared behind Kimimaro and bit down on his collarbone. 3 tomo spun and condensed. "I hadn't planned to give you the cursed seal of heaven, but if you can endure its power." A searing pain spread from the bite. The cold, sinister chakra devoured Kimimaro's body, clouding his consciousness. His legs gave out. Within seconds, he collapsed. Itachi was stunned by Orochimaru's sudden action. His voice was laced with disbelief and anger. "Orochimaru, what the hell are you doing? He's just a kid. How could you?" Orochimaru simply shook his head, gazing at Kimimaro's fallen figure with a rare mix of pity and sorrow. Kimimaro's bloodline is powerful, but it's also eating away at his body. If he can endure this, there's hope for a cure in the future. If not, this is the only path left to him. Use reverse summoning to get him out of here. The next moment, Orochimaru's demeanor changed completely. His face twisted into a cruel grin as aggression returned to his eyes. The cold-blooded genius of the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, the fearsome shinobi who once played with life and death, had returned. Akatsuki. Perfect. Let's settle old scores and new grudges all at once. I've got some new jutsu I've been dying to try out. Itachi fell silent again. Now that he understood Kimimaro's condition, the way he looked at Orochimaru shifted. "So, you were trying to save that child after all." The two emerged from the base, stepping into the open. Suddenly, a swarm of paper shuriken flew toward them from above. With swift, fluid movements, Itachi formed hand signs, gathering chakra into his lungs. He exhaled sharply. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive orange fireball erupted from his mouth, engulfing the incoming paper and reducing it to drifting black and white ash. Shhhhhhh. Countless tiny senbon needles burst through the flames, aimed directly at Itachi. Itachi flipped backward several times to evade. Senbon hidden in the shuriken. "I was careless. I didn't have my Sharingan activated." Orochimaru raised his right hand, and with a sharp sweep of his sleeve, dozens of venomous snakes erupted forward. Hidden shadow snake hands. The serpents whipped through the air, intercepting the poison senbon mid-flight. Taking the opportunity, Itachi activated his Sharingan, 3 tomo spinning into perfect clarity. Together, the two repelled the ambush. From their elevated vantage point, they saw the attackers clearly. Black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Akatsuki. So this was the organization Uchiha Hikaru had warned him about. Hikaru said you should never face them outnumbered, but right now, it was 2 versus 2. And he had Orochimaru at his side. Besides, he still had the Mangekyō. A dry wind stirred Orochimaru's long black hair. He smirked, gaze cold and mocking. Conan. Sasori. Long time no see. Former comrades from Akatsuki, how nostalgic. Sending 2 full-fledged members just to find me. What's the matter? Missed me that much? Thinking of inviting me back? Conan's face twisted with revulsion. This disgusting snake. She'd tracked him across 2 abandoned bases, and now that she'd finally cornered him, he still had the nerve to act this infuriating. Sasori's hatred was deeper. While both of them sought immortality, Orochimaru's path was perverse, seeking physical immortality by stealing bodies. A grotesque mockery of art. True immortality was the puppet body. Eternal. Untouched by decay. To Sasori, Orochimaru was a walking insult to his life's work. He extended both hands, and thin, nearly invisible chakra threads shot out, connecting to the puppet beside him. 10 blue threads lit up in the air, controlling the deadly puppet Fei-Liuhu. Conan followed, her skin beginning to flake apart into thousands of tiny sheets. She transformed completely into her angelic paper form, wings spread, body weightless. Dance of the Shikigami. Sheets of paper spun into a massive wheel, rapidly rotating as it sliced through the air, aiming straight for Orochimaru and Itachi. From left and right, they were pincered, puppet and paper closing in from both sides. Itachi's hands moved quickly, signs flashing, his chakra condensing and heating in an instant. This time, it wasn't the standard fireball. A blazing dragon of flame erupted from his throat, roaring through the air. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. The speed of the attack was at least 5 or 6 times faster than before. The spinning paper wheel met the oncoming inferno. The wind pressure from the wheel tried to snuff the flames, but it was no match. The chakra concentration of the dragon flame jutsu was leagues above a basic fireball jutsu. Especially when used by an Uchiha. The paper wheel was gradually consumed, torn to ash by the fire. The flame dragon twisted and flared, roaring forward toward Conan. Sasori reacted instantly. He yanked the chakra threads connected to Fei-Liuhu, causing the puppet to slide in front of Conan. He flexed his index finger downward, activating the mechanism. Puppet technique, mechanical light shield seal. A shimmering blue chakra barrier emerged just as the fire dragon collided with it, exploding against the shield in a burst of heat. The red iron shell behind it glowed red-hot from the flames. Itachi had blocked the combined assault of both Conan and Sasori with a single jutsu. It's not that I can't use large-scale ninjutsu, he said coldly, I just don't like wasting chakra. He cast a glance at Orochimaru, half arrogant, half amused. Orochimaru simply chuckled. Still so competitive, after all, he was just a 13-year-old boy. Still proud. Still a prodigy. Sparkles. Hey everyone. If you're enjoying this FIC, I'd love it if you could drop a shameless 5-star review, it really helps more readers find the story and keeps me motivated to pump out more chapters. White medium star, white medium star, white medium star, white medium star, white medium star. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 99, the third Kazekage vs the third Kazekage. A black shadow quickly emerged from him and appeared beside Conan. He had a delicate face, crimson hair, and a stiff, expressionless demeanor. Damn it. How dare you destroy my masterpiece? As he spoke, he pulled a scroll from his sleeve with the kanji 4-3 written across it. Sasori waved his right hand and unfurled the scroll. A puff of white smoke burst from the seal. Let me show you my highest artistic achievement to date. As the smoke cleared, a humanoid puppet appeared before him. Its skin was dull, joints filled with mechanical seams, and its lifeless eyes stared blankly forward. Sand iron technique. Dozens of iron sand needles shot from the puppet's body, transforming into sharp, black spikes that flew straight toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru got a good look at the puppet's face, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. His expression turned amused. So. It's a human puppet. As he muttered this, he lifted his right hand, brought his thumb to his mouth, and bit down hard. A few drops of blood trickled from the wound. Orochimaru immediately formed a sequence of hand signs. Just as the iron spikes were about to pierce him, he slammed his hand to the ground. Impure world reincarnation. A coffin burst from the earth, slamming up between him and the incoming attack. The iron spikes collided with the coffin's surface, dissolving into black grains that returned to Sasori's puppet, forming a dense cloak of magnetic sand. But then, Sasori noticed something, the kanji inscribed on the front of the coffin. 3. A cold premonition struck him. Conan instinctively retreated to his side. Though Sasori's face was emotionless, she could feel the tension rising within him. Sasori, what is it? Even with most of his body converted into a puppet, Sasori's shock was undeniable. Impossible. His body is right here with me. The coffin lid creaked open. Bang. It fell forward into the sand with a heavy thud. A figure stepped out, his outline slowly becoming clear. Orochimaru's smile widened. His tone was light, almost playful, but carried a sharp edge. When I see something I like, I can't help but take it for myself. So I borrowed a little. The figure lifted his head, eyes narrowing as they locked onto Sasori and Conan. Sasori. How dare you betray me, you treacherous little rat? Sasori stumbled back, quickly maneuvering the sand iron puppet between himself and the resurrected figure. The hell's going on here, you damn snake? I killed him with my own hands. Orochimaru stepped behind the resurrected figure, speaking slowly, deliberately. This is the third Kazekage. The very one you assassinated. I simply used a forbidden jutsu to bring him back. The Sandaime Kazekage, reanimated by impure world reincarnation, stared down Sasori, his killer, with blazing hatred. Sasori. This time, it won't end like last time. Before he could take another step, Orochimaru drove a kunai etched with a special seal into the back of his neck. Enough chatter. Even Orochimaru hadn't expected the revived Kazekage to possess such a strong will. Despite death, his resentment and fury were tangible. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest as he turned to the puppet facing Sasori. Now then. Let's see which is stronger, your puppet, or my forbidden jutsu. Sasori's voice turned bitter and low as he glared at Orochimaru. Filthy snake. White smoke rose from the Kazekage's reanimated body. His dull skin took on an unnatural pallor, cracks running like spiderwebs across its surface. He formed a hand seal, index and middle fingers raised. Iron sand peeled up from the surrounding desert, gathering around him in spiraling clusters. Satetsu Shigure. The iron sand erupted, transforming into thousands of spikes that launched at high speed toward Conan and Sasori. Sasori's 10 fingers danced, chakra threads glinting in the sunlight as he manipulated his puppet. The puppet's mouth opened. From within, an iron tube extended. Iron sand surged out of the puppet's mouth, forming a thick shield in front of them, blocking the barrage. The sand exploded upon impact, spraying outward. Some of it struck Conan, who instinctively raised a wall of paper in front of her. But the paper couldn't withstand the piercing force of the sand. At the last moment, Conan dodged sideways, narrowly avoiding the worst of the attack. Damn it. Why is it always jutsu that counter me directly? She scowled internally. The Akatsuki still had too few members, far too few she could count on. Originally, she had hoped to defeat Orochimaru and drag him back into the organization for use. But no one had expected he'd mastered such a terrifying forbidden technique, the power to bring the dead back to life. On the other side, Orochimaru's smile deepened at the sight of their distress. If sand gets inside your puppet, you can't move. Itachi stood beside him, casting a sidelong glance. TCH. Looks like getting his ass kicked by me earlier really bruised his ego. Now he's overcompensating by bullying weaker opponents. Before Orochimaru could gloat further, another wave of iron spikes rained down from above, stabbing toward Conan and Sasori from overhead. Both sensed the danger and retreated quickly, narrowly avoiding the downward assault. Sasori's tone began to shift, more emotional now, his anger rising. He couldn't accept it. That Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu was outperforming his life's work, his art. You're not qualified to talk about puppetry in front of me, you disgusting snake. With that, he commanded his puppet forward, charging the reanimated Kazekage. The puppet's right hand transformed into a spinning blade, emitting a harsh grinding sound. Kriak, Kriawak. The third Kazekage leapt into the air, dodging the spinning blade just in time. But suddenly, whoosh. From under the cloak on the puppet's right arm, hundreds of identical puppet limbs extended, transforming into iron fists. They hammered down in a relentless barrage, pounding the Kazekage with deafening force. Cracks formed across the reanimated body. Boom boom boom. Sasori's fury drove his fingers into a frenzy, hundreds of strikes per second. The Kazekage's body shattered, fragments dissolving into paper like dust that floated into the air. Sasori finally exhaled. That surge of bitter resentment inside him was gone, at least for a moment. His voice was calm, even smug. My puppets can hide countless weapons. He turned his gaze to Orochimaru, eyes gleaming. You're next. I'm really curious, what kind of material your body will provide me. Sparkles. Hey everyone. If you're enjoying this FIC, I'd love it if you could drop a shameless 5-star review, it really helps more readers find the story and keeps me motivated to pump out more chapters. White medium star, white medium star, white medium star, white medium star, white medium star. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Uncle Snake, I have the will but not the courage. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. 100th chapter. Musical notes. Musical note. It's your turn next. Sasori believed victory was already his. He could hardly wait to turn the two before him into his next human puppets. But Orochimaru only smiled, lips curling with sinister charm. You're celebrating too early. This is far from over. The fragments of paper in the air began to gather and reassemble in front of Sasori, forming the body of the reanimated third Kazekage once more. What? Sasori's calm expression wavered, though he tried to hide the shock in his heart. Orochimaru, watching his reaction, felt immensely satisfied. This too is a form of immortality. An undying body, even in death. He even had the nerve to chuckle. Itachi, watching from beside him, internally confirmed once again, Orochimaru's twisted sense of humor really was just a way to irritate others for his own amusement. Such awful taste. Immortality. Don't be ridiculous. At that moment, Sasori felt as though Orochimaru had completely invalidated his life's work. True eternal art could only be achieved through puppets. What was this grotesque reanimation? A perversion. A shortcut. Satetsu Shigure. Enraged, Sasori launched another barrage. He controlled his puppet to gather iron sand spikes and fire them at the third Kazekage. The Kazekage lifted his arm to defend using iron sand, but suddenly, his body stiffened. Some unseen force restrained him, making him struggle against it internally. The iron sand spikes pierced through him, yet no blood flowed. No pain. Just the unnatural silence of a corpse brought back from the dead. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and manipulated the Kazekage's body further, redirecting the iron sand back toward Sasori. The sand-iron puppet once again summoned an iron wall to block the incoming attack. Suddenly, a barrage of paper shuriken rained down from above, accompanied by a chain of deafening explosions. Bang. 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 Thick smoke engulfed the area as Konan detonated the attack, shredding the third Kazekage's body into pieces once again. But within moments, his form reconstituted itself. The corpse stood where it had been, unscathed. Konan gritted her teeth. Damn it. He really can't be killed. Is there no limit to this resurrection? Orochimaru raised his hand, and the third Kazekage began molding the iron sand into two massive constructs, a spinning tetrahedral iron spear and a towering cylinder above. Eyeing his opponents with glee, Orochimaru muttered almost wistfully. After I kill you, I'll revive you the same way. Though what I want most. He turned to glance at Itachi beside him. Is your body? Itachi's stomach turned. A visible twitch ran through him, and 3 Tomo instantly spun to life in his eyes. Just kidding, Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Then he turned back to Konan and Sasori, waving mockingly. Become my pawns forever. At his gesture, the third Kazekage trembled, then turned to face Sasori with stiff, jerking movements, anger contorting his undead features. What a joke. I am the third Kazekage. How could I become someone else's pawn? His body began to unravel, slowly scattering into paper-like fragments, and the 2 giant masses of iron sand above began to fall apart, crumbling to the ground. Orochimaru clicked his tongue. TCH. Is there a flaw in this technique? Itachi couldn't help but smirk. After all that dramatic build-up, your pawn broke free. Serves you right for running your mouth. Seeing this reversal, both Sasori and Konan lit up. Sasori immediately commanded his puppet forward in a direct charge. Damn you, Orochimaru. You dare insult puppetry, true eternal art. Let's see how your pathetic forbidden jutsu stacks up against my ultimate puppets. Konan, too, began shaping her chakra-infused paper, condensing them into razor-sharp spears with compressed density. Satetsu Shigure. Shikigami dance. Iron sand fused with the paper spears to increase their weight and piercing power, and they fired toward Orochimaru and Itachi in a deadly barrage. Itachi frowned. This wasn't going to be easy. He had just seen firsthand the penetrating force of magnetic release. He glanced toward Orochimaru, who remained strangely confident. While the wound on his thumb had yet to close, Orochimaru bit down on it again, drew blood, then performed rapid hand seals before slamming his palm to the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Triple Rashomon. 3 massive demonic gates, red, green, and blue, erupted from the earth in front of them. Boom. Boom. Bang. The paper spears laced with iron sand pierced through the first and second Rashomon gates but lost all momentum by the time they reached the third. Seeing this, Konan immediately triggered the explosive tags hidden within the paper. Boom. The force of the explosion rocked the battlefield. The massive blue gate trembled, its metal bolts groaning. The shockwave rang through the air, loud enough to make everyone's ears ache, everyone except Sasori. Why not Sasori? Because he'd transformed himself into a human puppet, he no longer had nerves to feel pain. Sweat trickled down Orochimaru's face in thin streams. The earlier battle with Itachi had consumed a huge portion of his chakra. Now, using impure world reincarnation and triple Rashomon in succession had drained him even further. Only about a fifth of his chakra remained, and his soul was still reeling from Itachi's earlier genjutsu attack. Seeing his state, Itachi calmly stepped forward. That's enough. Leave the rest to me. If you die here, I'll have a hard time explaining it to Uchiha Hikaru. That's right, this was all for Hikaru's sake. My foolish little brother, if you dare slack off and don't become top of the class at the academy, I swear I'll beat the lesson into your rear myself. Orochimaru felt something stir in his chest. Warmth. How long had it been since he'd felt something like this? The bond between comrades, since leaving Konoha, it had been so long. I wonder how Jiraiya and Tsunade are doing now. Itachi's Sharingan spun faster. The three tomo rotated, then slowly connected, reshaping into something new, something greater. The Mangekyō Sharingan. Orochimaru's heart surged with a thrill. That wasn't the standard Sharingan anymore. Could it be the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan? His tongue flicked from the side of his mouth as saliva gathered. His eyes gleamed with unrestrained greed. Incredible. But then he remembered the last time. He couldn't even withstand a genjutsu from the regular three-tomo Sharingan. What chance did he stand against the Mangekyō? If Itachi even so much as looked at him with it now, he'd probably fall to his knees, begging not to die. And yet, it was Itachi protecting him now. He couldn't steal that body. But perhaps, observing it from this close, witnessing its true power firsthand. That alone would be valuable. Practical data. After all, since the founding of Konoha, the only known wielder of the Mangekyō Sharingan besides Itachi, was the legendary Shura of the shinobi world. Uchiha Madara. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 101, The Clone Explodes. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. Bonus chapter. Itachi's advance finally drew Konan and Sasori's attention to the men who had been standing silently beside Orochimaru. Though they'd clashed briefly with him earlier, both of them had quickly been overpowered. That alone was enough to prove his strength was not to be underestimated. Without a word, Itachi formed hand seals. Two shadow clones appeared beside him and immediately rushed toward Konan and Sasori. He remained behind, continuing to weave hand signs, preparing a jutsu. Seeing this, Konan and Sasori couldn't help but scoff inwardly. No matter how strong he might be, relying on just two clones to hold them off. That was pure arrogance. Sasori immediately directed his sand iron puppet forward. The sharp blade embedded in its right arm began spinning at high speed, ready to shred the incoming clone. Meanwhile, paper peeled away from Conan's body, rapidly forming a new paper clone that charged toward the second shadow clone. The two collided, and a deafening boom echoed across the battlefield. The shadow clone self-destructed, taking Conan's paper clone down with it in a suicidal blast. Typical of Konan. Aside from paper shuriken and spears, her preferred method of combat had always been detonate, detonate, and detonate. She was notorious within Akatsuki for her love of explosions, so much so that she often quarreled with Kakuzu at the organization's base. Although she could craft her own explosive tags, her chakra reserves were finite. And to make the tags durable enough for long missions, she had to consume twice the usual chakra to reinforce them. Nagato, worried for her safety during operations, had once banned her from relying on her own crafted tags on missions. Instead, he ordered that all explosive tag expenses would be reimbursed by Akatsuki. Of course, Pain's authority was absolute, so Kakuzu had no choice but to grumble and suffer as the group's treasury slowly drained under Conan's artistic vision. What detonated here wasn't just paper. It was Kakuzu's hard-earned money. Sasori, meanwhile, glanced toward Conan's side of the battlefield and saw that her clone had no strange regeneration techniques. Relieved, he refocused on his target and had his puppet swing its high-speed blade toward the clone in front of him. Bang. Another huge blast erupted. The shockwave roared across the sand, slamming straight into Sasori's puppet. Though his body was now a puppet devoid of nerves, Sasori still felt the sting on his face from the sheer force of the wind. The sand iron puppet was blown apart into scattered components, fragments of wood, iron, and chakra-reactive core systems strewn across the battlefield. Its face split clean down the middle. Itachi allowed himself a subtle, smug smile. Didn't expect that, did you? He knew the purple-haired woman would rely on explosions, so he tailored his jutsu accordingly. It seems your sand iron puppet's craftsmanship isn't up to par. It couldn't even withstand my clone's explosion. Sasori was fuming inside. That puppet would take at least a week of sleepless nights to repair. But beyond anger, he was now wary, deeply wary, of Uchiha Itachi. The power behind that clone's explosion wasn't normal. His sand iron puppet contained immense amounts of chakra-infused iron sand, and its body had been reinforced extensively. Ordinary explosive tags barely scratched it. Only a coordinated stack of detonating tags, detonated simultaneously, could even begin to damage it. Yet this clone had blown it to pieces in a single strike. Itachi, of course, gave nothing away. He simply kept his expression calm and unreadable. Thanks to observing their previous battle, Itachi had already analyzed their tactics. The woman relied on origami-based jutsu and explosives. The red-haired man with the emotionless face favored puppets, and he liked hiding underhanded tricks within them. His puppets were brimming with chakra and iron sand. So Itachi made his choice, use his special clone explosion technique. These shadow clones activated chakra internally, pulling chakra from the opponent's puppet through contact, and then self-detonated, forcing the opponent's construct to rupture from within. Though they appeared as standard shadow clones, they were actually summoned crows transformed with a genjutsu overlay. Even the Byakugan and Sharingan had trouble detecting their true nature. Not that it mattered. These two didn't even have dojutsu. Of course, this meant sacrificing one of his remaining crows. After Shirsue's death, no one raised crows for him anymore, and now his remaining flock was dwindling. He'd have to start training them again soon. Scorpion's still too naive, Itachi thought. He assumes that toughness, chakra saturation, and iron sand reinforcement make his puppets invincible. But this world was filled with hidden, insidious jutsu, some that could completely bypass conventional defenses. Just like how hardly anyone in the shinobi world knew the full horror of a taijutsu technique called 1,000 Years of Death. After all, who would publicly admit that their juju had suffered 4-digit trauma? Even if someone experienced it firsthand, they'd never talk about it. As for clone explosions, everyone who'd seen them didn't live long enough to spread the word. Sasori naturally wouldn't have known. When Konan saw Sasori's most powerful puppet obliterated in seconds, her expression hardened. It's time. They couldn't afford to stall any longer. The next attack would decide everything. 1,000 paper cranes fluttered down, landing silently in Sasori's palm. When Sasori saw the message written on the wings, he grit his teeth. He didn't want to retreat, but in the end, he fell back behind Konan. Konan spread her arms wide. A massive surge of chakra exploded from her body, and wings made of paper unfurled behind her. She ascended into the sky, glowing with power. Sasori tied a chakra thread around Konan's leg, anchoring himself to her like a dangling puppet. The sight was almost absurd. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, clearly puzzled by what they were trying to do. But Itachi, his Mangekyō Sharingan spinning, broke into a cold sweat. Under the advanced vision of the Mangekyō, the desert around them had transformed. The battlefield, a radius of over 100 meters, had become a vast plain of hidden explosive tags. It was too late to do anything. Even with the Mangekyō activated, Itachi hadn't sensed this trap until just now. So that's why she was so passive earlier. As Konan's chakra flared brighter, Orochimaru's pupils shrank in horror. The golden sands below them changed color. They were no longer sand at all, but white paper, each one bearing the kanji for explosion. How much would it cost to make this many explosive tags? Orochimaru's mind, always attuned to practical matters, started calculating instinctively. Hundreds of millions of ryo. The sheer financial cost of laying this trap was enough to collapse entire small nations. When did Akatsuki get so rich? Why hadn't he known about this? This technique, this trap, wasn't ninjutsu. It was money style. Is this the true hidden art of the shinobi world? Money release. At that moment, Orochimaru felt like he'd gained an entirely new perspective on the very nature of ninjutsu. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 102, The Eternal Black Flame, Amaterasu. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. The paper wings behind Konan flapped steadily, lifting both her and the dangling Sasori high into the air. Looking down from their position in the sky, Orochimaru and Itachi had already become two tiny black dots on the ground. As chakra surged from her body, Konan's expression grew strained and twisted with effort. This was her first time executing the paper ocean technique at such a massive scale, and without any prior preparation. Sasori stared down at the two figures below, already envisioning the scene of Orochimaru and Itachi being engulfed in a sea of explosions. Still, he felt unsatisfied. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a scroll, the character, 100, clearly inscribed across it. A chakra thread unfurled the scroll, and the cloak wrapped around his puppet body slipped off, tumbling down from the sky. Performance of 100 puppets. Hundreds of chakra threads extended directly from the regeneration core embedded in his chest. Down below, Orochimaru and Itachi noticed the sudden change in light and instinctively looked up. A storm of humanoid puppets, each armed with blades and projectiles, came rushing down upon them like a plague from the heavens. Orochimaru's expression turned grave. Itachi-kun. If you don't act now, we might really die here today. They were completely surrounded, explosive tags covered the ground below, while hundreds of puppets blotted out the sky. Even Orochimaru, master of escape and survival, felt an overwhelming pressure tighten around him. There was no room to breathe, no way out. Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan spun violently in his eye sockets, casting a crimson glow that radiated death. Red-orange chakra surged from his body as the blood vessels in his eyes swelled and darkened. A massive spine erupted behind him. Orochimaru watched, wide-eyed, as ribs and a sternum rapidly sprouted from either side, forming an enormous ribcage around them. In an instant, a skeleton over 20 meters tall enveloped both Itachi and Orochimaru. Itachi fell to one knee, gritting his teeth as the Mangekyō devoured his chakra. He let out a quiet, pained groan. His eyes bled freely, crimson trails streaming down his face. Orochimaru was surrounded by a dense, sinister chakra, cold, oppressive, and filled with the scent of death. He reached out and touched the skeletal wall. It was solid. Tangible. Rage flared inside him. This wasn't just a defensive jutsu, it was a revolution in chakra control. This wasn't merely transforming chakra's nature. This was manifesting it into physical form through extreme condensation. That eerie coldness, it could only be in-release chakra. Though all shinobi possessed varying chakra natures, only a rare few were born with the talent to wield yin and yang release. Illusions and healing jutsu, such as the Yamanaka clan's mental techniques or the Nara clan's shadow possession, fell under yin-yang release. In Konoha, the Akimichi clan's expansion jutsu and the Inuzuka clan's beast transformation techniques were examples of secret yang-style arts. Yin release emphasized the strength of the mind and soul, while yang release enhanced physical capabilities. Orochimaru stared at Itachi in awe. The Uchiha clan truly was chosen by the Sage of Six Paths. He hadn't expected the Sharingan to evolve beyond the three tomo, nor to see it wield such tremendous power. In contrast, the Hyuga clan, Konoha's other great dojutsu clan, seemed pitiful. Their Byakugan had no further evolutionary path. No greater awakening. Up above, Konan and Sasori stared wide-eyed at the skeletal giant that now protected their enemies. "Scorpion, hurry!" Konan shouted. "I don't know what kind of freakish jutsu that is, but this is our last chance. If we fail to kill them now, we'll never get another shot. Orochimaru won't let us find him again." Urgency filled her voice. Sasori responded instantly, chakra threads whipping through the air as his consciousness flooded into the regeneration core. Hundreds of puppets rushed toward the red-orange skeleton, moving in perfect formation. "A mere giant can't stop my ultimate art," Sasori roared. "I conquered an entire nation with these puppets. Go. My puppets." For the first time in a long while, Sasori's lifeless face lit up with fervor, like the young man who had once devoted his heart to the art of puppetry. But this frenzy was soaked in death and destruction. Half-kneeling inside Susanu's skeletal core, Itachi reached into his pouch and pulled out 2 special ration pills. He recalled Uchiha Hikaru's final advice before they parted. "Take this. You'll need it when using the Mangekyō. It'll help restore your chakra." Crack, crunch. Itachi bit the pills in half and swallowed them dry. Immediately, warmth surged through his meridians like rain soaking into parched soil. His cells, once drained dry, felt revitalized. It wasn't a full recovery, but it was enough. Itachi rose to his feet and guided Susanu's massive arms into motion, batting away the incoming puppets like flies. Dozens of puppets were hurled through the air, many shattered on impact. Nearly a fifth of Sasori's entire arsenal was destroyed in moments. Frustration twisted Sasori's face. "This isn't working. My art can't even scratch their defense," he snapped. "Konan. How much longer?" Konan clenched her fists, flustered and tense. "1 more minute. Just give me 1 more minute." Large-scale chakra coordination required her to manually link every explosive tag in the terrain to a single ignition point. Without it, the detonation would scatter uselessly, exploding behind Orochimaru and Itachi instead of on target. But Konan and Sasori didn't realize that Itachi wasn't merely clearing out puppets anymore. The previously dark sky split open under his gaze. Through Susanu's hollow eye sockets, his Mangekyō Sharingan pierced the heavens. There they were, Konan and Sasori. He locked onto Sasori first. The Mangekyō in his right eye spun faster and faster. A single drop of blood slid from the corner of his eye, followed by a stream. As the chakra peaked and his vision blurred, he whispered the incantation. Amaterasu. Pitch-black flames erupted silently on Sasori's body. The fire latched onto him, inescapable, inextinguishable. Sasori's expression went blank. Konan twitched, her nose wrinkling. What's burning? She looked down. Her eyes widened. Oh no, Sasori. You're on fire. Sasori fumbled a water scroll from his pouch, forming hand seals as fast as he could. A stream of water surged from the scroll, aiming to douse the unholy flames crawling over his puppet body. But Amaterasu didn't extinguish so easily. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, All Puppets Destroyed, Sustainable Amaterasu. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. But what Sasori didn't realize was that the black flame devouring his body wasn't some fire-style technique or Kekkei Genkai, it was a unique ocular jutsu of the Mangekyō Sharingan that could incinerate anything in existence. Even water and mud would catch fire. The moment the water-style jutsu touched the flames, the black fire leapt along the stream, crawling up Sasori's arms. Sasori stared, stunned. It was over. His entire puppet body was engulfed in the flame. But this was Sasori, a man who had turned himself into a puppet and showed no hesitation in cutting ties, even with his own humanity. He analyzed the situation instantly and made a ruthless decision. I don't need this body anymore. With zero hesitation, he yanked a puppet soldier up from below and slammed his regeneration core into its heart. His original puppet body, now disconnected from its chakra threads, plummeted and crashed into a cluster of puppets below, igniting them in a cascade of black flame. Boom. Suddenly, what had once been a sea of puppets turned into a roaring inferno, shifting the darkness in Orochimaru and Itachi's view into a new abyss of smoke and fire. High in the air, Sasori manipulated his new puppet body, eyes gleaming with twisted pride. Since this black flame can't be extinguished, let's see how you handle it now. At this moment, Sasori felt brilliant. This was countering the enemy with their own jutsu. Using the opponent's power against them, wasn't that a kind of genius? Ahem, never mind that, he was getting carried away. Seeing Sasori's successful escape, Konan sighed in relief. It seemed she wouldn't need to activate her paper person of God technique after all. She, too, had witnessed the terror of that black flame, and the ground below was packed with explosive tags. If the black fire touched even one, the whole field would go up in flames. With that thought, she turned and flew away without hesitation, taking Sasori with her to avoid being caught in the imminent blast. After all, to ensure absolute lethality against Orochimaru and Itachi, she had used a massive dose of explosive tags from the start. Orochimaru watched as the sky turned black with flame, and unease crept into his expression. His gaze flicked toward Itachi. This is your jutsu. Surely you have a countermeasure. A faint, cold smile curled on Itachi's lips. Don't worry. Leave it to me. As he spoke, his chakra surged, and his Mangekyō Sharingan spun with renewed ferocity. The skeletal Susanoo behind him began to transform. Veins and muscle wove over the bones, forming the upper half of a giant armored warrior. A massive shield emerged in its hand, and an orange gourd appeared at its waist. Susanoo lifted the Yata mirror overhead, blocking the incoming puppet still wreathed in Amaterasu flames. Then, Itachi pulled a sealing scroll from his waist and began forming hand seals. Ninja art, fire sealing method. A powerful suction force pulled the black flame into the scroll. As Amaterasu was absorbed, Itachi tucked the scroll back into his ninja pouch without hesitation. From the moment he awakened this ocular power, he considered how best to use it. He and his father had once spent the entire night discussing it, how to refine, preserve, and maximize the potential of Amaterasu. But neither had come up with a satisfying answer. So, they turned to Uchiha Hikaru. Hikaru, as always, had ideas. He immediately recalled how Jiraiya once used scrolls to trap natural fire. His suggestion: let the black flames burn freely when you activate them. Then seal them into a scroll using the fire sealing method. That way, you'll have a renewable strategic resource. When the sealed Amaterasu runs low, unleash it to feed a new blaze, and seal it again. One use of pupil power, unlimited value. Itachi and Fugaku were stunned. Their approach had been far too shallow. They even discussed the idea of binding Amaterasu to their weapons to expand the kill zone. Thank God they'd asked Hikaru. Otherwise, who knows how much potential they would have wasted. Orochimaru watched Itachi seal away the black fire and felt his worldview crumble a little. I know the fire sealing method too, he thought. Why didn't I ever think to do that? This was a completely unknown type of jutsu. As someone obsessed with mastering every technique, he should have jumped at the chance to study it. From the bloody tears in Itachi's right eye, Orochimaru could tell it was a high-level Mangekyō Sharingan ability, only usable through the right eye, and clearly taxing. But now that Itachi had sealed it himself, Orochimaru was too embarrassed to ask for a sample. Maybe he could ask later, when they got back to the village. At that moment, the puppet consumed by black flame dropped from the sky and landed right on top of the field of explosive tags. Instantly, the detonating tags within a 100-meter radius began going off in sequence like a trail of dominoes. Boom, 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 boom. Conan and Sasori heard the blasts behind them and turned mid-flight. The explosion was blinding. White-hot flashes erupted from the earth as tag after tag detonated. Conan felt her stress melt into satisfaction. Explosive tags really are amazing, she thought. She'd have to ask Nagato to let Tendo Pain go visit Kakuzu and demand more funding. There were only a few core Akatsuki members anyway. Why hoard the budget? Give it all to me, she thought. Let me turn it all into explosive tags. I'll achieve greatness with them. Sasori, watching the inferno, felt a new appreciation for Conan's so-called art. What dazzling fireworks. What brutal beauty. Perhaps explosions had artistic merit after all. He made a mental note, find a way to incorporate detonation into my eternal puppet art. The beauty of eternity, fused with fleeting destruction. I'm a genius, he thought. An artistic genius. But most importantly, the bastard snake who had mocked his puppets, and that arrogant Konoha brat, were finally dead. Even though he no longer had a real body, Sasori felt real joy. Of course, he still had a spare torso at the Akatsuki base, so the cost of today's battle wasn't that big a deal. Meanwhile, at the explosion site, Itachi had used Susanoo to shield the blast, while Orochimaru dug escape tunnels with Earth-style ninjutsu. Together, they slipped away from the blast zone without making a sound. Orochimaru even took the time to return to his underground lab and gather all his rare experimental materials. The detonations raged for over 2 minutes. When Conan and Sasori finally returned to inspect the area, all that remained were scattered puppet fragments. Sasori clenched his jaw and suppressed his grief as he collected the remains back into his scroll. There, still reparable, he told himself. I guess I won't be taking on missions for the next 6 months. I'll be stuck in the base doing repairs the whole time. Then, they both noticed something strange. A wide hole, about 1 meter across, dug clean into the earth. Conan blinked, unable to believe what she was seeing. Sasori stared for a long moment, then burst out, unable to hold it in anymore. At that very moment, Itachi and Orochimaru were already a full kilometer away, sprinting across the desert at full speed. Orochimaru's face wore a wild, unrestrained smile. It was the kind of expression that made you wonder just how happy he really was. Give me a ride, he purred. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 104, Meeting Old Friends, Our Brains Are Collectively Overloaded. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. Night fell at the gates of Konoha. Uchiha Itachi stepped into the village, accompanied by a striking woman with long, flowing hair, clad in a dark purple kimono. Kotetsu and Izumo stood watch and eyed the pair's retreating backs with thinly veiled envy. Their voices dropped to whispers as they leaned in toward each other. Hey, you think Itachi brought back a wife from his mission? Kotetsu murmured. Izumo nodded, eyes lingering on the elegant woman's figure. Wouldn't be surprised. She looks like some noble's eldest daughter from the land of fire. Man, that Uchiha luck. First the Sharingan, now this. Kotetsu smirked. What girl doesn't want to marry into the Uchiha clan these days? Not that you'd say no to marrying an Uchiha woman, either. The two chuckled quietly, unaware that every word had reached the ears of Itachi and the woman walking beside him. Itachi's brow twitched. His face was a mask of forced calm, but his clenched jaw betrayed his discomfort. Hold it together. This is Uchiha Hikaru's plan. Everything for the clan, for the village. Just endure it. The woman beside him turned her head slightly to glance at him. Her gaze was teasing, seductive, brows gently arched, eyes soft as autumn water, but glinting with mischief. Her flawless face carried a faint smirk. Her small nose and soft pink lips gave way to a sly flick of her tongue, which danced across the edge of her mouth. Itachi-kun, what's wrong? Don't you like me like this? If this had been any other situation, Itachi might have admitted she was beautiful. But no. This was Orochimaru. Just before reaching the village, Orochimaru had insisted on disguising himself. Itachi expected a mask, maybe a transformation jutsu. What he didn't expect was for Orochimaru to rip off his mask and reveal that this vessel's original body was female. And then, before he could protest, Orochimaru had changed into women's clothing, latched onto Itachi's arm, and strolled right into Konoha like some noble bride returning home. You don't need to disguise yourself this much just to get into the village. Itachi hissed under his breath, forehead now creased into a full-blown tic. Orochimaru turned toward him, batting eyelashes with theatrical elegance. But Itachi-kun, you looked so captivated. Consider this my little thank you gift for helping me earlier. That voice, that syrupy tone, did nothing to help Itachi's internal crisis. His brain felt like it had been struck by lightning, and his eyes felt violated. Still, gritting his teeth, and bearing the bewildered gazes of villagers along the way, Itachi dragged Orochimaru toward the Uchiha district, and straight to Uchiha Hikaru's home. Inside, Hikaru and Tsunade were mid-celebration. Shizen was refilling their sake cups while occasionally sneaking bites of food between pores. Knock knock knock. A series of aggressive bangs on the door disrupted the merry scene. Tsunade stood, frowning, already irritated by the interruption. She stormed to the door and yanked it open, ready to unleash her wrath before even seeing who it was. Who the hell comes banging at my door at this hour? Don't you know I became Hokage today? I'm not in the mood. Her voice cut off. Itachi stood there. Next to him, a stunning woman. Tsunade's brow furrowed. Beautiful, yes, but strangely familiar. Where had she seen that face before? Meanwhile, Orochimaru, still in female form, was the one caught off guard. Tsunade. Here. In Uchiha Hikaru's home. His golden eyes flicked to the table. Hikaru. Tsunade. Shizen. Drinking together. Something clicked, and Orochimaru paused, silently mourning for Jiraiya. Poor Jiraiya. From the other side of the room, Hikaru looked up and immediately froze. Itachi, check. And beside him. That's Princess Orochimaru. Hikaru's brain instantly began overheating. Fueled by alcohol, his thoughts raced, overheating his nerves to the point that literal steam wafted from the crown of his head. Shizen stared at the visible vapor in disbelief. She pointed at Hikaru's head, eyes wide. Is that steam? From his head? Is that even? She blinked. Nope. She turned and stumbled off to her room, muttering to herself. I've definitely had too much. Bed. Now. Or I'm going to start seeing toads dance. Back in the living room, Hikaru rubbed his temples. Itachi, bring Orochimaru in. Itachi gave a wordless nod and led Orochimaru inside. The snake Sannin sat gracefully at the table like a noblewoman sipping tea. Tsunade was still frozen at the door. Slowly, she processed the situation. Orochimaru. I thought, wait, why is she? Then it hit her. Wait. Orochimaru. She slammed the table, pointing a trembling finger at Orochimaru's serene face. You're saying this is Orochimaru? But she's a woman. Tsunade had even used chakra perception. It was a female body, no doubt. No extra parts. Everything aligned. But how could this be that Orochimaru? Hikaru covered his face with a sigh. Itachi just lowered his head and said nothing. Faced with their silence, Tsunade's mind jumped to the worst conclusion. Her gaze narrowed. She turned her finger from Orochimaru to Itachi. Tell me. You've been sleeping around, haven't you? Her name just happens to be Orochimaru. Bang. Itachi's head hit the table with a thud. He had no words. No will to live. Someone, please, give Uchiha Hikaru a raise. Orochimaru finally stood and reached for the edge of his kimono. With a swift motion, he brushed his hand over his face. In seconds, his appearance reverted to his original form, pale, golden-eyed, and serpentine. He smiled gently, voice returning to its natural hoarse tone. Tsunade, long time no see. My current body is female, yes. But I am Orochimaru. You can confirm it yourself with chakra perception. The familiar energy, dark, cold, unmistakable, hit Tsunade like a brick wall. It was him. Only the body had changed. Everything else, his voice, his chakra, his presence, was identical. Still. Why a woman's body? Tsunade racked her brain but came up short. She hadn't been in the village when Orochimaru went rogue. She didn't know the extent of his obsession with immortality, or the forbidden experiments that had followed. But suddenly, a horrifying thought struck her. She pointed wildly between Itachi and Orochimaru, her face twisted in disbelief. Wait a damn minute, don't tell me, you two are in love. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, The Truth of the Past. Oh. There was a loud slam. Hearing Tsunade's outrageous accusation, Itachi struck the table and shot to his feet, his eyes staring down at his trembling palms. Stay calm. She's the fifth Hokage. For the clan's sake, for the village's sake, don't let anger take control. His fingers curled into a tight fist against the table as he struggled to contain the fury rising in his chest. Deputy Clan Leader Hikaru, my mission is complete. I'll take my leave now. Under the gaze of everyone in the room, Itachi turned and made his way to the door. Then he paused, glancing back toward Uchiha Hikaru. Deputy Clan Leader, don't forget to increase my mission reward. I ran into 2 Akatsuki members along the way. And my short blade needs reimbursement too. With that, he slammed the door and left. Uchiha Hikaru sat quietly, still digesting Itachi's words. As expected, the Akatsuki sent someone to hunt Orochimaru. But if Itachi encountered them, then in this timeline, who takes Deidara and Sasori's place? Tsunade's eyes remained locked on Orochimaru long after Itachi's departure. Her gaze ran up and down his feminine form. A complete gender change, how is this medically even possible? And why this specific body? Was it just convenient, or does this freak actually have a kink? And that reaction from Itachi, was it just from embarrassment, or was there something deeper there? Just as Tsunade's thoughts began spiraling, Orochimaru gently shifted the topic. Tsunade, Hikaru, about the Akatsuki members who attacked us a few days ago. Akatsuki? What's that? A bounty hunter group? Tsunade asked curiously before Hikaru could say anything. What kind of organization would dare attack you, Orochimaru of the legendary Sannin? They've got guts. Orochimaru shook his head, his usual arrogance replaced with a rare seriousness. A shadow passed through his golden eyes. At this point, I suppose I count as a bounty ninja myself. At this point. Tsunade repeated, catching the wording. Her tone grew more thoughtful. So this group, there's something else? Orochimaru nodded. Tsunade, do you remember those 3 war orphans Jiraiya took in near the end of the Second Great Ninja War? You mean those kids he stayed behind to train? The ones from the Hidden Rain? Orochimaru leaned back as he spoke. Yes. The Akatsuki was originally founded by that orange-haired boy. The purple-haired girl is also one of its members now. His words sent Tsunade down memory lane. She recalled the ruined, rain-soaked village. The cold, hungry orphans clinging to life. She had only met them once, but never imagined they'd grow up to become mercenaries. What about the red-haired kid? Is he in it too? Orochimaru gave her a glance, voice quiet. He's dead. I haven't seen him among their ranks. But it doesn't matter. What's important is that the orange-haired one has awakened the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan. Tsunade slammed her sake cup down, face pale with disbelief. Her voice trembled as she leaned in. You're sure? That's the eye of the Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru nodded grimly. Yes. When they found me, I tried to test their strength. But with a single jutsu, a repulsive force burst out from his body. I was seriously injured. I had no choice but to join Akatsuki temporarily to avoid death. Tsunade's hands clenched into fists without her realizing. She'd only just returned to Konoha. She'd wanted peace, stability, time to rebuild. But now, a group as dangerous as Akatsuki was already at their doorstep. You said they're acting like bounty hunters. Are they mercenaries? Who else is in this organization? Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, though it wasn't a smile. More like a war-based mercenary group now. And every member is infamous in their own right. Kakuzu, the immortal bounty hunter. Sasori of the Red Sand. Biwa Juzo, the former 7 ninja swordsman. A masked man who never shows his face. A strange ninja named Zetsu, master of espionage. When I was with them, we were constantly accepting contracts from Iwagakure, attacking small nations and hidden villages. Akatsuki used the war to gain massive funds. As for what those funds are truly for, I never found out. Tsunade rested her chin on her hands, fingers laced tightly. This is worse than I thought. We don't even know their true goals, and yet their combat power is already comparable to the 5 great nations, maybe even enough to challenge 4 of them outright. If they're allowed to grow any further, the balance of the ninja world could collapse. War would become inevitable. And no matter how strong Konoha was, it wouldn't remain untouched. At that moment, Uchiha Hikaru finally spoke. The root has files on Akatsuki. They're part of Danzo's restricted intelligence archive. Tsunade's eyes lit up instantly. As expected of Uchiha Hikaru. At every crucial moment, he had the answer she needed. Even Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, though his gaze darkened slightly. He'd worked with Danzo for years. If the man had secret intelligence on Akatsuki, then it was almost guaranteed to be tainted by manipulation. Knowing Danzo, he'd probably tried to control the organization himself, or at the very least, sabotage it. There was a decent chance he was even behind the death of the red-haired boy. According to Root's records, Hikaru continued, Akatsuki originated in the Hidden Rain during the Third Great Ninja War. They were founded with the goal of stopping war, seeking peace. Tsunade and Orochimaru each reacted differently. Orochimaru sighed bitterly. Danzo again. That bastard definitely interfered. No doubt about it, he probably had that red-haired kid eliminated. Tsunade, however, looked confused. Then, how did they go from peace-seekers to war-driven mercenaries in just a few years? Hikaru remained calm. As Akatsuki grew in influence, they caught the attention of Hanzo the Salamander, the then leader of the Hidden Rain. In fact, Hanzo even praised them. He supported their mission and encouraged them to propose peace talks between Konoha, Iwagakure, and Tsunade. Tsunade blinked. Wait, seriously? That's surprisingly good. So what happened? She had already left Konoha by the start of the Third War, so she hadn't followed the political developments that followed. What could have possibly gone so wrong after that? Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 106, The Truth of the Past, Part 2. No, Tsunade, Konoha never received a request for a truce during the Third Shinobi World War. The war only ended when the major nations ran out of money and manpower to sustain it. As Orochimaru affirmed his account, Uchiha Hikaru nodded slightly, satisfaction flashing across his face. At least Orochimaru is being cooperative. That's rare. Orochimaru is right. The whole thing was orchestrated by Danzo and Hanzo. Danzo manipulated Hanzo into distrusting Akatsuki. Think about it, if you were Hanzo, would you allow another organized ninja faction to emerge right under your nose? Remember, the Second Shinobi World War was started by Hanzo and the Land of Rain. Akatsuki, on the other hand, was advocating peace. By now, Tsunade had begun to understand the full picture. Of course. No village leader would allow a new leadership or ideology to rise independently within their own territory. Danzo clearly exploited Hanzo's paranoia, playing him like a fiddle. It's tragic. Akatsuki actually began with noble ideals. Uchiha Hikaru noticed Tsunade's silence and gave her a moment to process everything. She had been drinking earlier, he wasn't sure how sharp her mind was at the moment. And Danzo's real goal wasn't just to weaken the Land of Rain. He wanted to incite a civil war there. And more importantly, he was after the Rinnegan. You mean, the red-haired kid had the Rinnegan? He had the Rinnegan. Orochimaru and Tsunade jumped up simultaneously, slamming their hands on the table. Orochimaru's eyes widened in visible shock, his pupils trembling as he processed the revelation. Hikaru, are you saying that Akatsuki has 2 pairs of Rinnegan? His voice trembled slightly, clearly disturbed by the implications. Hikaru calmly motioned for them to sit back down. Relax. Let me explain. Hanzo used Konan, the purple-haired kunoichi, to corner Nagato. He forced him to kill their leader, Yahiko. Nagato was the red-haired boy. Yahiko was the orange-haired one. Yahiko took his own life, impaling himself on Nagato's kunai. Tsunade raised her hand abruptly, interrupting. Wait, Yahiko's dead. But didn't Orochimaru say he was nearly killed by Yahiko? And the Rinnegan, is it on Nagato or Yahiko? Damn that Danzo. Why is everything always a mess because of him? Fuming, she grabbed the sake jug and took several swigs straight from it, wiping her mouth with the sleeve of her Hokage coat. Orochimaru stared at her, slightly dumbfounded. Tsunade's gotten so much manlier. Is it possible that somewhere along the line, she and I switched gender roles? That ridiculous thought popped into his head, but before he could say anything, Tsunade glared daggers at him. Are you thinking something rude about me just now? I can tell. My sixth sense never fails. If you insult me again, I'll knock you through the damn wall. Sweat beaded down Orochimaru's cheek. Seriously. How can she sense that? Do all women have this built-in perception? But I have a woman's body too, does that mean I don't qualify yet? Strangely, that only made him more curious about what it meant to truly become a woman. Ahem. Let's focus, Hikaru said, coughing lightly to bring them back on track. After Yahiko died, Nagato summoned a massive construct, its upper half was comparable in size to a tailed beast. A huge, lavender-colored dragon emerged from its mouth. Any ninja it touched died instantly, without warning. Hanzo was the only survivor from the Rain side. Danzo, of course, escaped unharmed, he and the other root operatives had been hiding nearby the whole time. Danzo and Hanzo both witnessed Nagato's power and realized he was the true leader of Akatsuki. That's when they confirmed that he possessed the Rinnegan. As Uchiha Hikaru laid bare the hidden past, both Tsunade and Orochimaru fell silent. This is bad. Akatsuki likely now harbored deep hatred toward Konoha. And once they were strong enough, retaliation was inevitable. TCH, Danzo, you bastard. Tsunade clenched her fists in frustration. She no longer cared about who owned the Rinnegan. She just wanted to drag Danzo out of the afterlife and beat him senseless. Wait. Wasn't Danzo sealed in Itachi's Tatsuka blade? Forget the Pure Land, that old schemer doesn't deserve it. Too bad she didn't know that. She might have toasted to it otherwise. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had fixated on the Rinnegan. He began forming theories rapidly, mind buzzing with possibilities, before offering them aloud. Tsunade. Hikaru. I can think of 3 possible scenarios. If you've got something to say, say it. Don't drag it out like some gossiping housewife. Tsunade snapped. Already furious, she couldn't stand Orochimaru's slow, dramatic pacing right now. Orochimaru flinched but quickly composed himself. First possibility, Nagato sacrificed himself using some kind of forbidden jutsu to revive Yahiko, and implanted the Rinnegan into him. Second, it might be a form of human puppet technique. Sasori's puppets retain the blood and chakra traits of the deceased. Yahiko could have been made into a puppet, and the Rinnegan's power channeled through him. Third, Nagato, overwhelmed by grief, decided to take on Yahiko's identity. He dyed his hair, changed his appearance, and became him. Hikaru was impressed with the first 2 theories, logical, plausible, and disturbingly well-reasoned. Orochimaru really was the top mind of the shinobi world when it came to forbidden knowledge. But then came that last one. And all the respect Hikaru felt evaporated instantly. His mind conjured up images of a deranged snake Sannin returning to Konoha with bright orange hair and a new identity. Yup. Uncle Snakes always had a weird streak. The netizens on those ninja forums weren't kidding. Tsunade, on the other hand, nearly choked on her sake. Turned into him because he missed him. Are you out of your damn mind? It was so ridiculous, she couldn't help but imagine a twisted romance brewing between Nagato and Yahiko. Has Orochimaru been spending too much time with Jiraiya's old manuscripts or what? She cast him a scornful glance, full of judgment and disgust. Just like she was looking at a pile of trash. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Danzo will be infamous forever. At night, the streets of Konoha glowed with lantern light. Everywhere, villagers bustled about in festival attire, laughter and cheerful voices filling the air. There was no official holiday, yet joy painted the face of every passerby. The reason? The inauguration of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. To the people of Konoha, this day was even more meaningful than the New Year. After all, while New Year came annually, a Hokage's inauguration had occurred only 5 times in the entire 60-year history of the village, including this one. Such a rare and significant occasion naturally called for celebration from the heart. The announcement had only come the day before, so merchants hadn't had time to fully prepare, but that didn't stop them. They scrambled overnight to stock supplies and plan festivities. By the next morning, the village was ready to celebrate the rise of their new Hokage. There were traditional games like goldfish scooping, lantern riddle guessing, and balloon popping. Meanwhile, the local izakayas were overflowing with customers. Every seat was taken, and many villagers sat on the floor, drinking and laughing with friends. At one such bustling pub, a blonde-haired man in a green robe and a handsome young man in a blue shirt sat among the crowd, drinking and chatting freely. These two were none other than Tsunade and Uchiha Hikaru, disguised using the transformation jutsu. Suddenly, Hikaru leaned forward with a mysterious look and gestured for everyone nearby to quiet down. The villagers turned toward him, curiosity piqued. "Oi, bro, what's with the theatrics? Did you forget to pay your tab or something?" someone joked. Laughter erupted around them. "Relax, relax." Hikaru waved his hands with a grin. "Even if I forgot my wallet, I'll cover this round. I own 2 shops, after all, I'm not short on coin. I just need to find a nice Uchiha girl from a branch family and I'll be set." He laughed again, then leaned closer, lowering his voice just enough to seem conspiratorial. "Let me tell you something interesting, the captain of our team. She used to serve under Orochimaru." The mention of Orochimaru immediately caused the atmosphere to shift. Whispers died. Some faces stiffened, unsure whether it was safe to speak that name aloud. Still, a few brave souls pressed him for more. "Bro, speak freely. I used to be a ninja too. I fought alongside Lord Orochimaru during the war. I never believed he'd betray the village. If what you're saying is true, that he was framed, then I'll be the first to speak up." The grizzled old man who said it slammed his fist on the table with conviction, drawing even more attention from the room. "What? Lord Orochimaru was innocent. I knew he wouldn't do something like that. Who's the bastard who dared smear Lord Orochimaru's name?" One by one, grizzled men in their 30s and 40s, old veterans of past wars, rose from their seats. Their hardened faces reflected anger and disbelief. All eyes were now on Hikaru. He let out a long sigh, then spoke with deep meaning. Our team captain is Mitarashi Anko. For a moment, the crowd fell silent, the name only vaguely familiar. She used to be Orochimaru's disciple. That triggered a wave of recognition. Murmurs spread through the crowd. I remember her. That genius girl from the academy, graduated just 2 years after Kakashi. And she made Chunin only a few months behind him. Too bad her reputation faded after Orochimaru defected. Hikaru nodded. Anko had indeed fallen into a long slump after that. It wasn't until they were partnered that she began to climb out of it. A few days ago, I followed Captain Anko into the Forest of Death. There, we met Orochimaru. Orochimaru told us the human experimentation was orchestrated by the former Hokage advisor, Shimura Danzo. He claimed Danzo ordered it all under the name of the third Hokage. Said the test subjects were supposed to be prisoners from Konoha's cells, but in reality, they were villagers and shinobi abducted by Root. Gasps echoed around the room as villagers processed the revelation. Their disgust shifted from Orochimaru to Danzo. At that moment, Tsunade slammed the table with righteous fury. I knew Danzo was rotten to the core. Lady Hokage ordered his arrest as soon as she returned to the village. Looks like she saw through that old thief from the start. Danzo probably drove her out of Konoha back then. Orochimaru's framing stirred sympathy among retired shinobi. But Tsunade's exile? That was like a bomb dropped in the middle of the pub. What? The current Hokage was forced out of the village. And both she and Orochimaru are members of the legendary Sannin. Some villagers even offered wilder speculation. Could Danzo have been behind Jiraiya's departure from the village too? Outrage erupted. The crowd's scorn for Danzo became a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Hikaru and Tsunade quietly placed their payment beneath the sake glasses and slipped out without a word. Beneath the moonlight, the two leapt across rooftops with practiced ease. Tsunade glanced sideways at him, still skeptical. You really think this will be enough to let Orochimaru walk in the sunlight again? Hikaru nodded without hesitation. Even if the villagers don't fully believe in Orochimaru, there's no way you don't believe in him, Hokage-sama. And more importantly, this is the truth. You're not fabricating anything. You're just using your name to restore what he lost. Didn't you hear them back there? Some of them were even blaming Danzo for why Jiraiya left the village. Tsunade considered that. It did seem like things were shifting in their favor. The two finally landed at the door of their home. Just as they were about to step inside, Hikaru paused. His expression darkened. Something felt off. Danger. He stopped, immediately activating his sensory perception. Chakra flowed through his body as he scanned the space beyond the door. 2 chakra signatures. One was faint, silent and stable. The other. Hikaru winced. Shit. Why is she here? Tsunade noticed him freezing and furrowed her brow. What's wrong? Let's go in, Shizen's probably waiting for us with dinner. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated.